Lin Yuan leaned against the half-collapsed wall, staring at his right hand. He stared for a long time. That thing could no longer be called a hand. It was a bloody mess, barely still attached to the wrist. 3 fingernails had peeled off, revealing pinkish-white flesh beneath. Gruesome to behold. Did it hurt? Yes. But after 3 days of pain, it was just pain. His left arm was suspended in a leather sling across his chest, a bone protruding from below the elbow, pushing the jacket fabric into a bulge. He didn't look. Didn't want to. He did glance at the missing chunk on his leg. White bone exposed with a few sinewy strands still clinging to it, just like scraps trimmed from a butcher's counter. The half-bag of hardtack in his arms pressed painfully against his chest. He had dug through 30 minutes of rubble to get it. The 3-story supermarket had collapsed into a mound of steel and cement. He wormed through the gaps like a maggot for 2 hours just to reach that broken shelf. The biscuits were scattered everywhere, only this bag and a half were edible. He stuffed the whole bag into his chest, then spent the same amount of time crawling out. When he emerged, a piece of rebar had gashed his calf, staining the pant leg black-red with blood. No bandage, no medicine left. In the distance, the footsteps of zombies sounded muffled, like someone wearing lead shoes grinding on cement. He couldn't be bothered to turn around. He couldn't run anyway. The apocalypse, 3 years. In 3 years, he had quit hesitation, quit soft-heartedness, quit the habit of reaching out first and waiting for someone to take his hand. He thought he had become ruthless enough to walk out of these ruins alive. But the wound on his right leg was still oozing. The swelling on his left arm was as big as a steamed bun, and every inch of his body was screaming. He clutched the biscuit bag tighter. Enough for one person to survive 4 or 5 days. If he rationed it, maybe he could make it out of the danger zone. He didn't think about what to do after getting out. The present was already too much. The footsteps were wrong. Not a zombie's. Lin Yuan looked up. The setting sun was like a red-hot iron plate sitting atop the western building, bathing the entire ruin in blood. A figure walked toward him against the light. Dark jacket, shiny tactical boots, a backpack bulging like a small mountain, and a bag of supplies in hand: iodine, gauze, antibiotics, and several cans of luncheon meat with white labels that caught the eye. "Brother, I finally found you." Chen Hao crouched down, panting. "How are you?" Lin Yuan licked his cracked lips. Several cracks ran across his lips. The moment his tongue touched them, he tasted blood. "Water." His voice was barely a whisper, almost inaudible even to himself. Chen Hao immediately pulled a bottle of mineral water from his bag, unscrewed the cap, and handed it over. When the water reached his lips, Lin Yuan's mind went blank. All he could smell was the scent of water, clean without the odor of blood or rust. He lowered his head to drink. The instant the bottle touched his lower lip, the water wasn't cold. It was warm, carried in someone's bosom all the way here. As he fell from the edge of the pit, the last thought in his mind wasn't pain, wasn't hatred. It was that the bottle of water had been warm. Actually, the fall wasn't long, but those seconds in the air stretched endlessly long enough for him to replay his life before the apocalypse. He remembered the last weekend before it all. Chen Hao had called to invite him to dinner, but he was working overtime and didn't go. Chen Hao had said, "You're busy, well, do it another day." Another day. 3 years of apocalypse, and he had played that scene over and over in his mind. If he had gone that day, would he have missed the window to stock up before the outbreak? Would he have avoided gnawing on candles on the 3rd day? He had asked himself countless times, never getting an answer. Now he no longer needed one. He no longer needed anything. He landed face up in the corpse pit, his back hitting first, smashing 2 zombie skulls. But more zombies surged in. The sensation of nails digging into his flesh came faster than the pain. Have you ever had someone dig their nails into your inner arm? It stings and bores into your heart. Now it wasn't one hand. It was dozens, hundreds digging in from all directions at once. The first bite sank into his left forearm, teeth piercing the jacket like rusted awls, tearing through cloth and flesh together. The second bite on his right thigh, right on the edge of the wound, jaw grinding into muscle fibers like a dull saw. The third on his flank, the fourth on his shoulder blade. Too many to count. Pain flooded into his brain from every part of his body. The signals were too many, the channel jammed. And then it stopped hurting. Not that it didn't hurt, but the pain went beyond the limit. The nerves burned out, like a light bulb that blazes abnormally brightly a second before the short circuit. Lin Yuan kept his eyes open, staring at the patch of sky above the pit. The sunset was cut into an irregular circle, orange-eared light falling through the ruins onto his face. That light still had warmth. After 3 years of apocalypse, he hadn't felt pure sunlight without blood and smoke for so long. He never thought he'd feel it while he was still warm. At the edge of the pit, Chen Hao's face appeared in that circular sky. Backlit expression unreadable, just a dark silhouette. A few seconds later, the silhouette was gone. Footsteps moved away, fast at first, then slower, until they were gone completely. Lin Yuan stared at the sky, his consciousness being erased layer by layer like words written on sand washed by the tide. He remembered the first day of the apocalypse when he gave Chen Hao half of the instant noodles he had fought for, and Chen Hao said, "They'll stick with you for life." He remembered the third month when their warehouse was surrounded by a zombie horde. He was running a high fever and stood guard all night while Chun-Hao slept inside. The next morning Chun-Hao asked, "Everything okay last night?" He remembered the first winter when food ran out and he went out in the heavy snow to find something to eat. Chun-Hao had said, "I'll wait for you to come back." The images were messy, but every fragment ended with the same person, the one who pushed him down. One more chance. If he could live again, he would never trust anyone. His vision darkened. Not nightfall. Life was ebbing away. Just as the last glimmer was about to die, a current shot up from the base of his spine. Not a physical sensation. It was at the level of consciousness, like someone snapped their fingers inside his skull. An icy voice sounded directly in his mind, bypassing his ears. Host's vital signs have reached zero. Not a hallucination, not a dying fantasy. The voice was as clear as words carved into bone, with a chisel devoid of any emotion, purely mechanical. Dominator system rebinding. At the very beginning of the apocalypse, he had heard rumors about systems. They said some people had awakened special abilities. They could see panels others couldn't, exchange kills for rewards, and acquire high-tech weapons that didn't exist in reality. He had thought it was bullshit. In a world where even the person who shared half a pack of biscuits with you when you were starving for 3 days could stab you in the back, why would he believe those supernatural mumbo-jumbo? But now the voice was sounding from inside his own mind. He was half convinced. Detecting strong survival will from Host, the voice continued. No shit. Who wants to die? He had survived 3 years in this hell on earth only to be pushed into a corpse pit as rations by the person he trusted. He didn't want to die, he had just trusted the wrong person. Recall function activated. Before he could figure out what recall, minute countdown started. A calm, unhurried mechanical voice, like a chant. 3, 2, 1. The world spun. Not dizziness. It was the weightlessness of being yanked upward from deep water. Wind zombie roars, the crunch of bones, his own heartbeat. All compressed into a single instant and exploded. Then, like someone had pressed pause, everything stopped. Dominator system bound successfully. He floated in darkness, no direction, no weight, no time. Host Lin Yuan, welcome back. Back. Back where? Consciousness was pushed forward by a force squeezed through a pipe, too narrow, pressure crushing his breath, then suddenly released. He was spat out, crashing into a blinding light. Ceiling of the rented room. The fluorescent light was still on the tube, yellowed, the starter flickering slowly twice. Outside, someone was walking. A dog, barking, drifted up from downstairs. The phone screen was lit, the date glaring. 7 days before the apocalypse outbreak. His fingers touched his brow, finding a shallow scar. He pressed it. It hurt. A fresh pain, not an old wound, like one that had just healed. The phone was still vibrating. A WeChat message from Chun-Hao sat in the inbox. Bro, free for dinner this weekend. It's been a while, miss you. Lin Yuan stared at those words. One by one, his fingers clenched around the phone, knuckles turning white, then blue, then white again. He didn't reply. He placed the phone face down on his chest and closed his eyes. In his past life, he died because he trusted. In this life, he would make everyone know the price of betrayal. The fluorescent light on the ceiling was still on. The tube had yellowed, with one end slightly darkened, and the starter clicked rhythmically. Tap, 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 like a heart pacemaker running low on battery. Lin Yuan stared at it for a long time. He knew this lamp all too well. Before the apocalypse, he had lived in this shabby rental room for 2.5 years, lying down every night and gazing at that very same tube. Then the apocalypse came, the light went out, and he lit candles. When the candles burned out, he stared into pitch black darkness. But now it was on again, blazing, glaring, unreal. He clenched his fists. His hands were fine. 10 fingers, nails, neat bones, unbroken flesh, without wounds. He turned his palms over. The lines were still there, no blood, no mud, no torn flesh. He raised his right hand before his eyes, turning it over and over again, then clenched his fingers one by one, released them, and clenched again. This could not be a dream. There was no such clarity in dreams. He pushed himself up on the bedboard. A creak. The middle board had long collapsed, and the side he slept on was 2 fingers lower than the other. A few books were stacked at the head of the bed. The top one had a folded corner, marketing management, page 178, the 4P theory. That was where he had stopped. Beside the bookshelf lay a pair of jeans folded outward with the legs reversed. On the floor were slippers, the right sole nearly worn through while the left one was still intact. Everything was old. Everything was painfully familiar. But the scar on his brow bone was new. He reached up and touched it. A shallow line above the left eyebrow, about 2 centimeters long, barely perceptible unless you felt closely. In his past life, there was no such scar. He had suffered countless wounds during the apocalypse, even on his face, but those all came after the end. This scar was etched at the moment of rebirth, the only thing he carried over from his former life. No, not the only thing. There were also the memories in his mind. His phone lit up. The lock screen wallpaper was an old photo. Taken from this window, a gray sky, the security bars of the opposite building, and a few air conditioner pipes. The date was displayed in the center of the screen Monday, May 11th, 9:40 a.m. The apocalypse would erupt on May 18th. There were still 7 days left. 7 days. In an instant, a flood of images crashed into his mind. Zombie blood rain, mutant roars, moldy biscuits in the warehouse, the hand that Chun-Hao used to push him. Chaotic thoughts jumbled together, making his temples throb. He pressed his brow, closed his eyes, and took 3 deep breaths. In his past life, the first skill he learned in the corpse piles was not how to kill zombies, but how to steady his heartbeat amidst them. What cannot be killed must be endured. What cannot be endured must still be endured. Once you endure it, you are no longer afraid. The phone vibrated again. At the top of the screen, the word "Mom" was followed by a video call request. He stared at those 2 characters for a second, then answered. You. His mother's face appeared on the screen. She was wearing that faded floral short-sleeved shirt with the kitchen of their hometown behind her, a bowl of porridge and a dish of pickled vegetables on the stove. Her hair was still black, her temples not yet white, her wrinkles far fewer than in later years. She had not yet been tortured by the apocalypse. She still did not know what this world would become in 7 days. Mom. He opened his mouth, his voice a little hoarse. His mother stared at the screen for 2 seconds. What's wrong? You look terrible. Nothing, just woke up. It's past 9, aren't you going to work? I have a day off today, he lied casually, then asked the first thing he had to confirm in this life. Mom, what's the date today? May 11th. Silly child, have you lost track of the days? His mother scolded affectionately. Have you eaten? Are you having stomach pain again? Yes, I ate. He hadn't, but he didn't want her to keep asking. Mom, where's Dad? Your dad went for a walk, he'll have him call you when he comes back. You've lost weight lately. Have you been working overtime? I've told you so many times, Mom. He interrupted her. She paused, caught off guard, and fell silent. His tone made her feel that something was off, though she couldn't put her finger on it. Don't go far before May 18th. Stock up on food and water. Don't ask why. Even to himself, this sounded insane. A normal person would either ask what's wrong with you, or call him crazy. But his mother didn't scold him. Have you heard something? Her voice dropped, carrying that unique tone of unconditional trust she had for her son. I've seen those messages online too. Don't worry about what's online, just do as I say. He didn't know how to explain, and didn't want to. Too much would be all lies, too little would be useless. So he made his words as hard as a command. His mother was silent for a few seconds, then said something he would never forget for the rest of his life. Okay, he'll listen to you. Just like that. No interrogation, no suspicion, not even hesitation. As if whatever her son said, even the sky is falling, it had to be true. Lin Yuan's nose stung. He quickly moved the phone away and turned his head. He couldn't cry, and there was no time for tears. Mom, I have things to do. He'll hang up now. All right, make sure you eat. He pressed end. As the screen went dark, he saw his own face reflected in the black glass. Pale, with bags under his eyes, stubble, and the scar on his brow bone, faintly visible in the reflection. He looked at that person, feeling both familiar and strange. The Lin Yuan who would give his last sip of water to a stranger had died in that corpse pit. The one alive now was new. He didn't know how far this new self could go, but he knew that even if he couldn't walk, he would crawl. The phone vibrated again. Not from his mother, but from Chun-Hao. Bro, let's eat together this weekend. Haven't seen you in a while, miss you. Followed by a grin emoji. That yellow round emoji with its mouth stretched wide. Lin Yuan stared at the line of text, his finger hovering in the air above the screen for a few seconds. He didn't reply. He turned the phone over, pressed it face down on the bed, and slowly, silently clenched his fist with all his strength. In his past life in the abyss, he had heard the system countdown. 3, 2, 1. Now there was a new countdown. May 11th, May 12th, May 13th, May 18th. 7 days. He would empty not just this rental room, but half of Beijing's supplies. He wasn't just looking for a few broken knives, but for the power to crush every enemy in the apocalypse. He also had to find Chun-Hao. No need to look, Chun-Hao would come to him. He stood up, walked to the window, and pulled open the curtain. Sunlight poured in, making him squint. The residential building across the street looked the same as always. Quilts and mops hanging on the security bars, someone watering flowers, children running and laughing downstairs, their laughter audible through several floors. Everything was quiet, normal, like any ordinary morning in the world. But Lin Yuan knew that 7 days from now at this hour the sky would be red. A bloody rainstorm would rot everything. The buildings, the streets, the laughter, the flowers, all the daily routines no one ever treasured. He turned and went to the bathroom, turned on the tap, and splashed cold water on his face. He washed 3 times, then dried it. In the mirror, that scar was still there, barely visible unless you looked closely. But he knew where it was. It would always be there. Just like the memories of those who died in the corpse pit. He picked up his phone, opened the memo app, and started listing. His fingers flew across the screen, stroke after stroke, like an emotionless bookkeeper. The list grew longer, and his eyes grew colder. The last lesson he had learned in his past life was this: trust can kill. In this life, he would trust no one. Outside the window, the children were still laughing. Lin Yuan didn't look up. He scrolled to the bottom of the list and typed a line: May 18th, the blood rain descends. Countdown 7 days. Then he pocketed his phone, grabbed his jacket, and walked out the door. He grabbed his coat and went out. The sound-activated light in the hallway was still its usual self. Clapping didn't work, stomping didn't work, it only deigned to turn on with a deliberate cough. Lin Yuan coughed, and the light flickered on, casting a dim yellowish glow that made the stairwell look like a faded old photograph. He took 2 steps down, then stopped. No, he had just been reborn. His mind was too cluttered. He couldn't just rush out like this. Stockpile supplies. He hadn't even checked his bank balance, and he couldn't fully recall where every resource was located. In his past life, it took him 3 months to figure things out. Now he had to accomplish in 7 days what took 3 years. He couldn't afford to rush. The more haste, the more chaos. He stood in the stairwell for a moment, then turned back. Back in the room, he closed the door without turning on the light and sat on the edge of the bed. Let's sort this out. On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, the blood rain stopped. The first wave of zombies emerged, numerous but slow. On the 7th day, the zombies evolved. Some were fast, others were strong. Half a month later, mutant beasts crawled out from underground. A month later, the final assembly began broadcasting to recruit survivors. 3 months later, Chun Hao showed his discontent for the first time. His phone vibrated. His mother was calling again. He hesitated for 2 seconds, then answered. Why did you hang up so fast? I wasn't finished. His mother's voice carried a hint of reproach, but more concern. Tell me the truth, did you see something online? Your dad said a lot of people are spreading rumors about the end of the world. Mom, he interrupted. What? Lin Yuan took a deep breath. He needed to confirm one thing. His memories of the past life were too vivid, so clear he could recite every detail. But what if they were merely hallucinations before death? He had to verify, using something only he and his mother knew. Mom, when I was little, about 4 or 5, you took me to the town market, and I got lost. Before he could finish, his mother cut in. You have the nerve to bring that up. I was terrified that day. I searched for you for 2 hours, and you were crouched under the stall of the old man selling candied hawthorns, clutching one of his bamboo sticks for dear life. The old man didn't dare move, afraid of hurting you. Later, when your dad came, you refused to come out unless you got a stick of candied hawthorns. You only left after he paid. You've been stubborn since you were a kid. His mother chuckled at the end. Lin Yuan didn't laugh. He remembered the incident, but it was his memory. His mother shouldn't be recounting it with such a light tone. If she had also been reborn, her voice would have carried fear and lingering dread. But it didn't. Her tone was like she was telling an outdated joke. This was the mother from his past life, no, the mother before the apocalypse, the one who hadn't yet been chased by zombies. She had no idea what was coming. She was just an ordinary middle-aged woman chatting idly with her son on the morning of May 11th. Only he had come back. Mom, before May 18th, really don't go out. Buy more food and stock it at home. And tell Dad to stop walking in the park, just stroll around the neighborhood. He tried to keep his voice steady, so it didn't sound like he was giving last words. His mother was silent for a moment. Not out of disbelief, but contemplation. You be honest with your mom, are you in some kind of trouble? If you have any difficulties, tell me, even if I can't help much. No trouble. He cut her off. Just think of it as your son being filial, asking you to stock up on New Year's supplies early. Is that not allowed? New Year's supplies? It's only May. His mother was clearly amused by the excuse. She let out a small laugh, then stifled it. All right, whatever you say to buy, you'll buy. They'll go to the supermarket tomorrow. Not tomorrow. Today. You child, Mom, today. His voice suddenly dropped, becoming so deep, it even sounded foreign to himself. It wasn't the tone of a son talking to his mother, it was the command of someone who had crawled out of mountains of corpses and seas of blood. His mother didn't argue anymore. All right, today it is. Your dad happens to be home, I'll drag him along. Send me a message when you're done. Got it. You two take care of yourself, don't work overtime. Mom. Nothing. I'm hanging up. He pulled the phone away from his ear and ended the call. His fingers were trembling slightly, not from cold, but from fear. He wasn't afraid of the apocalypse itself, but of not being by his parents' side when it came. In his past life, he died at Chun Hao's hands. What about his parents? He didn't know. He dared not know. Those memories were sealed away, buried deeper than any abyss. He closed his eyes. In the darkness, something was glowing. Not light, but words. Lines of text floated before his eyes as if projected onto his retinas. Dominator system activated. Host Lin Yuan. Current status normal. Initial Dominator points, 5,000. He snapped his eyes open. The words vanished. He closed them again, and the words reappeared. He tried mentally commanding, status. The text instantly changed, listing several lines of information. He stared at the line, initial Dominator points, 5,000, his mind beginning to calculate. In his past life, killing an ordinary zombie yielded 1 to 5 points. 5,000 points was roughly the reward for killing over 1,000 without rest. The system wasn't cheating him, this starting point was generous enough. He mentally commanded again, shop. The panel scrolled and refreshed, displaying a long list of exchangeable items: basic food and water, cold weapons and firearms, gene enhancement serum, ability awakening stones, and even strategic-grade protective barriers. Prices ranged from tens to hundreds of thousands of points. What he could buy now were only a few things first and second-tier items. But it was enough. More than enough. In the early days of the apocalypse, the scarcest resource wasn't weapons but intelligence and timing. He had the intelligence, now the system gave him the capital to seize the timing. He opened his eyes and looked at the ill-fitting window in his rented room. Outside, the sun shone brightly. The aroma from the breakfast stall downstairs drifted up, the mingling scent of fried dough sticks and soy milk. It smelled like a day where nothing bad could happen. But he knew that at this time, 7 days later, the air would be filled with nothing but the stench of blood. He picked up his phone and opened the memo. The list he had just made was still there, from food to water to medicine to weapons, dense and meticulous like a declaration of war against the apocalypse. He stared at it for a few seconds, then added a line: system mall supplies, prioritize gene enhancement serum, first-tier cold weapon, portable protective barrier. He added another line: mom, must go to the supermarket today. He pocketed his phone, stood up, walked to the window, and pushed it open. The wind rushed in. The May breeze still carried a chill feeling just right on his face. He took a deep breath, filling his lungs with the scent of sunlight and dust. During the apocalypse years, clean air was more precious than gold. In this life, he would let everyone breathe clean air again, not through charity but through his fists. His phone vibrated. It was a message from his mother. Your dad is already putting on his shoes. He's asking how many pounds of ribs to buy. He typed, whatever, then deleted it, and typed by 10 pounds. Freeze them. The reply came instantly: 10 pounds. Can we finish that much? We can finish it. What he didn't say was that in 7 days there wouldn't be any place to buy ribs, even if they wanted to. He stuffed his phone back into his pocket, grabbed his coat, and went out for the second time. This time he didn't hesitate. The sound-activated light in the hallway was still on, or it lit up as he passed. He descended the last step and pushed open the unit door. Sunlight slammed down upon him. In May, Beijing's sky was an impossibly vivid blue. 3 or 4 people were queued at the breakfast stall downstairs. An elderly man carrying 2 fried dough sticks walked back and nodded at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan didn't recognize him, but nodded back. He walked toward the neighborhood gate, passing a trash can, a row of haphazardly parked bicycles, and the old locust tree that had been half-sawn by the property management. Everything was exactly as it was in his past life. Everything was different. The system panel in his mind was still there, the text seemingly etched onto his retinas, visible whenever he closed his eyes. He tried mentally commanding, exchange gene enhancement serum, first tier. The panel displayed a prompt: consume 2,000 Dominator points. Confirm. He hesitated for 2 seconds, not confirming. Now wasn't the time. He needed a quiet place where no one would barge in. He thought of that warehouse, the one it took him 3 months to find in his past life, the one that hadn't been discovered by anyone yet in this life. He quickened his pace toward the subway station. Behind him, the breakfast stall owner shouted again: fried dough sticks are ready. A child was crying somewhere. A dog was barking. Life was still going on as usual. Lin Yuan didn't look back. He glanced at his phone screen. May 11th, 10:23 a.m. Just over 6 days left. It was enough. He quickened his pace toward the subway station. He had barely taken a few steps when the voice echoed in his mind again. It wasn't tinnitus, nor was he talking to himself. The voice was frigid, utterly devoid of emotion, resembling the robotic announcements of a hospital queue number system, yet far clearer than that. Host Lin Yuan. Introduction to basic functions of the Dominator system. Lin Yuan didn't halt his steps, but his focus was entirely seized. As he walked, he questioned inwardly: speak. Killing zombies, mutants, and aberrant beasts grants Dominator points. Standard zombies yield 1 to 5 points, mutants 10 to 50 points, aberrant beasts 100 to 500 points. Points for elite, lord, and king tier targets increase progressively. He recalled that he had known this in his past life. But back then, without the system, he had accumulated experience through countless strikes, haphazardly figuring out which kills were most efficient. Now with the system's clear pricing, it was much simpler. Dominator points can be exchanged for 3 core categories of resources: supplies, skills, and bloodlines. He boarded the subway. The train was sparsely populated, the carriages mostly empty. He found a seat by the door and sat down. With a jolt, the subway began to move. Wind from the tunnel rushed in, sweeping his hair to the sides. He closed his eyes, and the system panel unfurled in the darkness. Supplies category: food, drinking water, medicine, cold weapons, firearms, and ammunition, protective gear, construction materials, energy equipment. Some high-level supplies require permission to unlock. The panel listed a long array of items. Compressed biscuits, 10 points per crate. Mineral water, 5 points per crate. Iodine and gauze, 20 points per set. He scrolled down and saw cold weapons. A Tang saber, 2,000 points, first year, with sharpness tested to cut through steel bars. In his past life, he had used such a blade, wearing down countless edges. Further down, the ranged weapons section was grayed out, marked, requires level 2 permission. He paid it no mind. He wouldn't need that many guns in the early stages anyway. Skills category first tier gene enhancement fluid 2000 points. Ability awakening stone randomly awakens 1 to 3 stars starting at 2000 points. Ability upgrade stone, combat mastery, weapon mastery, stealth mastery, etc. Some skills have prerequisites. Gene enhancement fluid. In his past life he had died without ever using it. Ability users had relied on forcibly stacking crystals with no such fluid available. If this had existed earlier, he wouldn't have been pushed into a corpse pit from behind. Ability awakening stone. He stared at those words for a few seconds. In his past life, a single awakening stone could spark 1,000 manslaughter. He had pawned everything to obtain the lowest grade 1 awakening, metal manipulation. But before he could master it, Chun Hao pushed him down. In this life, he would awaken everything he could. System continue. Bloodlines category exchangeable for ancient bloodlines, mutant bloodlines, divine bloodlines. These greatly enhance basic attributes and growth potential. Current permissions, insufficient locked. Bloodlines. In his past life, he had never even heard of such a thing. It seemed the system harbored many treasures. The subway arrived at his station. He opened his eyes, stood up, and exited the carriage. The platform was sparsely populated. A few elderly women with grocery baskets chatted. A student with headphones waited for a train. Everything seemed normal. He walked out of the subway station, and the sunlight struck his face again. The warehouse was in the suburbs. He needed to transfer to a bus. As he headed toward the bus stop, the voice echoed in his mind once more. Reminder: host currently has 5,000 Dominator points. It is recommended to prioritize exchanging for survival necessities and combat-enhancing items. You don't need to teach me, he said inwardly. The system remained silent. It had a good temper. The bus arrived. He tapped his card, boarded, and walked to the last row to sit down. The bus was uncrowded, swaying gently. The window was open, wind blowing in. He closed his eyes and continued browsing the shop. In his past life, he was a second-tier metal manipulation ability user capable of controlling metal within a 100-meter radius, killing many zombies with his blade. But that ability was forcibly developed through crystals, requiring immense effort. Now the shop directly sold awakening stones, allowing him to awaken early and even awaken multiple abilities. He scrolled to the ability awakening stone section. 1 star 2,000 points, 2 star 5,000 points, 3 star 10,000 points. He only had 5,000 now, enough for a 1 star, but not enough for a 2 star after. Buy a 1 star first and use the remaining points for other things. The awakening stone could only awaken randomly, not be specified. His luck wasn't bad in his past life, but he didn't want to gamble this time. System: is there a way to direct ability awakening? Random awakening cannot be specified. Higher star awakening stones have a higher probability of yielding high-grade abilities. Final gamble. In my past life I survived without a system. With 5,000 points, what is there to fear? The bus arrived at his stop. He got off, walked for over 10 minutes, and reached an industrial area. He had walked this path countless times in his past life. He could find his way with his eyes closed. The warehouse was at the far end of the industrial area, a gray ironclad building surrounded by weeds with a rusted iron lock hanging on the gate. In his past life, he had discovered this place in the 3rd month of the apocalypse. The warehouse empty except for a few scrap machines. This time was different. He was 7 days early. He walked to the warehouse entrance, glanced at the lock. It was completely rusted. He circled to the side and found a small window. The window was unlocked. He pushed it open, climbed in, and landed on a pile of old cardboard boxes, dusting himself with a cloud of ash. The warehouse was quite large, around 200 to 300 square meters, filled with scrap machines and cardboard boxes. He took a look around and found a slightly cleaner spot, a broken table and a chair in the corner. He brushed the dust off the chair and sat down. He closed his eyes. The system panel unfurled. Host Lin Yuan. Current Dominator points, 5,000. It is recommended to plan an exchange strategy. He already had a plan in mind. First buy the Tang Saber, then the enhancement fluid, and use the remainder for an awakening stone. Tang Saber 2,000, enhancement fluid 2,000, totaling 4,000, leaving 1,000. Not enough for an awakening stone. He needed to adjust, buy the Tang Saber and enhancement fluid first, and save up points for the awakening stone later. System exchange for Tang Saber. Tang Saber first tier. Cost 2,000 Dominator points. Confirm. Confirm. The panel flashed. There were no special effects or sounds, just the text on the panel changing. Then he felt something in his pocket. He reached in and touched a hard object about 40 centimeters long, wrapped in leather. He pulled it out. It was a short saber. The scabbard was rough but sturdy. He drew the blade. A cold light glinted and a faint icy sheen shimmered on the edge. He sheathed the saber and tucked it into his pants pocket. The pocket bulged slightly but was not too conspicuous. System exchange for first tier gene enhancement fluid. First tier gene enhancement fluid. Cost 2,000 Dominator points. Confirm. Confirm. This time nothing appeared in his pocket. But in the next second a surge of heat rose from his stomach, like a gulp of scalding water rushing down his esophagus and exploding in his dantian. The heat spread through his meridians to his limbs. It felt like ants crawling inside his bones, a sour, swollen ache he wanted to scratch, but couldn't reach. He clenched his fists, enduring it. The entire process lasted about 10 seconds, then subsided. He flexed his wrists. He didn't feel much different. No, maybe a little. He couldn't quite describe it, but he felt slightly lighter, and his hands seemed stronger. He made a fist, and his knuckles cracked twice. The system prompted, host's physical attributes have been enhanced. Strength 10, speed 10, endurance 15. 10% not much, but enough. At the very beginning of the apocalypse, an ordinary person would struggle in an unknown fight with a zombie. Now being 10% stronger than an average person killing zombies would be like beating up children. He leaned back in his chair, staring at the dusty ceiling of the warehouse. He still had 1,000 points left. He should buy some basic supplies, compressed biscuits, mineral water, and stock up. He lit a cigarette and ran through his plan in his mind. Stockpile supplies, stockpile weapons, stockpile food, find a safe haven, find a vehicle. In 7 days the blood rain would fall. He needed to have everything ready before then. He stubbed out the cigarette on the table and stood up. He climbed out of the warehouse, brushed the dust off his clothes. The sunlight was a bit blinding. He squinted at the sky. Blue, white, clean. In 6 more days it wouldn't be this color anymore. He pulled out his phone, opened the memo, and added a bold line at the top of the list. Tomorrow, sign the lease for the warehouse. Rent it for a year. Transfer the money. Then he tucked the phone back into his pocket and walked out of the industrial area. He passed by a convenience store, went in, and bought a bottle of mineral water for 2 yuan. He unscrewed the cap and took a sip. It was cool without the metallic taste of his past life. In his past life, the cleanest water he had drunk was rainwater collected during storms, which still had an earthy smell after boiling. Now this bottle of water cost 2 yuan, unbelievably cheap. Standing at the convenience store entrance, his phone vibrated again. A message from his mother. Bought the pork ribs, 12 Gene. Your dad says ITLL last a month. He stared at the line of text, couldn't help but smile. As he smiled, his eyes felt a little hot. He wiped his face and replied, enough. Mom, don't go out these next few days. After sending it, he stared at the screen for a few more seconds, locked it, put the phone in his pocket, and walked on. The bus was crowded now, rush hour. He was squeezed onto the bus and stood the whole way. By the time he got off, it was almost dark and the streetlights hadn't come on yet. He walked back to the neighborhood, went upstairs, and unlocked the door. The room was pitch black. He felt for the switch and pressed it, but the light didn't come on. The bulb had burned out. Standing in the darkness, he suddenly found it ironic. The apocalypse hadn't even come, but the light had already died. He didn't bother changing the bulb. He walked to the window and pulled open the curtains. The light from outside filtered in. The streetlights were already on, casting a dim yellow glow on the old locust tree below, which had been sawed in half. He sat on the windowsill, crossing his legs. He closed his eyes, and the system panel floated in the darkness. Dominator points balance 1,000. The shop still had many items, most of which he couldn't afford. But it didn't matter. When the apocalypse came, so would the Dominator points. He opened his eyes and looked at the streetlight outside the window. In 6 more days, these lights would no longer shine. By then, he would be the light in his own world. He lowered his head and touched the Tang saber in his pocket. The hilt was cold against his palm, as if reminding him, you didn't come back alone. You brought weapons, memories, and a system. That's enough. He sat cross-legged on the windowsill, the cold cement beneath him. The streetlight's glow rose from below, stretching his shadow long and thin against the moldy wall across the way, splashed like ink. In 6 days, these lights would go out. He glanced down at his phone. May 11th, 7:43 p.m. 6 days and 13 hours until the blood rain fell. He stopped muttering, locked the screen, tucked the phone away, and jumped down from the windowsill. Time to get to work. He walked to the desk and twisted the lamp switch. Nothing. The bulb had burned out. Too lazy to change it, he sat down in the dark chair and lit up his phone screen as a flashlight. The light fell on his memo, where words were crammed together in a dense block. He stared at it for a few seconds, then began to list anew. 7 days. 168 hours. It seemed like a lot, but when it came down to it, time was tight. No rush, one thing at a time. Don't be greedy, don't panic. He typed a few large characters on a new page, 7-day countdown. Below, he listed several items. Money. Withdraw every last cent he could use. In the apocalypse, paper money would be worthless, but before that it was still hard currency. He had about 13000 to 14000 yuan in his account. Adding his mother's, he could probably scrape together 2000. That money had to become things: food, drink, and supplies. Food and water. Rice flour, compressed biscuits, canned goods, bottled water, water purification tablets. Priority on bulk purchases, stockpile as much as possible. He had already scouted a warehouse. He would sign the contract tomorrow. Weapons and gear. He had the Tang sword, but it wasn't enough. Protective equipment, cold weapons, firearms. He couldn't get a gun now, but no rush. On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, he could scavenge from scattered military and police. For now, he could get a crossbow and a stab-proof vest. Safe point. The warehouse could serve as a base, but it wasn't a long-term solution. He needed a more concealed, fortified place close to a water source. In his past life, he knew of one, a semi-abandoned military outpost in the suburbs. It wasn't discovered until the third month of the apocalypse, and he wanted to claim it, but lost out to others. This time he would claim it early. He set the phone on the desk, leaned back in the chair, and stared at the still-lit fluorescent tube on the ceiling. The tube was yellowed, blackened at one end, the starter silent, just glowing quietly. It was quiet for a long time. Suddenly, he remembered something. On the 37th day of the apocalypse in his past life, he had met a man, a veteran surnamed Jiang, who held out in a shopping mall for 2 months, never letting the zombies break in. That old man had his own survival code, and had even taught him a few tricks. Unfortunately, he later died at the hands of the Final Order. In this life, he had to find him early and recruit him. Talent was more valuable than supplies. Supplies could be found again, but people lost were gone forever. He sat up straight and added a 5th item to his memo: find people. Jiang, live veteran in his 40s, a scar on his left cheek. At the start of the apocalypse, he was near the Wangda shopping mall in the north of the city. In his past life, he didn't meet him until the 37th day. This time, he needed to act early. After typing these words, he suddenly felt like a product manager planning a project. Wasn't that what he did in the days before the apocalypse? List requirements, prioritize, draw Gantt charts. Now the Gantt chart had become a 7-day survival plan, and the project goal had shifted from product launch to staying alive. He opened the banking app and glanced at the balance. 137000 yuan. Then he linked his mother's card, which had about 50000. Together it was less than 2000. 200. In Beijing, if you spent recklessly, it would only buy enough food for a few dozen people for half a year. But he wasn't feeding dozens, he only had to feed himself, plus a few useful people at most. It was enough. He put down the phone, stood up, and walked to the window. The streetlight was still on. Downstairs, the stray cat darted past the trash can again, a swift black flash. He suddenly felt this scene was precious. In 6 days, the cat wouldn't be a cat anymore. Some would become zombie cats, and their bites would hurt more than a zombie dog's. He turned, put on his jacket, and patted his pockets. The Tang sword was there, his phone, his keys. His wallet was there, containing his ID, bank cards, and a crumpled 50 yuan bill he couldn't remember slipping in. He stepped out. The breakfast stall downstairs had already closed, leaving behind stains of oil and a few rotten vegetable leaves. As he walked past, the lingering scent of fried dough sticks and soy milk still hung in the air. He swallowed, but didn't stop. Time was tight, not the moment for eating. He headed to the nearest bank first. The 24-hour self-service area was lit and empty. He inserted his card and withdrew 2000 yuan. The sound of the ATM dispensing cash was especially crisp in the night, bill after bill, like counting heartbeats. He stuffed the notes into an inner pocket and withdrew twice more, hitting the daily limit. Tomorrow he would have to go to the counter for a large transfer. Next stop, the grain and oil wholesale market. The iron gate was firmly locked. He went around to the side and saw the night watchman dozing in the guardroom. He tapped on the window. The old man was startled awake, squinting at the visitor. Lin Yuan said he wanted to place an order, the earliest batch tomorrow. The old man said they opened at 6. If he came to queue at 5, he would get the first shipment. He also went to the suburban warehouse. Under the moonlight, the rusty lock was still the same, dusty, the lock cylinder nearly rusted through. He didn't go in. Tomorrow he would come during the day to sign the contract, pay, and get the keys. Standing by the roadside, a night bus passed, its taillights dragging a red line across the road like a wound cut into the asphalt. He suddenly recalled his past life. What was he doing at this moment? Probably working overtime or scrolling through his phone in his rented room, brushing past posts about apocalypse prophecies, swiping away, and muttering, "Idiot." Back then he knew nothing. Now he knew everything. He lowered his head, buried his face in his jacket collar, and walked back. His mind never stopped. How much food to buy? Enough for one person for half a year. About 300 jin of rice and flour, 50 jin of compressed biscuits, 100 cases of water. Which pharmacy to sweep for medicine? The largest chain pharmacy in Chaoyang district was looted on the first day of the apocalypse. He had to get there first. Weapons. A crossbow wasn't expensive. 300 yuan could buy a decent one, and he needed 100 arrows. Protective gear, a stab-proof vest, was available on Taobao. Express delivery could get it here tomorrow. He went through each item in his mind, like inventorying an arsenal. Back at his rented room, it was almost 11 p.m. The sound-activated light in the hallway behaved this time, turning on as he entered. He opened the door. The room was pitch black. He didn't change the bulb. He took off his jacket, draped it over the chair, and sat down on the edge of the bed. His phone lit up. His mother had sent a voice message. He tapped to listen. His mother's voice was a bit hoarse, as if she had just woken up. "The ribs are frozen. Your dad asks when you're coming home to eat." He pressed the talk button, hesitated. "Mom will be back this weekend." As soon as he said it, he realized it was wrong. The apocalypse was next Monday. Going back this weekend meant he could still see them. If he didn't, he might never see them again. He listened to the voice message again, then deleted it without sending. He lay on the bed without taking off his shoes. The water stain on the ceiling was still there, shaped like a curled-up person. He stared at it for a long time, his mind calculating. 6 days left, no 143 hours. Too much to do, too little time. But he wasn't panicking. In his past life, when he crawled out of a pile of corpses, he didn't even have a scrap of cloth on him, not even a stick in his hand, yet he still survived for years. Now he had the system, a sword, money, memories, and 6 days. That was enough. He turned over facing the wall. His fingers touched the Tang sword in his pocket. The hilt was still cold. He drew it out, glanced at it in the faint light from outside the window. It was unremarkable, like one of those knives of unknown steel sold in supermarkets. But the system's Tier 1 label wasn't for nothing. He had used this sword in his past life, cutting through zombie heads was like slicing watermelons. He knew its worth. He sheathed the sword and tucked it under his pillow. That way he could sleep soundly. Before closing his eyes, he ran through tomorrow's list one last time in his mind. 5 a.m. Rush to the wholesale market for grain. 8 a.m. A bank counter for transfer. 9 a.m. Warehouse to sign contract. 10 a.m. Pharmacy sweep. Afternoon sports store for crossbow and stab-proof vest. Evening list the next day's tasks. The day was packed. He closed his eyes. In the darkness, there was no light at all. After a long time, a cat's cry came from somewhere outside the window, one after another, like a child crying. He didn't hear it. He was already asleep, but not deeply. His dreams were all red, red rain, red blood, red eyes. He ran but couldn't move. Someone pushed him from behind. He snapped awake. 3:20 a.m. The phone screen was lit. There were no messages. The sky outside was still dark. He didn't go back to sleep. He sat up, touched the knife under the pillow again, then went to wash his face. The person in the mirror, pale with sagging bags under his eyes, stubble sprouting again, the scar on his brow faintly visible under the fluorescent light like a poorly healed line. He stared at that person for 2 seconds, then turned off the faucet. There was a lot to do today. He grabbed his jacket and pushed open the door. The sound-activated light in the hallway turned on again. He walked quickly down the stairs, pushed open the unit door. Outside was pitch black, the streetlights still on, casting a dim yellow glow. In the distance, a hint of gray-white at the horizon. Hard to tell if it was city lights or the first omen of dawn. He took a deep breath. May 12th, 3:43 a.m. A little more than 6 days until the blood rain descended upon the world. He stepped out. Today he would set everything in motion. On May 12th, at 3:43 in the morning, the sky had yet to fully lighten. When Lin Yuan stepped out of the apartment building, the street lamps were still glowing, casting a murky yellow light that stretched his shadow across the ground, fractured into segments like a rope snapped apart. He rubbed his hands together and walked out of the neighborhood. The streets were nearly deserted. An occasional taxi sped past, its taillights a bloody red, as if about to drip. His first stop wasn't the wholesale market. It wouldn't open until 5. He needed to go to the bank first. The 24-hour self-service area had only yielded the daily withdrawal limit the day before. For large transfers, he'd have to wait for the counter staff to come in. But there was one thing he had to do first: transfer the money from his mother's card. Not to his account, but withdraw it and convert it into goods. After the apocalypse, the numbers in the bank would be worthless paper. Only what you held in your hands was true gold and silver. He walked into the nearest ICBC self-service area and inserted his mother's card. He knew the password. All her passwords were his birthday. The screen lit up. He tapped into the balance. Inquiry 53600 yuan. Not much, but not too little either. He pressed withdrawal 5000 each time. The cash dispenser whirred a dozen times, spitting out stacks of bills. He stuffed the money into his inner pocket, then switched to his own card and continued withdrawing. The ATM had a daily limit. When he could withdraw no more, his inner pocket bulged like a small pillow tucked inside. Leaving the self-service area, he stood at the entrance, pulled out his phone, and glanced at it. 420. Still early. Head to the wholesale market first to secure his spot. On his way to the grain and oil market, his phone vibrated. His mother. He stared at the screen, then answered. Why are you withdrawing money in the dead of night? The bank sent me a text. Her voice held no accusation, none of that "what are you hiding from me" tone. She was just asking as casually as if she were asking if he'd eaten today. Lin Yuan was silent for 2 seconds. He had expected her to press, to interrogate, to say have you been scammed, or even to cry. He had prepared a whole arsenal of excuses: investment, buying a house, lending to a friend. He had every pretext ready, but his mother asked nothing. Mom, don't ask, was all he could say. There was a quiet pause on the other end of the line. Not the silence of anger, nor the silence of disappointment. Just silence. Then his mother said, all right, I won't ask. You take care. Just that one sentence. Lin Yuan opened his mouth, wanting to say something. He wanted to say, Mom, trust me. Wanted to say, I'll tell you when I get back. Wanted to say, I'm withdrawing the money to stay alive. But the words lodged in his throat, all of them. He said nothing. Got it. He hung up. After the call ended, he stood under the street lamp, gripping his phone until it creaked. The May wind was still cold, flipping up his coat collar, but he didn't bother to pull it down. He stood there for over 10 seconds, then cursed himself, and continued walking. His mother wasn't without worry, as she chose not to ask. She trusted him. That trust was more painful than any interrogation. If she had questioned him, he could have lied, could have pushed back, could have stormed off. But she gave him silence, a retreat of "all right, I won't ask," swallowing all her doubts and fears, burying them deep inside, so he wouldn't see. He shook his head. No time for sentimentality now. At 5:05 he arrived at the wholesale market. The iron gate had just cracked open. An old man in a military coat was pushing back the metal fence. Lin Yuan squeezed in and headed straight for the grain and oil shop. The owner had just finished unloading goods, and seeing someone this early assumed it was a big sale. "Boss, rice flour, cooking oil, compressed biscuits, canned goods. He'll take as much as you have." The owner paused, sizing him up. "You run a supermarket?" "No. Sending it back home." He made up an excuse on the spot. The owner asked no more and began hauling the goods. Lin Yuan joined in, stacking bags one by one at the entrance. He used the money from his mother's card, paying out 10,000 at a time without blinking. 50 bags of rice, 30 bags of flour, 20 buckets of cooking oil, 50 boxes of compressed biscuits, 200 cans. The owner's abacus clicked rapidly as he tallied, finally naming a figure. Lin Yuan handed over the card and swiped it. "Where to deliver?" "They'll send you the warehouse address later." Lin Yuan opened his phone's memo and showed the owner the address. The owner glanced at it. "The suburbs. Delivery fee plus 200. "Fine." Emerging from the wholesale market, dawn was just breaking. The east was a murky gray, the west still held a moon pale as a poorly printed stamp. Lin Yuan stood by the roadside, a cigarette dangling from his lips unlit. He just held it there, standing in the wind for a long while, running through the next stops in his mind. Pharmacy, sporting goods store, building materials market. His phone vibrated again. His mother again. You withdrew all your money too." Her voice was still calm and unhurried. Lin Yuan grunted in affirmation. "How much did you take?" "All of it." There was another silence on the line, longer this time. So long that Lin Yuan thought she had hung up. "Mom, don't. Are you in some kind of trouble?" his mother interrupted, her tone unchanged, still so soft, as if afraid of startling him. "Tell me whatever it is, I can handle it." Lin Yuan took the cigarette from his mouth, crushing it in his palm until the paper wrinkled. "Mom, there's no trouble. Just think of it as me making a very important investment. You'll know in a while." He didn't even believe himself, but his mother did. "All right, I won't ask. That warehouse of yours. Don't tell anyone the address. Be careful." His mother paused. "He'll cover for you with your father. You know how he is. He'll never stop asking." A chord in Lin Yuan's heart was plucked hard, aching sharply. His mother had even thought of that. She didn't ask, didn't stop him, and even covered for him. She didn't know the apocalypse was coming, didn't know why he was hoarding supplies, didn't know why he was spending money like a madman. But she trusted him. "Mom will come see you when I'm done with this." "Good. You go ahead." She didn't say more and hung up. Lin Yuan stuffed his phone back into his pocket and lit the crumpled cigarette. He took a drag. Bitter. He turned into an alley, found a breakfast stall, and ordered a bowl of tofu pudding and 2 fried dough sticks. As he sat down to eat, his hands were still trembling slightly. Not from the cold. It was from those few light words from his mother. The tofu pudding was savory, topped with dried shrimp, seaweed, and cilantro. He drank it slowly, spoonful by spoonful. At the next table, an old man was eating steamed buns, chatting with the owner as he chewed, saying how vegetable prices had gone up again and garlic was almost as expensive as meat. The owner laughed and chimed in. Lin Yuan listened to these mundane conversations and suddenly felt how good the pre-apocalypse days were. Good precisely because no one knew. But he couldn't afford not to know. Finishing his breakfast, he pushed the bowl aside and stood up. The third item on his phone's memo: go to the pharmacy. The largest chain pharmacy in Chaoyang district was at the intersection, open 24 hours. He arrived just as it opened. A clerk was wiping the counter. He walked in and rattled off the names of over 20 types of medicine and equipment: antibiotics, antipyretics, tourniquets, scalpels, suture needles, iodine gauze, painkillers, potent analgesics. The clerk, a young woman in her 20s, stared blankly for a long moment after he finished. "Which hospital are you from?" "Personal use." He didn't explain. "Give me as much as you have." The girl hesitated, then went to the storeroom to fetch the supplies. Lin Yuan looked at the medicine boxes piled on the counter and added, "Do you have prescription drugs? Like antibiotics?" "Prescription drugs require a doctor's prescription. I know, I have one. I forgot to bring it. Let me buy first, he'll show it later." He lied. The girl glanced at him, probably thinking he was just stocking up on household essentials, and didn't press further. She pulled out a few boxes of cephalosporin and amoxicillin from under the counter. Lin Yuan took them all. At the checkout, he swiped his own card. 12000 yuan. He carried the medicine boxes to the entrance one by one, then went out and hailed a Lalamove truck, giving the warehouse address. The driver helped him load and asked why he was buying so much medicine. He said there were many elderly at home, so he was stocking up. The driver didn't ask further. By the time he finished this round, it was nearly noon. He stood by the roadside, the handle of the Tang sword in his pocket pressing against his thigh and the bank card in his pocket already feeling thinner. Several tens of thousands had been spent, the goods piled up in the warehouse, still unsorted. His mother's last message still read, "I'll cover for you with your father." He read it once, then again, and locked his phone. Suddenly a memory struck him. In his past life, on the 37th day of the apocalypse, he encountered a woman in the ruins. She was kneeling holding an infant that had already turned into a zombie, muttering, "Mom shouldn't have gone out, Mom shouldn't have brought you out." Back then he thought he had become heartless, but that scene haunted him. He remembered his mother asking, "Are you in some kind of trouble?" And he answering no. He had lied. He was in trouble, immense trouble. He had to make sure his mother survived the apocalypse. That was his greatest mission in this life. He strode toward the next stop, the sporting goods store, to buy a crossbow and stab-resistant vest. The road was still long, there was still time. He quickened his pace, the wind rushing into his collar. His phone vibrated again. Not his mother, but a bank SMS, warning of a large cash withdrawal and advising account security. He ignored it. He suddenly felt like calling his mother, but didn't know what to say. Was he supposed to tell her that in 7 days red rain would fall from the sky and man-eating monsters would crawl out of the ground? She wouldn't believe him, she'd just think he was crazy. But everything he said was true. Every second of his past life was real. Oh, every scar on his body was real. The one on his brow bone identical to the scar from his past life, just half a year earlier. He lowered his head, pulled out another cigarette, and lit it. He hadn't smoked much before, he only started after the apocalypse. Now this cigarette burned before the apocalypse, its blue-gray smoke scattered by the wind, just like all the ordinary days of this era, drifting away until they vanished. He stubbed out the cigarette and tossed it into the trash. A person couldn't be compared to a cigarette. He stopped at the entrance of the sporting goods store, paused, and pushed the door open. A salesperson approached. "What can I help you with, sir?" "A crossbow and a stab-resistant vest. The best you have." The salesperson paused. Lin Yuan added, "Company team building, playing real-life CS." The salesperson smiled and said, "This way, please." Lin Yuan followed his gaze, sweeping over the compound bows and crossbow bolts hanging on the wall, a twinge of longing in his fingers. 6 days left. There was still so much to prepare. The warehouse needed to be sorted and organized tonight. Food on the east side, medicine on the west, weapons in the innermost, most concealed spot. The safe point also needed to be finalized soon. He couldn't delay any longer. He selected a crossbow, tested its feel. Acceptable. Then he picked a stab-resistant vest, tried it on. A bit heavy, but manageable. The salesperson asked if he wanted to try a compound bow. He said next time. At the checkout, it was another few thousand. He hoisted the gear onto his shoulder and stepped out of the store. The sunlight was just right, warm on his face. He adjusted the bag with the vest on his shoulders, squinted up at the sky. A flawless, deep blue, not a single cloud. By next Monday, it wouldn't be this color anymore. He pulled out his phone and checked off pharmacy and sporting goods on the memo list. 3 items remained unfinished. He quickened his pace, heading toward the warehouse. Emerging from the sports equipment store, it was nearly 2 in the afternoon. Lin Yuan slung the stab-proof vest bag over his shoulder and stood by the roadside, the sunlight, so dazzling it was hard to keep his eyes open. He pulled out his phone and glanced at his memo. The warehouse contract still, and signed the payment, unsettled, the keys unclaimed. He couldn't put it off any longer. Hailing a taxi, he headed straight for the outskirts. In the car, he leaned against the window, watching the cityscape recede, his mind entirely occupied with the warehouse layout. In his past life, he hadn't found that warehouse until the 3rd month. It had been empty inside, with only a few scrap machines and a pile of rusty iron racks. But that place was excellent. Remote, secluded, with only one road leading in and out, easy to defend and hard to attack. This time he would seize it ahead of time and turn it into his fortress. The drive took over 40 minutes, stopping at the entrance of the industrial zone. He paid, pushed the door open, and got out. The sun had already begun to slant westward, casting a dark yellow hue over the gray tin sheds of the industrial area. He walked along the familiar path. The weeds had grown a bit taller than a few days ago. The rusty lock still hung on the gate, dusty and gray as if it had been there for a century. This time, instead of climbing through the window, he directly dialed the rental number posted on the wall. The person on the other end was a middle-aged man with a voice as rough as sandpaper. "Hello, who is this?" "Hi, I'd like to rent your warehouse." There was a pause on the other end. "Which warehouse?" "The one at the very end of the industrial zone, the gray tin shed." "Oh, that one. Come on over, I'll be there in 20 minutes. After hanging up, Lin Yuan waited at the gate for about 20 minutes. An old Santana pulled up and a man in his 40s got out. He had a protruding belly, wore a wrinkled jacket, and clutched a set of keys in his hand. He gave Lin Yuan a once-over, probably thinking this young man didn't look like he was in legitimate business. "You want to rent the warehouse?" he asked. "Yes." "What for?" "Storing some goods." "What kind of goods?" "Food." Lin Yuan didn't hide it. After all, when the apocalypse came, nothing could be concealed anyway. The man didn't press further. He unlocked the gate. As the iron door swung open, a musty smell rushed out mingled with rust and dust. The warehouse was empty inside with only a few scrap machines leaning against the wall. Most of the fluorescent lights overhead were broken, casting a dim, murky glow. A layer of dust covered the floor, stirring up with every gust of wind. "How big is this place?" Lin Yuan asked. 300 square meters, the man said. "Water and electricity are available, but you'll have to replace the light tubes yourself. The monthly rent is 10,000 with a deposit of 1 month and payment of 3 months up front." He didn't haggle. The price wasn't expensive for the suburbs. He needed the location, not a bargain. The man was taken aback, probably not expecting the young man to be so straightforward. The man pulled a crumpled contract from his bag. Lin Yuan took it, skimmed through it, saw no pitfalls, and signed it. Then he took out his phone and transferred 20,000 yuan to the man. Once the money was in, the man's expression brightened considerably. He handed over the keys and added, "If you don't need that scrap metal inside, I can have someone haul it away." Lin Yuan said to leave it for now, he'd decide later. The man left. Lin Yuan closed the iron door and stood in the center of the warehouse. The wind seeped through the cracks in the door, howling mournfully like a sob. He took a deep breath. Dust, mold, and an indescribable smell. But this place would be his first fortress in the apocalypse, a refuge for the first batch of survivors. It was enough. He pulled out his phone and called the grain and oil shop owner, giving him the warehouse address and arranging for delivery. The owner said had arrived before 5 o'clock. He checked his watch. There was still over an hour. He used the time to look around the warehouse. The empty space on the east side could hold the grain. The west wall was for medicine and medical equipment, and the farthest end, enclosed by scrap machines, would be a hidden area for weapons. He pulled out his phone and sketched a rough layout in his memo, categorizing the items he needed to purchase. In his past life, he was pushed along by circumstances. In this one, he would turn the tables and dominate his fate. At 450, the grain and oil shop's truck arrived. 2 large trucks followed by a small van. The owner came personally to escort the goods. He jumped out, brushed the dust off his hands, glanced at the warehouse, and said, "This place is remote enough." Lin Yuan said it was convenient. The owner didn't ask further and directed the workers to unload. 50 bags of rice, 30 bags of flour, 20 barrels of cooking oil, 50 boxes of compressed biscuits, 200 cans plus miscellaneous grain, salt, and sugar, all piled up in a heap. The workers carried the goods inside trip after trip. Lin Yuan stood at the door counting. Halfway through, the owner sidled up and offered him a cigarette. "I shouldn't say this," the owner lowered his voice, "but stocking up on so much food. Have you heard something?" Lin Yuan took the cigarette, but didn't light it. "Heard what?" "There's talk online about the apocalypse. I didn't believe it, but this order of yours has got me worried." The owner gave an uneasy smile. Lin Yuan tucked the cigarette behind his ear. "It's nothing. Just preparing ahead because of a disaster in my hometown." The owner shot him a look, but didn't press further, turning to call the workers. Lin Yuan knew he wasn't convinced, but he didn't care. In 6 days, whether he believed it or not wouldn't matter. By the time the goods were unloaded, dusk was falling. The workers drove the empty trucks away, and the owner left after receiving the final payment. Lin Yuan stood alone in the center of the warehouse, surrounded by rows of rice bags stacked higher than a man. In the corner were dozens of cases of bottled water stacked half a head taller than him. He touched the nearest bag of rice. The coarse burlap was rough against his hand. He had known hunger in the apocalypse. He knew that this bag of rice could buy a person's life 3 months from now. But for now, it was just rice, no different from what you'd find in a market. He didn't know how long he stood there until his phone buzzed. It was his mother. "You, what have you been up to all day? No word from you the whole time." Her voice carried a hint of reproach, but it was light, like a gentle scratch. "Mom, I'm out handling some business. They'll come see you tomorrow." As he said this, his eyes were fixed on the cans stacked in the corner of the warehouse. Canned braised pork, the mail-in brand. In his past life, had seen 3 of those traded for a woman. "Business? What business?" "You withdrew all the money. Your dad was talking about it today, wondering if someone had tricked you." "No one tricked me, Mom. Just don't ask." His voice dropped, becoming so deep, it even sounded strange to himself. He quickly added, "Mom, tell Dad he'll definitely come home this weekend." His mother paused. "Are you sure?" "I'm sure." "All right then. Take care of yourself. Don't just eat instant noodles. There's frozen pork ribs in the fridge. Your dad said he'll make sweet and sour ribs when you come back." Her voice softened. Lin Yuan's nose stung. "Okay." He hung up, squatted by the warehouse door, took the cigarette from behind his ear, and lit it. Night came early in the industrial zone. The sky was already pitch black, with streetlights spaced far apart, casting a dim yellow glow. Some factory in the distance was still running its machines, humming like a sleepless beast. He finished the cigarette, stood up, brushed the dust off his pants, pulled the iron door shut, and locked it. Then he walked a stretch to the intersection and hailed a taxi. On the way back to his rental room, a thought suddenly struck him. On the 3rd day of the apocalypse in his past life, he had met an old man named Zhou, in his 60s, a retired engineer. That old man had survived over a year in the apocalypse, relying not on force, but on his wits. He could repair generators, rewire circuits, and piece together functional charging systems from scrapped solar panels. He had died in a zombie tide, clutching a screwdriver in his hand. In this life, Lin Yuan was determined to find that old man. He took out his phone and added a note to his memo. Engineer Zhou retired at an old residential area in Chaoyang district when the apocalypse begins. In his past life, he had met him at a repair shop. He couldn't recall the exact location, but he knew the general area. The taxi arrived at the entrance to his neighborhood. He paid and got out. He went upstairs, opened the door, didn't turn on the light. He washed his face in the dark, laid down on the bed. The only unchecked item on today's memo list was building materials, market buy materials to reinforce doors and windows. He would go first thing tomorrow. He placed his phone on his chest and closed his eyes. In the darkness, he could hear his own heartbeat, steady and unhurried like a countdown. He had already spent nearly 100,000 yuan filling the warehouse with grain and water, acquiring a Tang Saber stab-proof vest and crossbow bolts. But it wasn't enough, far from enough. He needed more than just supplies. He needed people. Those who could make a real difference in the apocalypse. He thought of Jiang Lai, of Engineer Zhou, and many others he had encountered in his past life. Those who survived the apocalypse, those with skills and a conscience. He wanted to gather them all before the end began. He opened his eyes, fumbled for his phone, and typed a line at the top of his memo for the next 5 days: visit at least one place each day to find people. Then he tucked the phone under his pillow and turned over. The streetlight outside was still on, shining through the gap in the not fully drawn curtains, casting a thin beam of light like a cigarette, but that hadn't been fully extinguished. He stared at that sliver of light, running through his plan for tomorrow in his mind: buy materials at the building market, reinforce the warehouse doors and windows, then go look for that old residential area where Engineer Zhou might live. Thinking about it, he drifted off to sleep. But he didn't sleep long, waking up again around 3 in the morning. He reached under his pillow, felt the knife, gripped it, then let go. His nerves had been stretched taut these past few days, so tight that even in his dreams, he was running, moving things, talking to people. He sat up, checked his phone. There were no new messages from his mother. He suddenly wanted to send his mother a message saying, "Mom, I love you." He typed a few words, then deleted them. Words like that sounded too much like a final farewell. He wasn't entitled to say them yet. He lay back down, pulling the blanket up to his chin. 6 days left. Before closing his eyes, he silently repeated that phrase in his heart: 6 days. Then he sank into a dreamless darkness. He woke up once around 3 in the morning, then drifted back to sleep. When he opened his eyes again, the sky was already bright. The numbers on his phone screen were glaring: 7:20 a.m. He cursed himself and rolled over to get up. There was too much work today. He couldn't afford to waste any more time. He headed straight for the building materials market. Steel, cement, barbed wire, nails, door locks. He piled them one by one onto the cart. The shopkeeper asked what he was doing, and he said he was fixing up a house. The shopkeeper didn't pry further. After settling the bill, he called a freight truck, loaded everything in, and headed straight for the warehouse. He arrived at the warehouse around 9. He unloaded the goods and stacked them by the door, then circled the warehouse a few times. It was made of corrugated iron with walls barely over 2 meters high and not even a strand of barbed wire on top. In his past life, he had seen too many such places breached by zombies. The thought made him uneasy. It was fine for stockpiling supplies, but as a safe haven, far from it. He pulled out his phone and browsed the map. From his past life, he remembered an abandoned factory further out north of the industrial zone beside a dried-up riverbed. It was convenient to access, yet secluded. He had passed by that place a few times, but never went in for a closer look. This time he decided to scout it out. It took about 10 minutes to drive there. The factory gate was rusted beyond recognition, with withered vines crawling over the iron railings. Peering inside, he saw several gray, dusty factory buildings standing there, most of their windows shattered. Wild grass grew wildly at the base of the walls like untended graves. He pushed the gate. It wasn't locked. The chain hung loosely on the ring, and it swung open with a push. Stepping inside, his feet crunched on the gravel. The factory was quite large, with 2 workshops alone covering perhaps over 1,000 square meters. At the northernmost end stood a 2-story building, probably the old office. He walked through each one, inspecting the walls and roofs. The buildings were brick and concrete, with outer walls a good half-meter thick and narrow windows. Easy to defend, hard to attack. There was a well in the yard. He didn't know if it still worked, but water meant survival. The backyard also had an empty plot where vegetables could be grown. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. This place was leagues better than that tin warehouse. Standing by the window on the 2nd floor, he looked out. Beyond the walls stretched vast farmlands and scattered villages with an open view that would let him spot anything approaching first. He had a plan now. Leaving the factory, he found a rental advertisement board nearby with a contact number. He dialed it, and an elderly woman answered, saying it was her son's factory and she was helping him lease it. The old woman quoted an annual rent of 80,000. He didn't haggle and said he would sign the contract today. The old woman seemed startled by his decisiveness, and said her son wouldn't be back until the afternoon, telling him to come then. He had a bowl of noodles nearby and sat around until 2 in the afternoon. A black SUV pulled up at the factory gate and a man in his early 30s got out, bald with a gold chain around his neck and a belly bigger than a pregnant woman's. He looked Lin Yuan up and down, probably thinking this young man didn't seem like someone who'd rent a factory. You want to rent it? Yes. For what? Storing equipment, Lin Yuan said casually. The man didn't ask further, took him inside for a tour and kept praising how great the factory was as they walked. Lin Yuan listened without a word. After the tour, the man asked if he wanted to rent it. Lin Yuan said yes, annual payment signed today. The man paused, probably never seeing anyone so straightforward, smiled, and fetched the contract from his car. Lin Yuan read it carefully, found no traps, and signed. Then he transferred 80,000 via his phone. The man pocketed the money, handed him the keys, said, "Call me if anything comes up," and drove off. Lin Yuan stood at the factory gate, gripping the keys in his palm, the metal biting into his flesh. This place would be his fortress from now on. Over the next 2 days, he worked like an ox, anchoring himself to the factory. On the first day, he reinforced the walls. He hauled rolls of barbed wire to the top, welding them to the wall, with steel bars layering it twice. Then he dug a shallow trench at the base, not deep, but enough to stop zombies from climbing up. Working alone, he raised several blood blisters on his hands, which burst and formed new ones. But strangely, in the past, such heavy labor would leave his back aching after half a day, and now, after moving dozens of wire rolls, he wasn't even out of breath. That 10 from the system wasn't for nothing. On the second day, he built a hidden storage room. In the corner of the innermost workshop, he dug a cellar, covered it with prefabricated slabs, layered soil on top, and planted weeds as camouflage. The cellar wasn't large, but it could hold a week's worth of food, water, and weapons, his last resort if the outer defenses were breached. He also reinforced all the windows in the office building, welding iron bars over them, leaving only one entrance. The main gate got a new lock, and the chain was replaced with a thicker one. During these 2 days of work, his mind never stopped racing. A sturdy shelter wasn't enough, he also needed people. Those who would prove invaluable in his past life were now scattered across every corner of this city, waiting for the apocalypse to jolt them awake. He had to find them before the end came. On the afternoon of the third day, as he was laying waterproof tarps on the factory roof, his phone rang. His mother. Are you coming home for dinner tonight? I've saved some ribs for you." He looked up, the setting sun was glaring, and he squinted. "Mom, not tonight. Not again. What have you been so busy with these days? You don't come home, you don't call." His mother's voice finally grew anxious. He opened his mouth, wanting to say, "I'm building a house," wanting to say, "I'm preparing for the apocalypse," wanting to say, "I'm fighting to keep you alive." But the words all caught in his throat. "Mom will be back after I finish these 2 days. You always say after I finish, but when is that? Your dad was talking about you all day yesterday, saying you used to cling to him as a child, and now you won't even come home." His mother's tone softened, not reproach, but heartache. Lin Yuan gripped the phone, his knuckles turning white. He remembered his past life. After the apocalypse, he never saw his parents again. He didn't know if they died in the jaws of zombies, starved in some corner, or became zombies themselves. He dared not think about it, nor did he want to. Those images were sealed in the deepest recesses of his memory. "Mom'll definitely come back this weekend." He heard his own voice trembling slightly. His mother was silent for a moment, then sighed. "All right, you go ahead. Remember to eat, and don't just have instant noodles. I've frozen that box of ribs for you. We'll cook them when you're back." Got it." After hanging up, he crouched on the roof, watching the sun sink little by little. The sky shifted from oranger to dark purple, then from dark purple to gray-blue. The wind blew, carrying the scent of earth and withered grass. The twilight before the apocalypse. It turned out to be so beautiful. He tucked his phone back into his pocket, laid the last piece of waterproof tarp, and weighed down the edges with bricks. Then he climbed down from the roof, dusted himself off, gathered his tools against the wall, locked the door, and drove the rented pickup truck back to the city. Over the next 3 days, he continued renovating the factory while starting to search for people. On the first day, he went near the Wanda Mall in the north of the city. In his past life, he had met Jiang Lai here, but this time he circled around and couldn't find her. Probably the timing was off. He left Jiang Lai's description with a few security guards and cleaners, asking them to keep an eye out. He also went to the nearby Veterans Affairs office to leave his contact information. But this time he did one extra thing. After noting down the license plate of the woman with the crew cut, he sent a WeChat message to an old classmate who worked as a traffic cop to look it up. It might not help, but having more leads was better than none. On the second day, he went to that old residential area in Chaoyang district looking for engineer Zhou. He checked door numbers one by one and spotted an old man fixing a rice cooker at a repair shop under a 6-story red brick building. He was in his 60s with graying hair, wearing reading glasses, and his hands were covered in motor oil. He looked at those hands and remembered the generators repaired and the solar panels cobbled together in his past life. "Master Zhou," he asked tentatively. The old man looked up, pushing his glasses up with the back of his hand. "Who are you?" My surname is Lin. I heard you're great at fixing electrical appliances, and I wanted to ask for your help. What kind of help, eh? I have a factory building with severely aged wiring. I'd like you to take a look and replace or repair whatever needs fixing. He'll pay well. The old man set down the rice cooker and looked him over. Where are you from? The industrial zone not far from here, Lin Yuan said, giving him the address. The day after tomorrow morning, he'll send a car to pick you up. The old man neither agreed nor refused, only saying, well, see then. Lin Yuan didn't press him, just left his contact information first. Back in his rented room that night, he sorted through everything he had bought over the past few days. In his phone's memo, most of the checklist was ticked off. Food was secured, water was secured, weapons were secured, a base was secured, the walls were reinforced, and the cellar was dug. Only people were missing. Lying in bed, his mind was still churning. Would engineer Zhou come the day after tomorrow? Where exactly was Zhonglai? Who else was there? He couldn't afford to miss a single one of those who would shine after the apocalypse. Closing his eyes, something flickered in the darkness. It wasn't the system panel. It was the light from a distant street lamp filtering through the curtains, brightening and dimming like blinking. Today was May 14th. 4 days left. The countdown to the blood rain, 4 days. He turned over and pulled the blanket up to his chin. Tomorrow he would continue reinforcing the factory and searching for people. That wall wasn't finished yet, the cellar's ventilation wasn't done, and engineer Zhou hadn't given a firm answer. Too many things to do, too little time. But he wasn't anxious. Being anxious wouldn't help. One thing at a time, one person at a time. When the apocalypse came, he needed food, weapons, and people. He wanted everyone who had betrayed him, hurt him, or tried to climb over him to know. In this life, the hunter had changed. May 15th, 3 days until the countdown. When the alarm rang, Lin Yuan was dreaming of standing in red rain, clutching a box of cephalosporin in his hand, trying to hand it to someone, but unable to reach them. He woke up at 6:30, the sky already bright. Without even washing his face, he grabbed his phone to check the memo. Today's list had only 3 words: pharmacy, pharmacy, and pharmacy. He wasn't going to just one store, he planned to sweep through half the city's pharmacies. In his past life, he had suffered from the lack of medicine. In the 3rd month of the apocalypse, he witnessed a man trade a box of amoxicillin for a pistol. That gun later fell into his hands, but the bullets were long gone. He kept the medicine box, just to remember one thing. Antibiotics were more ruthless than guns. He got up and scraped his face. His hands were a bit unsteady, and the stubble on his chin was tough. He scraped 3 times before feeling clean. The man in the mirror had heavy bags under his eyes, and the scar on his brow bone gleamed faintly under the light, like a freshly healed centipede. He stared for 2 seconds, tossed the razor aside, and walked out. The first store was on Chaoyang Road, at the corner of the intersection. The storefront was small, but it had a decent selection. He arrived just as it opened. The clerk was still mopping the floor. Without a word, he slapped a list onto the counter. Scribbled like a ghost scrawl: cephalosporin, amoxicillin, levofloxacin, iodine, gauze, tourniquets, syringes, scalpel blades. The clerk, a young man in his 20s in a white coat, glanced at the list, then at him, probably wondering if this guy was planning to open a clinic. Why buy so much medicine? The young man asked. For my hometown. Do you have a prescription? Antibiotics require one. Forgot it. Just get them first, they'll bring it later. He lied without a blush or a racing heart. The young man hesitated, probably deciding he didn't look like a drug dealer, then turned to fetch stock from the back. Lin Yuan waited at the counter, his fingers tapping unconsciously on the surface. The smell of the pharmacy, disinfectant mixed with pills. He had inhaled it too many times in his past life amidst ruins and makeshift hospitals on those who were bitten and waiting to die. Back then, his greatest wish was a box of unexpired antibiotics. The young man brought out several boxes of medicine and piled them on the counter, adding, "You'll need to provide the prescription for these antibiotics, otherwise it's hard for me to explain." Fine, just ring it up first. Lin Yuan pulled out his phone to scan the code. 12,000 yuan was gone. He carried the boxes to the door one by one and hailed a cargo van on the roadside. The driver helped him load up, asking why he bought so much medicine. He said his family ran a clinic. The driver didn't ask further. At the factory gate, he told the driver to wait, carried a few boxes inside, and hid them in the hidden storage room at the far end of the north workshop. He had the driver take the rest to the iron sheet warehouse. Don't put all your eggs in one basket. In his past life, he had seen too many people wiped out because their supplies were concentrated. The second store was in Shuangjing, a chain pharmacy twice as big as the first. As he entered, a woman in her 40s stood behind the cash register, likely the manager. She gave him a thorough once-over, her gaze pausing on the scar on his brow, then asked what he wanted. He handed her the list. The woman looked at it without moving, saying, "This quantity is too large, it needs to be pre-ordered. When do you need it?" "Today." She frowned, called to check inventory, and after hanging up said some items were available, but antibiotics would have to wait until tomorrow. Lin Yuan said to take what was available today and had come back tomorrow. He couldn't wait, the apocalypse wouldn't wait for him. He carried out over a dozen boxes of common medicines and medical supplies, spending nearly another 10,000 yuan. Coming out of the store, the sky was overcast, threatening rain. He stood by the roadside, suddenly recalling something from his past life. On the fourth day of the apocalypse, he passed a pharmacy with a long queue out front. People were fighting over a box of cephalosporin, and one of them pulled a knife. He stood outside the crowd, clutching a half bottle of iodine of unknown expiration date, salvaged from a trash can. He had survived the first month by scavenging garbage. Now he was holding brand new boxes of medicine unexpired enough to stock a small clinic for months. It felt surreal, like a dream. But he couldn't wake up, nor did he dare to. The third store was in Tuanjiu. He skipped the chain stores and sought out a small shop at the entrance of a residential complex, the kind with a modest storefront and few customers. In such places, the owner usually didn't ask questions, so as long as you paid, they'd be happy to clear the shelves. The owner was a bald man in his 50s with a round belly, sitting behind the counter watching short videos. Seeing Lin Yuan enter, he put his phone down and asked what he wanted. Lin Yuan didn't rush to hand over the list. Instead, he scanned the shelves. The antibiotics were in a locked glass cabinet at the back. Tourniquets and surgical instruments were on a nearby shelf covered in dust. He pointed, this, and this. All of them. The owner was taken aback. All of them. All of them. The owner stood up, took out the keys to unlock the glass cabinet, and began pulling out boxes of medicine one by one. As he worked, he kept eyeing Lin Yuan, probably wondering what his story was. Lin Yuan didn't explain. He just pulled out his phone and asked how much. The owner calculated and named a price. He transferred the money without haggling. By the time he left Tuanjiu, it was nearly noon. He found a Lanzhou noodle shop, ordered a bowl of noodles with double beef, and ate until he was drenched in sweat. At checkout, the cashier said 23 yuan. He scanned the code and suddenly felt the money was wasted. In the apocalypse, a cup of water would cost more than that. But now wasn't the apocalypse. He could still sit in an air-conditioned shop eating hot noodles. This kind of life had only 3 days left. He suddenly thought of his mother. Last time he called, she asked if he wanted spare ribs. He said he'd go home on the weekend. Today was Friday, tomorrow was the weekend. He had to go back tomorrow, not just for the ribs, but to deliver medicine. After the apocalypse, he wouldn't be able to leave, and neither would his parents. He had to get everything delivered before that. He pulled out his phone and sent his mother a message. Mom will come home tomorrow. She replied instantly, good, the ribs are ready for you. He stared at those words, his nose stinging. He put the phone face down on the table and drained the bowl of noodle soup. In the afternoon, he hit the 4th and 5th stores, sweeping up another batch. Antibiotics, tourniquets, scalpels, sutures, painkillers, fever reducers, stomach medicine, absorbent cotton, gauze, iodine, alcohol, scissors, tweezers. Everything he could think of was bought. He drained the last bank card, leaving only a few hundred yuan. In the evening, he sat in the second-floor office of the factory, spreading out all the day's purchases on the floor. Antibiotics formed a small mountain. Tourniquets were neatly lined up. Surgical instruments were sorted into plastic boxes. He picked up a box of cephalosporin, checked the production date. It was fresh, and put it back. In his past life, he couldn't bear to throw away even near-expiry items, and even after they expired, he held on to them only to take them when he fell ill. He leaned back in his chair, looking at the pile of medicine on the floor. It was enough to supply a small hospital for several months. He stored most of the medicine in the hidden storage room, leaving a small portion in the iron sheet warehouse. Then he locked the doors and windows and drove back to the city. When he returned to his rented apartment, the sky was already pitch black. He took a shower, washing off the dust. The man in the mirror was thinner, with darker bags under his eyes, though the scar on his brow seemed to have faded a bit. He stared for 2 seconds, turned off the light, and lay down on the bed. Tomorrow he had to go home. He needed to pack the medicine to take along and explain to his parents why he had bought so much. He couldn't just say the apocalypse is coming, if they'd think he was insane. But he couldn't stay silent either. So much medicine and food couldn't simply be passed off as company benefits. He turned over to face the wall. The crack on the wall was still there, stretching from the ceiling down to the headboard like a dried-up river. He stared at it, suddenly remembering that after the apocalypse in his past life, he never returned to this apartment. He wondered what happened to that crack later. Maybe it vanished with the collapse of the building, or maybe it remained. The light from the street lamp outside filtered in a dim yellow glow, falling on the back of his hand. He turned his hand over, letting the light pool in his palm. 3 days left. There was still much to do, and much he could do. Once the apocalypse came, there would be no more chances. On his phone memo, today's list was fully checked off. Tomorrow, go home. The day after, the last day to organize supplies. Then wait for the rain. He closed his eyes. In the darkness, he could hear his own heartbeat, steady and firm. It wasn't that he wasn't tense, he was long past that stage. Now there was only one thing on his mind: survive and help others survive too. Even if they didn't know the apocalypse was coming, even if they thought he was crazy. He dreamed. In the dream, red rain was falling and the streets were full of people running, screaming, and collapsing. He stood in the rain, clutching a box of cephalosporin, trying to hand it to a woman crouched by the roadside crying, but his hand wouldn't reach out. He didn't know where she was nor where he was. The rain was heavy red like blood. Then he woke up. It was a little past 4 in the morning, the sky was still dark. He felt for the knife under his pillow, gripped it, then let go. 3 days left. He sat up, opened his phone, and the memo read, "Go home tomorrow, bring medicine, food, and masks. Tell parents it's company team building welfare, but don't let them ask questions." He lay back down, pulling the blanket up to his chin. The street lamp outside was still on, casting a thin beam of light onto the ceiling. He stared at the light and silently recited the countdown again. Then he closed his eyes and waited for dawn. Daybreak came, but he hadn't slept a wink. His dreams were drenched in crimson rain and filled with the sound of someone wailing. He reached under the pillow, touched the cold steel of the blade, gripped it tight, then let go. The icy companion was still there. He sat up and glanced at his phone. May 16th, 2 days left until the countdown. A few days ago in that warehouse, he had nearly exchanged his points for a awakening stone. He had calculated the points over and over. The Tang Saber cost 2,000, the enhancement fluid 2,000, the awakening stone 2,000, 6,000 in total, but he only had 5,000 in his pocket. After mulling it over 7 or 8 times, he finally chose the saber first. The blade in his hand felt more reassuring than anything else. In his past life, he had built his foundation with a blade, a mere kitchen knife that had slain hundreds of zombies, cutting until it curled, chipped, and even the plastic handle melted away, yet he couldn't bear to discard it. That blade finally shattered inside a mutant's skull, breaking into 2 pieces. He clung to the broken hilt for 3 more days. Now with the system, there was no need to make do anymore. Closing his eyes, the system panel floated before the pitch-black void. He murmured silently, "Exchange for the Tang Saber." The panel displayed a line of text: "Tang Saber first grade, consumes 2,000 sovereign points. Confirm." He tapped confirm. The next second, his pants pocket suddenly weighed heavy. Reaching in, he pulled out a short saber wrapped in black leather. The scabbard was rough but sturdy, the stitching dense and secure. The moment he grasped the hilt, a chilling sensation seeped into his palm. Not piercing cold, but the coolness of iron, of hardness, of a reassuring solidity. Drawing the blade, a cold gleam flashed. The edge was a dark silver, as if a layer of frost floated upon it, like thin ice forming on a water's surface. He examined it over and over. The spine was thick, the edge sharp, and even before honing it exuded a biting chill. The system labeled it first-grade cold weapon, sharpness tested to sever rebar. He didn't know who conducted the test, but he trusted it. Having handled countless blades in his past life, he could tell a good sword from a bad one the moment he held it. This was an exceptional blade, far surpassing the best he had ever wielded. From under the pillow, he pulled out the iron bar he had never discarded, a scrap picked up from a building materials market as thick as a thumb. With the saber in his right hand, he weighed the iron bar in his left. He walked to the window, crouched down, placed the bar on the floor, raised the blade above his head, and without hesitation brought it down. A crisp clang rang out, and the iron bar snapped cleanly into the fracture, as neat as if cut by a machine. Not even a scratch remained on the blade. The system had not lied. He sheathed the blade and took a few deep breaths. It wasn't tension. It was excitement suppressed like magma trapped beneath the earth's crust, only able to seep out as thin wisps of heat through his pores. Leaving the rental house, the sky had just brightened. In May, Beijing's mornings were still chilly and street breakfast stalls were already set up. He bought a jianbing guozi, added an extra egg, and ate it standing by the roadside. On the way to the factory, a memory from his past life surfaced. On the 47th day of the apocalypse, he had found a Tang Saber in the ruins, likely left by a cosplayer who had perished among the zombie horde. The sword was a decorative piece, never sharpened, with gaudy carvings on the scabbard, all show and no substance. After slaying a dozen zombies, the blade loosened, the rivet in the hilt fell out, and the blade flew off. He had spent ages searching the ground to find it, later binding it with wire to make do. Back then he had yearned for a good blade. Now he had one. Not just any good blade. It was a system-certified first-grade weapon. The blade was just over 40 centimeters long, a bit shorter than the one he was used to in his past life, but the weight was perfect, the center of gravity forward, giving power to each slash. He tested the feel and was satisfied. Arriving at the factory, he first hid the saber in a concealed storage room, then moved several boxes of medicine inside. Standing in the yard, he pulled out his phone and scrolled through his notes. On the checklist, food, water, medicine, weapons, a safe haven. Every item was ticked off. What was missing now were people. Jiang Lai was nowhere to be seen, and Engineer Zhou had yet to give a firm answer. A blade alone was not enough, no matter how good it needed a hand to wield it. One hand gripping a saber. How many zombies could it slay? 100? 1,000? What he needed were hands to pass the blade to. Standing in the yard, sunlight fell on his back. In the distance, the well was pitch black. He walked over and peered inside. There was water, and the surface reflected his face, pale, with dark bags under his eyes, stubble sprouting again. In his past life, he had never looked into a mirror during the apocalypse. There were no mirrors and no face worth looking at. Now he looked every few days, not out of vanity, but to remember, to etch into memory the face that could still live in a civilized world. In 2 days that face would no longer be so clean. That afternoon, he went to the Wanda Mall in the north of the city. This time he circled near the back parking lot observing the people coming and going. A woman with a crew cut emerged from the supermarket carrying 2 large bags, her stride exuding a spirited vigor. Lin Yuan took a second look. Her skin was dark, her frame lean and capable. Clearly she had served in the military. Just as he was about to approach, the woman had already gotten into her car and sped away. He noted the license plate but didn't rush to chase. He sent a WeChat message to an old classmate who worked in traffic police. "Help me check a plate, Jing XXXXX. The old classmate replied with a question mark. He said, "He'll treat you to dinner later." The other side didn't ask further. On the way back to the factory, he called Engineer Zhou. It rang 5 or 6 times before the other end picked up. "Master Zhou, it's Shaolin. About the factory's electrical wiring, as we discussed the day before yesterday." "Oh, your factory." Engineer Zhou's voice was unhurried. "Tomorrow morning, he'll send a car to pick you up, okay?" Zhou was silent for a moment. "All right, I'll come take a look." After hanging up, Lin Yuan leaned against the wall for a moment. Zhang Lai was still missing, but at least Engineer Zhou had agreed to come. An engineer who could repair generators was more precious in the apocalypse than a soldier who could shoot. There were plenty of fighters, but few who could light up the darkness. Over the next day and a half, he barely slept. The factory renovations were being finished. Barbed wire was added in 2 layers to the perimeter fence, and the cellar's ventilation ducts were cleared. The supplies in the tin warehouse were reorganized, food and water stacked separately, medicine locked away on its own. He also prepared a large bag for his parents. Antibiotics, fever reducers, tourniquets, compressed biscuits, mineral water, masks, gloves, high-intensity flashlights, spare batteries, all packed into 2 big bags. Tomorrow morning, he would go home and bring it all back. As dusk approached, he crouched in the factory yard, pulled out the Tang saber, and examined it once more. The frosty gleam on the blade shimmered with a pale gold in the setting sun. Gripping the hilt, a thought from his past life surfaced. His final thought before death: "Give me one more chance, and I will fight my way back." Now that chance was in his hands. That blade was the first strike. He slid it back into the scabbard, stood up, and brushed the dust off his pants. Tomorrow he would go home. The day after the last day, to gather supplies. Then wait for the rain. He stood in the factory yard, gazing at the sky. The sun had already set, leaving only a final smear of dark crimson on the horizon. He remembered the number on the system panel: sovereign points balance, 3,000. The day after tomorrow, the blood rain would fall. He touched the saber in his pocket. The metallic chill seeped into his palm. Suddenly, he felt no urgency. There was enough time, enough supplies, and enough blade. But it still wasn't enough. He wanted more than this. He wanted the entire world. When the apocalypse descends, all things rise and fall. Whoever stands at the top of the food chain calls the shots. He turned and walked into the factory, locked the door, and drove back to the city. The light in his rental room was still broken. He showered in the dark, then laid down on the bed. His phone lit up. It was a voice message from his mother. He didn't open it. He was too tired today. He had to get up early tomorrow to go home. He murmured to himself, "Mom, see you tomorrow." Then he tucked the phone under the pillow and closed his eyes. In the darkness, the saber seemed to still rest in his palm, cold hard like a solidified resolve. The countdown, the final day. He turned over, pulling the blanket up to his chin. The street lamp outside was still on, casting a thin beam of light that fell on the back of his hand. He stared at that light, and before closing his eyes, he silently repeated the name of the blade in his heart: decapitation. The taut string in his heart loosened a little. Not entirely, but just a bit. It was enough. He turned over and pulled the blanket over his head. Tomorrow he would go home, bringing the blade, the medicine, and the food. He would tell his parents, "From tomorrow, don't go out." Whether they believed him or not, the message had to be delivered. This was a debt from his past life. In this life, he would repay it. When Lin Yuan walked out of the bank, the sky had barely cleared. On the streets, a few elderly joggers dotted the scene, and the greasy smoke from breakfast stalls drifted lazily upward, so ordinary, so mundane that it felt almost surreal to him. Who the hell would have thought that in 7 days this street would be littered with corpses? He shook his head violently. The dragon blood lineage had awakened. Don't think about it. Thinking is useless. The past couple of days had gone smoothly enough. The grain market, the pharmacy, the building materials market had basically cleared out the essentials. But the money stung. 800,000 in savings gone in the blink of an eye. Still, he figured it out. After the apocalypse, this money would be nothing but waste paper. No point hoarding it. What he had to do today was a bit troublesome. A generator. In his past life, had seen too many deaths from power outages. There was a base where a surgery was interrupted mid-operation and the wounded died writhing on the table. Another place lost its defense system to a blackout and zombies swept through like scythes cutting wheat. Winter was even worse. Several elderly and children could freeze to death in a single night. Electricity, you never really notice it until it's gone, but when it's gone you realize your life depends on it. He pulled out his phone and scrolled to a number. The guy's surname was Qian, a seller of used generators, head found online. Over the phone, he sounded pretty honest, and his price wasn't outrageous. He dialed. Boss Qian, it's me called yesterday. 5 generators. Can I see them today? 5. The man paused. Brother, you running a factory? Something like that, Lin Yuan said, too lazy to explain. 30 kilowatts, or above. Don't pawn off junk on me. Wouldn't dream of it. Boss Qian's voice shot up. These are backup units from a hospital maintained like new. Come take a look. You won't be disappointed. After hanging up, Lin Yuan glanced at the system panel. Dominion points balance, 2,300 head dumped all the meager savings from killing zombies over the past few days into supplies. He was still far from the system's strength rating, but step by step, no need to rush. He took a cab to the outskirts. Boss Qian's warehouse was in an urban rural fringe nestled among old factory buildings, the air thick with the smell of feed and rust. When he arrived, a middle-aged man in his 40s was squatting at the door smoking. He wore a greasy work suit, his face dark and ruddy, the look of a man who did hard labor every day. Boss Qian. Hey, Boss Lin. He stubbed out his cigarette and stood to shake hands, his palms covered in calluses. Come on, let's check the goods. Pushing open the warehouse door, a dozen generators were lined up inside, all covered with plastic sheeting. He lifted one cover, revealing a dark green machine polished to a shine. Cummins 33 kilowatt backup from a hospital operating room. Less than 200 hours of use. He patted the body, a note of pride in his voice. A new one would cost over 100,000. I'm giving it to you for 18,000, practically a steal. Lin Yuan crouched down, inspected it, and started it up to test it. The sound was steady, no rattling. In his past life, had learned from an old master at the base how to listen to machines. This one was fine. 5 units. He'll take them all. Boss Qian's eyes nearly popped out. All of them? Brother, you serious? Name your price. Well, 18,000 each. 5 units is 90,000. He rubbed his hands together, looking at Lin Yuan eagerly. He'll knock off the odd change. 85,000. 70,000. Transfer now. Brother, that's a brutal cut. I know where these machines come from. Decommissioned hospital lists. You probably bought them for 8,000 each at most. Lin Yuan stood up, dusting off his knees. 70,000, and you still make a profit. Deal, or he'll go elsewhere. Boss Qian opened his mouth, but no words came out for a long moment. In all his years of business, had never met such a sharp young man. The price was pinned too perfectly, just enough to hover on the edge. He couldn't bear to refuse. Fine, fine. I've met my match. Boss Qian smiled wryly as he pulled out a receipt book. Give me your address. He'll arrange delivery this afternoon. No need. I brought my own truck. Lin Yuan had already arranged for 2 trucks waiting outside. Boss Qian looked at the 2 trucks, then back at Lin Yuan, a deep puzzlement stirring in his mind. Why would a young guy buy 5 generators and bring his own transport? What was he up to? But in his line of work, the rule was don't ask what you shouldn't. Payment made, contract signed, and the 5 machines loaded onto the trucks. Lin Yuan also had him bring out 10 large oil drums and drained 300 liters of diesel from the warehouse. You're stocking up on fuel too. Boss Qian couldn't help himself. Brother, you planning to emigrate? Something like that. Lin Yuan smiled, saying no more. Boss Qian took the hint, didn't ask again, and just said drive safe before heading back to count his money. The 2 trucks drove one after another toward the suburbs. Lin Yuan sat in the passenger seat, watching the street scenes recede. The city grew farther away, high-rises turning into factories into wasteland. Driver, turn left up ahead into that dirt road. This place is pretty remote, man. You opening a factory here? The driver chatted casually. Warehouse. Oh, stockpiling. What business? Apocalypse business. The driver thought he was joking and laughed heartily. You're a funny guy. Lin Yuan didn't laugh. The truck jolted to a stop at the entrance of an abandoned factory where several temporary workers were already waiting. Hired by Lin Yuan from the labor market, paid by the day, tasked only with moving things, no questions asked. Unload. With a nod from Lin Yuan, the men started hauling. 5 generators, 10 oil drums. All moved into a hidden storage room. That storage room had been modified by Lin Yuan in advance. Steel-plated door, concrete reinforced walls. Even if someone stormed the factory and tore it apart, they'd never find it. Lin Yuan made a round. Everything was fine. He walked into a small compartment in the corner of the factory, closed the door, and opened the system panel. System notification: independent power supply established. Level 2 authority unlocked. New functions: material map, 10 kilometers radius, physique enhancement, tier 2, remote exchange. Level 2 authority unlock, reward enhancement potion, formula 1. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Enhancement potion. In his past life, had heard an old master say that a bottle of enhancement potion in the system store cost 500 points. Exorbitant. But if you had the formula and made it yourself, the material cost was at most 50 points. A 10-fold price difference. He opened the formula and glanced at it. Tier 1 enhancement potion, formula mutant zombie crystal core 5. Purified water, 100 liters glucose, 500 grams adrenaline, 10 vials. He had mutant crystal cores, purified water stacked in the warehouse, and plenty of glucose and adrenaline from his pharmacy sweep. Can be done. A grin tugged at Lin Yuan's lips. But the formula required lab equipment to brew, so he'd have to wait until he found the right professional. He tucked the formula away and walked out of the compartment. A temporary worker was squatting in front of a generator testing it. The machine roared to life, and a light flickered on. "Boss, we've got power." The man managed a faint smile. Lin Yuan patted his shoulder. "Good work. I'll add 100 to your pay today." He glanced out the window. Dusk had already fallen. 5 days left until the blood rain fell. Today had spent 70,000. The system gave him a formula, unlocked level 2 authority, and solved the power issue. But there was still too much to do. Not enough weapons needed a few bulletproof vests, the off-road vehicle needed more reinforcement, and perimeter warning systems had to be set up. Not enough money. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth. If worst came to worst, he'd mortgage that house. In 5 days that house would be nothing but a concrete box. Worthless. He pulled out his phone and called his mother. "Mom, that house of ours. Is the property deed with you?" Silence on the other end for a few seconds. "You want to sell the house?" "Not sell, just mortgage it." Lin Yuan took a deep breath. "I need a sum of money. I can pay it back in 5 days. Another few seconds of silence. "Okay." His mother's voice was very calm. So calm it made his nose sting. She never asked why he needed money, never asked what he'd use it for. She just gave. "Mom, that's enough, don't say anymore. I'll bring the deed to you tomorrow." The call ended. Lin Yuan held the phone, standing in the empty factory, listening to the roar of those 5 generators in the distance, his eyes stinging. In 5 days this world would turn upside down, and he would arm himself to the teeth before that day came. He opened the system store and scanned the new level 2 authority list from top to bottom. Bulletproof insert plate, 50 points piece, military night vision device, 300 points unit, remote detonation device, 200 points set, enhanced crossbow, 500 points unit. Lin Yuan's finger swiped across the screen, finally stopping on one item. Underground faction detection card, 500 points use, scans hidden factions within a 20 kilometers radius. In his past life, the In Society's underground lab was within this 20-kilometer range. Exchange. Exchange successful. Underground faction detection card 1, stored in backpack. Prompt: use immediately. Lin Yuan didn't rush to use it. He was waiting for the right moment. Outside, the night had fully descended. The city's lights in the distance were sparse, like the last dying embers of twilight. The blood rain was coming, and he had only just begun to lay out his chessboard. Returning from the suburban warehouse, the sky had already darkened considerably. Lin Yuan sat in the back seat of the taxi, eyes closed, lost in thought. The generator was taking care of solving the electricity problem, but his dwelling remained a hidden danger. His current rental was in an old district in the east of the city on the 6th floor with no elevator. The hallway lights flickered ominously, resembling a scene from a horror film. He had lived there for over half a year, finding it barely adequate in normal times. But what about when the apocalypse struck? The 6th floor, when a zombie tide came climbing the stairs alone, would cost you half your life. But moving was truly out of the question now. Only 5 days remained. Rather than finding a new place and starting over, it was better to weld this room into an iron fortress. Driver, stop at the intersection ahead. Lin Yuan got out of the car and stood below the building, looking up. The window on the 6th floor was pitch black, while a few sparse lights flickered in the opposite building. Most residents in this complex were elderly and tenants. When the apocalypse came, they would likely be wiped out in the first wave. He went upstairs, opened the door, and entered. A one-bedroom apartment, about 40 square meters. It sufficed for daily life, but when the apocalypse arrived, this place had to withstand zombie impacts and human break-ins alike. He pulled out his phone and scrolled to a contact, Old Ma. He had met Old Ma a few days ago at the building materials market. He was a welder with decent skills and an honest demeanor. He had specifically saved his number when buying steel plates the other day. He dialed. "Brother Ma, it's me, the one who bought steel plates the other day. Are you free tomorrow? Help me weld the door." "Weld the door?" Old Ma's gruff voice came through. "What kind of door?" "An iron sheet door. Add another layer of steel plate outside the security door and weld the windows shut too." There was a pause on the other end. "Brother, what are you up to?" "Preventing thieves." "Something like that." Lin Yuan couldn't be bothered to explain. "Bring your gear tomorrow. They'll send you the address. The price is negotiable." "All right, I'll be there tomorrow morning." After hanging up, Lin Yuan lit a cigarette and stood by the window looking outside. A stray dog was rummaging through the trash below. The streetlight cast a dim glow, and a swarm of insects circled the bulb. The silence was unsettling. He suddenly recalled his past life. This building was finished on the 3rd day of the apocalypse. The old man on the 1st floor bit his wife, who then bit the delivery guy, and it spread like wildfire, turning the entire building into a slaughterhouse. At that time, he had just returned from outside and witnessed the woman on the 6th floor jumping from the window with her child in her arms. With a dull thud. Even now, when he closed his eyes, that sound still echoed in his ears. Lin Yuan stubbed out his cigarette. This time, no one was going to jump from his place. The next morning, Old Ma arrived. The man was in his late 30s, burly and broad-shouldered, with a scar across his face that made him look like a gangster, though he spoke quite amiably. He drove a beat-up van loaded with a welding machine, a cutter, and several thick steel plates. Damn, you live on the 6th floor? No elevator. Old Ma looked up at the stairwell, his face turning pale. Hard work, brother Ma. They'll pay extra. How much extra? 500. Without another word, Old Ma started hauling the gear up. 6 floors, no elevator, trip after trip. Old Ma was drenched in sweat, and Lin Yuan helped carry as well. It took them nearly an hour to get everything up. Lin Yuan opened the door and let Old Ma inside to take a look. This door is decent, a security door, pretty sturdy. Old Ma knocked on it. Do you really need another layer? It's not enough. Lin Yuan shook his head. I need one that an axe can't split, a crowbar can't pry open, and a zombie could slam into 100 times without denting. Old Ma glanced at him, but didn't ask further. He had heard the news lately. Things were uneasy outside. The TV mentioned a strange disease where people went mad after biting others. Though he wasn't entirely convinced, seeing Lin Yuan's determination made him uneasy. All right, whatever you say. Old Ma took measurements and began cutting the steel plate. 5 millimeters thick, 1 meter wide, 1.8 meters tall. The cutter roared, sparks flew, and the hallway filled with the acrid smell of burning metal. A neighbor from next door poked her head out. An elderly woman in her 60s with graying hair, wearing pajamas. Young man, what are you doing? Such a racket. Installing a door. Lin Yuan smiled. You don't need such a commotion just to install a door. The woman muttered as she closed her door again. Lin Yuan ignored her and continued helping Old Ma. Once the steel plate was cut, Old Ma welded it onto the outside of the security door. The sizzling sound echoed through the hallway, sparks danced, and the air was thick with the smell of metal. Halfway through the welding, someone came up the stairs. A tall, thin man in his 50s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a white shirt, holding a set of keys. The landlord, Old Wu. Lin Yuan. What are you doing? Old Wu's face darkened at the sight of the steel door. You are welding my door shut. Did you get my permission? Lin Yuan stood up, dusting off his hands. Uncle Wu, I told you I was going to make some modifications. You said modifications? Old Wu's face turned red with anger. Not welding steel plates. Are you turning my house into a bunker? How am I supposed to rent it out later? Don't worry, you'll restore it to its original state when the time comes. Restore it? How can you restore it after welding it like this? Old Wu pointed a trembling finger at the half-welded steel door. Take it down. Take it down right now. Lin Yuan remained calm. He pulled out a stack of cash from his pocket. 5,000 yuan, just withdrawn from the ATM that morning. He handed it over. Uncle Wu, this is this month's rent plus 3 months deposit. Take it, and let me finish the work. Old Wu looked at the money, then at Lin Yuan. You'll understand in 5 days. Lin Yuan pressed the money into his hand. By then you won't blame me, you'll thank me. Old Wu opened his mouth to say something, but the stack of cash in his hand was indeed substantial. He counted it. 5,000, not a penny less. Well, be careful with it. Don't tear down the walls. Old Wu pocketed the money and muttered as he walked away. Old Ma hadn't said a word the whole time, but his eyes kept stealing glances at Lin Yuan. He wondered to himself, what's the deal with this young man? Spending so much money to weld a door, handing cash to the landlord without even blinking. Brother Ma, let's continue. Sure. Old Ma picked up the welding torch again. The door was done, next came the windows. One window in the bedroom faced south, and one in the living room faced north. Both had security bars, but they were merely for show. Iron bars as thick as a finger, easily cut with bolt cutters. Lin Yuan had Old Ma weld a layer of steel mesh inside the bars with 5-centimeter gaps too small for even a fist to pass through. The window glass was also replaced. The ordinary glass was shattered and swapped for tempered laminated glass that wouldn't break even after several hammer blows. Old Ma muttered as he worked, Brother, are you defending against zombies or secret agents? Both. Old Ma looked up at him and fell silent. The two worked from 8 in the morning until 3 in the afternoon, with only 2 bowls of instant noodles in between. The job was done. Lin Yuan stood at the door and surveyed the result. The steel door was as thick as a bank vault with custom reinforced hinges, the frame welded directly into the wall. It would probably take a power saw half an hour to cut through. Outside the windows, the black steel mesh looked like prison bars. Sunlight filtered through the grid, casting striped shadows on the floor. The room felt stuffy, but it was safe. A system panel appeared. Temporary safe house modification, complete defense level B reward, 300 dominance points. Tip, can be upgraded to level A with infrared alarms and automatic defense devices. 300 points, not much, but every bit counts. Lin Yuan dismissed the panel and turned to settle the bill with Old Ma. Brother Ma, good work. How much? Old Ma wiped his sweat and did the math. Materials and labor 2,200. Lin Yuan transferred 3,000 via WeChat. The extra is for your trouble. Old Ma was taken aback, wanting to say something, but only managed, thanks, brother. He packed up his tools, paused at the door, and turned back. Brother, tell me the truth. Is something big really going to happen? Lin Yuan looked at him silent for 2 seconds. You'll know in 5 days. Then you. Old Ma hesitated, then pulled out a business card from his pocket. This is my other number. I don't give it to just anyone. If anything happens, call me. Lin Yuan took the card and nodded. Old Ma left. The hallway fell quiet, the lingering smell of welding fumes the only trace of the day's work. Lin Yuan closed the door, slid 3 bolts into place, and welded an iron chain from the inside, locking it from within so no one outside could open it. He walked to the window and looked out through the steel mesh. The setting sun gilded the city's silhouette. In the distance, an elderly woman walked her dog and children played ball downstairs. Everything seemed normal. No one knew what this world would become in 5 days. Lin Yuan touched the heavy steel door, cold hard like a wall. In his past life he died because he didn't have this door. In this life, he would lock his and his loved one's lives behind it. His phone vibrated. A message from his mother: found the property deed. They'll bring it to you tomorrow. Lin Yuan replied with 2 words, okay. He put down his phone, leaned against the wall, and closed his eyes. His mind began to focus on the next task: bulletproof vests. A steel door could stop zombies, but not bullets from the living. In the apocalypse, humans were 10,000 times more terrifying than zombies. He needed to get some bulletproof vests. And a gun. The temporary worker mentioned knowing a gun seller, but he wasn't reliable. Unreliable or not, he had to try. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and glanced at the system shop. After unlocking the second-level permissions, the prices of military supplies made his heart ache. But problems that money could solve weren't real problems. The issue was that he was running out of money. He gritted his teeth. Tomorrow, when he got the property deed, he would mortgage it. In 5 days, the house would just be a pile of concrete and steel. Who would care about a mortgage then? Outside the window, the last ray of sunlight was swallowed by the horizon. The sky was completely dark, and Lin Yuan's rental, like a lump of iron, crouched coldly on the 6th floor, waiting for the apocalypse to knock on its door. He glanced at the calendar on his phone. Countdown: 5 days left. Lin Yuan drew the curtains, lay down on the sofa, and didn't turn on the lights. In the darkness, his eyes gleamed with an unsettling brightness. Come on, he muttered to himself. In this life, I'm not dying again. When the phone rang, Lin Yuan was squatting on the balcony smoking. The shadows of the steel grid fell on the ground, resembling a prison. He stared blankly at those shadows, still contemplating about the bulletproof vest. The phone vibrated. 2 characters appeared on the screen. Mom. Lin Yuan was momentarily stunned, hesitating to press the answer button. He had called his mother twice in the past few days, once to stock up on food and once for the property deed. The old lady didn't ask much and replied with a few words, okay, fine, understood. But Lin Yuan knew that she must have been turning the matter over in her mind repeatedly. As a mother, how could she not feel suspicious when her son suddenly started spending money like crazy, hoarding supplies and asking for the property deed? He took a deep breath of smoke and answered the call. Mom, have you slept? Her voice was soft, as if afraid of waking someone. Not yet, just finished something. What were you busy with? It's late at night. Lin Yuan glanced at the time. It was 9:30. Normally, it wouldn't be considered late, but if Mom was calling at this hour, it surely wasn't just to ask if he had gone to bed. I'm packing things. What's up, Mom? There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. I went to pick up the property deed today, and the bank staff asked me what the mortgage was for. I said it was for my son's business. Mom paused. Are you really going into business? Lin Yuan opened his mouth, unsure how to respond. Lin Yuan. Mom called him by his full name. This was quite serious in her eyes. Tell me the truth. What on earth are you doing? A breeze blew in from outside the balcony, chilly. Lin Yuan extinguished his cigarette on the windowsill, gazing at the distant twinkling lights. How could he explain? Should he tell her that in 7 days it would rain red and zombies would roam the streets and her son had been reborn? It would be strange if she didn't think he was crazy. Mama, don't try to fool me. Mom interrupted. I raised you for over 20 years. I can tell at a glance whether you're lying. Last time you said don't ask why, and I didn't. You asked for the property deed and I gave it to you. But you have to let me know what my son is up to. Lin Yuan closed his eyes. Images from his past life flashed through his mind. On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, he couldn't reach her on the phone. He rushed home only to find the door ajar, blood on the ground, and she was gone. In that lifetime, he never saw his mother again before he died. Mom. He opened his eyes, his voice slightly hoarse. Do you believe me? You are my son. If I don't believe you, who else can I believe? Then don't ask. Just trust me this once. There was silence again on the other end. Lin Yuan could hear his mom's breathing heavy, as if she was suppressing something. Lin Yuan, since you were little, you've never liked talking, always shouldering everything by yourself. Mom's voice suddenly lowered. Your dad left early. I raised you, and you've never given me cause for worry. But this time is different. I'm really anxious. Anxious about what? I don't know. I'm just anxious. Mom said I've been dreaming these past few days, dreaming of blood everywhere, and the sky is red. You're standing far away shouting at me, but I can't hear what you're saying. Lin Yuan's hand trembled, nearly dropping the phone. In his past life, before his mom died, he had indeed shouted from afar, telling her not to go out, telling her to lock the doors and windows. But she didn't hear him. Mom, listen to me. Lin Yuan's voice was very low, but each word was pronounced firmly. 7 days. Just 7 days. For these 7 days, don't go out. The food I had someone deliver last time is enough to last half a month. Lock the doors and windows and don't open the door to anyone who knocks. Not even if they're in uniform. 7 days. What happens after 7 days? After 7 days, I'll come to get you. Mom fell silent again. This silence lasted longer. Long enough for Lin Yuan to think the signal had dropped. All right. Finally, Mom spoke, her voice calm, unlike the flustered person from before. I won't go out. Mom, you said 7 days, and I'll wait 7 days. If you don't come after 7 days, I won't let you off the hook. I will definitely come. Lin Yuan held the phone tightly, squatting on the balcony for a long time. Outside the steel grid, the city lights glowed warmly one by one. But he knew that these lights would go out one by one in 7 days. The suburbs would be the first to go dark, then the urban areas, and finally, even the city center would turn into a ghost town. He stood up, his legs feeling numb. Suddenly, a system panel popped up. Detected emotional fluctuations of the host, establishing a trust bond with the key figure. Mother side quest triggered, protecting loved ones. Pick up mother to safe house. After 7 days, quest reward domination points 1000, strengthening fluid 1 quest failure penalty, permanent 30 deduction of all attributes 1000 points. Lin Yuan squinted. This system certainly knows how to choose its moments. He closed the panel and went inside. The area beside the sofa was empty. He hadn't gotten the bulletproof vest yet, but it was coming soon. Tomorrow he would go meet the person the temp worker mentioned. Lying in bed, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. His mind was filled with his mother's words from earlier. I've never lied to you. From childhood to now, he indeed had never deceived her. But this time he had hidden too much from her. It wasn't that he didn't want to say, but if he did, she wouldn't believe him. Even if she believed him, it would only add another person to share the fear. Lin Yuan turned over, staring at the ceiling. There was a water stain above, shaped like a human face, staring blankly at him. He suddenly recalled the last moment of his past life. Pushed down the stairs by Chun Hao, zombies pouncing and tearing at him, the pain, the despair, the unwillingness. Before he died, his last thought wasn't hatred, it was what about Mom? In this life, he couldn't let that thought surface again. The phone vibrated again. It wasn't a call, it was a text. The temp worker sent Lin Gu, that person agreed to meet tomorrow. 3 o'clock in the afternoon at the auto repair shop in the north of the city. Come alone, he doesn't like crowds. Lin Yuan replied with an okay. Then he opened the system store, using the last bit of savings to exchange for 2 bulletproof plates. Military grade, 1 for the front and 1 for the back, capable of stopping rifle bullets. Bulletproof plate 2, exchange successful. Current domination points balance 2,100. He took the plates out of the system backpack and placed them on the table. They were heavy and felt cold to the touch. Tomorrow he would meet the gun dealer. This was his confidence. No, it was his life. Lin Yuan stuffed the bulletproof plates into his backpack and zipped it up. He glanced at the calendar. Countdown, 6 days left. He closed his eyes. 2 voices were clashing in his mind. One said, you've prepared enough. The other said, not enough, never enough. Outside, the night wind made the steel grid hum. It felt like something was howling from a distance. Lin Yuan listened to that sound and slowly fell asleep. In his dreams, the sky was red. He stood in front of a door behind which was his mother's voice. Lin Yuan, you're here. I'm here. I knew it. You never lie. The door opened. The sunlight was blinding. He woke up. The phone screen was lit up. Mom had sent a message, remember to have breakfast. Lin Yuan stared at those 4 words for a long time and replied with 1 word, okay. After dawn, he would go meet a gun dealer. Before nightfall, he needed to grip life even tighter. 6 days. Just 6 days. Lin Yuan was jolted awake by his phone's vibration. It wasn't an alarm. It was a WeChat message. Squinting, he fumbled for his phone, the screen's brightness stinging his eyes. 6:30 in the morning. Who could be so early? He tapped it open. Chun Hao, bro, long time no see. What have you been up to? Let's hang out. Lin Yuan's fingers froze instantly. Those 3 words pierced his eyes like needles. He stared at the screen, his breath growing heavier, the veins on the back of his hand bulging one by one. Chun Hao, that bastard who in his past life had pushed him down the stairs with a grin, then defected to the Eshiton Order, trading Lin Yuan's life for a regional director position. That bastard who, as zombies tore Lin Yuan apart, stood at the stairwell, lit a cigarette, and watched him slowly perish. Lin Yuan pressed the phone to his chest and closed his eyes. He could still hear that voice. Lin Yuan, don't blame me. In this world, every man for himself. He opened his eyes, staring at the water stain on the ceiling. Yesterday, it looked like a face. Today, it resembled Chun Hao's. His phone buzzed again. Chun Hao, what's up? Got rich and forgotten your brother. Huh. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and sat up. His fingers hovered over the screen for a long moment before he typed 2 words, busy. He sent it. Then he tossed the phone aside, leaned against the headboard, and lit a cigarette. The smoke slowly dispersed in the dim room. The shadow of the steel grid fell on the wall like a net, enveloping the entire space. Suddenly, the system panel popped up, a glaring red frame. Warning: Chun Hao faction member. Current relationship: nominal ally, actual hostility 92. Kill penalty: deduct 5,000 dominator points, trigger malicious elimination, negative status, all attributes reduced by 50 for 72 hours. Hint: faction members are under system protection. Complete the eliminate traitor prerequisite quest to remove restrictions. Lin Yuan held the cigarette between his lips, squinting at the text. 5,000 points. He had barely scraped together over 2,000 points from killing zombies and doing quests. If he killed Chun Hao now, his points would be wiped out and head go negative, becoming a cripple for 3 days. The system's damn rules wouldn't let him have it easy. Fine. Lin Yuan flicked the ash off his cigarette. If you want, let me kill him. He'll play along slowly. He picked up his phone again and scrolled through Chun Hao's moments. The latest post was from yesterday, a 9-grid photo of a table full of dishes captioned, "Eat, well, even in the apocalypse." In the photo, 5 people sat together. Chun Hao was in the middle, an arm around a woman, smiling as if nothing was wrong. Lin Yuan zoomed in on each picture. Chun Hao had gained some weight. In his past life, this man had been as skinny as a monkey in the late apocalypse. Now he even had a double chin, clearly had been eating well. The woman beside him was unfamiliar, probably a new fling. The other 3, 2 men and 1 woman, were all strangers. But one face Lin Yuan recognized. In the far right corner of the photo, a man in black clothes with a shaved head had a tattoo peeking out from his neck, an inverted pentagram, the symbol of the Eschaton Order. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted. That bastard Chun Hao had already hooked up with the Eschaton Order this early. He checked the time. The photo was taken 2 days ago, meaning before the apocalypse had even erupted. Chun Hao was already in contact with those madmen. Lin Yuan saved the screenshot to an encrypted folder. This man was more cunning than he had thought. His phone buzzed again. Chun Hao, busy with what? Heard you've been pretty active lately, buying a lot of stuff. Lin Yuan stared at the message, his brow furrowing. How did Chun Hao know? He had bought grain oil, medicine, and generators separately using different people. An ordinary person wouldn't connect these dots, unless someone was watching him. Or Chun Hao was preparing too. Lin Yuan's mind raced, and he replied, just doing some small business. What about you? Chun Hao, what can I do? Just coasting along, waiting for death. By the way, where do you live? They'll come over for a drink sometime. Here it comes. It was the same in the past life. Chun Hao had first tried to get close, asking for his address, then showed up with his crew the day after the apocalypse broke out, claiming to seek refuge. Back then, Lin Yuan's soft heart had taken him in only to harbor a venomous snake. This time, Lin Yuan wouldn't let him set foot within a mile of the warehouse. Too busy. Some other time. After sending that, Lin Yuan muted Chun Hao's messages. Not that he wouldn't read them, but he didn't want them to disrupt his rhythm. He got up and splashed water on his face. In the mirror, the fresh scar on his brow bone hadn't fully healed, reddish-brown, lying there like a centipede. In his past life, there was no such scar. Now there was, perhaps the price of rebirth or a mark from the system. Lin Yuan stared at the scar for a few seconds, then turned and walked out. On the living room table lay 2 black, weighty ballistic plates. He stuffed them into his backpack and double-checked his gear for the day. 3 in the afternoon at the North City Auto Repair Shop. He was going to meet the arms dealer. The temp worker had mentioned him. Called Old Scar, real name unknown, a shady figure in the black market arms trade. According to the temp worker, someone had tried to bust him twice, but couldn't pin anything on him. The guy was slippery. Unreliable was the temp worker's exact word. Lin Yuan knew what unreliable meant. Price fluctuations, nachos, or even a double cross. But he had no choice. He couldn't get guns through legal channels, and a rifle in the system store cost 3,000 points, way out of his budget. He had to go the underground route. He patted the ballistic plates in his backpack, then secured the Tang saber at his waist. He had traded points for the blade a few days ago, 1,000 points worth it. He had tested its sharpness one swing, and it cut a steel bar in 2. It was the strongest cold weapon he could get before the apocalypse. Before leaving, Lin Yuan glanced at his phone again. Chun Hao hadn't sent any more messages. He pocketed the phone and pulled open the door. The steel door was heavy, groaning dully as it swung open. The motion sensor light in the hallway flickered on, casting a dim yellow glow on the peeling walls. Lin Yuan stepped out and locked the door behind him. 3 locks, a bolt, a chain, and a combination lock. Even if someone got past the first 2, the third would keep them busy for a while. He went downstairs, reached the neighborhood gate, and hailed a cab. Driver: North City Auto Repair Shop. That place is pretty remote. What are you going there for? The driver, a talkative middle-aged man, glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Fixing a car. That shop's been closed for a while, hasn't it? I passed by last month. The gate was all rusty. Lin Yuan didn't respond. The driver wisely shut up. The cab drove for 40 minutes, the surroundings growing increasingly desolate. Tall buildings gave way to low houses, which gave way to wasteland. The road deteriorated, full of potholes that rattled the ride. They finally arrived at an abandoned industrial zone littered with rusted sheet metal and overgrown weeds. Here it is. The driver stopped, looking around. But are you sure this is the place? Lin Yuan paid and got out. The driver sped off as if fleeing from bad luck. Lin Yuan stood by the roadside scanning his surroundings. The auto repair shop was at the end of the road, a two-story building with a corrugated iron roof and a pile of discarded tires out front. The rolling shutter was half down, revealing a pitch-black interior. He walked over and knocked on the shutter. No answer. He knocked 3 more times. Footsteps sounded from inside, so light they seemed like a cat's tread. The shutter was lifted from the inside, revealing half a face. It was a woman, around 30, with short hair and a scar running from her brow to her cheekbone on the left side of her face. Her eyes were as sharp as blades. "Who are you looking for?" "Old Scar." "Who are you?" "The temp worker sent me." The woman gave him a once-over, her gaze lingering on his waist. "A Tang saber." Lin Yuan remained silent. She stepped back and raised the shutter higher. "Come in." Lin Yuan ducked inside. The interior was more spacious than he had imagined. The floor was stained concrete, oily, and mottled. Auto parts were piled in the corners, and the air reeked of gasoline and rust. At the far end was a table with a disassembled pistol lying on it. Behind the table sat a man, around 40, bald, with a tattoo on his neck, the same inverted pentagram from the photo. Old Scar looked up at Lin Yuan. "The temp worker sent you." His voice was hoarse, as if gravel were lodged in his throat. "What does he want?" "Guns," Lin Yuan said bluntly. "Rifles, pistols, ammunition." Old Scar smiled, an ugly expression like his skin had been tugged by an invisible hand. "How many do you want?" "Let me see the goods first." Old Scar stared at him for a few seconds, then nodded to the woman. She turned and walked into the back room, soon emerging with a black duffel bag. She unzipped it. Inside lay 2 Type 95 rifles, 3 pistols, and boxes of ammunition neatly arranged. Lin Yuan crouched down, picked up a rifle, and worked the bolt. It felt decent, well-maintained. "How much?" 20,000 per rifle, 8,000 per pistol, ammunition separate." Old Scar held up 5 fingers. 50,000, and it's all yours." Lin Yuan put the rifle down and stood up. "Too expensive. With the current market, it's not." Old Scar also stood half a head shorter than Lin Yuan, but no less imposing. "You know how things are out there. After today, these won't be this price tomorrow." Lin Yuan was silent for a moment. 35,000 transfer now. 45,000 my final offer. 40,000. Lin Yuan met his eyes. "Deal." Old Scar didn't speak, his thumb rubbing the table as if calculating. Fine, he finally nodded. "Transfer." Lin Yuan pulled out his phone and transferred 40,000 yuan. After confirming the payment, Old Scar zipped the duffel bag shut and pushed it over. "Take the goods. Don't tell anyone you bought them from me." "Don't worry." Lin Yuan picked up the bag. It was heavy, at least 30 pounds. He turned to leave. "Wait," Old Scar suddenly called out. Lin Yuan looked back. "The temp worker said you're preparing." Old Scar's eyes narrowed. "Preparing for what?" Lin Yuan smiled faintly. "Don't you know?" Old Scar stared at him for a few seconds, then slowly shook his head. "I don't know, but I do know one thing. People like you either survive to the end or die the fastest." Lin Yuan ducked out through the rolling shutter, bag in hand. The sunlight outside made him squint. His phone buzzed. Chen Hao had sent another message. "Bro, heard you went to the north side. Not much fun there, huh?" Lin Yuan gripped the phone, his fingers tightening slowly. That bastard was tracking him, or rather keeping tabs on him. He glanced back at the repair shop. The rolling shutter had already been lowered, as if nothing had happened. But Lin Yuan knew that from today onward the game between him and Chen Hao had officially begun. He walked along the abandoned industrial road, the duffel bag in hand. The sun stretched his shadow long. The message from Chen Hao was still on his phone. Lin Yuan stared at the line of text, a slow smile curling at the corners of his mouth. "Let's play," he murmured. "Let's see who outplays whom." In the distance, dark clouds began to roll in. Countdown, 5.5 days left. Lin Yuan returned from the north side of the city as dusk was falling. The gun inside that travel bag was deathly heavy, pressing painfully into his shoulder. But he didn't go home. Instead, he turned directly toward the warehouse. There was no way he could keep these things in his rented room. They had to be hidden in the concealed storage room before he could feel at ease. A temporary worker was squatting by the warehouse door, smoking and keeping watch. When he saw Lin Yuan approaching with the large bag, his eyes went wide. "Brother Lin, this." "Don't ask." Lin Yuan tossed the bag over. "Carry it inside, set it down gently." The temporary worker caught at his hands, sinking sharply as he nearly dropped it. He unzipped it for a peek, his face changing color, then quickly zipped it back up and glanced around. "Brother Lin, where did you get this?" "Bought it. 40,000. The temporary worker sucked in a cold breath and said nothing more, silently hauling the bag into the storage room. Lin Yuan stood in the center of the warehouse, turning in a slow circle to survey everything. Grain was piled up like a small mountain. Bottled water was stacked neatly, like a wall. Medical supplies filled over a dozen cardboard boxes. There were 5 generators, 300 liters of diesel, 2 rifles, 3 pistols, over 1,000 rounds of ammunition, 1 Tang saber, 2 ballistic plates. He thought to himself, this should be about enough, shouldn't it? He opened the system panel. Main quest: Apocalypse stockpile in progress. Current stockpile rating: a grade 85100. Quest objectives grade, 95 points, or above. Reward bloodline, awakening stone 1 hint rating insufficient gap of 10 points. Suggested additions medical supplies, 5 cold weapons, 3 protective gear, 5 energy equipment, 2. Lin Yuan stared at that 85, his brow furrowed into a knot. He thought he had hoarded enough, but the system still found it lacking. From a grade to scrade, just 1 tier away. Yet that 1 tier could very well mean the difference between life and death. In his past life, he had seen a bloodline awakening stone. That thing could awaken supernatural abilities in ordinary people, turning them into top-tier combatants in the apocalypse. Zhao Menqi's steelization, Su Muking's healing hands. They were all forged with that stone. Without an ability, you were nothing but a dog in the apocalypse. Temp worker, Lin Yuan turned his head. Come with me tomorrow. What for? Stockpiling. The temporary worker looked at his eyes and felt a chill run down his spine. That gaze wasn't that of a man hoarding supplies. It was of a man preparing for war. The next morning, Lin Yuan was up at 5. He drew up a list densely covering an entire page: medical, antibiotics, tourniquets, surgical sutures, anesthetics, epinephrine, painkillers. Cold weapons, entrenching tools, fire axes, crossbows, arrows, machetes. Protection, stab-proof vests, helmets, knee pads, elbow pads, gas masks. Energy, solar panels, batteries, gasoline, diesel, kerosene lamps. Other walkie-talkies, binoculars, ropes, tape, lighters, water purification tablets. This list was experience he had bought with his life in the past life. In the apocalypse, what was most valuable? Not gold, not cash, just these things. First stop, the medical device wholesale market. The boss was a chubby man in his 40s surnamed Liu, wearing a white lab coat and a gold chain around his neck, clearly the type of shrewd businessman. Boss, what do you need? Lin Yuan slapped the list onto the counter. Everything written here. I want it all. Boss Liu glanced down and his eyes nearly popped out. Brother, are you opening a hospital or a field clinic? Stop the chatter, do you have it or not? I have it, but with this much stock you'll need to arrange it. Boss Liu rubbed his hands. How much deposit can you give? Lin Yuan pulled out his phone and transferred 50,000. Deliver it to this address before this afternoon. He sent the warehouse coordinates. Pay the balance upon arrival. Boss Liu stared at the text message confirming the 50,000, his eyes lighting up. Rest assured, brother, it'll be delivered. Lin Yuan turned and left without another word. Next stop, the labor protection supplies market. He swept up 20 sets of stab-proof vests, 50 helmets, 100 pairs of knee and elbow pads, and 30 gas masks. The boss thought he had landed a big client, grinning from ear to ear, and voluntarily gave him a 20% discount. Next stop, the hardware market. Entrenching tools, fire axes, machetes, crossbows, arrows. Lin Yuan left nothing behind. The hardware boss was an old man who watched him load the goods into the car and couldn't help asking, "Young man, are you heading up the mountain to become a bandit?" Lin Yuan didn't even look up. Something like that. The old man was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. Interesting. When I was young, I also thought about going up the mountain to be a bandit, but then I got married and didn't dare. Lin Yuan paid, loaded up, and drove off. The entire day, he visited 7 places, spending nearly 200,000. The balance in his bank card went from 6 figures down to 4. But he didn't care. In 5 days, money would be worthless paper anyway. By evening, all the goods had been delivered to the warehouse. The temporary worker and a few brothers spent the whole afternoon inventorying, their backs aching beyond straightening. He stared at the mountain of supplies and swallowed hard. Brother Lin, this stuff could feed us for 3 years. It's not for eating. Lin Yuan crouched down, picking up a stab-proof vest and holding it against himself. It's for staying alive. The temporary worker was silent for a moment. Brother Lin, what exactly are you preparing for? Lin Yuan didn't answer him. He opened the system panel. Main quest, apocalypse stockpile in progress, current stockpile rating a grade, 92,100, still 3 points short. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth. Just one last push. He flipped through the list, checking item by item. Medical supplies, got them. Cold weapons, got them. Protective gear, got them. Energy, got them. What was still missing? His gaze landed on the very last line of the list. Vehicles. Right. A car. He currently had just one modified off-road vehicle. But when the apocalypse came, what good was one car? What if it broke down? What if it ran out of fuel? Lin Yuan picked up his phone and dialed a number. Hello, is this the used car market? Are you open tomorrow? I want to buy a car. Not just one, 5 of them. There was a silence on the other end of the line. Sir, are you sure? I'm sure. Off-road vehicles, rugged and durable, no more than 50,000 each. They'll come pick them out first thing tomorrow morning. After hanging up, Lin Yuan glanced at the system again. Current stockpile rating a grade, 92,100, it hadn't changed yet. He knew the rating would only rise once the cars arrived. But would it be in time? Countdown, 4 days left. At 11 o'clock at night, Lin Yuan returned to his rented room. The steel door pushed open and the motion sensor light flicked on. The hallway was empty, his own footsteps echoing back and forth. He entered, didn't turn on the light, and collapsed directly onto the sofa. Exhausted. Not physically, mentally. He had hoarded so much, spent so much money, yet the system still wouldn't give him its grade. The Bloodline Awakening Stone was just a few points away, visible but untouchable. He suddenly remembered his mother's words. You never lie. Mom was right. But the things he hadn't said were harder to bear than any lie. His phone lit up. Shinhao sent a message, bro, I heard you bought a lot more stuff today. Need me to help move it? Lin Yuan stared at the line of text, his fingers slowly tightening. That bastard was still keeping an eye on him. He didn't reply, just turned off the phone directly. In the darkness, he closed his eyes. His mind was flooded with images from his past life. A tidal wave of zombies surging into the city, people scattering, like headless flies, screams, cries, and gunfire, all tangled together. He was pushed down in the crowd, trampled, torn into. Then Shinhao appeared, smiling as he pulled him up. And then, enough. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. He sat up and lit a cigarette. The smoke dispersed in the darkness, shapeless, leaving only a pungent smell. He recalled the formula the system had given him, the first-grade strengthening potion. If he could get the Bloodline Awakening Stone and pair it with the strengthening potion, his power would double. By then, even if Chunhao had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough for him to slaughter. But the prerequisite was getting the Awakening Stone. Lin Yuan stubbed out the cigarette, stood up, and walked to the window. Beyond the steel mesh, the city lights were still flickering. Tomorrow he would buy 5 cars. The day after, he would go find Su Muqing. The day after that, he would go find Zhao Mengqi. And then, wait for the apocalypse to come. He opened his phone and checked the calendar. Countdown, 4 days left. The system panel popped up, a red progress bar, showing 92,100. Those 8 points were like a wall standing between him and the Awakening Stone. But Lin Yuan knew that wall would have to fall tomorrow. He lay back on the sofa and closed his eyes. In his dream, he saw that door again. Behind it was his mother's voice. Lin Yuan, have you come? Almost. They'll wait for you. The door didn't open. But Lin Yuan knew that one day it would. The next morning, Lin Yuan was awake at 5. He dressed, shouldered his backpack, and pushed open the steel door. The motion sensor light in the hallway flicked on, casting a dim yellow glow across his face. The scar on his brow bone had already scabbed over. He went downstairs and hailed a taxi. Driver, the used car market. This early? They're not open yet. They'll wait. The driver glanced at him in the rearview mirror and said nothing more. The car drove for half an hour, arriving at the used car market on the east side of the city. Dawn hadn't fully broken, the market gate was locked, and the lot was empty. Lin Yuan stood at the entrance and lit a cigarette. His phone buzzed. The temporary worker sent a message, Brother Lin, what else are we buying today? Lin Yuan replied, 5 cars. The temporary worker sent a long string of ellipses. Then another message, are you serious? Dead serious. Lin Yuan tucked his phone into his pocket and watched the sky's edge pale into a fish-belly white. A new day had begun. Countdown, 4 days left. In the distance, a streak of red spread across the horizon like an omen of blood. Lin Yuan squinted, watching for a long time. Then he smiled. Come on, he whispered. I'm ready. The system panel popped up and the progress bar flickered. 92,100. Still 8 points short. But Lin Yuan knew that after today, those 8 points would cease to exist. He stubbed out his cigarette and walked toward the gate of the used car market. The gate wasn't open yet, but he had already begun to wait, because he knew the apocalypse wouldn't wait for him. Lin Yuan had been loitering at the entrance of the used car market for over half an hour before the sky finally brightened. He went in and picked out 5 off-road vehicles, 3 Great Walls, and 2 Li Baos, sturdy, with high ground clearance, capable of handling rough terrain with ease. The dealer initially refused to believe he wanted to buy 5, but when Lin Yuan slapped his bank card on the counter, the man's expression shifted from suspicion to a fawning grin. Brother, are you running a fleet? Something like that. He'll arrange a flatbed truck. It'll be delivered this afternoon. Lin Yuan left the warehouse address, paid the deposit, and turned to leave. By the time he stepped out, the sun was already high, blindingly bright. He stood by the roadside, lit a cigarette, and began calculating his next move. Supplies were nearly complete, but one thing was still missing: painkillers. Not the ordinary kind, but military grade. The sort that when you've broken an arm or leg, been bitten by a zombie, and are writhing in agony, a single injection can keep you alive long enough to reach the operating table. The lessons from his past life were etched too deeply into his memory. He remembered vividly, on the 7th day of the apocalypse, a young man had 2 fingers bitten off by a zombie. He rolled on the ground in pain, his screams echoing down half the street. Back then, Lin Yuan had nothing. He could only watch helplessly as the man fainted from the pain, woke up to more agony, and cycled through it over and over until he finally died in sheer torment. Another time, Zhao Mengqi's back was torn open by a mutant's claws. The wound, so deep, bone was visible. Without anesthesia, she gritted her teeth and let Su Muqing stitch her up. Over 40 sutures biting through 3 towels. From that moment, Lin Yuan swore. In this life, he would never let those close to him suffer such torment again. He pulled out his phone and opened the system mall. With the 2nd level authority unlocked, many new items appeared. Scrolling to the medical category, his eyes lit up. Military-grade potent analgesic, 150 points per vial, activates in 10 seconds, lasts 6 hours. No side effects. Military-grade hemostatic powder, fast-acting, 200 points per, can stops bleeding in 10 seconds. Effective even for arterial injuries. Battlefield first aid kit, 500 points per set, contains 2 analgesics, 1 hemostatic powder, 1 suture needle, 5 bandages. Lin Yuan stared at the prices, his teeth clenching. He only had 210 points on hand, all painstakingly accumulated from killing zombies and completing tasks. Yet he understood the true value of these items. By the mid-apocalypse, a single analgesic could be traded for 10 pounds of gold, and even then few would be willing to exchange. Deal. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth. 3 analgesics and 1 can of hemostatic powder. Exchange successful. Military-grade analgesic, 3, military-grade hemostatic powder, 1. Consumed 650 points. Current balance, 1450 points. 4 new items appeared in the system backpack. With a thought, a small silver-white box materialized in his palm. He opened it to reveal 3 neatly arranged syringes, their liquid, transparent, labeled military-grade potent analgesic. Beside them sat a can of gray powder, compact, but weighty. He picked up an analgesic, holding it up to the light. In his past life, he never had the chance to touch such things. Forget military-grade. Even ordinary painkillers were a luxury. He recalled once when Chunhao's arm was scratched by a zombie, and he cried out in pain. Lin Yuan gave him the last 2 ibuprofen tablets he had. And later when Chunhao pushed him down the stairs, he didn't remember those 2 pills. Lin Yuan stowed the items back into the system backpack, securing them tightly. These he wouldn't bring out unless absolutely necessary. Not out of stinginess, but because they had to be used at the most critical moments on the people who truly needed them. His cigarette was finished. He stubbed it out and flicked it into the roadside bin. His phone buzzed. Temp worker Lin Gu, the car deal is settled. Lin Yuan, yeah, arriving this afternoon. You arranged the space. Temp worker, got it. Oh, about that Su Muching you mentioned yesterday. I looked into her. She's from a medical university, 3rd year, good grades, lives alone near campus. Lin Yuan was taken aback. Had only asked the temp worker to keep an eye out, never expecting such efficiency. Lin Yuan, send me the address. The temp worker quickly sent a location. Near the south gate of the medical university, about a 10-minute walk away. Lin Yuan checked the time, 9:30 a.m. Still early. He decided to visit a pharmacy first, not to buy medicine, but to handle another matter. In his past life, he knew an old pharmacist surnamed Sun, in his 60s, retired from a military hospital. After the apocalypse broke out, Old Man Sun survived for quite a while thanks to his stockpile of medicine, but he was later captured by the Apocalypse Society, forced to make counterfeit drugs. He refused and was beaten to death. Back then, Lin Yuan was still a mere cannon fodder on the periphery, utterly powerless to save him. In this life, he could do something in advance. He hailed a cab and headed straight for the western part of the city. 40 minutes later, he got off at the entrance of an old residential complex. Red brick buildings from the 1980s, half their walls covered in ivy. Guided by memories from his past life, he found building 3, first floor, right-hand side. A faded couplet was pasted on the door, and a small flower pot sat by the entrance, housing a wilted-looking pothose plant. He knocked. No answer. He knocked 3 more times. Footsteps approached from inside, and the door creaked open. An old man peered out, his hair streaked with gray, wearing a pair of reading glasses and a faded white shirt with frayed cuffs. He squinted at Lin Yuan, his gaze full of wariness. Who are you looking for? Dr. Sun. My surname is Sun, but I'm not a doctor. The old man narrowed the gap in the door. And you are? My name is Lin Yuan. Someone mentioned you to me, said you have some good stuff. Old man Sun froze for a moment, his eyes behind the glasses scrutinizing Lin Yuan for several seconds before he glanced down both sides of the hallway to confirm no one was around, then opened the door a bit wider. Come in. Lin Yuan slipped inside. The apartment was small, 2 bedrooms and a living room, cluttered with cardboard boxes and medicine bottles. The coffee table in the living room was covered with jars and vials, the air thick with a strange blend of herbal and Western medicine smells. Old man Sun closed the door and turned to face him. Who sent you? No one sent me. Lin Yuan didn't beat around the bush. I know you're retired from the military hospital and have a batch of military supplies. I want to buy them. Old man Sun's expression flickered. I don't know what you're talking about. Dr. Sun, don't play dumb. Lin Yuan pulled out a stack of cash from his pocket, 20,000 yuan, and slapped it on the coffee table. I won't ask where it came from, I want haggle. Name your price, I'll pay. Old man Sun stared at the money, silent for a long moment. What do you want? Analgesics, hemostatic powder, antibiotics. As much as you have. Old man Sun went into the back room and emerged a moment later with a small cardboard box, setting it on the table and opening it. Inside were rows of syringes, vials, and some foil-wrapped pills. This is the last batch I've hoarded. Old man Sun's voice dropped low. I was planning to keep it for myself. You young people don't understand. When the moment of truth comes, money can't buy these things. Lin Yuan crouched down, examining each bottle. They weren't military grade, but they were the highest level available from a hospital. A tier below what the system offered, yet in the apocalypse, they were still hard currency. How much? 30,000. Lin Yuan didn't bargain. He transferred the money directly via phone. When Old Man Sun received the payment, his expression grew complicated. Young man, where are you planning to go with all this? Nowhere. Lin Yuan picked up the cardboard box. Just trying to survive. He reached the door and looked back. Dr. Son, 3 days from now, no matter what happens outside, don't leave your house. Lock your doors and windows, stock up on water and food. Old Man Sun frowned. What do you mean? You'll find out then. Lin Yuan pushed open the door. And don't believe any talk about military rescue or government shelters. In this world, the only one who can save you is yourself. As the door closed, he heard Old Man Sun mutter to himself, this young man must have a screw loose. Lin Yuan didn't look back. Carrying the cardboard box, he left the complex, hailed a cab, and headed straight for the warehouse. When he arrived, the temp worker was directing a few people to clear space for the 5 vehicles. Lin Gu, what's that you're carrying? Medicine. The temp worker took the box, opened it, and gasped. So much. Use it sparingly. Lin Yuan patted the box. This stuff is more precious than gold in the apocalypse. He stored the box in the hidden storage room, stacking it with the previously hoarded medicine. With Old Man Sun's badge, plus the military-grade items from the system, the medical supplies in the warehouse were now enough to equip a small field hospital. But Lin Yuan knew it still wasn't enough. In the apocalypse, there would always be more wounded than medicine. He pulled out his phone and checked the system. Balance, 1450 points. Main quest reserve score, 92100, still 8 points short. The vehicles should cover that when they arrive. Yet Lin Yuan still felt uneasy. He felt like something was still missing. In his past life, after the apocalypse erupted, the worst off weren't those directly killed by bites, but those who were wounded had no medicine and could only wait to die in agony. He had seen too many of those. Infected wounds, raging fevers ending either as zombies or corpses. He didn't want to see it again. He opened the system mall and scanned the medical category once more. His gaze stopped on an item. External wound healing spray, 300 points per bottle, accelerates wound healing, prevents infection, lasts 72 hours, expensive. But he gritted his teeth and exchanged for 3 more bottles. Exchange successful. External wound healing spray 3. Consumed 900 points. Current balance, 550 points. The system backpack now held 3 small spray bottles, plastic and featherlight. Yet Lin Yuan knew that in the apocalypse, 1 bottle could trade for a life. He stored them away, walked to the warehouse entrance, and lit a cigarette. The temp worker followed him out and stood nearby. Lin Gu, when you were at the used car market today, Chun Hao called me again. Lin Yuan's fingers paused. What did he ask? What you were doing, what you bought, where you live. The temp worker's face darkened. I said I didn't know, and he hung up. From now on, don't answer his calls. That's what I was thinking. The temp worker hesitated. Lin Gu, that Chun Hao, what's his deal? I feel like you've always been on guard against him. Lin Yuan took a deep drag of his cigarette, saying nothing. The smoke drifted slowly in the sunset light, like a blurry shadow. He recalled his past life. Also at dusk, Chun Hao standing at the top of the stairs looking down at him with a grin. You'll find out. Lin Yuan stubbed out the cigarette. Soon, his phone lit up. A message from Chun Hao, bro, I heard you bought another batch of medicine today. You're really loaded, lend me some, will you? Lin Yuan stared at the line, his lips pressing into a thin line. He replied, don't you have your own connections? Go get your own. After sending it, he blocked him directly. The temp worker saw it from the side, opened his mouth, but didn't dare ask. Lin Yuan turned and walked into the warehouse. Behind him, the sunset had dyed the entire sky a dark red, as if splashed with blood. In the distance, dark clouds began to roll in. Countdown, 3.5 days left. He touched the analgesics and hemostatic powder in the system backpack, feeling a bit more at ease. These medicines were prepared for those close to him. And also for himself. Because this time he would not let anyone, including himself, die in agony again. At 2 in the afternoon, 5 vehicles were delivered to the warehouse. The temporary workers helped unload them, and the 5 off-road vehicles lined up, gleaming black under the setting sun. Lin Yuan inspected each one. The engine, chassis, and tires were all passable. But that alone wasn't enough. An ordinary car in the apocalypse was nothing more than a metal coffin. When zombies swarmed, a single punch could shatter the glass, and hands would reach in to drag you out before you could even scream. In his past life, he had seen too many people die in cars, not from crashes, but from being pulled alive through the windows. Lin Yuan pulled out his phone and scrolled to a number. Old Wei, the owner of a modification shop on the east side of the city. In his past life, this man made the news. He modified vehicles for survivors for free after the apocalypse broke out, until the final covenant got him killed. His craftsmanship was impeccable, but he had a peculiar temperament and rarely bothered with just anyone. Lin Yuan dialed. Hello, who's this? Boss Wei, my name is Lin Yuan. A friend referred me. I want to modify a few vehicles. What kind of vehicles? 5 off-roaders, Great Wall, and Liebao. There was a pause on the other end of the line. 5. Are you running a rental company? Something like that. I need bulletproof glass body reinforcement and off-road tires. Bulletproof glass. Old Weiss' voice shot up. Do you know how much that stuff costs? Money isn't an issue. There was another few seconds of silence. Bring them over tomorrow. Let me take a look first. After hanging up, Lin Yuan glanced back at the 5 vehicles. Countdown, 3 days left. The next morning, Lin Yuan and the temporary workers drove the 5 vehicles to the modification shop on the east side. The shop was tucked away at the end of an alley, its iron gate rusted and flaking with scrap tires and old parts piled at the entrance, looking like a junkyard. The temporary worker looked around and frowned. Brother Lin, is this place reliable? Reliable. Lin Yuan honked the horn twice. The gate opened. A man in his 50s stood at the entrance, lean with a buzz cut, wearing a greasy pair of coveralls and holding a wrench. This was Old Wei. The wrinkles on his face were as sharp as knife cuts, his eyes small, but shining like searchlights. Who referred you? No one. I found this place myself. Old Wei gave him a once-over, his gaze pausing at Lin Yuan's waist. The hilt of a Tang's sword was visible. Come in. The 5 vehicles drove into the yard, packing the small space to the brim. Old Wei crouched down and inspected each vehicle one by one, tapping the steel plates, checking the chassis, muttering under his breath. The condition is passable, but the body is too thin. He stood up, brushing the dust off his hands. You want bulletproof glass? Front, back, left, right, all of it. Bulletproof glass comes in 3 grades. Which one do you want? The best. Old Wei shot him a look, said nothing, turned around, and went inside to fetch a glass sample. The glass was more than twice as thick as ordinary glass, heavy in the hand, with smoothly polished edges. This kind. Rifle bullets can't penetrate it, and zombies could ram it 100 times without it breaking. 1 piece costs 3,000. 5 vehicles, 20 pieces, 60,000. Install it. And the body reinforcement. How do you reinforce it? Old Wei tapped the car door with his wrench. It rang with a hollow clang. The original steel plates are too thin. He'll add a layer of bulletproof steel inside. Door panels, roof, and chassis all get it. Even if the car rolls over, you want die. How much? 15,000 per vehicle. 5 vehicles, 75,000. And the tires? Off-road puncture-proof. Even if you run over a nail, they'll still run. 2,000 per tire, 4 per vehicle, 5 vehicles, 40,000. Lin Yuan did the math in his head. Glass, 60,000, a reinforcement, 75,000, tires, 40,000. Total 175,000. He had less than 100,000 left in his card, but some expenses simply couldn't be spared. Install it all, Lin Yuan nodded. When can it be done? Old Wei squinted at the 5 vehicles, then at him. 3 days. 2 days. 2 days. Old Weiss' brow furrowed. Are you in a hurry to die? Something like that. Old Wei stared at him for several long seconds, the corner of his mouth twitching. Fine. 2 days. But ITLL cost extra. How much extra? 20,000. Deal. Lin Yuan pulled out his phone and transferred a deposit of 100,000. Old Wei received the money, a complex expression on his face. In over 20 years in this trade, he had seen all kinds of people. Rich kids modifying cars to pick up girls, off-road enthusiasts heading to Tibet, street racers chasing speed. But someone like Lin Yuan, who came in and outfitted 5 vehicles with full armor, bulletproof glass, steel reinforcement, puncture-proof tires, was a first for him. Brother, let me ask you one more thing, Old Wei said, putting down his wrench and looking at Lin Yuan. Are you heading to war? Lin Yuan smiled. Something like that. Must be one hell of a battle. Lin Yuan didn't answer. He looked up at the sky. The sky was blue, the clouds were white. Everything seemed normal. But he knew that in 3 days the sky would turn blood red. Boss Wei, Lin Yuan turned his head. Work overtime these 2 days. When you're done, go home early. 3 days from now, no matter what's happening outside, don't go out. Old Wei was stunned. What do you mean? You'll know when the time comes. Old Wei opened his mouth to ask, but looking into Lin Yuan's eyes, he swallowed his words. That look wasn't a joke. Leaving the modification shop, Lin Yuan stood by the roadside and lit a cigarette. The temporary worker drove the car over and got out. Brother Lin, can he really finish in 2 days? Yes. I paid extra. So what's next? Lin Yuan thought for a moment. There was still a mountain of things to do. Find Su Muqing, find Zhao Mingqi, and pick up his mother. Time was running out. Let's head back to the warehouse first. He got in the car, started the engine, and his phone buzzed. A message from his mother. Mom, son, I locked all the doors and windows today. Old Zhang next door laughed at me, asking if I was guarding against thieves. Lin Yuan stared at the screen, the corner of his mouth twitching. Lin Yuan, ignore him. Mom, I did. I just wanted to tell you I've stocked up on rice flour and oil and stored water. You said 7 days, so I'll wait 7 days. Lin Yuan's throat tightened. Lin Yuan, okay. Mom, take care of yourself out there. Don't keep eating instant noodles. Lin Yuan got it. He put the phone down and started the car. The off-roader rumbled, the sound echoing across the empty road. The temporary worker glanced at him from the passenger seat, but said nothing. They drove back to the warehouse in silence. It was nearly dark when they reached the warehouse. Lin Yuan got out, walked into the storage room, and pulled up the system panel. Main quest apocalypse preparation in progress. Current preparation rating A grade 9, 4100, 1 point short. The vehicle modifications weren't finished yet. Once they were done, it should reach S grade. He closed the panel and walked outside the warehouse. The setting sun had dyed the entire sky a deep orange. In the distance, the city's silhouette blurred in the twilight like a great beast sinking into the horizon. Lin Yuan lit a cigarette. The temporary worker walked over and stood beside him. Brother Lin, what do you think the apocalypse is really like? Lin Yuan took a drag and exhaled. Hell. The temporary worker fell silent for a moment. Then do you think we can survive? Lin Yuan turned to look at him. Yes. How can you be so sure? Lin Yuan stubbed out his cigarette. Because this time I'm prepared. His phone lit up. Another message from Chun Hao, using a new number since Lin Yuan had blocked him. Bro, did you block me? What did I do wrong? We've been friends for years, isn't this a bit much? Lin Yuan stared at the message, his fingers slowly clenching. He replied, not blocked. Just busy lately. Don't bother me. After sending it, he blocked that number too. The temporary worker noticed, but didn't dare to ask. Lin Yuan turned and walked into the warehouse. Behind him, the last sliver of sunlight was swallowed by the horizon. Darkness fell. Countdown 2.5 days left. He touched the tang, sword at his waist. The hilt was cold like holding a piece of ice. But in his heart a fire was burning. At 9 in the evening, Old Wei called. Brother, the glass has arrived. I'm installing it overnight. The steel plates for the body reinforcement are here too. I can finish it all in one day tomorrow. And the tires? They'll arrive tomorrow afternoon. Don't worry. I promised you 2 days, and it won't be a day more. Thanks. Don't thank me. Just pay up. Old Wei hung up. Lin Yuan tossed his phone aside and lay down. The warehouse roof was made of corrugated iron, rattling loudly when the wind blew at night. He closed his eyes and his mind began to organize the next day's schedule. Morning, find Su Muqing. Afternoon, find Zhao Minqi. Evening, return to the warehouse to check on the modifications. The day after tomorrow, pick up his mother. And then, it would be a waiting game. Waiting for the apocalypse to come. He turned over, unbuckled the tang sword from his waist, and placed it by his pillow. The blade gleamed coldly in the moonlight. Like an open eye, Lin Yuan stared at the sword and slowly drifted off to sleep. In his dream, he stood before that door again. Behind the door came his mother's voice. Lin Yuan, are you here? I'm here. Is the door open yet? Almost. Then I'll wait for you. A sliver of light seeped through the crack in the door. It was very bright. So bright it was blinding. Lin Yuan reached out to push it open. He woke up. His phone was buzzing. Photos from Old Wei. First, the car windows had been removed and workers were installing new bulletproof glass. Second, the car door panels had been stripped, revealing a layer of black bulletproof steel welded inside. Third, 5 brand new off-road tires lined up in a row, their treads deep like the teeth of a wild beast. Old Wei had attached a message, brother worked until 3 in the morning. It'll definitely be done tomorrow. Lin Yuan replied with a single word, good. He put down his phone and glanced out the window. Dawn had not yet broken. Beyond the steel grating, everything was pitch black. But he knew that dawn was coming soon. And the apocalypse was coming soon too. Countdown 2 days left. He picked up the tang sword and rose. Today he was going to find Su Muqing, the girl who in his past life had held the line with a Molotov cocktail. The medical student whose calmness defied her years. The one to whom he owed a life. At 4 in the morning, the sky was still as dark as the bottom of a pot. Lin Yuan stepped out of his rented room, the steel door slamming shut behind him with a loud clang. The motion sensor light in the hallway flickered on, casting a dim yellow glow across his face. The scar on his brow bone gleamed a dull red like a freshly scabbed centipede. He went downstairs and crossed the street. The streetlights were still on, and the shadows of the plane trees lay scattered all over the ground. When the wind blew, those shadows swayed, sending a chill down the spine. After a 10-minute walk, he arrived at the People's Park. This was a spot he had scouted in his past life. Not too far, spacious with trees and slopes and fully equipped with exercise gear. The key was that at 4 in the morning no one was around. No, there was one person. On the open ground at the east gate of the park, an old man was slowly practicing Tai Chi. He was in his 70s, thin as a bamboo pole, dressed in a white training suit with hair completely white, but his back was ramrod straight. His movements were as slow as a film in slow motion, yet every posture was rock steady, as if nailed to the ground. Lin Yuan knew him from his past life. His surname was Zhou, a retired physical education teacher who had practiced Tai Chi in this park for 20 years. He hadn't seen him after the apocalypse. He probably hadn't made it through. Lin Yuan said nothing. He walked to the center of the open ground and began to warm up. 100 push-ups, 200 squats, 50 pull-ups on the park's horizontal bar. In his past life, doing this would have nearly killed him. But now, the effect of the system's enhancement fluid was still at work and his body had already changed. After 100 push-ups, he wasn't even breathing hard. Old Man Zhou paused his Tai Chi, glanced sideways at him, then continued. Lin Yuan drew the Tang sword from his waist. As the blade left the sheath, it gleamed coldly under the streetlight. Gripping the sword with both hands, he began to practice the sword technique he had honed on the brink of life and death in his past life. No name, no set pattern, all killing moves. A chop. The blade sliced through the air, producing a sharp whistle. A slash. The edge cut horizontally, tracing a silvery white arc like a crescent moon. A thrust. The tip of the sword shot straight forward, stopping midair, perfectly still. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, his mind filled with scenes from his past life. A zombie lunging at him, he split its skull with one stroke. A mutant ambushing from the side, he spun and slashed the blade, grazing its neck. Shun Hao standing at the stairwell, he raised his sword. Young man. The voice pulled him back. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Old Man Zhou had stopped his Tai Chi at some point and was standing 3 meters away, hands behind his back, tilting his head to look at him. What kind of sword technique is that? Old Man Zhou asked, his voice not loud, but full of vigor. Just random hacking. Lin Yuan sheathed his sword. Random hacking? Old Man Zhou chuckled. I've practiced boxing for 50 years. I can tell from a man's walk if he can fight. Your sword technique. Every move is lethal. Lin Yuan didn't respond. Have you trained? Old Man Zhou took 2 steps closer. Military. Or neither. Then who taught you? The zombies. Old Man Zhou paused, thinking it was a joke, and laughed heartily. You're an interesting young man. He turned back to continue his Tai Chi, muttering to himself. Learning sword techniques from zombies, I might as well learn boxing from the king of hell. Lin Yuan ignored him and continued training. After finishing the sword routine, he moved on to physical exercises. Shuttle runs, 50-meter sprints, frog jumps, hill climbs. He utilized every terrain in the park. After 10 laps, he barely broke a sweat. It wasn't that he wasn't tired, the dragon blood lineage had elevated this Buddhist foundation too high. In his past life, he'd be panting like a dog after 3 laps. Now 10 laps felt like a stroll. Old Man Zhou practiced his Tai Chi, his eyes constantly drifting over. After an hour of training, the sky began to lighten. Lin Yuan stopped, took a gulp of water, and picked up his sword again. This time he increased his speed. The blade traced streaks of silver light through the air, faster and denser, until all that could be seen was a ball of silvery white light spinning. The sound of the Tang sword cutting through the air was as sharp as a whistle, piercing the eardrums. Old Man Zhou's hand stopped. His mouth hung open as he stared at the ball of silver light, his eyes nearly popping out. This? What kind of speed is this? He muttered to himself. Lin Yuan sheathed his sword. As the blade stopped, the surroundings suddenly fell silent. It was so quiet you could hear a leaf fall to the ground. Old Man Zhou was stunned for a long moment before speaking. Young man, how long have you been training? Not long. Not long. At that speed you just showed, in my 70 years, I've never seen another person capable of it. Lin Yuan didn't explain. He couldn't exactly say. I killed tens of thousands of zombies in my past life during the apocalypse, and I earned this sword technique with my life. Uncle Zhou, do you come every day? Lin Yuan asked. I do. 20 years, rain or shine. Then from now on, every morning, we'll keep each other company. Old Man Zhou looked at him, a hint of something indescribable in his eyes. All right. He nodded. You do your thing, I'll do mine. For the next 3 days, Lin Yuan arrived at the park at 4 in the morning sharp. On the first day, Old Man Zhou occasionally glanced at him, sometimes muttering, this young man sure can train. On the second day, Old Man Zhou started to strike up a conversation. Young man, you're faster today than yesterday. Is that sword of yours real or fake? Is it sharpened? It is. Then be careful, don't hurt yourself. I won't. By the third day, Old Man Zhou was already numb to it. He practiced his Tai Chi without even turning his head, muttering, here we go again, every day, like he's fighting for his life. Lin Yuan went through his routine as usual: warm-up, sword practice, physical training, then sword practice again. His speed grew faster, his strength stronger. In his past life, it took him 3 months to recover to peak condition. Now it took only 3 days. With the dragon blood lineage and the system's enhancement fluid, his power increased every day. On the morning of the 3rd day, he conducted a test. With full force, he swung his sword at a stone in the park, a head-sized granite boulder half buried in the ground. The Tang sword came down. The stone split cleanly into the cut, as smooth as a mirror. This time Old Man Zhou truly couldn't stay calm. He walked over, crouched down to look at the stone, then looked at the sword in Lin Yuan's hand, unable to speak for a long time. This? How the hell is this humanly possible? He cursed. Lin Yuan sheathed his sword. Uncle Zhou, let me ask you something. Go ahead. Do you think this world can stay peaceful forever? Old Man Zhou paused, looked up at the sky. The sky was quite blue, the clouds quite white, and the birds were still singing. Peace or not? Who can say? He sighed. I've lived 70 years and seen a lot. Some things look peaceful on the surface, but underneath they've long rotted. Then do you believe that in a few days the heavens will change? Old Man Zhou stared at him for a long moment. Young man, do you know something? Lin Yuan didn't answer. He pulled a piece of paper from his pocket with an address written on it, the address of his warehouse. Uncle Zhou, in 4 days, no matter what happens outside, go to this place. Bring water and food, but not too much enough to last you a week. Old man Zhou took the paper, his brow furrowing. What do you mean by this? If you trust me, go. With that, Lin Yuan turned and left. Behind him, old man Zhou stood rooted to the spot, clutching the paper in his hand, unmoving for a long time. On the 4th morning, Lin Yuan went to the park as usual. Old man Zhou didn't show up. Lin Yuan stood on the open ground looking at the granite boulder he had split and fell silent for a moment. In his past life, old man Zhou hadn't survived the first week of the apocalypse. In this life, he had given the old man a path. Whether to come or not was his own choice. Lin Yuan drew his Tang sword and began to train. Alone with a sword in the park at 4 in the morning. All around was pitch black, the streetlight casting his shadow long. The sound of the blade cutting through the air echoed in the empty park like something howling. After an hour of training, dawn broke. Lin Yuan sheathed his sword ready to head back. As he turned, he saw someone sitting on a park bench. It wasn't old man Zhou. It was a man in his 40s wearing a security guard uniform, holding a flashlight staring at him. Who are you? The guard stood up, shining the flashlight in Lin Yuan's face. The park isn't open yet. How did you get in? I climbed the fence. Climbed the fence. The guard was stunned. You? Watch closely. Lin Yuan interrupted him, walking to the park's iron fence, over 2 meters high, topped with spikes. He leaped lightly, supporting himself with one hand on the top of the fence, vaulted over, and landed without a sound. The guard was dumbfounded. Lin Yuan didn't look back, disappearing into the morning mist. Behind him, the guard shone the flashlight around for a long time, only to see a blurry silhouette. Did I see a ghost? Back at his rented room, Lin Yuan took a shower and changed into clean clothes. The system panel popped up. Physical examination, current physique level. Peak of Tier 2 compared to yesterday, 12. With 2 more days of training, he should reach Tier 3. By then, even without abilities, he could take on mutant zombies unknown. Lin Yuan dismissed the panel and glanced at the calendar. Countdown, 2 days left. Today, he was going to find Su Muqing. He picked up his phone and checked the address sent by the temp worker, Medical University Southgate rented room. Before leaving, he hung the Tang sword at his waist and stuffed 2 bulletproof plates into his backpack. As he stepped out, the sound of the steel door closing was muffled like something sinking into water. Lin Yuan went downstairs and hailed a cab. Driver, Medical University Southgate. So early. What are you going to the school for? To find someone. The driver glanced at him in the rearview mirror and didn't ask further. The cab drove for half an hour and arrived at the Medical University gate. The sky was fully bright now, and a few early rising students were jogging on campus. Lin Yuan got out and followed the address to an old residential building. 6th floor, no elevator. He climbed up and knocked on the door. No answer. He knocked 3 more times. The door opened. A girl stood at the entrance wearing a white lab coat, her hair casually tied in a ponytail, her face expressionless. Who are you looking for? Su Muqing. That's me. The girl looked him up and down. Who are you? Lin Yuan looked at her face. In his past life, that face had been smoke-blackened and blood-stained during the apocalypse, but her eyes had always been bright. Now it was clean and pure like an ordinary university student. My name is Lin Yuan, he said. I've come to ask for your help. With what? Saving people. Su Muqing was taken aback. Saving who? Many people. She stared into his eyes for several seconds. Then she stepped aside. Come in, she said, but my fees are quite high. Lin Yuan walked in. The room was filled with books and lab equipment, the air thick with the smell of disinfectant. He turned around and looked at Su Muqing. Why don't you ask who I am? Su Muqing closed the door, leaned against the wall, and stuffed her hands into the pockets of her lab coat. You knock on my door at 7 in the morning with a knife at your waist, saying you've come to find me to save people. A slight smile tugged at her lips. If I asked who you were, wouldn't that be a bit foolish? Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment. Then he laughed. This girl was exactly the same as in his past life. Calm beyond her years. Fine. He pulled a document from his backpack, notes from Su Muqing's research in his past life, which he had written down from memory. Take a look at this. Su Muqing took it, opened the first page, and her expression changed. This is the formula for an antiviral spray, eh? Yes. That's impossible. She looked up, her eyes wide. This was the topic of my graduation thesis, and I haven't finished it yet. How do you have this? I guessed it. Guessed it. Read it all first. Su Muqing lowered her head and flipped through page after page. Faster and faster, her face growing paler. When she reached the last page, her hands were trembling. If this formula is made, it can delay zombification. Her voice quivered slightly. It can. How do you know? Lin Yuan looked into her eyes. Because someone made it before. Who? You? Su Muqing stood frozen. Outside the window, sunlight streamed in, falling on her white lab coat, dazzling to the eyes. His phone vibrated. Lin Yuan pulled it out and saw a message from the temp worker brother Lin Chun. How came to the warehouse today? Said he wanted to have a drink with you. I didn't let him in. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes. He replied with 2 words, keep watch. He put the phone back in his pocket and looked at Su Muqing. Come with me. Where to? A place where you can survive. Su Muqing hesitated for 3 seconds. Then she picked up her backpack and stuffed the notes inside. Let's go, she said. Lin Yuan turned and walked out. Behind him, Su Muqing locked the door and followed. The 2 of them went down the stairs one after the other. 6th floor, no elevator. Their footsteps echoed in the stairwell one after another like a heartbeat. Lin Yuan knew that from today on some things had already changed. Countdown, 2 days left. And the girl who once defended the door with a Molotov cocktail in the apocalypse was now walking behind him. In this life, he wouldn't let her face the zombies alone again. When Lin Yuan returned from the medical university, Su Muqing sat in the passenger seat without uttering a single word. Her fingers were clenched tightly around that notebook, the knuckles turning white. Lin Yuan knew what she was thinking. Anyone would be suspicious when a stranger suddenly showed up at their doorstep brandishing a thesis she herself hadn't even finished writing. He offered no explanation. Some things, even if he told her now, she wouldn't believe. When the car pulled back into the warehouse, the temporary worker was standing at the entrance smoking. Seeing Su Muqing step out, he paused, his gaze darting between Lin Yuan and her twice. Brother Lin, this is Su Muqing, a medical student. Lin Yuan tossed his backpack to him. Find her somewhere to stay. The temporary worker nodded without asking further. Su Muqing stood at the warehouse entrance, tilting her head to look at the massive iron door, then sweeping her gaze across the towering walls and dense barbed wire surrounding them. This is your base, she asked. Sort of. You built this alone, more or less. Su Muqing fell silent and followed the temporary worker inside. Lin Yuan stood outside lighting a cigarette. Tomorrow was the apocalypse. He looked up at the sky. It was still blue, the clouds still white, but a faint reddish haze lingered on the western horizon, barely noticeable unless you looked closely. In his past life, the sky had looked like this 24 hours before the blood rain fell. He stubbed out the cigarette and turned back into the warehouse. Today he had one last thing to do: inventory the supplies. The warehouse was spacious, originally an abandoned factory. Lin Yuan had spent half a month renovating it, dividing it into 5 zones: food, water, weapons, medical supplies, and vehicles. He started with the food zone. Stacks of provisions rose like mountains: rice, flour, compressed biscuits, canned goods, instant noodles, sausages. Each pile was neatly arranged, covered with moisture-proof tarps. Lin Yuan estimated roughly that it was enough to feed 100 people for 3 months. He crouched down, tore open a bag of rice, scooped up a handful, and brought it to his nose. Fresh rice, no mold. Next was the water zone. Cases of bottled water were stacked like a wall, reaching from the floor to the ceiling. Beside them stood a row of large barrels, each holding a ton, 10 in total, all filled to the brim. Lin Yuan unscrewed a bottle of water and took a long gulp. It was sweet. In his past life, he had drunk the filthiest water, scooped from a sewer reeking of rot. But you drank or you died of thirst. Back then he had thought that if he could ever taste clean water again, had dye content. Now he had an entire wall of bottled water. The weapons zone. When Lin Yuan walked in, the temporary worker was inside cleaning guns. 5 rifles, 3 handguns, and ammunition neatly arranged in boxes row after row like chocolate bars. A Tang sword hung on the wall, its blade gleaming. Beside it were entrenching tools: fire axes, crossbows, and machetes. An entire wall of cold steel. Brother Lin, I've tested all these guns. They're good. The temporary worker stood up. But we're a bit short on ammo. How much? 1,200 rounds for the rifles, 800 for the pistols. Lin Yuan frowned. It seemed like a lot, but in a real fight it could be gone in a single battle. Use them sparingly, he said. Stick to melee weapons for the zombies. The temporary worker nodded and went back to cleaning. Lin Yuan walked to the medical zone. That's where Su Muqing was now. She was crouched in front of a cardboard box, rifling through the medicines one by one. Antibiotics, tourniquets, sutures, anesthetics. She muttered under her breath, then suddenly looked up. Where did you get so much military-grade stuff? Bought it. These things go for a fortune on the black market. That's why I'm dead broke now. The corner of Su Muqing's mouth twitched as if she wanted to laugh, but held it in. What are you preparing all this for, she asked. You'll know tomorrow. Su Muqing didn't press further. She lowered her head and continued her inventory. Finally, the vehicle zone. 5 off-road vehicles were parked in a row, their bodies pitch black, bulletproof, glass gleaming with a faint somber light. The tires were new, explosion-proof, with treads as deep as a beast's fangs. Lin Yuan pulled open the door and sat inside. The steering wheel felt cool and solid in his hands. In his past life, he had fled in a broken-down van with a door that wouldn't close properly, rattling and screeching the whole way. When the van gave out, he had to rely on his own 2 legs. This time he had 5 modified off-roaders. It was enough. After finishing the rounds, Lin Yuan stood in the middle of the warehouse looking around. Mountains of food, water, and weapons. It had taken 7 days, all his savings, and every bit of knowledge from his past life to gather all this. A system panel popped up. Supply reserve rating S-Class, 98,100. Main quest completion, 100 reward, issued bloodline awakening stone, 1 Lin Yuan opened his system inventory. Inside lay a stone the size of a fist, dark red, all over like congealed blood plasma. Its surface was covered in fine, intricate patterns that faintly glowed. A bloodline awakening stone. In his past life, he had seen others use this thing. Swallow it, and your bones would crackle, something like snakes would writhe under your skin. The pain was excruciating. But if you survived it, you'd awaken an ability. He hadn't had an awakening stone in his past life. He had died an ordinary man. This time he was the first to get one. But Lin Yuan didn't rush to use it. He knew that taking this thing required being in peak condition, wealth-focused, and undisturbed. Today wasn't the day. There was still a mountain of work to do. He closed the panel and glanced at his point balance. Dominion points, 2300. This was what he had accumulated in 7 days. Killing zombies, completing quest system rewards. In his past life, he had never even seen 200 points. Now he had 23,000. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. It was enough. These points would let him live very comfortably in the early days of the apocalypse. But he knew the real big score hadn't come yet. After the apocalypse descended, there would be more and more zombies, then mutants and aberrant beasts would emerge. That was when the points would really start flowing. His phone buzzed. A message from the temporary worker brother Lin Shun. Hao called again. Asked if you're stockpiling supplies. I said I didn't know. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes. He replied, next time he calls, tell him I'm planning to open a supermarket. The temporary worker sent back a string of question marks. Lin Yuan ignored him. He walked out of the warehouse and stood at the entrance. Dusk was falling, the setting sun staining the entire sky a deep crimson. In the distance, the city's silhouette blurred into the twilight like a sleeping beast. Countdown, 1 day left. At this time tomorrow the sky would be blood red. Lin Yuan lit a cigarette. Su Muqing had somehow come out and was standing beside him. What are you staring at? The apocalypse. Su Muqing followed his gaze and saw only the sunset and clouds. Are you a little unhinged? She said. You'll know tomorrow. You keep saying you'll know tomorrow. Su Muqing turned to look at him. Can't you just tell me now? Lin Yuan took a drag of his cigarette and exhaled. You wouldn't believe me if I told you. How do you know if you don't try? Lin Yuan was silent for a moment. Tomorrow red rain will fall from the sky. People on the streets will turn into monsters. The whole city will become a living hell. Su Muqing stared at him for several long seconds. Are you serious? I never lie. Su Muqing said nothing more. The two of them stood at the warehouse entrance watching the sun sink lower and lower. The sky darkened. Lin Yuan stubbed out his cigarette and turned back. Come on, let's turn in early tonight. Tomorrow's going to be busy. Su Muqing followed behind him, her footsteps light. She had many questions in her heart, but she chose not to ask them. Because she could see it. This man wasn't putting on an act. He was truly preparing for a war. At 10 o'clock that night, Lin Yuan sat alone in the storage room. Before him lay the bloodline awakening stone, dark red, looking like an eye under the beam of the flashlight. He reached out and picked it up. It was heavy, much heavier than it looked. Tomorrow the apocalypse would descend. He needed to become stronger before it arrived. But he still didn't take it. Because consuming this thing took time. A few hours at least, maybe a whole day. He still had too much to do. Pick up his mother, settle. Su Muqing briefed the temporary worker. Wait a little longer. He put the awakening stone back into his system inventory and muttered to himself, tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, he would take it. And then he would wait for the apocalypse to come. He stood up and walked out of the storage room. The warehouse was very quiet except for the rhythmic footsteps of the temporary worker on night duty. Lin Yuan walked to the window and pushed it open. The night wind rushed and chilly. In the distance, the city's lights scattered like fallen stars. He knew those lights would go out tomorrow, but it didn't matter. He was ready. His phone lit up again. Not Shen Hao, it was his mother. Mom, son, I've made dinner. Are you coming home to eat tomorrow? Lin Yuan stared at the screen, his eyes stinging slightly. Lin Yuan will be there. He'll definitely be there tomorrow. Mom will wait for you. He put the phone back in his pocket and closed the window. Count down the final day. Tomorrow the blood rain would fall. Tomorrow he would go pick up his mother. Tomorrow he would kill zombies. Tomorrow, a new world was about to begin. Lin Yuan hadn't slept a wink all night. It wasn't that he didn't want to sleep. He simply dared not. It was the final day of the countdown and his mind was flooded with images from his past life. When the blood rain fell, he had been standing at the entrance of a supermarket looking up at the sky, turning crimson, mistaking it for a sunset. When the raindrops struck his face, they were sticky and viscous. He touched them with his hand, only to find it drenched in blood. Beside him, someone began to scream, someone else vomited, and another person's body convulsed uncontrollably. 10 minutes later, the first wave of zombies had already taken to the streets. Lin Yuan opened his eyes and glanced at his phone. It was 4 in the morning. He sat up, retrieved the bloodline awakening stone from his system inventory. The dark red stone lay heavy in his palm. Under the flashlight's beam it resembled a clot of congealed blood. The fine, intricate patterns on its surface seemed to writhe slowly, as if they possessed a life of their own. In his past life, he had never seen such an artifact. It had appeared in the system shop priced at 100,000 points, an amount he couldn't even scrape together the spare change for. Later he heard it was forged from cores extracted from the brains of mutated creatures. 100 cores to refine a single stone. 100 lives exchanged for one person's supernatural ability. Lin Yuan took a deep breath. Use. Prompt: consuming the Bloodline Awakening Stone will initiate a bloodline reconstruction. The process will last approximately 2 hours and will cause intense pain. Confirm. Confirmed. The stone suddenly grew scorching hot, as if it had just been pulled from a blazing fire. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yuan shoved it into his mouth. It had no taste. The moment it entered his mouth, the stone dissolved, turning into a stream of heat that rolled down his throat. At first it was bearable, just a little hot. But 3 seconds later, agony. Not ordinary pain. It was the pain of bones being snapped and reconnected one by one, the pain of flesh being torn apart, and then knitted back together, the pain of molten lava coursing through his veins instead of blood. Lin Yuan clenched his jaw so tight that veins bulged across his forehead. The pain made him want to scream, but no sound escaped his throat. It made him want to writhe, but his body felt nailed to the bed, utterly immobile. All he could do was endure. Endure until his nails dug into his palms, blood trickling through the gaps between his fingers. Endure until his teeth ground together with a grating sound, his gums bleeding. The system panel flickered before his eyes, the words blurry and unreadable. But there was one number he could see clearly, the progress bar. 2, 5, 11. It was too slow. Every second stretched into an eternity. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, forcing his mind away from the pain, and thought of other things. He thought of his mother's braised pork belly, of coming home from school as a child to find her bustling in the kitchen, the smell of cooking oil filling the entire house. He thought of Zhao Mengqi swinging a fire extinguisher at a zombie's head, her hands trembling violently, yet her gaze fierce enough to terrify. He thought of Su Muqing standing at the laboratory door, the light of a Molotov cocktail illuminating her face as she said, "I'll go with you." He thought of Chen Hao. He thought of him standing at the top of the stairs looking down at him with a cigarette dangling from his lips and a smirk on his face. Lin Yuan, don't blame me. I don't blame you. In this life I'll show you what blame really means. The progress bar hit 50. The pain changed. It was no longer just pain. It was an agony mixed with an unbearable itch, as if tens of thousands of insects were burrowing into his very bones. Every joint in Lin Yuan's body cracked loudly like a string of firecrackers. His skin began to redden, growing deeper and deeper until it looked as if it might drip blood. His clothes were soaked through with sweat, and the bedsheet was torn into several shreds where his hands had clawed at it. But he didn't utter a single sound. In his past life, he had been bitten by zombies, clawed by mutated creatures, and pushed down a flight of stairs by Chen Hao, breaking 3 ribs. He had endured all that pain. He could endure this. 70, 85, 92, 98, 100. Bloodline reconstruction complete. Detected host bloodline unknown, ancient bloodline initial stage. Physique greatly enhanced, strength 300, speed 200, regeneration 500. Perception enhanced, hearing, vision, and olfactory range expanded to 300 of original. New ability unlocked, danger precognition passive. Can perceive lethal threats within a 10-meter radius. The pain vanished. It receded like a tide, dissipated like clouds parting. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. The world was different. It wasn't just in his mind. It was truly different. Every crack on the ceiling was visible with crystal clarity. He could even trace the trajectories of dust motes floating through the air. He heard Su Muqing turning over in the next room, the sound of the temp worker snoring downstairs, and the hum of wind brushing against the wire fence outside the warehouse. He looked down at his own hands. The wounds on his palms had already healed, leaving not even a scar. Beneath his skin, a faint dark red light seemed to flow like magma running underground. Lin Yuan stood up. His body felt impossibly light. He tried a small jump and nearly hit his head on the ceiling. Holy shit, he muttered. The ceiling was over 2 meters high, and a light spring had almost brought him to it. If he really jumped, would he fly? He walked to the window and pushed it open. The sky hadn't brightened yet, but in his eyes the darkness was no longer an obstacle. He could clearly see the distant buildings, trees, and streetlights, even the moths fluttering around the lamps. He took a deep breath. The air carried many scents: gasoline, cooking oil, dust, and a faint Swedish metallic odor drifting from the west. He had smelled that scent before in his past life. The scent of blood rain. Countdown, less than 24 hours. Lin Yuan closed the window, turned, and walked out of the room. The temp worker was woken by the sound of footsteps and sat up from the sofa, rubbing his eyes. Brother Lin, why are you up so early? He stopped mid-sentence, stunned. You've changed somehow. Changed. I can't put my finger on it. The temp worker stared at his face, frowning deeply. You just feel different. Your eyes are brighter than yesterday. You walk without making a sound, and also, he swallowed hard. The aura around you. It's like you're a completely different person from yesterday. Lin Yuan didn't explain. Temp, don't go anywhere today. Just stay in the warehouse and lock the door. Why? You'll find out today. The temp worker opened his mouth, but asked no further questions. Lin Yuan walked into the storage room and checked everything in his system inventory. The Bloodline Awakening Stone was used. He now had 23,000 points left. Weapons, food, water, medicine, a vehicle, all in place. All that remained was to wait. He walked to the warehouse door and pushed open the iron gate. Outside, the sky was just beginning to lighten. The streets were still empty, with only an occasional car passing by, its horn echoing through the deserted road. The sun rose from the east, casting a golden light that fell warmly on his face. Everything seemed so normal. So normal it was unsettling. Lin Yuan lit a cigarette, leaning against the doorframe. His phone buzzed. A message from his mother. Son, are you coming home for dinner today? I made braised ribs. Lin Yuan replied yes. They'll be there in the afternoon. Mom, okay, drive safe. He pocketed his phone and took the last drag of his cigarette. He turned back into the warehouse and stopped in front of a row of off-road vehicles. He chose the sturdiest one, checking the fuel-level tires and bulletproof glass. Then from the weapons section, he took a Tang saber and hung it at his waist. From the medical supplies, he grabbed a first aid kit and tossed it into the trunk. Su Muqing had woken up at some point and was standing at the warehouse entrance watching him. You're going out? Yeah. Where? To pick up my mom. Su Muqing was silent for a moment. What you said yesterday, about the sky raining blood, people on the streets turning into monsters, is it true? Lin Yuan looked at her. It's true. Then if you go now to get your mom, will you make it back in time? I will. Lin Yuan pulled open the car door. They'll be back before noon. Su Muqing stared into his eyes for a long moment. Then be careful. Lin Yuan nodded and started the engine. The roar of the off-road vehicle's engine exploded inside the warehouse like a roused beast's growl. He shifted into gear, floored the accelerator, and the vehicle shot forward. Behind him, Su Muqing stood at the warehouse entrance, watching the car vanish into the morning mist. An indescribable unease settled in her heart. But she chose to believe that man, because he never lied. Lin Yuan drove, heading straight for his mother's place. There weren't many cars on the road, and the traffic lights were working normally. As he passed the vegetable market, he saw people buying groceries, haggling over prices, cursing vendors for shortchanging them. Everything was just as usual. But he knew this was the calm before the storm. His phone buzzed again. It wasn't his mother, it was Chen Hao. Chen Hao, bro, I heard you're heading to your mom's place today. Want me to come with you? Lin Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. That bastard even knew he was going home. Did the temp worker tell him? Or had he planted a surveillance device somewhere? Lin Yuan replied no need. After sending the message, he tossed his phone onto the passenger seat and floored the accelerator. Amidst the traffic, his off-road vehicle cut through like a black shark, weaving left and right. Ahead, the sun had already climbed halfway into the sky. The sky was a pristine blue without a single cloud. But Lin Yuan knew that beneath that blue, blood was lurking. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. His mother was waiting for him. The blood rain was also waiting for him. Countdown, 12 hours remaining. And in those 12 hours, he had to pull his mother out of the city that was about to become a hellscape. Then, all that would be left was the killing. Kill the zombies, kill the mutated creatures, kill anything that tried to harm him or the people by his side. In his past life, he had no choice. In this life, he would seize every shred of control. Because this time, he wasn't running for his life. He was the one in command. After driving for 40 minutes, he arrived at his mother's residential complex. Lin Yuan parked the car and went upstairs. He knocked on the door. The door opened. His mother stood there wearing an apron, a spatula still clutched in her hand. You're here? Come in and eat. A smile was on her face as if nothing at all had happened. Lin Yuan looked at her, his eyes stinging with warmth. Mom, nothing. He stepped inside and closed the door behind him. Behind him, the motion sensor light in the hallway went out. The darkness swallowed the door. But Lin Yuan knew the sky hadn't fallen yet. There was still time. He could still share one last peaceful meal with his mother. After the meal, he would take her away. Take her away from this city that was about to meet its doom. To the fortress he had spent 7 days and 7 nights building. To live. To survive. Lin Yuan walked to the window of his mother's home and pushed it open. Outside, the crimson glow on the horizon was growing deeper and deeper. He stood there quietly waiting. The moment I left my mother's house, the sky began to look ominous. The crimson glow in the west was indescribable. It wasn't a sunset, as sunsets were never so unsettling. It was dark, viscous, as if something had torn a rift in the heavens and blood was seeping through. Layer by layer it spread eastward, flooding over rooftops, treetops, and the entire street. Lin Yuan glanced down at the car's clock. It was 5:40 p.m. Damn, the apocalypse had come early. In his past life, the blood rain had fallen around 6 in the evening. He remembered that with absolute clarity, because back then he had just walked out of the supermarket, 2 bags in hand, his mind preoccupied with what to have for dinner. Then the sky turned red and the rain began to fall. He floored the accelerator. The off-road vehicle weaved through the traffic, a cacophony of horns blaring around him. Someone rolled down their window to curse at him, but he had no time to respond. In just 5 minutes, the sky was completely ruined. The blood-red hue pressed in from the west like a boundless red cloth, wrapping the entire sky tightly. The sun was gone, the clouds were gone, leaving only a uniform thick, dark red, as if someone had painted the ceiling with blood plasma. The cars on the road began to slow down. Some people stopped, craning their necks to look at the sky. What the hell is that? A solar eclipse? No. Look up there. Why is the sky red? Shrieks erupted from all directions. Lin Yuan didn't stop. He spun the steering wheel and veered into a side street. Fewer people hear a shortcut. His phone suddenly began to vibrate violently. It wasn't a call, but WeChat messages, one after another, buzzing like a hornet's nest. He glanced down. The group chat was in chaos. The sky is falling, the end of the world, aliens are coming, and someone even said the government has issued an alert. He couldn't be bothered to look. He tossed his phone onto the passenger seat. 3 more blocks to go. The signal cut out abruptly. Not a gradual loss, but completely gone. The small fan-shaped icon in the top right corner of the screen had turned into a cold, stark X. He pressed the accelerator again. The car surged forward, but the intersection ahead was gridlocked. Dozens of vehicles were crammed together haphazardly. Some people had gotten out of their cars, pointing at the sky and shouting, while others were crouched on the ground crying. A bare-chested man stood on top of his car, spinning around with his phone, searching for a signal. Lin Yuan honked twice. It was useless. He put the car in reverse, turned around, and took a detour. It took him nearly 10 extra minutes to reach his apartment building. After parking, he looked up. The window on the 6th floor, its steel mesh still in place, was shut. He took the stairs 3 at a time. The sound-activated lights in the hallway all flickered on a clear path. He opened the door, entered, and locked it behind him. 3 locks, a bolt, a chain, and a combination lock, all secured. He walked to the window and pushed it open. A wave of blood-red light rushed in, bathing the entire room in crimson. His face, his hands, the walls, the floor, all were immersed in that dark red, as if soaked in a pool of blood. The street below had descended into utter chaos. People were rushing out of buildings, stuffing large bags and small parcels into their cars. Others were running, holding their children and crying. An old woman was kneeling in the middle of the road, bowing to the sky and muttering incantations, praying to some deity or another. In the distance, there was an explosion. Hard to tell if it was a gas canister or a gas station. Several plumes of black smoke rose simultaneously, starkly visible against the red sky. But there were no zombies yet. In his past life, the transformation began only after the blood rain. The rain hadn't fallen yet. There was still a chance. Lin Yuan took a deep breath and turned to put on his gear. He inserted the ballistic plates into the front and back of his vest, hung the Tang saber at his waist, and stuffed 2 packs of compressed biscuits and a bottle of water into his pockets. His backpack contained a first aid kit, a flashlight, a lighter, and water purification tablets. He retrieved the crossbow from the top of the wardrobe, loaded 20 bolts, and slung it over his shoulder. Once he was fully geared up, he stood in front of the mirror and took a look. The person in the mirror had a scar on his brow bone that under the crimson light looked like a living centipede. His eyes were different now. At this time in his past life, he had been standing outside the supermarket, bags in hand, staring at the sky in utter bewilderment. Now his gaze was cold, hard, like a blade drawn from its sheath. All right. His phone still had no signal. He turned it off directly. To save power in the apocalypse, a fully charged phone was worth more than gold. Even without a signal, it could still be used as a flashlight, a notebook, and a camera. Outside the window, the first raindrop fell. It wasn't transparent. It was red. It was viscous, like diluted blood, splattering against the window pane and trickling down the steel mesh. Lin Yuan stood by the window, his hand instinctively gripping the hilt of his saber. It's here. The rain intensified. It wasn't a drizzle, it was a downpour. The whole sky seemed to have been punctured, and the red rainwater cascaded down, drenching the rooftops, the streets, and the people still running outside. Someone downstairs screamed, not out of fear, but a scream of agony. He looked through the steel mesh. A middle-aged man stood in the rain, clutching his head, his body convulsing violently, as if electrocuted. His skin began to turn gray, and blood vessels bulged beneath the surface, black like earthworms crawling across his face. His eyes, the whites, turned yellow, his pupils shrank to pinpricks, then suddenly dilated, expanding until the entire eyeball was a lifeless gray. The convulsions stopped. He stood up straight, stiff and mechanical like a marionette. Then he opened his mouth and let out a sound that no human should be able to make. A low guttural roar forced from the deepest part of his throat. A zombie. The very first zombie had come to life right before his eyes. Lin Yuan didn't move. He just stood by the window, watching coldly. He had seen this scene countless times in his past life. He was no longer afraid. He was waiting for the rain to lighten, for the first wave of zombies to disperse, for the streets to empty, before he would go down. Going down now wouldn't be killing zombies, it would be suicide. He glanced at his watch. It was 6:12 p.m. The blood rain had come about 20 minutes earlier than in his past life. The rain fell for the entire night. Lin Yuan didn't sleep a wink. He just sat by the window listening to the sounds outside. Screams, wails, gunfire from an unknown source, explosions, the shattering of glass, and the roars of zombies. These sounds were all mixed together like a symphony from hell. His phone remained off. His mother should be fine. He had made sure she stocked up on supplies and locked her doors. She trusted him. Chen Hao. He didn't think about him. That name was now just a target he had to eliminate. At 4:00 a.m., the rain stopped. The sky was still red but paler than the day before, like a blood-soaked cloth that had been washed once. The streets were empty of people, only zombies. Dozens. Hundreds. They wandered aimlessly through the streets, some in pajamas, some in work uniforms, some still clutching briefcases. They had once been human. Lin Yuan stood up, stretching his limbs. He did a final check of his equipment, drew and sheathed the Tang saber, loaded the crossbow, and ensured the bolts were at his side. He walked to the door and pulled open the 3 locks. The steel door was heavy, and it groaned dully as it swung open. The sound-activated lights in the hallway were still on. On the first day of the apocalypse, the electricity hadn't failed yet. He took a deep breath. It was time to go down. Lin Yuan was about to pull the door open when the knocking came. It wasn't from the street outside, but from the stairwell right outside his door. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. A heavy pounding. Urgent and forceful, it was the sound of fists hammering against the door. Not the mindless slapping of a zombie, but a human, a living person, frantic and desperate. Lin Yuan, are you in there? The voice from outside was choked with sobs, raw and cracking. He recognized it. Old Zhang from across the hall, a man in his 40s who worked at some company, the kind you'd nod to in passing. Lin Yuan, open up. Hurry. Old Zhang's voice grew shriller, as if someone were strangling him. Lin Yuan didn't move. He walked to the door and pressed his eye to the peephole. The sight through the peephole sent a chill down his spine. Old Zhang's face was twisted like crumpled paper. He wore a gray vest drenched in blood, not his own, but from his hands. His hands were a bloody mess, fingernails caked with dark red shreds of flesh, unrecognizable. His face was pale as death, lips trembling, eyes bulging like brass bells, their pupils reflecting the still-lit, sound-activated lamp on the opposite wall. My wife, she. Old Zhang's words came in broken fragments, as if half-choked. She's changed. She's not human anymore. She bit me. Look at my hands. Look. He thrust his hands in front of the peephole, shaking them back and forth. A chunk of flesh was missing from his right hand's tiger's mouth, revealing the pinkish-white muscle beneath with beads of blood oozing out. Lin Yuan remained silent. He didn't open the door. Instead, he shifted his gaze from Old Zhang's face to what lay behind him. The sound-activated lamp in the stairwell was on, casting a dim yellow light over a scene of chaos. The door across the hall was wide open, with a trail of dark viscous liquid stretching from inside to the stairwell. It glistened under the light, slimy and mucus-like. Then he saw Old Zhang's wife. She stood at the doorway of their apartment, half her body inside, half out. She wore a floral print nightgown, her hair loose and covering half her face. The exposed half. Lin Yuan's pupils contracted sharply. That was no longer a human face. Her skin was a pallid gray, not the pale of blood loss, but the ashen hue of death, like meat left out of the fridge for 3 days. Her lips were gone, or rather had retracted, revealing her gums and teeth. Teeth that were longer than normal, as if pushed out from the jawbone by something. Her eyes were half up in the whites, turned yellow, pupils dilated like overcooked fish eyes. Her body swayed slightly. Not the sway of walking, but like something suspended, swaying back and forth with the breeze. Her hands hung at her sides, fingertips pointing downward, dripping black liquid. Old Zhang was still pounding on the door, but his strength was visibly waning, his voice hoarse. Lin Yuan. Open up. Let me in, please. My wife's gone mad. She's not human. Let me hide in there, please. Lin Yuan watched Old Zhang through the peephole. Images from his past life flashed through his mind. The second day of the apocalypse, someone had knocked on his door then too. He had opened it. The moment the door swung open, a zombie lunged in and sank its teeth into his forearm. That zombie was Old Zhang's wife, and Old Zhang himself had vanished somewhere. In his past life, he had nearly died from that bite. Old Zhang. He finally spoke, his voice low, but Old Zhang heard him and jerked his head up as if electrocuted. I'm here. Open up. Hurry. Is your wife standing at your door? Lin Yuan cut him off. Old Zhang froze for a second, glanced back, then recoiled, pressing his body against the door panel, trembling violently. Yes, she's right there. She's not moving, she just stands there, but she bit me. She bit my hand like this. Open up. Lin Yuan didn't move. Old Zhang, listen to me. His voice was flat, as if reading a manual. Your wife is no longer human. You have two choices now, run downstairs or run upstairs. What? What do you mean? Old Zhang's voice shifted from pleading to terror, then to something indefinable. You want to open the door? You won't let me in? You're leaving me out here. Coming in won't help, Lin Yuan said. I have no medicine here. Your wound will get infected eventually. And your wife is right across the hall. The moment she hears a sound, she'll lunge. I don't know if this door can hold her back. But I do know that if you come in, you'll only drag me down with you. The words were cold, cutting to the bone. But Lin Yuan spoke the truth. In his past life, he had opened the door out of pity and nearly lost his life. Old Zhang fell silent. 3 seconds, maybe 5, Lin Yuan couldn't recall. Then Old Zhang let out a sound no human should make. Not a cry, not a scream, but a desperate, soul-crushing whimper from the depths of his throat. You're not human. Old Zhang's voice came in fits and starts. We've been neighbors for over a year. My wife even brought you dumplings. Have you forgotten? Have you fucking forgotten? Lin Yuan hadn't forgotten. Last winter solstice, Old Zhang's wife had indeed brought him a plate of dumplings, chive and egg filling still warm. He had taken them and said thank you, and the woman had smiled, saying, You're welcome, feel free to drop by any time. That was in his past life. In this life, he hadn't tasted those dumplings yet, but he knew they had existed, because this was the first day of the apocalypse and those events hadn't happened yet. He didn't answer, not because he had nothing to say, but because he couldn't. Speaking would be a sign of weakness, and weakness was a flaw, and flaws led to death. Old Zhang fell silent again. This time it lasted longer. Then his footsteps shuffled a couple of steps to the side, paused, then shuffled again. Lin Yuan peered through the peephole. Old Zhang was edging along the wall toward the stairwell, his eyes fixed on his wife's direction across the hall, like a mouse cornered by a cat. When he reached the stairwell, he broke into a run. Footsteps exploded in the corridor, heavy and chaotic, punctuated by a fall. A dull thud, as something hit the floor, followed by a brief cry of pain. But he got up, and the footsteps continued downward, growing fainter and fainter, until they were swallowed by the click of the sound-activated lamp turning off. Lin Yuan still stood behind the door, his hand gripping the doorknob, knuckles white. The corridor fell silent. Old Zhang had run off to where no one knew. His wife still stood at the doorway across the hall, motionless like a forgotten mannequin. Lin Yuan released his grip, turned, and leaned against the door, tilting his head back to look at the ceiling. The fluorescent light was still on, its tube yellowed, the starter flickering occasionally with a soft click. He thought of the dumplings. Chive and egg filling still warm. Damn it, he cursed. The sound rolled twice through the empty room and dissipated. He walked to the window and pushed it open. On the street below, more zombies had gathered. The sky in the distance was still red, shifting from dark crimson to rust like a scab that had been left too long. His phone was still off. He hadn't turned it on. The countdown was long gone. The apocalypse had arrived. He had chosen not to open that door. He didn't know if he was right, but he knew that in his past life he had opened it and nearly died. In this life he hadn't, and at least he was still alive. Alive, he would have a chance to fight back. He touched the tang saber at his waist. The hilt was cold, pressing painfully into his palm. In the distance, a scream erupted from some building, then abruptly cut off. Lin Yuan didn't move. He simply closed the window. He didn't think about the dumplings anymore. After a while, a sliver of grayish white appeared on the horizon. Not sunlight, but the sky's glow behind the red clouds. A new day was about to dawn. He walked back to the door, took a deep breath, and unfastened the 3 locks. It was time to go downstairs. The sound-activated light in the stairwell was still on, casting a dim yellow glow over the mottled walls. Lin Yuan stood at the entrance of the building, taking a deep breath. Outside the door, the world was no longer the one from yesterday. He pulled the door open. A dark red light surged and mingled with a thick, cloying sweetness, like someone had splashed a basin of diluted blood across his face. He squinted, stepped out. Behind him, the door slammed shut with a clang, and the sound-activated light went out. The street was a mess of chaos. Overturned cars lay scattered in every direction, broken glass crunching underfoot as the wind carried ashes and the smell of burning from afar. As far as the eye could see, there was not a single soul alive. But there were plenty of zombies. 12 or 2 dozen scattered across the street. Some stood dazed beside an overturned bus, others crouched, gnawing on something unknown, and a few mechanically circled in the middle of the road. Their movements were sluggish and stiff, like rusty wind-up toys. Lin Yuan gripped his tang dao, the blade still sheathed. He began to walk forward. His footsteps echoed loudly on the empty street. The nearest zombie, a middle-aged man in blue work clothes with a hole in his belly and intestines dragging on the ground, heard the sound and slowly turned its head. Gray eyeballs, murky pupils, black mucus oozing from its half-open mouth. It locked onto him. Then it moved. Not fast, but resolute. Dragging that length of intestine, it shuffled step by step toward him. The intestines left a wet trail on the concrete, making a squelching sound. Lin Yuan didn't run, nor did he retreat. He drew the tang dao from behind his waist. As the blade left the sheath, a cold flash of light glinted and the dark red sky slid across the edge like a smear of blood. A system panel popped up in his mind. Tip: first kill imminent. Slaying a zombie for the first time after the apocalypse outbreak grants double Dominion points reward. Double. A normal zombie gave 1 to 5 points, so double would be 2 to 10. But every bit counted, and the symbolic meaning of the first kill mattered more than the points. In his past life, he had never claimed the first kill reward. His first zombie had been cut down while he was pushed out as a meat shield, and the system didn't recognize it. This time he had waited for this moment for a long time. The zombie stopped 2 meters away, pausing, not out of fear, but because it needed time to lock onto its target. Its pupils dilated and contracted, and the sound from its throat changed from a raspy wheeze to a gurgle like boiling water bubbling. Then it lunged. Its speed doubled from its walk, but in Lin Yuan's eyes it was still slow. The combat experience from his past life made his body react before his mind. He didn't even have time to think about how to swing, but his hand had already moved. The Tang Dao slashed diagonally from bottom right to top left. The blade cut through the zombie's throat with no resistance, like slicing through 3-day-old tofu. With a wet thud, black blood sprayed from the wound, splattering across his face. The blade continued upward, cutting through the mandible, the cranial cavity, and finally emerging from the top left of the skull. The zombie's body kept charging forward, but its head was split in two. It took 2 more steps, then stiffened like a machine that had lost power, collapsing straight down. Slain, ordinary zombie 1. Gained Dominion points, 4. First kill, double reward, 8 points. First kill achievement, unlocked bonus Dominion points 100. A total of 108 points. Adding the 3,000 points left after buying the Tang Dao, he now had 3,108. But he knew these points had to be saved for enhancement fluids and awakening stones, not squandered. The moment the system notification exploded in his mind, Lin Yuan felt something leap in his chest. It wasn't excitement. It was an indescribable sense of release. No, it was proof. Proof that he had truly returned, truly stood here, truly held the blade, truly killed his first zombie. The past life self who was pushed into the corpse pit was utterly dead with this single strike. He flicked the black blood off the blade and wiped the grime from his face. It was rank sticky, still faintly warm. In the distance, more zombies had heard the commotion. 357. They converged on him from different directions, some fast, some slow, some still clutching half-eaten animal carcasses in their mouths. Lin Yuan didn't run. He tightened his grip on the blade and strode forward to meet them. The first zombie, a woman in pajamas, lunged with mouth agape. He sidestepped and with a backhand strike sliced off half her face. The second charged from the right. He kicked it in the stomach, sending it flying back to crash against the wall. He stepped forward and drove the tip into its eye socket. The third was the fastest, nearly upon him, its hands reaching out. He didn't retreat. The Tang Dao thrust upward from below the tip, entering through the chin and piercing the base of the skull. 3 zombies in under 10 seconds. More were in the distance. He pressed on. The 4th, 5th, 6th. Each strike was lethal, each blow precise. His body heated up quickly in the cold morning air, each strike faster than the last. The Tang Dao's blade repeatedly plunged into black blood, remained razor-sharp, without a single nick. After an unknown time, he stopped. Around him lay 7 zombie corpses in disarray. Black blood pooled into a small stream on the ground, flowing along the cracks in the road toward the sewer. His clothes were soaked in blood, some from the zombies, some his own. He looked down and saw a gash on his left forearm. Not deep, but the skin was split open and blood beads were oozing out. When had he been wounded? He didn't know. He hadn't felt a thing. The system panel popped up again. Slain, ordinary zombies 7. Gained Dominion points 5, 4, 6, 3, 5, 4, 5, 3, 2 points. Adding the 108 from the first kill and the previous 3,000, the total was 3,140 points. But he didn't bother calculating. The system would tally it automatically. He stood in the middle of the street, surrounded by dead silence. The zombies farther away hadn't noticed him yet, or if they had, they hadn't approached. The wind blew through from the end of the street, carrying the stench of blood and burning. His hand didn't tremble. From the moment he drew the blade to sheathing it, his fingers held the hilt steadily, not even a trace of sweat on his palm. It wasn't forced. He truly wasn't shaking. His heart wasn't racing either. His pulse remained steady, neither fast nor slow, like just after waking up. He looked down at his right hand. There was a thin layer of calluses on his tiger's mouth, not the thick sandpaper-like calluses from his past life, but ones newly formed over the past few days. Not thick enough yet, but when he gripped the blade, the strength and precision were etched directly into his muscles by past life memories. He wiped the Tang Dao on a zombie's clothes and slid it back into its sheath. A scream rang out in the distance, not from a zombie, but a living person. A woman's voice, shrill and desperate, coming from the residential building on the right. Lin Yuan didn't move, not out of coldness. He knew that as he was now, he wasn't capable of saving everyone. All he could do was survive, first live until the day he was qualified to save others. He turned and walked toward the other end of the street. This was only the beginning. He crouched down and wiped the black blood off the blade on the tire of an overturned bicycle by the roadside. The blade gleamed again, cold and sharp. There wasn't a single nick on the edge. The system's gear was indeed reliable. In his past life, after hacking at 3 zombies with a kitchen knife, the blade would have been as jagged as if a dog had gnawed on it. He took a deep breath. The stench of decay in the air was still pungent, but his lungs had grown accustomed and his nose had numbed, much like how one stops noticing the smell after lingering too long in a fish market. The street stretched ahead, some shops open, others closed, with shattered glass scattered all over the ground. A breakfast shop steamer still had steam rising from it. The buns steamed before the apocalypse were now long dried out, the steam gone, leaving only a few pale forlorn men to inside, coated with a layer of grayish powder indistinguishable from dust or dried blood residue. After another 50 meters or so, he reached a fork. The left path led to an old residential area with low buildings and narrow alleys ideal for hiding zombies. The right path was wider, lined with shops and offering an open view, but it also had more zombies. The dozen or so he had just encountered came from that direction. He chose the left. Narrow alleys were hard to run through, but easy to fight in. When they closed in from both sides, he could press his back against the wall and take on at most 2 at a time. The first skill he honed in his past life was never let yourself be surrounded. The first shop at the alley's entrance was a small convenience store with its rolling shutter half pulled down. A plastic mannequin lay on its side at the door, dressed in an off-season t-shirt, its head rolled to one side, the empty neck cavity staring at the sky. As Lin Yuan passed by, he stepped on a piece of broken glass, producing a sharp crack that echoed twice in the alley. There was movement deeper in the alley. It wasn't the aimless footsteps of a zombie. It was a dragging sound, something being hauled across the ground, scraping against the cement with a soft grating noise. He lightened his steps, hugging the wall as he moved forward. Turning a corner, he saw them. 3 zombies. 2 were gnawing on a corpse on the ground, while a third stood nearby, its head tilted as if keeping watch. Those zombies didn't really keep watch, it simply hadn't squeezed in for a bite yet. The corpse wore an orange sanitation worker's vest, its belly torn open, entrails spilling across the ground. The 2 zombies buried their heads in the abdominal cavity, smacking and slurping like pigs rooting at a trough. Lin Yuan stood 10 meters away, watching the scene. The first time he had witnessed such a sight in his past life, he had vomited. Not from fear, but from sheer disgust. The smell, the sounds, the image. The human mind couldn't process it, so it made him retch. After vomiting, he had crouched in a corner and wept for over 10 minutes, not from sorrow, but from terror, fearing that one day he would become like that, crawling on the ground to feast on the flesh of his own kind. He never became that, but he had seen too many others turn into it. Now he felt no disgust, not numbness, but acceptance. This was the apocalypse, these were zombies, and this was what they had to cut down. Disgust was useless, the blade was what mattered. Grip tightening on the Tang's sword, he stepped forward. His footsteps were soft, but the alley was too quiet, and the sound carried. The standing zombie turned its head first, gray eyes, mouth half open, black mucus dripping from the corner of its lips, as if it had just vomited. It let out a short, sharp hiss like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. The 2 zombies feasting on the corpse raised their heads simultaneously, their faces smeared with blackish red chunks of flesh and organ debris. Their movements were eerily synchronized. They pushed themselves up from their crouch positions, knees and palms on the ground like wild beasts, then rose and lunged at Lin Yuan. 3 of them lined up in a row. The alley wasn't wide, and they clustered together, moving slightly faster than ordinary zombies, but still slow. Lin Yuan didn't retreat. He took a step forward, swinging the Tang sword diagonally from upper right to lower left. Before the first zombie could reach him, the blade had already sliced into its neck. Crack, the sound of bone breaking crisp like snapping a dry branch. The blade didn't stop. Using its momentum, it continued downward, then swept back up from lower left to upper right, slashing halfway through the second zombie's throat. Black blood spurted out with a puff, splattering his hand. Both fell almost simultaneously. The first zombie's head was barely attached by a strip of skin lolling on its shoulder, its body stumbling forward 2 steps before collapsing. The second writhing on the ground, clutching its throat, gurgling as black blood seeped through its fingers. The third was a beat slower, but it didn't stop. It lunged straight at him. Both arms reached out, fingernails slicing through the air with a whoosh. Lin Yuan sidestepped, dodging the grasping hands, and thrust the Tang sword upward from below, the tip piercing through the chin into the mouth cavity and driving into the cranial cavity. The zombie's body stiffened abruptly, its hands freezing midair, then it went limp like a deflated balloon, slumping onto the blade. He kicked the zombie in the stomach, pulling the sword free. Black blood trickled down the blade, dripping onto the ground, merging with the pool of blood from the sanitation worker's corpse. 3 zombies in less than 15 seconds. The system panel popped up. Killed ordinary zombies 3, gained dominance points 10-10-10. Total 30 points. 30 points credited. A bit more than the previous ones probably because these 3 had fed on living humans making their bodies more active. Whatever as long as the points came in. He wiped the blade on a zombie's clothes, glanced at the 3 corpses on the ground. His hand didn't tremble. From drawing the blade to sheathing it, his fingers had held the hilt steady as palm, not even sweating. It wasn't forced calm, he truly didn't shake. 3 years of swordsmanship in his past life, every strike forged with his life. Those days of fighting zombies among the ruins, of sharpening blades on stones when they dulled, and then fighting again, had turned his hands into iron clamps and his heart into stone. His heart wasn't racing either. His pulse remained steady, neither fast nor slow, as if he had just woken up. He looked down at his right hand. His fingers were long with distinct knuckles and a thin layer of callus on the base of his thumb. Not the thick sandpaper-like calluses from his past life, but fresh ones formed over the past few days. Still not thick enough, but when gripping the sword, the strength and precision were etched into his muscles by the memories of his past life. He slid the Tang sword back into its sheath, crouched down, and searched the pockets of the 3 zombies. The first had nothing. The second had a set of keys and a bus pass. The third, its pants pocket was bulging. He reached in and pulled out a crumpled wallet. Opening it, he found a dozen or so yuan and an ID card. The photo showed a man in his 30s grinning broadly, revealing a set of white teeth. Now it lay on the ground, mouth wide open, shreds of flesh wedged between its teeth. He tossed the wallet back and stood up. Suddenly a memory from his past life surfaced. In the second month of the apocalypse, he had met someone in a supermarket who asked him, "When you killed your first zombie, did your hands shake?" He hadn't answered then, because when he killed his first zombie, his hands had trembled so badly he could barely hold the knife, needing 3 swings to hit the neck, and the zombie had clawed a gash in his arm. That person said his hands hadn't shaken either the first time, not because he wasn't afraid, but because he was too afraid. When fear reached its peak, the brain would instead become calm, as cold and precise as a machine, every strike accurate, every blow lethal. Lin Yuan now knew that person was wrong. His hands didn't shake, not because fear had peaked. It was because this wasn't his first time. Countless battles in his past life had ground fear into instinct and instinct into swordsmanship. His current calm wasn't a stress response, it was honed. Standing in the alley surrounded by zombie corpses and silent residential buildings, sunlight filtered through the layer of red clouds above, casting his shadow long and thin like a black iron nail driven into the ground. In the distance, more zombie roars sounded. Not just one, but many, blending together into a low, eerie chorus. He turned and continued walking down the alley. The Tang sword spun lightly in his hand, the tip pointing downward at his side, black blood dripping steadily, leaving a trail of intermittent splatters on the cement behind him. At the end of the alley, he came to an even narrower passage. Both sides were lined with old brick and concrete buildings, the plaster peeling off in patches, revealing the red bricks underneath. Some first-floor windows were open, others closed, curtains swaying slightly in the breeze, as if someone were fiddling with them from behind. Suddenly he stopped. He heard breathing. Not the heavy, phlegmy rasp of a zombie, but a human's. Quick, shallow, deliberately suppressed, yet still unmistakable. It came from a first-floor window of the building on his left. The curtain was half drawn, letting in a sliver of light, within which a figure crouched in the corner, arms wrapped around its knees, shoulders heaving as it wept. Lin Yuan didn't move. He stood for a few seconds, then turned and walked deeper into the alley. Not because he was cold-blooded. He knew. He wasn't yet strong enough to protect another person. Taking someone along meant not just an extra mouth to feed, but another life to watch over. He couldn't look after others while cutting down zombies, and he didn't yet know where his own path would lead. Behind him from that window, the sobbing continued, very low and muffled, as if afraid something might hear. Lin Yuan didn't look back. He only murmured silently to himself, "Survive." Then, quickening his pace, he vanished into the dark red twilight at the end of the alley. The cries from the window behind him continued, low and muffled, as if afraid of alarming something. Lin Yuan did not look back. He quickened his pace, leaving that building behind. It wasn't a hardened heart, it was a necessity. Once he stopped, the second, third, and fourth would come begging. He was not a savior, but merely a survivor who had just crawled out from the first day of the apocalypse, uncertain of how many days he could still live. The alley grew narrower. The windows on both sides were densely packed with dried clothes and sheets hanging from rusted security bars, swaying in the crimson light, resembling the shadows of hanged ghosts. After walking a bit further, new noises emerged ahead. It was not the growls of zombies, but the cries of people. A woman's voice, sharp enough to shatter glass, mixed with a child's wail and a man's curses. Step back. Step back. Use something to block them. Daddy. Daddy, I'm scared. Don't shout. If you do, they'll go crazy." Lin Yuan paused for a moment. He recognized it. The man's voice was laced with despair, not the type that surrenders before a fight, but the kind that knows it has fought and been worn out, aware of the impending doom. He hesitated for 2 seconds. Just 2 seconds. Then he tightened his grip on the Tang knife and ran towards the source of the sound. After turning 2 corners, the path opened up suddenly. A small community activity square paved with colorful bricks with a flower bed in the middle, the flowers in it long wilted. In one corner of the square, 3 zombies were circling, a family of 3. The man in his late 30s wore a plaid shirt with the sleeves rolled up to his elbows, desperately wielding a plastic chair. One leg of the chair was already broken, the seat cracked in several places, making a clack-clack sound with every swing. He stood at the forefront, sweat and tears covering his face, his eyes bulging red. Behind him, a woman crouched on the ground, tightly holding a 5 or 6-year-old boy in her arms. Her long hair was scattered and her face was smeared with dirt and blood, indistinguishable as to whose it was. One hand was around the child while the other covered his mouth, preventing him from crying out. But the child was too young to understand these things. The cries leaked out between her fingers, muffled like a little kitten being smothered. 3 zombies. 2 in pajamas, 1 in a courier uniform. Their assault was chaotic, but each lunge was closer than the last. The man's chair was nearly falling apart, his swings becoming weaker, and his legs began to buckle. Lin Yuan stood at the alley's entrance watching for 2 seconds. Then he moved. He did not shout, "Get out of the way, or I'll save you." It would have been pointless, only attracting the zombies' attention. In fact, he was already at the alley's entrance. The zombies had long since noticed him, just hadn't been able to respond yet. The 2 in pajamas turned their heads first. Lin Yuan charged right up to them. The tang knife sliced horizontally from right to left. The blade cut halfway through the neck of the first, getting stuck. He did not pull the knife out, but pushed forward using its momentum, the blade grinding against the cervical vertebrae with a crunch, severing bone and flesh. Its head tilted to one side, black blood splashed onto his face. The second one lunged at him. With no time to withdraw the knife, he slammed his left elbow into it. The tip of his elbow smashed into the zombie's nose. The sound of bone cracking muffled the zombie's head snapping back, yet its arms still reached forward. Lin Yuan took the opportunity to pull the tang knife out of the first one's neck and thrust it backward into the second one's abdomen. Not a vital spot, but enough to push it away. He kicked it in the knee, causing the zombie to kneel on one leg, and brought the knife down on its nape, half of its spinal column, and shredded flesh flying off. The third zombie, in a courier uniform, finally abandoned its pursuit of the man and turned around. The man had already collapsed to the ground, his chair shattered into several plastic pieces, a scratch on his arm, blood oozing out. He gasped heavily, his eyes fixed on Lin Yuan, as if staring at a monster that had fallen from the sky. The courier zombie lunged at him. Its movements were slightly faster than the previous 2, likely due to its youth. It had only been in its early 20s before turning. Lin Yuan did not dodge, but charged forward, the tang knife thrusting upward, the tip piercing through the zombie's chin, traveling through its mouth, heading straight for the base of its skull. He twisted his wrist, stirring the blade within its brain, and with a splat, black blood and brain matter surged out from the wound. The zombie's body twitched a couple of times before collapsing, as if its bones had been removed. 3 zombies in less than 20 seconds. The system panel flashed in his consciousness. Kill ordinary zombies 3, gain master points 5, 6 of 4. Total of 15 points. He did not linger on the details, wiped the blood on the zombie's clothing, and turned to face the family of 3. The man was still sitting on the ground, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word after a long pause. The woman stood up from the ground, still holding the child. The little one had stopped crying, not because he wasn't scared, but because he was stunned, wide-eyed, staring at Lin Yuan without blinking. You are. The man's voice was as dry as sandpaper rubbing against glass. Just passing through, Lin Yuan remarked, sheathing his tang knife and crouching to inspect the man's arm injury. 3 scratch marks, not deep, the skin peeled back, blood half dried. There was no sign of blackening. This was not a zombie bite, but a claw mark. It wasn't a big problem, but it needed treatment. He pulled iodine swabs and gauze from his backpack and tossed them to the man. Treat it yourself, bandage it. The man took it, his hand still shaking, and it took several attempts before he managed to poke the iodine swab onto the wound. The woman finally came to her senses, placed the child on the ground, and crouched down to help the man bandage his arm. Her hands were clumsy, wrapping the gauze several times, but still loose, yet it covered the wound. Where do you live? Lin Yuan asked. The man pointed to the nearby residential building. That one on the 3rd floor. He paused, his eyes reddening. We can't go back home. My mom has changed, she bit my dad. We ran out with nothing. Lin Yuan did not respond. He had heard too many such stories in his past life, all similar, only differing in names and locations. The script of the first day of the apocalypse repeated in a few variations. Loved ones turning into zombies, fleeing from home, empty-handed, not knowing where to go. The woman finished bandaging the wound and looked up at Lin Yuan. Her face was covered in dirt, but one could tell she was quite beautiful, appearing to be in her 30s. Her eyes were swollen from crying, with tears still clinging to the corners. Thank you, she said softly, thank you for saving us. The little boy stood beside the woman, looking up at Lin Yuan. Suddenly, he reached out cautiously, touching the handle of the tang knife at Lin Yuan's waist before retracting his hand. The child did not understand what danger meant, but he knew that this knife had saved them. "Uncle, are you a police officer?" the little boy asked. Lin Yuan glanced down at him. "No." "Then what are you?" "Just a passerby." The man had bandaged his wound and stood up. He was half a head shorter than Lin Yuan, thin, with narrow shoulders, clearly the type who worked in an office. His plaid shirt was stained with blood and dirt. One button on the collar popped off, exposing a white vest underneath. He opened his mouth, hesitated for a few seconds, then asked, "Brother, can we go with you?" Lin Yuan looked at him, remaining silent. The man felt uneasy under his gaze, but continued bravely. "We don't want anything. We want take your food. We won't hold you back. Just take us for a while. Once we reach a safe place, we'll manage on our own." The child is still small. He's only 5. "I can't bear it," Lin Yuan interrupted, "but I can't take you with me." The man stood stunned. The woman was also taken aback, her hand resting on the boy's shoulder, her fingers slowly tightening. "Why, oi?" The man's voice suddenly rose, filled with anger and grievance at being rejected. "You just saved us. You clearly have the ability. You have a knife. You can fight you. Just because I can kill these 3 zombies doesn't mean I can get all 3 of you out of this city alive." Lin Yuan's tone was calm as flat as a weather forecast. "You have an injury on your arm. Oh, what if it gets infected? Your wife has no strength. What if she can't run? Your son is too small. What if he cries and attracts zombies? Can you guarantee that these things won't happen?" The man opened his mouth, but could not find the words. Lin Yuan did not wait for him to respond, continuing, "I'm not trying to throw you away. I'm stating a fact. If I don't even know how many days I can live, how can I ensure your safety?" The air froze for a few seconds. The little boy didn't understand what the adults were discussing. He crouched down, drawing circles in the dirt with his finger. Finally, the woman spoke, her voice trembling. "Then, where should we go? Can you tell us?" Lin Yuan turned to glance northward. Under the crimson sky, the distant buildings resembled rows of tombstones, dark and ominous. Further away, the horizon was blurred in smoke and dust, obscuring everything. But he knew what lay in that direction. "Head north," he said. "Leave the city. Don't take the main roads, take the small paths. Don't enter the city. There are too many people and zombies there. If you meet people, don't trust them casually. If you encounter zombies, don't fight, just run if you can." "But," the man wanted to say something. "What's most important for you now is to stay alive." Lin Yuan looked down at the little boy, still drawing circles. "He needs you to stay alive." The little boy looked up, smiled at him, missing a front tooth, his grin letting air through. Lin Yuan shifted his gaze away. He stood up, brushed off the dust from his knees, and tightened the straps of his backpack. The tang knife was reattached, the crossbow slung over his shoulder, and he arranged his gear neatly. "Let's go," he said to the family of 3. "No need to linger here." The man opened his mouth, wanting to say thank you, wanting to say goodbye, wanting to say something. But Lin Yuan had already turned to leave, taking a different path than he had come, heading into a narrower alley leading deeper into the old residential area. There were more zombies over there, but there were also more supplies. He still needed crystal cores, needed points, needed to grow stronger. After taking a few steps, he heard the little boy's voice behind him. "Goodbye, uncle." Lin Yuan paused for a moment. He did not look back, but raised his hand, giving a slight wave. Then he quickened his pace, disappearing into the shadows of the alley. Behind him, the woman crouched down and picked up the child. The man kicked aside the shattered plastic chair and took the woman's hand. "Let's go," he said. "North." The woman nodded, burying the child's face in her shoulder as they followed the man out of the square. The family's silhouettes stretched long under the crimson light. They walked slowly, the child in the woman's arms, no longer crying, merely burying his face in his mother's shoulder, occasionally peeking up to look at the now empty alley behind them. In the alley, Lin Yuan had already walked far away. He passed through a narrow alley and turned into another, even narrower one. The walls on both sides were painted red with large characters saying "Demolish," enclosed in circles resembling grinning mouths mocking him. Ahead, the shadows of zombies reappeared. 2, 3, 4, or 5. Having heard the footsteps, they slowly turned their heads. Lin Yuan drew his tang knife, its blade gleaming coldly under the dark red light. He took a deep breath and stepped forward. The knife fell, blood splattered, and points were credited. Surprisingly, his hands did not tremble. But in his mind, the little boy's farewell echoed persistently. He replied silently, in his heart, no more goodbyes. Lin Yuan emerged from the narrow alley, and the sky had dimmed further. It wasn't the approach of nightfall, rather the crimson clouds above had thickened, blotting out the light entirely. The entire city was steeped in a dark red glow, like a pot of nearly evaporated clotted blood. He glanced down at his tang blade. Another layer of black blood had caked onto its edge, indistinguishable from the remains of countless zombies he had slain. How many had he killed? Over 20, maybe 30. The points on the system panel had climbed from 1100 to 1300. He hadn't kept close track, having swept the alley several times, each encounter yielding 3 to 5 kills, accumulating steadily. But he couldn't push further. The gash on his left forearm, though covered by a band-aid, throbbed with a dull ache as sweat seeped in. His backpack held half a bottle of water and 3 compressed biscuits. His stamina was failing, not to the point of collapse, but his reactions had noticeably slowed compared to the morning. In his past life, he knew this was the boat's signal to stop. If he forced himself, further mistakes would double. He had to return. Turning back, he navigated the corpse-strewn alley, crossed the small square, and headed toward his residential complex along the familiar path. When encountering lone zombies on the way, he would detour if possible. If not, a single strike dispatched them without hesitation. 20 minutes later, he reached the building. The unit door was still ajar, the pool of black blood at the entrance now dry, leaving a deep brown stain. Pushing the door open, he found the sound-activated light in the hallway still working. On the first day of the apocalypse, electricity hadn't completely failed. He climbed to the 6th floor, fished out his keys, unlocked the door, and secured all 3 locks. The room still carried that odor, blood mixed with dust. He dropped his backpack onto the sofa, leaned the tang blade against the wall, and hung the crossbow behind the door. Sitting heavily on the edge of the bed, he let out a long breath. He rested for 5 minutes. Closing his eyes, he summoned the system panel. Dominion points balance, 1340 points. 1,340. A morning of killing had earned him just over 300 points, adding to the previous 1,000. The first-tier enhancement fluid required 2,000, still not enough. He scrolled through the system logs. Killed common zombie X3, gained 67,518 points. Killed common zombie X2, gained 459 points. Killed common zombie X4, gained 546,318 points. The total came to just over 300. It seemed the morning's kills weren't sufficient. He needed to go out and hunt another wave. Rising, he walked to the window. The zombies below had multiplied since morning, wandering the streets in 2s and 3s, some circling overturned cars, others crouched by the roadside, gnawing on unknown remains. He estimated at least 30 or 40. Enough. Killing 30 more would bring him to 2,000. He rechecked his gear. The tang blade was wiped clean, the crossbow strung with 15 bolts remaining, and the ballistic plates intact. Only a mouthful of water and 2 compressed biscuits remained in his backpack. It should sustain him until afternoon. Just as he was about to leave, a notification appeared on the system panel. Alert: host current stamina is low, 68,100. It is recommended to replenish energy before continuing. 68. Better than had expected. He thought it might have dropped below 60. In his past life, at this point, his limbs would have already grown weak. That he could still fight now indicated that the tang blade's feel and his past lives' muscle memory gave him a significant edge over ordinary people. No more waiting. Head out to hunt. Pulling open the door, he descended the stairs. This time he wouldn't go far, just roaming the vicinity of the complex. He knew the zombie distribution well, where it was easy to farm, where escape was convenient, having scouted it all in the morning. Emerging from the unit door, he faced 3 zombies. 1 strike, each finished in 15 seconds. Turning the corner, 2 more. A horizontal slash and a thrust, 10 seconds. 50 meters to the right, a lone zombie in a school uniform stood beneath a tree, its head tilted skyward, mouth opening and closing as if catching rainwater. Lin Yuan crept up from behind and drove the blade into its skull. The zombie crumpled stiffly, the back of its uniform reading 3rd middle school. He crouched and pulled a student ID from its pocket. The photo showed a boy of 15 or 16 wearing glasses with a shy smile. He tucked the ID back and stood. He continued. For over an hour, he circled the complex, killing about 20 more. The points rose from 1340 to 1720. He still needed 280 points, roughly 50 to 60 more kills. But his stamina had dropped below 50. His breathing grew heavy, his grip on the blade ached, and his swing speed had slowed by 1/3 compared to the morning. He couldn't afford to be greedy. Pushing further would multiply the risk of injury. Back in the room, he locked the door and collapsed onto the bed. The system panel appeared. Dominion points balance, 1720. Still 280 short. He rolled over, staring at the ceiling. The fluorescent light still glowed, its tube yellowed, the starter clicking occasionally. A memory from his past life surfaced. On the 3rd day of the apocalypse, Head found an unopened bottle of saline in an abandoned clinic. The happiness he felt then surpassed any clean water Head later drink. Because he was severely dehydrated then, without water, he might not have survived the night. Now he lacked neither water, food, nor weapons. He was just one push away. Head wait for his stamina to recover. Wait for nightfall. Wait for the next wave of zombies. The system shop had an item, a mini stamina recovery potion, 50 points per vial, restoring 20 stamina quickly. He hesitated, then decided against it. The points had to be saved for the awakening stone. He couldn't waste them. Closing his eyes, he forced himself to rest. Time passed, and the sky outside shifted from dark red to black red. Not the black of night, but the result of clouds so thick that the last sliver of light couldn't penetrate. In the distance, sporadic flames painted a patch of the sky orange, as if someone had set a fire at the city's edge. He got up, drank the last mouthful of water, and ate half a compressed biscuit. Opening the system shop, he navigated to the enhancement fluid section. First tier gene enhancement fluid, 2,000 points. After use, strength 20, a speed 20, endurance 30, recovery 50. Still 280 points short. He grabbed the tang blade and pushed open the door to descend. The hallway had lost power. The sound-activated light was dead, leaving the stairwell pitch black. He groped his way down, each step deliberate. 6th floor, 5th, 4th. On the 3rd floor, his foot struck something soft. Using his phone's faint light, he saw a corpse. Human, not a zombie. Bite marks on the neck, blood long, drained, the face pale as paper. He stepped over it and continued. 1st floor. Outside the unit door, the zombie's growls were denser than during the day. Pushing the door open, he stepped out. Under the dark red light, the zombies' shadows swayed in the street like soulless paper figures. He gripped the tang blade, took a deep breath, and charged. The first he cleaved, the second he slashed, the third he stabbed. Each strike was lethal, each blow precise. In his state of extreme fatigue, his body slipped into a strange rhythm. Every swing felt as if his muscles moved on their own, his mind needing no thought, his hand knowing exactly where to cut. Time blurred. He stood in the middle of the street, drenched in blood, surrounded by over a dozen bodies. The system panel flashed. Killed common zombie X13. Gained Dominion points, total 62 points. Current Dominion points balance, 1782 points. Still 218 short. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on. Another hour of grueling work. He had nearly cleared all zombies within a 500-meter radius of the complex. As the last one fell, he dropped to one knee, gasping for air. The tang blade was coated in black blood, and his hand trembled slightly. Not from fear, but from exhaustion pushed to its absolute limit. The system panel appeared again. Killed common zombies from multiple locations, gained Dominion points, total 218 points. Current Dominion points balance, 2,000 points exactly. Enough. He stood legs weak, supporting himself against the wall as he made his way back. Up to the 6th floor, opened the door, entered, locked it. Sliding down against the door, he sat on the floor, panting heavily. He opened the system shop and found the first-tier enhancement fluid. Exchange. First-tier gene enhancement fluid consumes 2,000 Dominion points. Confirm. Confirm. A cold object materialized from the system inventory into his palm. A small glass bottle, its transparent liquid glowing faintly like liquid moonlight. He unscrewed the cap and downed it in one gulp. Tasteless. 3 seconds later, every cell in his body felt as if it had been set ablaze. Not pain, a burning sensation. It surged from his stomach, coursing through his veins, spreading to his limbs, surging to his fingertips, rushing to his head. It felt as if a fire had been ignited within him. Not a searing pain, but a sensation of every muscle fiber being rewoven, every joint being reoiled, every inch of skin being refined. His bones crawled with an antsy, swollen ache, yet it wasn't entirely unpleasant. Mixed with the discomfort was a strange relief, like an exhausted person sinking in a hot water, pain and pleasure intertwined, indistinguishable. He clenched his teeth, balled his fists, nails digging into his palms. It hurt, but he could endure it. The suffering of his past life was 100 times worse. This burning was nothing. Perhaps a minute passed, maybe 5, he couldn't tell. The burning gradually receded, replaced by a lightness he had never known. He opened his eyes. The world had changed. Not in color, but in perception. He could discern every crack on the pitch-black wall, hear the subtle differences in the zombie's footsteps below, which one was heavy, which light, which dragged its leg. His breathing was as steady as if he had just woken up. The crushing fatigue from moments ago had vanished, replaced by a surge of energy. He stood. His knees were no longer weak, his legs no longer trembled. He clenched his fist, his knuckles cracked, crisply sharper than before. Walking to the window, he pushed it open. 6 floors up with concrete below. Before, he wouldn't have dared to jump. Now, he glanced at the ground, still not daring, but at least he felt he could leap from the 2nd floor. Looking down at his arm, the muscle definition was more pronounced, not exaggerated, but tight and solid, as if wrapped in a thin layer of iron. He tried to swing. The tang blade cut through the air with a sharp whistle, so fast it startled even himself. Holy shit. He cursed, but the corners of his mouth couldn't help curling upward. The system panel appeared, displaying his latest physique data. Host current status, strength 20 versus. Baseline speed 20, endurance 30, a recovery 50, a comprehensive combat assessment, early 2nd tier. Early 2nd tier. In his past life, it had taken him half a year to reach this level, now only 7 days. He stood at the window, gazing at the zombies still wandering below. Their movements appeared slower to him, like a slow-motion film. He felt an urge to leap down and test his limits with another wave of kills. But he restrained himself. Not yet. Dawn was approaching, the second wave of blood rain. No, in his past life, the second day of the apocalypse wouldn't bring more blood rain, but the zombies would grow more active. Daytime was even more dangerous than night, because visibility improved the zombie sight as well. He needed to conserve his strength for the day ahead. Placing the tang blade back in the corner, he lay down on the bed. His body felt weightless, as if devoid of mass. Closing his eyes, his mind replayed the system panel's numbers. 2,000 points exchanged for 1 enhancement fluid, the balance reset to 0. But it didn't matter. He could hunt again today and tomorrow and the day after, every single day. What he sought wasn't just one bottle of enhancement fluid, it was to stand at the very apex of this world. Outside the window, the sky shifted from black-red to gray-red. A new day was dawning. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, a faint smile on his lips, and soon sank into a dreamless sleep. Lin Yuan was awakened by light, not sunlight. It was a dark crimson glow like coagulated blood seeping in through the window and blanketing the ceiling. The sky remained red, but it was paler than yesterday, like an old cloth that had been washed once. He opened his eyes, stared at the ceiling for 2 seconds, then sat up abruptly. His body felt different. Not uncomfortable, too comfortable. The exhaustion that had nearly shattered his bones last night was nowhere to be found. He clenched his fist, his knuckles cracked crisply, the sound sharper and stronger than yesterday. Swinging his legs off the bed, his knees didn't ache, his back didn't hurt. Every muscle in his body felt as if it had just undergone a deep tissue massage brimming with elasticity. That bottle of enhancement fluid had worked even better than had imagined. He walked to the window and pushed it open. The wind from the 6th floor rushed in, carrying the stench of blood and scorched matter. But his nose was keener than yesterday. He could discern layers within the mixed odors, the nearby rot, the distant smoke, and the cloying sweetness of something burning far away. Downstairs, the zombies were still the same, meandering in 2s and 3s. Yet in his eyes their movements seemed slower. Not truly slower, but his reaction speed had increased, his ability to track motion greatly enhanced. A female zombie in a red dress passed below, limping, her left leg dragging behind, leaving a shallow mark on the ground. He watched for 2 seconds, and her movement trajectory and pounce range automatically calculated in his mind. The enhancement fluid had boosted not just his strength, but also his neural reaction speed. As he pondered this, the system panel suddenly popped up on its own. He hadn't summoned it, it appeared by itself, accompanied by a series of flashing prompts like system update notifications on a computer booting up. System upgrade complete. New function unlocked. Resource map. Resource map scans all resource points, supply points, and danger points within a 10-kilometer radius. Real-time updates marking types and estimated reserves. Usage mentally command map to expand. Cost none. None. Lin Yuan was stunned. Past life experience taught him that the more useful something was, the higher the price. A detection card in the system shop cost 500 points each, yet this was free. He scanned the prompts again, confirming no hidden pitfalls. Whatever, let's try it. He mentally commanded map. The system panel shrank abruptly, then exploded in his consciousness. Not exploded, but unfurled. A translucent pale blue map spread across his entire field of vision, as if someone had projected a satellite image onto his eyeballs. At the center was a blinking green dot marking his location, Old Eastern District 6th floor. Around the green dot were concentric grid lines radiating outward, the outermost ring labeled 10 kilometers. The map was densely packed with markers of various colors. Red markers indicated zombie clusters. They varied in size. Some were just red dots, others red circles, the larger circles denoting higher density. He swept his gaze over the area. There were 7 or 8 small red dots around the neighborhood and several large circles in the distant commercial district. The largest was at the city center, its radius spanning nearly 2 kilometers, the place where the zombie horde had first formed in his past life. Green markers were supply points, food, medicine, weapons, tools, all categorized. He zoomed in on the neighborhood and found dozens of green dots: convenience stores, supermarkets, pharmacies, hardware stores. Some were marked searched, others unsearched. Places he hadn't visited were highlighted in bright green with estimated reserves attached. Mineral water 12 cases, instant noodles 30 packs, iodine several. Yellow markers were danger points. Not zombies, but other threats, possibly collapsed buildings, leaking gas pipes, or people. Several yellow dots on the map were in shadowy areas labeled only unknown threat. Blue markers indicated water sources. A few blue dots were scattered about. The nearest was on the street behind the neighborhood, marked secondary water supply pump room. He stared at the map for a full minute. In his past life, it had taken him 3 months to figure out the resource distribution within this 10-kilometer radius, dying countless times and stepping into numerous traps, barely sketching half a hand-drawn map. Now the system had laid the entire chessboard before him. Every piece, every trap, every treasure chest, all marked with crystal clarity. This wasn't a map. It was a cheat device. He zoomed out the map to see farther. The 10-kilometer radius covered most of the city, including several places Head frequented in his past life. Wanda Plaza in the north, the Medical University, Chaoyang Road Wholesale Market, and one place Head never visited deep in the Western Industrial Zone, a gray marker labeled gray, not red, green, yellow, or blue. The system had assigned no color, just 3 question marks and a dashed outline. He clicked on the marker, and a prompt appeared: uninvestigated area. May contain high-value resources or special events. In his past life, he never knew what was there. This time around, He'd have to check it out eventually. Exiting the map, the system panel returned to its normal interface. But he noticed a small icon in the upper right corner, a compass shape next to the word map. A single thought opened it. He walked to the desk, pulled out a pen and a piece of paper. Not to draw a map, but to make a list. With the map, resource points were clear at a glance, but the human mind couldn't remember everything. He needed to prioritize. On the paper, he wrote several items: food. Where was the nearest supermarket? How much stock was there? Grab and hoard first. Medicine. Pharmacy locations focus on antibiotics and tourniquets. Weapons. Hardware stores might have crossbows and knives. A military supply store would be better. Companions. Would Su Muqing be near the medical university? In his past life, they met on the third day of the apocalypse, but now it was only the dawn of the second day. She might still be in the rental apartment near the school. And Zhao Mingqi had met her at a supermarket in his past life. What marker was that supermarket on the map? He reopened the map and scanned the nearby supermarkets. One green that was labeled Hualien Supermarket, its location roughly matching his memory. He circled these two spots. Folding the paper and stuffing it into his pocket, he began gearing up. The Tang saber hung at his waist, the crossbow slung over his shoulder, ballistic plates inserted into his vest, and a backpack with half a bottle of water and 2 packs of compressed biscuits. Just before leaving, he opened the map again for a look. This time he noticed a detail. Some resource points were blinking slowly. Clicking on a blinking marker, a prompt appeared. This resource point is being searched by other survivors. Remaining supplies are decreasing. Someone else was competing with him. Not competing, everyone was just trying to survive in the apocalypse. But the system map let him know in advance which places had been picked over and which were still virgin territory. Time difference meant survival rate. He pulled open the door and headed downstairs. The stairwell was still dark. The sound-activated lights had completely failed. On the second day of the apocalypse, the power grid was beginning to collapse on a large scale. He descended in the dark, each step planted firmly. After consuming the enhancement fluid, his night vision had also improved. The outlines in the darkness were much clearer than yesterday. First floor, the unit door. He pushed it open, and the dark red light poured in. Taking a deep breath, he stepped out onto the street. Today's plan was clear: head to Hualien Supermarket first to see if he could find Zhao Mingqi, then go to the medical university area to look for Su Muqing. Along the way, clear out zombies, accumulate points, and earn spirit crystals. As for that gray question mark, he'd deal with it when he was strong enough. Gripping the Tang saber tightly, he walked toward the first green dot. The system map unfurled in his mind like a living navigation chart, marking every step with precision. After about 200 meters, he turned a corner and saw a small supermarket ahead. The rolling shutter was half-drawn, faint natural light seeping through. The map's annotation read: convenience store unsearched. Estimate: mineral water 5 cases, instant noodles 12 packs, biscuits several. He ducked inside. Shelves had toppled over, merchandise scattered on the floor. A quick scan revealed few useful items. Only 2 cases of mineral water remained, and the instant noodles had been rummaged through, leaving only a few unpopular flavors. He packed 2 bottles of water and 3 packs of noodles into his backpack. Emerging from the store, he continued forward. The system map showed a cluster of red dots 300 meters ahead. 7 or 8 zombies gathered. He licked his lips and tightened his grip on the Tang saber. Time to level up. He strode toward them. Lin Yuan walked north for about half an hour, the buildings along the street transitioning from residential blocks to school walls. He glanced at the system map. Medical university. He had arrived. In his past life, he had come here. In the 3rd month of the apocalypse, he followed a group of survivors searching for medicine, only to find the entire medical building besieged by zombies, impenetrable. He later learned that a junior girl at this school had single-handedly held out in the lab for 5 days, crafting dozens of Molotov cocktails from alcohol and rags, refusing to let the zombies break in. Her name was Su Muqing. He stopped. On the system map, the medical university area showed several red dots, but one spot had a dense cluster, the experimental building with about 7 or 8. A green marker was flashing, labeled medical laboratory, with small text: possible survivors. Lin Yuan hesitated for 2 seconds. Not out of fear, but because of time. He still needed to find Zhao Mingqi and return to the warehouse. But if he didn't go in now, Su Muqing might not survive the day. In her past life, she held out for 5 days with Molotov cocktails, but that was because the zombies didn't attack in force. If all 7 or 8 charged together, her firebombs wouldn't be enough. He gripped his Tang saber and headed toward the experimental building. The campus was even quieter than the streets. The flowers in the garden had withered, the glass of the bulletin board lay shattered, and scattered on the ground were backpacks, textbooks, and a few sneakers. A gust of wind blew, and from some classroom came a bang like a window slamming shut. The experimental building stood at the deepest part of the campus, 6 stories tall, with gray-white walls and narrow windows. As Lin Yuan approached the building, he heard sounds. Not the groans of zombies, but human sounds, rapid breathing and the noise of something breaking. Boom. Glass shattered. Then a whoosh as if something had been ignited, followed by the crackling of flames. Lin Yuan pushed open the building door and stepped inside. The hallway reeked of alcohol and burnt odors. Broken glass, charred cloth strips, and several scorched zombie corpses littered the floor. He followed the sound upstairs. Second floor, third floor. The noise came from the fourth, clearer, now a girl's voice, not loud, but steady. Come on, come and get me. It wasn't a shout, but a low, fierce mutter through clenched teeth. Lin Yuan quickened his pace. On the fourth floor at the end of the corridor, a door was half open with a sign reading Biochemistry Laboratory on the frame. 2 charred zombie corpses lay at the entrance, and the air was thick with the pungent smell of alcohol. He reached the doorway and peered inside. The lab was spacious with overturned tables serving as barricades and windows sealed with iron racks. In a corner, several boxes of alcohol and cloth strips were stacked and glass bottle shards were scattered on the floor. A figure crouched behind a lab table, clutching a Molotov cocktail with a cloth wick sparking at the mouth. A girl, in her early 20s with a ponytail, her face covered in soot. But her eyes, Lin Yuan had seen many kinds of eyes, fearful, despairing, numb, mad. Hers were none of those. Her gaze was cold, like the coldness of staring at a test tube during an experiment. Don't come closer. She didn't look up, her voice low, but each word distinct. I have a Molotov. If you come in, I'll throw it. Lin Yuan didn't move. I'm not a zombie, he said. The girl looked up. Her face was blackened by smoke with a shallow scratch on her forehead where the blood had dried. Her white lab coat was covered in ash and black stains, one cuff singed. But her eyes, they were bright, not the brightness forced by fear, but an innate brilliance like 2 black pebbles washed clean by water. She stared at Lin Yuan for 2 seconds, then quickly scanned the Tang saber at his waist, the bulletproof vest on his body, and the black blood covering him. Are you a soldier? No. Then who are you? Just someone passing by, Lin Yuan said. I heard a commotion and came up to check. The girl said nothing. Her gaze lingered on the Tang saber for a moment, then shifted to the 2 charred zombies outside the door. Her lips moved slightly, as if calculating something. How many are left downstairs? She asked. What? Zombies? When you came up, how many were still downstairs? Lin Yuan was taken aback. He had expected her to ask, can you take me away? Or what's it like outside? Instead, she asked, how many zombies are still downstairs? This girl was assessing the threat, not begging for help. None in the stairwell, 2 or 3 at the entrance, he said. Around 7 or 8 more around the corner downstairs. 7 or 8. She murmured, her brow furrowing slightly. Counting the ones I've burned, that's about 15 total. I have enough alcohol for 20 more Molotovs, but if they all attack at once. Lin Yuan watched her. She was talking to herself, calculating. Not out of fear, but figuring out how much longer she could hold out. How did you get in? She suddenly asked. Didn't those zombies downstairs stop you? I cut them down, Lin Yuan said casually. The girl fell silent again. She placed the Molotov on the ground and stood up. She was about 5'3" thin, but stood straight as a steel rod driven into the ground. You have a blade. You can kill zombies. You want me to go with you? Lin Yuan opened his mouth to say no, but then saw no point in denying it. He had come for her not to make her follow him, but to ensure she survived. The result was the same. You've held out in this lab for a day. How much longer can you last? He countered. The girl didn't answer. She turned her head to look at the box of alcohol and cloth strips in the corner. At most 2 days, she said, her tone as calm as reporting experimental data. Alcohol will last 2 days. Food is gone, half a bottle of water left. In 2 days, either the zombies break in or I die of thirst. Then come with me. Where? Somewhere to survive. The girl stared at him for several seconds. Not hesitating, but judging. She was assessing whether he was a liar, whether he had ulterior motives, whether he could be trusted. How many zombies have you killed? She asked. Over a dozen. With what? Lin Yuan patted the Tang saber at his waist. This. Have you trained? Yes. How long? A long time. The corner of her mouth twitched, whether in a hint of a smile or something else. She bent down, picked up the Molotov, extinguished the nearly burnt wick against the wall, then pulled a canvas bag from under the lab table and began packing alcohol, iodine, gauze, scalpels, tourniquets, and several boxes of antibiotics. Her movements were quick and efficient without a single unnecessary motion. Lin Yuan watched her back, and a memory from his past life surfaced. He had never met Su Muqing, but he had heard her name. Members of the final assembly said a female doctor had built a field hospital in the ruins, saving over 100 people single-handedly. Later, when they came to capture her, forcing her into virus research, she set the lab ablaze and locked herself inside. The fire raged all night. In the ruins, they found only a charred corpse, still clutching a scalpel. What's your name? The girl turned around. Lin Yuan. Su Muqing. She zipped up the backpack, slung it over her shoulder, then picked up the last Molotov and tucked it into the side pocket. Let's go, she said. Before I change my mind. Lin Yuan glanced at her. Aren't you afraid I'm a bad person? Su Muqing walked to the door, brushing past him without looking back. A bad person wouldn't come up here to save someone or stand around chatting with me. Her voice drifted back from the corridor. Are you coming or not? Lin Yuan followed. She was calmer than he had imagined. Not a forced, feigned calm, but something ingrained in her bones. like the Molotov in her hand. No matter how fiercely the outside burned, the contents within remained cold. When descending the stairs, Su Muqing walked behind Lin Yuan, maintaining a distance of about 2 meters. It wasn't out of fear, but strategy. She kept a safe distance from strangers without losing track of them. Lin Yuan noticed her footsteps were light, barely making a sound on the broken glass. This wasn't natural, it was honed. Either she had training or the first day of the apocalypse had forced it upon her. At the third floor landing, Lin Yuan paused. In the stairwell below, 2 zombies were circling near a toppled water dispenser. They wore white lab coats, likely faculty or students of the building. 2. Su Muqing's voice came from behind, barely a whisper. The one on the left has a limp slower. The one on the right has a broken right hand, but its mouth is fine. A faint smile tugged at Lin Yuan's lips. She was feeding him data. Wait here, he said. You're going alone. Yes. He didn't wait for her reply, walking straight down. Both zombies turned at the sound of footsteps. The limping one moved first, dragging its left leg forward. Lin Yuan didn't let it close. He took 3 steps down the stairs in one stride, his tang sword descending from above. The blade cleaved into its skull, splitting down to the bridge of its nose. The zombie's body stiffened abruptly, then crumpled forward like its bones had been removed. The one with the broken hand lunged faster. Lin Yuan sidestepped its charge, spinning to drive the sword into the back of its head. The tip emerged from an eye socket, black blood splattering the wall. 2 zombies in under 5 seconds. He flicked the blade clean and turned. Su Muqing stood at the 3rd floor landing, looking down at the 2 corpses with little expression. She descended, stepping past the bodies without hesitation or effort to avoid the black blood on the floor. Nice swordsmanship, she said. Thanks. Who taught you? Self-taught. Doesn't look like it. She glanced at him. The angle and force of your strikes aren't something you can develop alone. You've killed many. Lin Yuan didn't respond. She was right, but not entirely. He had killed many zombies and people too. In his past life, when it was unavoidable. But in this life, he hadn't yet taken a human life. They continued down. At the 1st floor entrance, the 3 zombies were still there. Lin Yuan pushed the door open and stepped out. The 3 zombies spotted him and lunged. He dispatched them all in under 15 seconds. Each strike precise to the brain, each one lethal. Su Muqing stood at the doorway, staring at the 3 bodies for a few silent seconds. How many have you killed? She asked. With these, about 20. 20. Her brow furrowed slightly. It's been less than a day since the outbreak, and you've killed 20. Yes. Are you a reincarnator? Lin Yuan's hand froze. He turned to look at Su Muqing. Her expression was serious, not joking, not probing. You believe in that? He asked. The apocalypse has come. Zombies are real. What's there not to believe? She said. There are too many inconsistencies about you. Your gear, your swordsmanship, your calm. You seem like someone who has been through all this before. Lin Yuan paused for a few seconds. You guessed right, he said. I am indeed a reincarnator. Su Muqing showed no surprise, no doubt. Just nodded, as if confirming a piece of experimental data. So you came for me because of what I did in your past life. You saved many people, Lin Yuan said. Later the apocalypse order captured you. You burned the lab, locked yourself inside. Su Muqing was silent for a moment. Then I was pretty badass, she said. Lin Yuan was taken aback, then laughed. This girl's mind worked differently from others. Where's your warehouse? She asked. East of the city, in the industrial district. About a 40-minute walk. Far, she said. Are there many zombies on the way? Plenty. Do you have a car? Yes, parked downstairs in my complex. I need to go back for it. Su Muqing thought for a moment. First get the car, then go back for your supplies. Or head straight to the warehouse. Lin Yuan looked at her. She wasn't asking whether to follow him, she was asking how to proceed. Her decision had been made before coming downstairs. Don't you want to ask more? Lin Yuan said. About what? About who I am, what I'm doing, whether I'm trustworthy. Su Muqing adjusted the strap of her backpack, looked up at him. When you came upstairs, you could have waited for the zombies to wear me down before looting. You didn't. When you entered, you could have lied that it was safe outside to get me to follow. You didn't. When you killed the zombies, you could have left one for me to test my worth. You didn't. She paused. You're above deceit. Lin Yuan said nothing. Besides, she looked down at her scorched sleeve. I have nothing worth your deception. A bottle of alcohol, some gauze of life. You could take it any time. I don't want your life, Lin Yuan said. I know. Su Muqing lifted her head. That's why I'm coming with you. She strode toward the school gate. After a few steps, she turned back. Are you coming? Didn't you say you had others to pick up? Lin Yuan followed. He suddenly felt that this girl wasn't just calm. She was clear-eyed. She knew her own worth and she knew others. She neither overestimated herself nor underestimated anyone. People like that were the hardest to kill in the apocalypse. At the school gate, several zombies circled an overturned school bus. Lin Yuan drew his tang sword ready to advance when Su Muqing spoke behind him. The one on the right is the biggest, probably a PE teacher, faster than the others. He glanced and saw she was right. How do you know? I observed from upstairs, she said. They've been roaming the school for nearly a day. I've memorized which ones are fast and which are slow. Lin Yuan asked no more and advanced. 5 zombies dispatched in under half a minute. He sheathed his tang sword and turned to Su Muqing. She had already reached the gate, crouching to retrieve something from a zombie's pocket. Lin Yuan walked over and saw she held a student ID card. A sophomore. She glanced at the photo, then placed the card back in the zombie's pocket, stood up, and dusted off her hands. "Let's go," she said. Lin Yuan didn't ask what she was doing. He understood. She was remembering them. They were zombies, but they had once been human. She wouldn't cry for them, but she wouldn't pretend they never existed. The two walked one behind the other under the dark red sky. Their shadows stretched long like 2 black rivers flowing slowly over the broken pavement. Su Muqing suddenly spoke. "You said earlier that you came for me because I saved many people in your past life." "Yes." "Who did I save?" "Many," Lin Yuan said. "You saved people I knew and people I didn't. Your name spread far among the survivors." Su Muqing was silent for a moment. "Did you know me in your past life?" "No," Lin Yuan said. "I only learned your name after you died." Su Muqing said nothing more. After about 10 minutes, she suddenly asked, "Does your warehouse have hot water?" Lin Yuan was taken aback. "Yes," he said. "There's a generator, we can heat water." "Good," Su Muqing said. "I haven't washed my face in 2 days." Lin Yuan looked at the layer of black grime and blood on her face, and suddenly felt that this girl was more human than he had imagined. She wasn't cold-blooded, as she just hid her softness deep inside. Lin Yuan led Su Muqing for about 40 minutes before they reached the residential area. Along the way, they eliminated 7 or 8 more zombies. Su Muqing followed behind, neither engaging in combat nor hindering progress. She maintained a steady pace, neither fast nor slow, always keeping a distance of about 2 meters. When Lin Yuan struck down a zombie, she would pause and wait, her Molotov cocktail still in hand. "You live here?" Su Muqing looked up at the old residential building. 6th floor. "No elevator." "No." Su Muqing didn't complain and followed him up the stairs. The sound-activated lights in the corridor were out, leaving the stairwell pitch black, with only the dim crimson light from the windows faintly illuminating the steps. Her breathing was light, her steps steady, not the state of someone who hadn't eaten. On the 6th floor, Lin Yuan pulled out his keys to unlock the door. 3 locks, taking nearly half a minute to open. Su Muqing stood behind him, watching the heavy steel door without a word. The door swung open. The apartment was small, a 1-bedroom unit crammed with supplies. A tang sword hung on the wall, a crossbow leaned against the door, and a bulletproof vest lay on the sofa. In the corner stood several large cardboard boxes filled with medicine and canned goods. Su Muqing stepped inside, her gaze sweeping the room, pausing briefly on the tang sword. "You have quite a few weapons." "You live alone." "Then why stockpile so much?" Lin Yuan didn't answer. He took a bottle of water from the fridge and tossed it to her. She caught it, unscrewed the cap, took a sip, and asked no more. "The car is downstairs," Lin Yuan said. "Rest for a bit. They'll pack up, and we'll head to the warehouse." "You have a warehouse?" Su Muqing put down the water bottle, leaned against the wall, and stared at him for a few seconds. "Just how much did you prepare?" Lin Yuan didn't respond. He began stuffing items into his backpack. Compressed biscuits, bottled water, a few cans of food, a first aid kit. His movements were swift, as if he had done this countless times. Su Muqing watched his back, a complex emotion flickering in her eyes. 10 minutes later, they went downstairs. An off-road vehicle was parked at the entrance of the building, its body pitch black, bulletproof, glass gleaming dimly under the crimson sky. Su Muqing walked around the car, tapping her fingers on the door. "Bulletproof. What exactly do you do?" She finally couldn't hold back. "I told you, just a passerby," Lin Yuan said as he opened the car door. "Get in." The drive took about 20 minutes, weaving through streets strewn with debris, turning into an industrial area. Factories, warehouses, abandoned yards. The road grew narrower and more dilapidated. Su Muqing sat in the passenger seat, staring out the window in silence. They arrived. Lin Yuan parked at the entrance of an abandoned factory, got out, and pushed open the large iron gate. Su Muqing followed him into the yard. The yard was overgrown with weeds and cluttered with discarded machine parts, looking like any ordinary abandoned factory. "This is it?" she asked. Lin Yuan didn't answer. He walked straight to the innermost workshop, pulled open a heavy iron door, and stepped inside. The moment Su Muqing followed, her steps halted abruptly. The workshop was vast, at least 300 square meters, divided into several sections. The food area, rice flour, compressed biscuits, canned goods, instant noodles, was stacked into small mountains, neatly arranged and covered with moisture-proof tarps. Boxes of bottled water rose from the floor to the ceiling like a white wall. In the medical area, antibiotics, tourniquets, surgical instruments, iodine, and gauze filled over a dozen cardboard boxes. The weapon area, rifles, pistols, ammunition, tang, swords, crossbows, entrenching tools, fire axes, covered an entire wall. And in the vehicle area, 5 off-road vehicles were parked in a row, their black bodies and bulletproof glass gleaming under the lights. Su Muqing stood still at the entrance. Her lips parted slightly, her expression something Lin Yuan had never seen on her face before. Not surprise, not excitement. A state of being utterly overwhelmed into speechlessness. Her eyes moved from the food area to the medical area, from the medical area to the weapon area, and then to the vehicle area, scanning back and forth several times, as if confirming whether all this was real. You? She opened her mouth, her voice a little hoarse. You stockpiled all this alone. All this. She took a step forward, crouched down, and touched a bag of rice, then stood up, walked to the medical area, picked up a box of cephalosporin, and checked the production date. It was fresh. She set down the medicine, walked to the weapon area, looked at the row of rifles, and lightly touched a gunstock with her finger, then withdrew it, as if burned. How much did this cost? She asked. Everything, Lin Yuan replied. Su Muqing turned to face him. The grime on her face was still there, the scrape on her forehead had scabbed over, and her white coat was stained with black smudges and burn marks. But her eyes, those eyes that had always been so calm, so composed, as precise as laboratory instruments, were now slightly reddened, as if something had shattered within. How long did you prepare in advance? Her voice was unsteady. 7 days. 7 days. She repeated, lowering her head to stare at her toes, remaining silent for a long while. Then she lifted her head, looked at Lin Yuan, and the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. Not a smile, but an expression she herself couldn't define. You're insane, she said. I know. You didn't stockpile all this for yourself. Lin Yuan remained silent. You want to save people, Su Muqing said, her voice soft, but each word clear. You want to save a lot of people. Lin Yuan still didn't speak. Su Muqing turned her back to him, gazing at the mountains of food. She stood there for so long that Lin Yuan thought she might never speak again. Thank you, she finally said, her voice raspy. Thank you for being alive, for coming to save me. Lin Yuan didn't respond. He didn't need gratitude. What he needed was someone worth saving. Rest here, he said. I need to go out. There's someone else to pick up. Su Muqing turned around, her expression already calm again. Need my help? Organize the medicine here. There are labels in the cabinet. Sort them by type. Okay. Lin Yuan picked up the Tang sword and walked out of the workshop. Behind him, Su Muqing was already crouched by the medicine boxes, pulling out bottles one by one. Her movements were once again precise, calm, wasting not a second. But Lin Yuan knew that just a moment ago her mask had cracked. That strong, composed, fearless Su Muqing, when faced with a warehouse full of food and medicine, had finally broken down. Not because of the supplies themselves, but because she knew they weren't prepared for her alone. Stepping out of the factory, Lin Yuan opened the car door and slid into the driver's seat. He glanced at the system map, locking onto a green marker, Huayan Supermarket. Xiaomanqi was there. In his past life, she had been there too. He started the engine and drove toward the supermarket. After 15 minutes, the car pulled up in front of Huayan Supermarket. The store was small, 2 stories with discount posters plastered on the glass doors, now half-torn. A few shopping carts were parked haphazardly at the entrance, overturned on the ground, their contents. Instant noodles, chips, bottled water, scattered and trampled. Lin Yuan got out of the car, drawing his Tang sword. There was noise inside the supermarket. Not the aimless footsteps of zombies, but the sounds of a fight. Dull thuds, the heavy impact of something hitting flesh, and the rasp of human breathing. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. On the first floor, most of the shelves were toppled, the floor littered with scattered goods and broken glass. The air was thick with the smell of blood and an indescribable burnt odor. He followed the sound deeper inside. Turning past the checkout counter, he saw her. At the stairwell on the steps leading to the second floor stood a person. A woman, around 23 or 24, with a low ponytail, wearing a gray hoodie with the sleeves rolled up to her elbows. In her right hand, she held a red fire extinguisher, its surface covered in dense and black blood. She was smashing a zombie's head, once, twice, 3 times. Each blow used all her strength, the extinguisher hitting with a dull, echoing thud, like beating a broken drum. The zombie had already stopped moving, its head crushed out of shape, black blood and shredded flesh splattered everywhere. But she kept hitting it blow after blow, mechanically, persistently, like a machine that couldn't stop. Her left hand was tightly gripping the stair railing, the veins on the back of her hand bulging one by one. Her body was trembling, not from fear, but from exhaustion, the involuntary muscle spasms after the adrenaline faded. But she didn't run. Behind her on the stairs sat several students. 2 men and a woman around 20 years old, huddled together on the steps, their eyes filled with terror. One of the male students was bleeding from his leg, the other girl was crying. The zombie she had beaten to death lay at the stairwell, blocking the way up. The woman finally stopped. She threw the extinguisher to the ground, gasping for air, and lowered her head to look at her hands. They were shaking violently. There was blood on her knuckles, impossible to tell if it was the zombies or her own. The moment she lifted her head, Lin Yuan saw the look in her eyes. Fierce. Not the savagery of a beast, but the ferocity of a human. The kind that said, if you dare touch the people behind me, I'll fight you to the death. He had seen that look before in his past life. In the eyes of mothers who tore zombies apart with their bare hands to protect their children, in the eyes of soldiers who threw themselves on grenades for their comrades. It was a desperate, reckless look that erupted from the very bones when pushed to the brink. Her face was pale, not a sickly pallor, but the paleness of someone who hadn't seen sunlight for a long time. Her features weren't stunning, but they were memorable. Thick eyebrows, thin lips, a strong jawline. Her eyes weren't large, but they were full of spirit, now carrying a mix of vigilance and bewilderment as she stared at the blood-soaked man, holding a tang sword at the entrance. "Who are you?" Her voice trembled, but her tone wasn't weak. "Just passing through," Lin Yuan replied, sheathing his tang sword. He glanced at the crushed zombie on the floor. "You've already beaten it to death." The woman looked down at the zombie, then at the fire extinguisher in her hand. Suddenly, she crouched down, wrapped her arms around her knees, and buried her face in the crook of her elbow. Her shoulders shook, not from crying but from trying to steady her breathing. She only trembled for a dozen seconds before stopping. She stood up, wiped the sweat and blood from her face with the back of her hand, and looked at Lin Yuan. "Are you here to save us?" she asked. "Sort of," Lin Yuan said, glancing at the students on the stairs. "How long have you been trapped here?" "Since yesterday afternoon," the woman said. "When the blood rain started, we were shopping. Everyone on the first floor changed. I got them to the second floor and blocked the stairwell with shelves. This morning we ran out of water. I came down to find some and got trapped here by this one." Her account was concise, without extra words, like she was reporting on a task. "What's your name?" "Zhao Mingqi." She paused. "A student at Dawn Academy, senior year, graduating this year." Lin Yuan looked at her face. In his past life, he first met Zhao Mingqi in the third month of the apocalypse in a dilapidated supermarket. She was alone, guarding a group of the elderly and weak, clutching a kitchen knife, having gone 3 days without sleep. Later, she became his most important comrade, outliving even him. "How many people are still in the supermarket with you?" he asked. 7, including me," Zhao Mingqi said. 5 students, 1 elderly woman, and a 10-year-old child." "What about food and water?" "There's some on the second floor. At most ITLL last 2 days." Lin Yuan was silent for a few seconds. He couldn't take 7 people with him. His warehouse couldn't support that many. Not that it couldn't, but that he shouldn't. Too many eyes' resources would deplete quickly, and he didn't know their backgrounds. If there was a mole, the entire warehouse would be doomed. But he could help them find a way to survive. "Head north," Lin Yuan said. "Leave the city, go to the suburbs. Fewer people there, fewer zombies too. You want us to go on our own?" Zhao Mingqi's voice turned cold instantly. "There are 7 of us, old, young, and 1 injured. And you want me to go alone? I can help you fight our way out, but I can't take you to my place," Lin Yuan said flatly. "I have my rules." Zhao Mingqi stared at him for a few seconds, her lips parting, as if to say something, then she swallowed her words. "Then help us find a car," she said. "Point us in the right direction. We'll handle the rest ourselves." Lin Yuan nodded. He went upstairs, cleared out the 2 zombies on the second floor, and brought the students down. Zhao Mingqi walked at the back, still holding the fire extinguisher. At the supermarket entrance, Lin Yuan took 2 cases of bottled water and several packs of compressed biscuits from his car and set them on the ground. 10 kilometers north, there's a gas station. A provincial road runs past it. Follow that road, and you'll get out of the city. Zhao Mingqi crouched down and distributed the biscuits and water to the students. Her movements were gentle, meticulous, like she was taking care of her own family. "Aren't you coming with us?" one of the male students asked her. "I have other things to do," Zhao Mingqi said. "Follow Lin Yuan. He'll get you out." Lin Yuan looked at her. "You're not going." "I'm not going," Zhao Mingqi said, standing up. She looked at the 5 students, the elderly woman and the 10-year-old child. "They need someone who can fight. You won't take them in, so I have to see them through. You alone. I'm enough alone." She waved the fire extinguisher in her hand. "This thing works pretty well. I've been practicing with it all day." Lin Yuan looked into her eyes. Those eyes were still the same. Her hands trembled, but her gaze didn't. Her hands shook from exhaustion, from the physiological response to fear. But her gaze was steady because she knew why she was fighting, because she had to protect the people behind her. "Let's go," Lin Yuan said to the students. "Follow me." He led the way, his tang sword clearing the path. Zhao Mingqi brought up the rear, fire extinguisher in hand. Between them were the 5 students, the elderly woman and the 10-year-old child. Once outside the supermarket, a few zombies closed in from the street. Lin Yuan dispatched them quickly, 1/ each. The students behind watched in stunned silence. The elderly woman made the sign of the cross. The child hid behind Zhao Mingqi in fear. Zhao Mingqi didn't watch the zombies. She kept scanning the surrounding alleys and windows, guarding against any that might lunge from the sides. After about 10 minutes, they reached an intersection. Lin Yuan stopped and pointed north. "Follow this road straight. Don't turn. You'll see the gas station in about 5 kilometers. One of the girls started crying. "You're not taking us any further." "This is as far as I go," Lin Yuan said. "I have other things to attend to." Zhao Mingqi walked over and faced Lin Yuan. She extended her hand. Lin Yuan thought she wanted to shake, but instead she punched him lightly on the chest. Not hard, but firm. "Thanks," she said. "Your name is Lin Yuan. They'll remember that. And yours?" "Zhao Mingqi," she repeated. Dawn Academy senior year, graduating this year. I was supposed to be looking for a job, but then the world ended. Lin Yuan looked at her and suddenly asked, why do you insist on seeing them through? Zhao Mingqi glanced back at the group. The elderly woman was holding the child, the injured male student leaned against a lamppost, and the two girls were wiping each other's tears. Because if no one had seen me through, I would have died too, she said. So I have to see them through. Lin Yuan said nothing. He turned and walked in another direction. After a dozen steps, Zhao Mingqi's voice came from behind. Hey, your water. He turned back. Zhao Mingqi was holding up the 2 cases of water, her face serious. Keep them for yourself, Lin Yuan said. Then what will you eat? I have more. Zhao Mingqi hesitated for 2 seconds, then set the water down and shouted after him, if you die, they'll come pour water on your grave. Lin Yuan didn't look back. He raised a hand in a wave. He walked into an alley and disappeared into the dim reddish light of the sky. Behind him, Zhao Mingqi led the group northward. She walked at the very back, carrying the fire extinguisher, her steps steady. Her hands were still trembling, but her gaze, it never wavered. Lin Yuan walked into the narrow alley and stopped after not going far. In his mind, he couldn't shake off Zhao Mingqi's last words. If you die, I will water your grave. When she said this, her tone was quite aggressive, like a buddy. But behind her were a group of people ranging from old to young, including a boy with an injured leg. Walking 10 kilometers to the north, how long can they hold out against the countless zombies along the way? He stood for 2 seconds, cursed himself, and turned back. It wasn't about being soft-hearted. He knew Zhao Mingqi's character. When she said, we'll go on our own, she would definitely be the first one to stand in front if anything happened. In her past life, she was like that, guarding a group of strangers alone, not closing her eyes for 3 days, holding a kitchen knife. In this life, she was carrying a fire extinguisher. By the time Lin Yuan hurried back to the intersection, Zhao Mingqi and the others hadn't gone far. They had probably only moved a few hundred meters forward, huddled at a bus stop on the roadside with Zhao Mingqi standing at the front, fire extinguisher raised, as 2 zombies swayed towards them. The 2 zombies had turned out from a side road, dressed in security uniforms, limping and moving slowly, but they were blocking the way north. Behind Zhao Mingqi, an old lady was huddled with a child behind a bench. 2 girls were crying, and the injured boy was leaning against a billboard looking pale. Step back. Move back. Zhao Mingqi's voice trembled, but she didn't run. She aimed the fire extinguisher at the first zombie's head. She swung down, missed, and hit its shoulder instead. The zombie staggered and reached for the bottle of the extinguisher. Zhao Mingqi tried to pull it back, but couldn't. The second zombie had already come around from the side. Lin Yuan dashed in from the side and chopped off the head of the first zombie, black blood spraying everywhere. Before the second one could turn around, he had already stabbed it in the eye. 2 zombies in less than 5 seconds. Zhao Mingqi was panting, looking at Lin Yuan. Her lips moved, but she couldn't speak. The fire extinguisher was still raised, her hand trembling violently. Aren't you leaving? She finally forced out a sentence. I just passed by. Is this really the time for passing by? Lin Yuan shook off the black blood from his knife and glanced at the group of students. If you keep moving like this, you won't make it to the gas station. Zhao Mingqi opened her mouth to retort, but seeing the group behind her, swallowed her words. Then what do you suggest we do? Lin Yuan didn't answer. He walked to the roadside and glanced at the system map. On the way north, there were numerous red dots. These 7 people, the elderly and the young, along with 1 injured person, would be wiped out if they encountered more than 3 zombies. He could lead them out once, but couldn't keep protecting them. You all stay here, Lin Yuan told the students. I'm going to find a vehicle. Where will you find one? Zhao Mingqi asked. I just passed a repair shop with a few scrapped vans. I don't know if they can still run. He turned to leave, and Zhao Mingqi grabbed his sleeve. I'm going with you. Stay here and keep an eye on them. What if zombies come while I'm alone here? Zhao Mingqi glanced back at the students. They can't even run. Lin Yuan was silent for 2 seconds. Then let's go together. He took the students to a storefront beside the road, pulled down the rolling shutter, and locked it from the inside. The doors and windows were intact, providing temporary safety. The injured boy leaned against the wall. The old lady sat on a stool holding the child, and the 2 girls were holding hands. Are we waiting here? One girl asked through tears. How long? Until we come back. Zhao Mingqi squatted down and patted her shoulder. Don't open the door no matter who comes. She stood up, picked up the fire extinguisher, and followed Lin Yuan out the door. The rolling shutter came down behind them, muffling the suppressed cries from inside. The 2 walked towards the repair shop, one in front and the other behind. Lin Yuan walked quickly while Zhao Mingqi jogged to keep up. Why did you come back? She asked. I told you I just passed by. You're lying, Zhao Mingqi panted. You went down that alley, then circled back. You've at least walked an extra 20 minutes. You're just worried. Lin Yuan didn't respond. You this person? Zhao Mingqi quickened her pace to walk alongside him. Say you have your own rules, but then turn around to save people. Are you a good person or a bad person? Neither. Then what are you? Lin Yuan thought for a moment. A person who wants to survive. I want to survive too. But what about them? She nodded her head towards the group behind her, those 5 along with the old lady and the child. They want to survive too. But I can't protect them alone. So what do you plan to do? I don't know. Zhao Minqi's voice was tinged with bitterness. Just hold on for one more day. They arrived at the repair shop. The iron gate was half up and piled with scrap tires and broken parts. Lin Yuan climbed in, and Zhao Mengqi followed, the fire extinguisher clinking against her waist. In the yard were 3 vans, dusty, with 2 windows broken. Lin Yuan checked them one by one. The first van had a dead battery, the second wouldn't start, and the third. He opened the driver's door, inserted the key, turned it, and the dashboard lit up, the engine sputtering to life. Get in the car, Lin Yuan said. Zhao Mengqi was stunned. Just this one? Can it fit 7 people? Well, squeeze in. Lin Yuan drove the van to the storefront entrance, and Zhao Mengqi jumped out to pull up the rolling shutter, calling the students out. The old lady with the child went in first, followed by 2 girls helping the injured boy, and another boy climbed in by himself. 7 people plus Zhao Mengqi and Lin Yuan were crammed in tightly. Lin Yuan drove north, the van jolting along the broken streets, maneuvering around overturned cars and avoiding zombies. After about 15 minutes, they reached the gas station. The gas station was deserted. The convenience store door was open, and it had been ransacked. There were no cars, no people, only a few zombies wandering around the gas pump. Lin Yuan got out, cleared the zombies, and parked the van by the pump. The tank still has half enough for you to drive for another few dozen kilometers, Lin Yuan said to Zhao Mengqi. Take the provincial road north and keep going straight, don't turn. The next town is about 30 kilometers away. There are fewer people and zombies over there. You can rest temporarily. The students started getting out one by one, and the old lady with the child came over, insisting on kneeling to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan quickly supported her, saying no need. The injured boy was helped down and leaned against the wall of the gas station, looking slightly better. The 2 girls squatted by the roadside, crying. One was on the phone. No signal, repeatedly dialing. Zhao Mengqi stood in front of Lin Yuan, the fire extinguisher at her feet. What about you? She asked. I'm going back. Back to your warehouse. Yes. Zhao Mengqi was silent for a moment, turned her head, and looked at the students and the old lady. What will happen to them? When they reach the next town, then what? Survive, Lin Yuan said. You can survive. What gives you such certainty? Because you survived today, Lin Yuan looked at her. You can survive tomorrow too. Zhao Mengqi lowered her head, staring at her hands. Her palms were blistered, her knuckles bruised, and black blood was stuck under her nails. She clenched her fist and then released it. I don't want to keep going, she suddenly said. Lin Yuan was taken aback. I mean, Zhao Mengqi raised her head. I don't want to continue on with them. I can't protect them. Does your warehouse need more hands? What do you mean? I want to go with you, Zhao Mengqi said. Clearly you kill zombies more efficiently than I do. You have a place and resources. You're stronger than I am. I won't slow you down if I follow you. Let me help in any way you need, even if it's just keeping watch at night. Lin Yuan looked at her. Her gaze did not waver. What about them? He pointed to the students. Zhao Mengqi turned around and walked over to the group. She squatted down, looking at the injured boy and the 2 girls. I'm going with him, she said. You all drive north. Don't stop. Keep going until you're safe. You're not coming with us. One girl asked, her eyes reddening. If I stay with you, none of us will survive. Zhao Mengqi's voice was soft, but each word was clear. He's different. He can fight. He has a place. If I follow him and learn skills, I can protect more people in the future. The old lady with the child walked over, freeing one hand to stroke Zhao Mengqi's head. Go on, girl. You've saved us. That's enough. Zhao Mengqi stood up, her eyes a bit red. She didn't cry, sniffed, and turned to Lin Yuan. I'm going with you. Are you sure? Sure. Don't blame me if you die. Zhao Mengqi stared at him, the corners of her mouth twitching, as if smiling, yet also gritting her teeth. If I die, it's my fault. Lin Yuan looked at her, silent. He had heard many people say this. Past comrades before dying, enemies during surrender, even himself in his past life saying it to himself. But when Zhao Mengqi said it, it didn't sound like bravado, nor did it feel like a reckless gamble. It felt like solving a math problem, balancing life and death on a scale, then concluding following him had a higher chance of survival. Get in the car, Lin Yuan said. Zhao Mengqi bent down to pick up the fire extinguisher, walked to the van, opened the door, and told the students, you drive north, don't look back. The injured boy propped himself against the wall and nodded. A girl climbed into the driver's seat and started the engine. The van roared to life and slowly drove out of the gas station, heading north. Zhao Mengqi stood by the roadside, watching the vehicle grow more distant, the taillights flickering in the dim crimson light until it finally disappeared at the end of the street. She didn't chase after them or shout, just stood there like a post driven into the ground. Lin Yuan stood behind her, not urging her. After about a minute, Zhao Mengqi turned around. Her eyes were still red, but her gaze had regained its fierceness. Let's go. Where's your warehouse? Lin Yuan pointed south. It's a 40-minute walk. Is it far? Far. Then you lead the way. The two walked one in front of the other for nearly 40 minutes. Along the way, Lin Yuan cleared out 5 or 6 more zombies, with Zhao Mengqi following behind, carrying the fire extinguisher, not helping much, but not slowing him down either. They reached the factory gate, and Lin Yuan pushed open the large iron door. Zhao Mengqi peeked inside. Overgrown weeds, scrap parts, broken machines, and dusty factory buildings. "Is this your base?" she asked, somewhat incredulous. "Let's go in and talk." Passing through the yard, Lin Yuan opened the iron door to the innermost factory room. The lights turned on, revealing mountains of food walls stacked with bottled water boxes filled with medicine, weapons hanging on the walls, and 5 off-road vehicles lined up. Zhao Mengqi stood at the entrance, the fire extinguisher slipping from her hand with a clatter as it hit the ground. She didn't pick it up, her mouth agape, her eyes scanning from left to right and back again several times. Are you running a supermarket?" she finally managed to say. "No." "Then where did all this come from?" "I bought it." Zhao Mengqi bent down to pick up the fire extinguisher, walked and touched a bag of rice, and then a row of rifles, her fingers lingering on the barrel for a long time. "How much did you spend?" "All my money." Zhao Mengqi turned to look at Lin Yuan. There was something indescribable in her gaze, not gratitude, not surprise, but something she couldn't articulate. "You are crazy." "I know." Su Muqing walked over from the medicine area, holding a few labels, her face still smeared with dirt. She glanced at Zhao Mengqi, then at Lin Yuan. "Is this the other person you mentioned?" "Yes." "Zhao Mengqi." Lin Yuan pointed to Su Muqing. Su Muqing studying medicine. Zhao Mengqi and Su Muqing locked eyes for 2 seconds. One held a fire extinguisher covered in black blood and dirt, her hoodie sleeves rolled up to her elbows with blisters on her palms. The other wore a white coat with burnt cuffs, holding labels with a scab on her forehead. Both were sizing each other up, making judgments. "You were saved by him too." Zhao Mengqi spoke first. "Pretty much," Su Muqing replied. "Were you in a supermarket?" "Yes." "Were you in a supermarket too?" "In the laboratory." Zhao Mengqi nodded, squatted down, placed the fire extinguisher in the corner, stood up, and brushed the dust off her hands. "Is there anything to eat?" "I haven't eaten all day." Su Muqing took a bag of compressed biscuits and a bottle of water from the food area and handed them to her. Zhao Mengqi took them, tore open the packaging, took a bite, chewed a couple of times, then took another bite. She ate quickly, not like she was having a meal, but like she was refueling. "Slow down, no one is going to snatch it from you," Su Muqing said. "I'm starving," Zhao Mengqi mumbled, drinking a gulp of water, then raised her head. "Is there hot water?" "I want to wash my face." Su Muqing pointed to the corner of the warehouse. "The generator is running, and there's hot water in the kettle." Zhao Mengqi walked over, poured a basin of hot water, squatted down, and dunked her face in, washing it several times. She scrubbed vigorously, layers of dirt and blood coming off her face, and the water turned dark red. After washing, she used a towel to wipe her face, turning around. Her face was clean, revealing a young, stubborn countenance, slightly tanned. Her eyes weren't big, but were very spirited, her jawline sharp, and her lips somewhat chapped. "All right," she draped the towel over a rack. "Am I staying here from now on?" "Yes," Lin Yuan said. "All right." Zhao Mengqi picked up the fire extinguisher, walked to the weapons area, placed it in the corner, then picked up a crossbow, and tried to pull the string, still couldn't. "This thing requires practice." "We'll practice tomorrow," Su Muqing said, "but first let's eat." Zhao Mengqi was taken aback. "You can cook?" "A little." Zhao Mengqi glanced at Lin Yuan. "And you?" "I handle killing zombies," Lin Yuan replied. "All right, clear division of labor." Zhao Mengqi walked to the food area, pulled out a pack of instant noodles. "We're having noodles for dinner, I'm starving." Su Muqing took the noodles and went to boil water. Zhao Mengqi squatted in the corner, hugging the fire extinguisher, looking at Lin Yuan. "What are we doing tomorrow?" "Going shopping," Lin Yuan said. "There's still a supermarket nearby we haven't been to." "Are all 3 of us going?" "Yes, all of us." Zhao Mengqi nodded, placing the fire extinguisher beside her pillow, lying down on the army cot. "I'm going to sleep now, will wake me up tomorrow." Less than a minute later, she was softly snoring. Su Muqing walked over with the cooked noodles, saw Zhao Mengqi was already asleep, put the noodles aside, and sat down next to Lin Yuan. "Is she asleep?" "Yes." "Pretty fast." Su Muqing handed the noodles to Lin Yuan. "You eat first." Lin Yuan took the noodles and took a bite. They were salty, a bit hot, but 1,000 times better than compressed biscuits. "Your cooking is pretty good." "I only know how to boil noodles." Su Muqing looked at Zhao Mengqi's sleeping face. "What did she say to you? Why did she insist on coming with you?" "She said if I die it's my fault." Su Muqing was silent for a moment. "She's quite straightforward." "You are straightforward too." "I have nowhere to go." Su Muqing lowered her head, looking at her left arm wrapped in bandages. "She has a place to go, but chose to come with you." Lin Yuan didn't say anything. The two sat under the light, eating noodles, listening to the generator's rumble and Zhao Mengqi snoring. Outside, the sky was still red. At dawn the next day, just as the first light broke, Zhao Mengqi awoke. She opened her eyes, stared blankly at the ceiling for several seconds, then abruptly sat up and touched the fire extinguisher beside her. It was still there. She breathed a sigh of relief and saw Lin Yuan sitting on a sack of rice, his tang sword resting across his knees, eyes closed, but his breathing did not seem like that of someone asleep. "Didn't you sleep?" she asked. "I slept." Lin Yuan opened his eyes. 2 hours. "Is that enough?" "Enough." Su Muqing approached from the medical area holding 3 lunchboxes. I cooked some porridge. Have some before we go. Zhao Mingqi took a sip, winced at the heat, but still drank heartily. It's good. It's just rice and water, nothing else. Su Muqing also sat down and slowly drank the porridge. After the 3 finished breakfast, Lin Yuan divided the equipment. Su Muqing's left arm was still not fully healed, so she only carried a crossbow and a pistol. Zhao Mingqi shouldered the rifle, carried the fire extinguisher, and slung the crossbow over her shoulder. Lin Yuan hung the Tang sword at his waist, carried the rifle on his back, and checked the magazine. Which supermarket? Su Muqing asked. Southeast of the city, a warehouse-style supermarket. Marked on the map. Still has plenty of supplies, hasn't been scavenged. The 3 got into the off-road vehicle. Lin Yuan started the engine and drove out of the industrial zone. There were slightly fewer zombies on the road than yesterday. Not that they had diminished, but they had scattered, some into alleys, some into residential buildings, leaving the streets strangely empty. Zhao Mingqi sat in the back, hugging the fire extinguisher, looking out the window. Do you think it's like this everywhere else in the world? Probably, said Su Muqing. The virus spread through the blood rain. Wherever the blood rain covered, the apocalypse spread. What about abroad? I don't know. Su Muqing paused. Maybe the same, maybe worse. Zhao Mingqi didn't ask further. After 20 minutes of driving, they arrived at the entrance of the warehouse supermarket. The supermarket was large, 2 stories high, with dozens of shopping carts scattered at the entrance, overturned, piled together, or lying across the path, like a graveyard of steel. The glass doors lay shattered on the ground, revealing a pitch-black interior. Lin Yuan parked the car and drew his Tang sword. Both of you follow me. Don't separate. If there are zombies, I'll handle them. Don't run off. What about me? Zhao Mingqi raised the fire extinguisher. You protect her. Lin Yuan pointed at Su Muqing. Zhao Mingqi glanced at Su Muqing. Su Muqing's expression remained impassive as she raised her crossbow, aiming at the supermarket entrance. The 3 walked inside. The first floor housed daily necessities and the food section. Most of the shelves had toppled over, with various goods scattered on the floor. Instant noodles, chips, drinks, tissues, laundry detergent. The air was thick with a mixed odor, cloyingly sweet, sour, and rancid, mingled with the smell of blood. Lin Yuan scanned the system map. There weren't many red dots inside, about 7 or 8 scattered in various corners. He led the other 2 along the wall, first circling behind the food section, where 3 zombies were rummaging through the shelves. Wait for me, Lin Yuan said softly, then crouched and moved forward. 3 zombies. In less than 10 seconds, all were dispatched. Each blade pierced the brain, black blood splattering onto the shelves. Zhao Mingqi watched from behind, her lips moved, but she said nothing. Su Muqing remained expressionless, simply keeping her crossbow raised, her eyes scanning the surroundings. This way, Lin Yuan wiped the Tang sword on a zombie's clothes and led the way further inside. They took everything they could carry from the food section: bottled water, canned goods, compressed biscuits, instant noodles, sausages, salt, sugar, cooking oil. Lin Yuan found several intact shopping carts at the back of the supermarket. Each took one and began loading goods. Su Muqing was in charge of sorting, Zhao Mingqi of carrying, and Lin Yuan of keeping watch and moving heavy items. Zhao Mingqi carried 2 cases of bottled water, panting heavily. What exactly did you do in those 7 days? Stocked a warehouse full of supplies and trained yourself in swordsmanship. What were you before? Su Muqing also looked up at Lin Yuan. Though she didn't ask, the question was clear in her eyes. Lin Yuan stacked a case of canned goods onto the cart, straightened up, and looked at them. A junk collector. Zhao Mingqi froze for a second. Su Muqing froze too. A junk collector? Zhao Mingqi's voice rose. You, a junk collector, stockpiled millions worth of supplies. Did you collect gold and junk? I collected before the apocalypse, Lin Yuan said flatly. Cardboard, plastic bottles, old appliances. Collected for years, saved up some money. When the apocalypse came, I spent it all. Zhao Mingqi stared at him for several seconds, then let out a sudden laugh. Not a joyful one, but a "you've got to be kidding me" laugh. The corner of Su Muqing's mouth twitched slightly, but she didn't laugh aloud. Fine, a junk collector. Zhao Mingqi set the fire extinguisher on the cart. So, Mr. Junk Collector, can you tell me what we're going to eat after we haul all this back? Compressed biscuits. Eating compressed biscuits every day. We'll switch to fresh food once we find some in a few days. Can you cook? No. Zhao Mingqi sighed and looked at Su Muqing. Can you? A little, Su Muqing said. All right, you're the cook from now on. Zhao Mingqi dusted off her hands. He'll handle the carrying and the fighting. Can you fight? Su Muqing glanced at the still trembling fire extinguisher in her hand. Even if I can, I have to. Zhao Mingqi raised the extinguisher. It's heavy, but it works pretty well for bashing zombie heads. The 3 worked for nearly an hour in the supermarket, filling all 3 shopping carts to the brim. Bottled water, canned goods, biscuits, instant noodles, several boxes of salt and sugar, plus 2 iron pots and a kitchen knife. Zhao Mingqi insisted on taking them, saying, we can't just eat compressed biscuits all the time. Su Muqing also found some common medicines from the pharmacy section: cold medicine, fever reducers, antidiarrheals, and several boxes of antibiotics. As she placed them on the cart, she muttered, "These still have a long shelf life. They're usable." Lin Yuan stood at the supermarket entrance, keeping watch for any movement outside. On the system map, the red dots nearby hadn't increased, and those farther away weren't moving toward them. The wind blew in from the street, carrying the scent of blood. Zhao Mingqi pushed her cart over and stood beside him. "You said earlier you were a junk collector. Is that true?" Lin Yuan glanced at her. "Do you believe it?" "No," Zhao Mingqi said. "But since you don't want to talk about it, I won't ask. You're quite sensible." "It's not about being sensible." Zhao Mingqi gripped the handle of her cart tightly. "I just feel that someone like you wouldn't harm us." "How do you know?" "If you wanted to hurt us, you'd have done it back in the supermarket." Zhao Mingqi tilted her head, looking at him. "You've been killing zombies, saving people, and even pulled me back from that intersection. You say you have your rules, but deep down you're soft-hearted." Lin Yuan didn't reply. Su Muqing pushed the third cart out and parked it beside the off-road vehicle, opening the trunk. "Are you two done chatting? If so, help load the stuff." The three of them moved all the goods from the carts into the trunk and back seat of the off-road vehicle. The trunk was packed to the brim, and the back seat was half full. When Zhao Mingqi climbed in, her feet were surrounded by boxes of water, and she couldn't even stretch her legs. "Next time, get a bigger car," she muttered. Lin Yuan started the engine and drove back to the warehouse. Su Muqing sat in the passenger seat, holding the box of antibiotics, checking the production date. Zhao Mingqi leaned against the water boxes, eyes closed, clutching the fire extinguisher in her arms like a cat. As the vehicle turned into the industrial zone, she suddenly spoke. "Lin Yuan. Moi. Is it just the three of us in that warehouse?" "For now. Will more people come?" Lin Yuan paused for 2 seconds. "Yes." "What kind of people, eh?" "Those who survive." Zhao Mingqi didn't ask further. The vehicle stopped at the factory gate. The three got out and carried the supplies into the warehouse. Su Muqing organized the newly arrived medicines in the medical area. Zhao Mingqi stacked the water boxes near the water supply, and Lin Yuan sorted the canned goods and instant noodles. By the time they finished, the sky had already darkened. Not the darkness of night, but the red clouds had thickened, blocking out most of the light. Zhao Mingqi crouched in a corner, placing the fire extinguisher beside her, and looked at the warehouse full of supplies. Suddenly she smiled. "I used to think that when the world ended, people were finished. Now it seems it's not quite that bad." Su Muqing approached from the medical area, holding an iodine swab, and handed it to Zhao Mingqi. "Clean the wound on your hand." Zhao Mingqi looked down at the blood blisters on her thumb. She took the swab, gritted her teeth, and dabbed it on, letting out a hiss, but not a scream. Lin Yuan stood by the window, gazing at the sky outside. The dark red light fell on his face, and the scar on his brow bone looked like a frozen trail of blood in the light. Su Muqing walked over and stood beside him. "What did you do before? You don't have to tell me if you don't want to, but I need to know what kind of person I'm following." Lin Yuan didn't turn around. "A junk collector. Collecting what others throw away, collecting people others don't want to deal with, collecting hopes others have given up on." Su Muqing was silent for a moment. "And did you collect them?" Lin Yuan turned his head, looking at her, then at Zhao Mingqi crouching in the corner, applying medicine. "I did." Outside the window, the wind had stopped. The sky was still red, but the light in the warehouse stayed on. The light in the warehouse remained lit. The generator hummed behind the factory building, its sound muted, yet in the stillness of the night akin to a trapped beast's low growl. After organizing the medical supplies, Su Muqing spread a cot in the corner and fell asleep within 5 minutes of lying down. She was utterly exhausted. She had labored alone in the lab for a full day and night, without sleep or food, sustained only by adrenaline and sheer willpower. Now, with a place to sleep and food to eat, her body relaxed and simply shut down. Lin Yuan sat on a sack of rice in the food section, his tang sword resting across his knees, eyes closed, as if dozing, but his ears remained alert. He could hear every sound: the wind outside, the occasional distant moans of zombies, the creaking of the factory's iron sheets, stirred by the breeze. Zhao Mingqi could not sleep. She tossed and turned on her cot, which squeaked in protest. Su Muqing was disturbed, twice mumbled something in her sleep, and drifted off again. Zhao Mingqi dared not move. She lay stiffly, eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. It was made of iron sheets marked with rust, water stains, and a dark smudge of unknown origin. She stared at that smudge for a long time, her mind replaying the day's events: the zombie she had to kill in the supermarket, the shelves blocking the stairwell, the old woman clutching a child and crying, the blood on the injured boy's leg, and the sight of Lin Yuan severing a zombie's head with one swing of his blade. Closing her eyes, those images grew sharper. Opening them, they seemed to float on the ceiling. She sat up, and the cot squeaked again. She froze, glanced at Su Muqing, still asleep. Then she slipped off the bed barefoot on the concrete floor, a chill creeping up from her soles, making her shiver. Lin Yuan didn't open his eyes. "Can't sleep?" Zhao Mingqi was startled. "You're awake." "No. You've been sitting here all along." Zhao Mingqi walked over and sat on the sack of rice beside him. The concrete was cold, but the rice bag was warm, still holding the day's heat from the sun. She crossed her legs, wrapped her arms around her knees, and gazed at the heavy iron door of the warehouse. "Aren't you tired?" she asked. "Tired?" Lin Yuan opened his eyes. "But I can't sleep too deeply. Afraid of zombies breaking in. Afraid of people." Zhao Mingqi fell silent for a moment. She recalled the people in the supermarket. Not zombies, but humans. When the blood rain fell, someone pushed over the shelves, trampling others to escape. She had witnessed a middle-aged man shove an old woman aside to rush out. She fell, and those behind trampled over her. "You're right," Zhao Mingqi whispered. "People are scarier than zombies." Lin Yuan didn't respond. Zhao Mingqi looked down at her hands. The blisters on her thenar eminence hadn't healed. The bruises on her knuckles had turned a dark purple. She clenched her fists, then released them. "Lin Yuan. Are you afraid?" Lin Yuan met her eyes. Under the light, they shone brightly, not with strength, but with a plea for an answer, yet dreading to hear it. "Yes," he said. Zhao Mingqi was taken aback. She had expected him to say no. He seemed like someone who feared nothing. Killing zombies without a tremor, saving lives without a blink, stockpiling supplies without panic. "What are you afraid of?" she asked. "Dying," Lin Yuan said. "Afraid of the people around me dying. Afraid that after death no one will remember." Zhao Mingqi stared at him for several seconds, her lips parting as if to speak. Then she swallowed her words. Lin Yuan continued, "But fear is useless. You have to live despite the fear, and you have to move forward." He paused. "Once you've been afraid enough, it's over." "Over?" "Meaning once you've been afraid to a certain point, you're no longer afraid." Lin Yuan lifted the Tang sword from his knees and sheathed it behind his back. "It's not that you're not scared, it's that you've gotten used to it. Used to the fear, used to the terror, used to waking up every day and first confirming you're still alive." Zhao Mingqi lowered her head, picking at the dried black blood under her fingernails. It had hardened and wouldn't come off, but she would need nail clippers. "I'm not used to it yet," she said. "No one is at first. What about you at the start? When you killed your first zombie, did your hands shake?" Lin Yuan recalled his past life. On the first day of the apocalypse, he had crouched at the entrance of a supermarket, clutching a kitchen knife, facing a zombie in a security guard's uniform. His hands trembled so violently, he could barely hold the blade. It took 3 swings to hit the neck, and the zombie clawed his arm in the process. Back then, he didn't know if he would survive the next second. "They shook," he said. "A lot. How did you get through it?" "By living," Lin Yuan said. "Each extra day, I got a little more used to it. And now I don't shake anymore." Zhao Mingqi asked no more. She rested her chin on her knees, gazing at the mountain of supplies in the warehouse. Food, water, medicine, weapons. Before the apocalypse, these things were worthless. Now they were life itself. "When you stockpiled all this, were you thinking of saving people?" she asked. "I didn't think that far," Lin Yuan said. "I just wanted to survive. Later I realized you can't survive alone. So you came back for us." Something like that. Zhao Mingqi was silent for a long time, so long that Lin Yuan thought she had fallen asleep. But her eyes remained open, fixed on the light. "Lin Yuan. Thank you." Her voice was so soft, as if afraid of disturbing something. "Thank you for coming back for me." Lin Yuan said nothing. He leaned against the rice sack and closed his eyes. The warehouse fell silent again. The generator's drone persisted like an insomniac giant's low growl. Su Muqing turned over, the cot creaked once, and then quieted. In the distance, somewhere, a zombie's roar sounded muffled, as if rising from underground. Zhao Mingqi still couldn't sleep. She stood up, walked barefoot to the window, and pushed it open. The night wind rushed in, chilly, carrying the scent of blood and scorched earth. The sky remained red, darker than during the day, like a piece of iron that had been overheated, slowly cooling, but still radiating residual warmth. She stared at that crimson sky and suddenly remembered that at this time yesterday, she had been on the second floor of the supermarket, blocking the stairwell, with shelves clutching a fire extinguisher, listening to the zombies pounding below. Back then, she had thought that if she could survive the night, she would find a safe place and sleep soundly. Now she was safe. There was a roof, walls, food, water, weapons, and people. Yet she couldn't sleep. It wasn't fear. It was something indescribable, like a hand gripping her heart, not tight, not loose, just enough to make it hard to breathe. She turned and looked at Lin Yuan. He was leaning against the rice sack, his head slightly tilted, breathing steadily, as if asleep. But Zhao Mingqi knew he wasn't. His right hand still rested on the sword hilt, fingers slightly curled, ready to draw at any moment. "Lin Yuan. He was indeed awake. "You said you've been afraid enough for it to be over." "Really? Really? Then can you teach me how to get there?" Lin Yuan opened his eyes and looked at her. The light shone brightly on his face. The scar on his brow ridge resembled a frozen river in the glare. "After you survive tomorrow," he said. "He'll teach you the day after." The corner of Zhao Mingqi's mouth twitched, as if she was smiling or holding something back. "You're really no fun to talk to." She walked back, sat down on the rice sack again, hugged her knees, and leaned against the sack next to Lin Yuan's. The bag was warm, comforting to lean on. She closed her eyes, listening to the generators hum, Lin Yuan's steady breathing, and the occasional distant zombie roars. These sounds mingled into a chaotic symphony. Yet as she listened, her heartbeat gradually steadied. Lin Yuan. What are we doing tomorrow? Sweeping another supermarket. Still bringing the fire extinguisher? Yes. Can you loosen the crossbow a bit? I can't pull it. Okay. Have you eaten Su Muking's cooking? Is it good? Not yet. Then let her cook tomorrow, and he'll taste it for you. All right. Zhao Mengqi's voice grew softer and slower. Her eyelids began to droop, her head nodding down. Lin Yuan said nothing more. He unfastened the Tang sword from his back, leaned it against the rice sack, then took off his jacket and draped it over Zhao Mengqi's shoulders. Zhao Mengqi didn't notice. She was already asleep. At some point, Su Muqing turned over, facing their direction. Her eyes were closed, but the corner of her mouth twitched slightly. Not a smile, but a sign of relaxation. Lin Yuan leaned against the rice sack and closed his eyes. The warehouse light remained on, the generator still rumbled, and distant zombies continued their moans. But this corner was quiet. 3 people in the ruins of the first night of the apocalypse had found a place where they could close their eyes in peace. It wasn't home, but it felt more solid than home. Because here there was a tomorrow. Dawn had just broken. Crimson rays seeped through the window, dyeing the warehouse in a dim red. Zhao Mengqi was still asleep, leaning against a sack of rice. Lin Yuan's jacket had slipped down to her waist. Su Muqing was already awake, squatting by the medical supplies area, organizing labels with gentle movements, afraid to wake anyone. Lin Yuan sat in his original spot, having barely slept all night. He was used to it. In his past life, over 3 years, the first skill he honed wasn't blade technique. It was the ability to doze off anywhere and wake up instantly. His phone vibrated. Not a call, but a WeChat message. The app still worked on the second day of the apocalypse, though the signal was intermittent. Receiving a message was already fortunate. He pulled out his phone, and the moment the screen lit up, the scar on his brow twitched. Chen Hao. The messages had been sent around 3 in the morning. He had been sleeping too soundly to hear the vibration. Now he saw several popping up one after another. Chen Hao, bro, you still alive? Chen Hao, it's chaos here. The sky is red. The streets are full of monsters. How is it over there? Chen Hao, I got out hiding in a supermarket. Now don't know how long I can hold out. Chen Hao, do you have a safe place? They'll come find you. The last message was sent at 5 in the morning, less than an hour ago. Lin Yuan stared at those words, his fingers slowly tightening. Scenes from his past life surged into his mind like a video pressed play. Chen Hao's hand pushing him at the corpse pit, his face smoking a cigarette at the stairwell, and those words, Lin Yuan, don't blame me. Su Muqing noticed his expression, put down the labels, and walked over. Whose message? No one. Lin Yuan placed the phone face down on his knee and closed his eyes for a moment. Zhao Mengqi, awakened by the voices, groggily opened her eyes and saw Lin Yuan's grim expression. What's wrong? Something happened. Nothing. Lin Yuan stood up, walked to the corner of the warehouse, his back to them. He reopened his phone and looked at the messages. His finger hovered over the input box for a long time, typed 2 words, deleted them, typed 2 more, deleted them again. In the end, he only sent 2 words, don't come. Sent. Chen Hao replied almost instantly. Chen Hao, why? Is it unsafe there? Lin Yuan didn't reply. Chen Hao, bro, did you find a place? Take me along, I won't hold you back. Well, face it together, better than you alone. Face it together. Those 3 words sawed at his heart like a dull blade. In his past life, he had said the same thing. Bro, from now on, I'll follow you, whatever you say goes. What happened later? Later, the knife in his hand came from behind. Lin Yuan typed a few more words. The place is small, no room. Chen Hao, I don't take up space, he'll sleep on the floor. Just tell me the address, I'll come on my own. Lin Yuan didn't reply. Chen Hao, Lin Yuan, don't you trust me? After all these years of friendship, you won't even give me an address. Lin Yuan stared at the word friendship for a long time. Last winter solstice, old John's wife had sent over dumplings. This spring festival, Chen Hao had even come to his place for a meal. Those things were real. But in the past life, those things were also real. Yet Chen Hao still pushed him down. Trust isn't sustained by memories. It's sustained by having died once. You know who will push you from behind. He typed 3 words, don't ask anymore. After sending it, he turned off his phone. Su Muqing had come over at some point, holding 2 bottles of water, handing one to him. Lin Yuan took it, unscrewed the cap, and took a gulp. The water was cold, but his throat was dry. Who are you hiding from? Su Muqing asked. Not hiding. When you looked at your phone just now, your expression was off. Su Muqing's voice was flat, as if stating an experimental observation. That person, you don't want to see him. Lin Yuan glanced at her. This girl was too calm enough to read things from his eyes. No. Why? Because I don't trust him. Su Muqing didn't ask further. She turned and walked back, handing the other bottle to Zhao Mengqi. Zhao Mengqi sat on the ground, hugging a fire extinguisher, looking from Su Muqing to Lin Yuan. Is someone coming? Zhao Mengqi asked. No, Lin Yuan said. Then why did you turn off your phone? To save battery. Zhao Mengqi didn't believe it, but didn't press further. She lowered her head, unscrewed the bottle, took a sip, then handed it to Su Muqing. You want some? I have my own. Su Muqing shook her water bottle. Zhao Mingqi. Oh, Ed withdrew her hand and continued drinking. The three were silent for a while. The generator rumbled on the fluorescent light, flickering occasionally. Lin Yuan put his phone back in his pocket. He knew Chun Hao wouldn't let it go. In his past life, it was the same. First asking for the address, then searching on his own when refused, finally bumping into Lin Yuan on the third day of the apocalypse. Was that really a coincidence? Or had he been following all along? Going out again today? Zhao Mingqi broke the silence. Yes, Lin Yuan said. There are still a few supermarkets to sweep. Stock up while things aren't completely looted. Didn't you say last night you were worried about people at? Zhao Mingqi stood up, dusting off her pants. What if we run into someone at the supermarket? Dodge if we can, deal with it if we can't. Deal with it. Say hello, I'm also here to scavenge. Let's each take our own. Zhao Mingqi mimicked Lin Yuan's tone, deliberately lowering her voice, which drew a slight twitch at the corner of Su Muqing's mouth. You don't sound like me, Lin Yuan said. Then teach me. No time. Zhao Mingqi rolled her eyes and picked up the fire extinguisher. All right, let's go. You lead'll smash things she organizes. She pointed at Su Muqing. Su Muqing didn't object, slung the crossbow over her shoulder, and stuffed a few iodine swabs and a roll of gauze into her backpack. Just as the three were about to leave, Lin Yuan's phone lit up again. He hadn't turned it on, but it lit up on its own. An emergency alert, low battery. He glanced at the unread messages. Chun Hao had sent 2 more. Chun Hao, Lin Yuan, where the hell are you? I can't hold out much longer over here. Chun Hao will find you even if you don't tell me. I went to your rental place, you weren't there. Where did you go? Lin Yuan's hand paused. Chun Hao went to his rental. That steel door was welded shut. He couldn't get in. But the downstairs unit door wasn't locked. He could go upstairs and knock. He thought of last night's neighbor, Old Zhang. He didn't know where Old Zhang had gone, but his wife was still standing at the door. He replied, don't go to my place, it's dangerous. Chun Hao, then tell me where you are, I'll come straight there, I won't go to your rental. Lin Yuan didn't reply. Chun Hao, Lin Yuan, are you out of your mind? I'm trying to find you out of goodwill, and you won't even give me an address. Are we brothers or not? Brothers. Again brothers. Lin Yuan put his phone back in his pocket, this time, never taking it out again. Zhao Mingqi stood at the door looking back at him. Are we going or not? Let's go. The three walked out of the warehouse. Lin Yuan locked the iron door and got into the off-road vehicle. As he started the engine, he glanced at his phone screen. The screen lit up, then dimmed. Chun Hao's last message was, even if you don't tell me, I'll find you. Just wait. Lin Yuan threw the phone onto the passenger seat and pressed the accelerator. The off-road vehicle sped out of the industrial zone, heading east of the city. Su Muqing sat in the back, watching Lin Yuan's face in the rearview mirror, silent. Zhao Mingqi sat in the passenger seat, holding the fire extinguisher, looking at the road ahead. Lin Yuan. That person looking for you, is he trouble? Lin Yuan didn't answer. You don't have to say if you don't want to. Zhao Mingqi set the fire extinguisher down by her feet. But if he finds the warehouse, it'll help you block him. You can't stop him. Then he'll block him with you. Lin Yuan turned his head to look at her. Zhao Mingqi's expression was serious, not a fleeting impulse, but one that said, since I'm with you, your matters are my matters. Su Muqing reached from the back seat and placed a bottle of water on the center console. Drink on the way. Lin Yuan said nothing. He glanced in the rearview mirror, then ahead. Ruins receded on both sides of the road, the dark red sky pressing down like an ever-present bruise. Chun Hao was still looking for him. The final epic hadn't appeared yet. The mutants were still in the shadows. And he was only at the early second stage. Not enough. Far from enough. He pressed the accelerator, and the car surged forward faster. In the rearview mirror, the warehouse grew smaller and smaller, the industrial zone farther away. The road ahead was still long. And on the road behind him, someone was walking along it. Not to save him, but to kill him. But this time he would not let that person get behind him again. After sweeping that supermarket, it was already afternoon when the trio returned to the warehouse. The trunk and back seat were crammed full, with Zhao Mingqi squeezed between cases of bottled water, her legs unable to stretch. As she got out of the car, she grumbled, insisting on swapping for a pickup truck next time. Su Muqing ignored her, carrying a box of medicine into the warehouse with a steadier gait than yesterday. Lin Yuan parked the car and hauled 2 buckets of cooking oil into the factory. The generator hummed on, lights blazing, everything as usual. As he set the oil drums down in the food storage area and turned the corner of his eye, caught the old television set. The TV was left by the previous owner, a bulky 29-inch CRT model with a massive back taking up space. Lin Yuan had never thrown it away, nor had he ever turned it on. Even before the apocalypse, he barely watched the internet, let alone television. But now on a whim, he walked over and pressed the power button. The screen lit up. No signal. Static crackled and flashed, white noise echoing through the warehouse. Zhao Mingqi poked her head in from the doorway, still holding a fire extinguisher. What are you doing? Watching TV. Just trying. You think there's still a signal these days? Zhao Mingqi set down the extinguisher and walked over to glance at the screen full of snow. Probably gone. The base stations are all down, no TV signal left. Lin Yuan said, nothing, twisting the knobs to flip through a few channels. All static. He was about to turn it off when the screen flickered. Not static, but an image. Blurry, shaky, but undeniably a picture. Zhao Mingqi froze. A signal. Su Muqing also walked over, standing beside Lin Yuan. The three of them stared at the old TV. The image gradually stabilized. It was a studio with a TV station logo in the background, but the lighting was dim, the angle crooked, as if filmed on a handheld camera. A middle-aged man sat behind the anchor desk, his tie loose, 2 buttons of his shirt collar undone, his face drenched in sweat. His voice came in fragments laced with electrical interference. Residents, this is a temporary emergency broadcast. The entire nation is in a state of emergency. All citizens are advised to shelter in place. Do not go outside. Lock doors and windows. Await rescue. The moment he said await rescue, the image jolted violently, and a deafening crash echoed from outside the studio, as if something had exploded. The anchor glanced back, his face turning ashen. He turned to the camera, his lips trembling, then spoke deliberately. The military has evacuated the city. Citizens, please fend for yourselves. Survive on your own. The feed cut out. Static reclaimed the screen, its hissing white noise like countless voices whispering. The warehouse fell silent. The three stood before the TV, none of them moving. Zhao Mingqi spoke first, her voice hoarse. He said, the army pulled out. Lin Yuan didn't answer. Su Muqing set down the box of medicine she was holding, straightened up, and stared at the snowy screen. The military evacuating the city means they've given up on it. No one is coming to save us anymore. Zhao Mingqi turned her head, looking from Su Muqing to Lin Yuan. Then, what about the soldiers? Where did they go? They've withdrawn outside the city, Lin Yuan said. They might have set up a defense line in the suburbs or retreated even further, but they won't come back into the city. Why? Zhao Mingqi's voice suddenly rose. So many ordinary people are still in the city, and they just up and leave. Because they can't hold it, Lin Yuan said flatly, as if reciting old news. The zombies are spreading too fast. The mutants haven't appeared yet, but the sheer number of common zombies has already overwhelmed the police and military. Continuing to hold out would only throw more troops into the meat grinder. Zhao Mingqi opened her mouth to argue, but no words came out. She recalled the elderly woman trampled to death in the supermarket yesterday, the injured boy, the zombies roaming the streets. If the army had come, how many could they have saved? Could they have saved them all? She crouched down, hugging her knees, burying her face in her arms. Not crying, just digesting the news. Su Muqing walked over, placed a hand on Zhao Mingqi's shoulder, and said nothing, just left it there. Lin Yuan walked to the TV, reached out, and switched it off. The snow vanished, the screen becoming a gray-black mirror reflecting his blurred silhouette. The scar on his brow ridge looked like a crack in the reflection. What do we do now? Su Muqing asked. Keep stockpiling supplies, keep clearing zombies, keep finding people, Lin Yuan said. The army is gone, but the city is still here. As long as there are people alive, we have to live. But if even the army can't beat these things, how long can the few of us hold out? Zhao Mingqi lifted her head, her eyes red, but she wasn't crying. Lin Yuan turned to face her. The army pulled out because they have places they need to protect, reasons to retreat. We don't. We have nowhere to fall back, to no escape route. So we can only move forward. Zhao Mingqi stared at him for a few seconds, then slowly stood up, brushing the dust off her knees. You know you have a way with words. Not a good one. But it's useful, Su Muqing added from the side. Zhao Mingqi glanced at Su Muqing, then at Lin Yuan, and sighed. Fine. Forward it is. It's not like I have anywhere else to go. She bent down, picked up the fire extinguisher, and walked to the weapon area. She set it against the wall, then picked up the crossbow, and tried to draw the string, still couldn't. But this time she didn't give up, gritting her teeth and straining until her face was flushed red. Lin Yuan walked over and adjusted the length of the assist cord for her. Zhao Mingqi tried again, and this time she managed to draw at, her arms trembling as the string caught. Practice more, Lin Yuan said. Use a blade for close combat, the crossbow for range. The fire extinguisher is too heavy, it'll slow you down. I can't bear to throw it away. Zhao Mingqi patted the extinguisher's body. This thing saved my life. Keep it, but don't rely on it. Su Muqing came over from the medical supply area, holding a piece of paper densely covered in handwriting. I made a list of medications. We're still short on a few things. Not enough antibiotics, not enough painkillers, and anesthetics. Surgical anesthetics, not a single bottle. Lin Yuan took the list and scanned it. Well, look tomorrow. Where? There's a medical equipment wholesale market in the west of the city. It's marked on the map. Hasn't been looted yet. Is it far? Half an hour by car. Then we'll go tomorrow. Su Muqing folded the list and tucked it into her pocket. Zhao Mingqi put down the crossbow, walked over, and plopped down onto a sack of rice. Do you think now that the army's gone, the officials have run off too? They have, Lin Yuan said. Then who's going to be in charge? No one. Zhao Mingqi was silent for a moment. So it's just whoever has the biggest fist, right? It's always been that way, Lin Yuan said. It's just that the law used to be a shield. Now that shield is gone. Zhao Mingqi reached into her pocket and pulled out her phone. The screen was on, showing one bar of signal flickering in and out. She flipped to the news page. The cache hadn't been cleared. The last news item was from before the blood rain. Citywide emergency plan activated. Citizens are advised to remain calm. The comment section below was already in chaos. Some cursing the government for inaction, some declaring the end of the world, some posting a string of garbled text before going silent forever. She locked the phone and tossed it aside. I used to scroll through short videos all day complaining about everything. Now there's no internet and I actually miss it. Zhao Mingqi gave a bitter smile. People, huh? Never satisfied. Su Muqing sat down beside her and handed her a bottle of water. What did you study? Marketing. Zhao Mingqi took the water and unscrewed the cap. I was supposed to graduate this year. Had my resume sent out to a few companies. Then the apocalypse hit. Didn't even get a chance to interview. A faint smile touched Su Muqing's lips. I studied clinical medicine. Supposed to graduate next year. Well, I guess I don't need to graduate now. Straight to work. At least you're in your field. Zhao Mingqi took a gulp of water. Not like me. I studied marketing. Now the streets are full of zombies. Who am I supposed to sell to? Lin Yuan walked over and sat down across from them. What did you study? Zhao Mingqi asked him. Never went to college. Then what did you do before? I was a junk collector. Zhao Mingqi rolled her eyes. Can't you come up with something else? No. Su Muqing looked at Lin Yuan, a hint of something unreadable in her eyes. Not suspicion, but curiosity. But she also knew that if Lin Yuan didn't want to talk about something, asking was useless. Outside the warehouse, the wind picked up, making the metal sheeting creak. The distant sky was still red, darker than in the morning, like an iron plate that had been seared by fire, slowly cooling. Zhao Mingqi suddenly asked, how many people do you think are still alive out there? Su Muqing thought for a moment. I don't know, but definitely a lot. Then where are they all? Hiding, Lin Yuan said. Like us, holed up in some corner waiting for someone to save them. But no one's coming to save them anymore. Zhao Mingqi's voice dropped. So they have to save themselves. The three fell silent again. The television sat quietly in the corner, its screen dark like a dead eye. Lin Yuan stared at it for a while, recalling his past life. On the third day of the apocalypse, he had seen the same scene in an electronics store. After the anchor finished saying military evacuation, the TV signal was cut off for good. From that point on, he never saw any official news again. Lin Yuan. Zhao Mingqi called him. You said the army retreated outside the city. Will they set up safe zones out there? They will. Then can we go there? We can, but it might not be better than here. Zhao Mingqi was puzzled. Why? The army's there with guns and artillery. Isn't that better than just the three of us? Too many people, too few supplies, order will collapse, Lin Yuan said. Safe zones have zombies too, and people who can't survive. And he paused. Safe zones aren't absolutely safe either. Those people from the Eshitan sect love to recruit in safe zones. The Eshitan sect. Zhao Mingqi frowned. What's that? An organization. ITLL emerged after the apocalypse under the banner of a new order, capturing people for experiments. Su Muqing's hand paused. She remembered Lin Yuan saying that in his past life, she had been captured by the Eshitan sect and had eventually burned down their lab. How do you know? Zhao Mingqi pressed. Lin Yuan didn't answer. Su Muqing glanced at him and covered for him. He heard it somewhere. Zhao Mingqi didn't believe it, but she didn't ask further. Outside the window, the sky was completely dark. Not black, but red. A dark crimson light seeping through the clouds, dyeing the entire sky like a massive blood scab. Lin Yuan stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the sky. Zhao Mingqi and Su Muqing sat on the rice sacks, neither speaking. The TV was still plugged in, its screen dark. But Lin Yuan knew that countless people had already seen that news. Military evacuation, shelter in place, await rescue. These words before the apocalypse were reassurances. After the apocalypse, they were suicide notes. Zhao Mingqi suddenly said, the army's all gone. Does that mean we've been abandoned? Lin Yuan didn't turn around. Yes, he said. But it's not the army that abandoned us. It's the fate of this era. Zhao Mingqi hugged the fire extinguisher to her chest, lowered her head, and said nothing more. Su Muqing leaned back against the rice sack and closed her eyes. Outside, the wind died down. The red sky pressed low as if about to collapse. The lights in the warehouse were still on, the generator still rumbling. The shadows of the three were cast on the wall, crooked like three trees bent by the wind. No one knew what tomorrow would bring. But at least tonight they had each other. After the television signal cut out, Lin Yuan sat in the warehouse for a long time. Zhao Mingqi had fallen asleep, leaning against a sack of rice, clutching a fire extinguisher in her arms, her breathing deep and steady. Su Muqing was organizing labels in the medical supply area, occasionally glancing out the window before returning to her work. Lin Yuan closed his eyes and opened the system map. A translucent azure map unfurled within his consciousness, meticulously marking supply points, zombie clusters, and danger zones within a 10-kilometer radius. He scanned it daily, checking for new resource points that had emerged or old ones that had been picked clean. Today something new appeared on the map. It wasn't green, red, or yellow, it was gray. A gray marker the size of a fist located west of the city, roughly 6 kilometers from the warehouse. Tapping on it revealed only 4 characters: unexplored area. No estimated reserves, no danger level, nothing at all. But the gray marker pointed to an abandoned factory. Lin Yuan had been to that area in his past life. He remembered a cluster of unfinished factory buildings left derelict for years, a place even the homeless avoided. Yet the system wouldn't mark a gray question mark for no reason. Su Muqing, he called out, opening his eyes. Su Muqing looked up. What is it? Before we go scavenging tomorrow, we need to make a stop first. Where? An abandoned factory in the west of the city. Lin Yuan stood up, walked to the weapon area, and inspected the Tang saber and crossbow. There's an anomaly on the map. It could be supplies, or it could be something else. Zhao Mengqi, awakened by the voices, sat up and rubbed her eyes. Going out again. Didn't we just finish clearing the supermarket today? Tomorrow morning. Lin Yuan drew the crossbow string, then released it. You two sleep first. They'll take the first watch. Zhao Mengqi exchanged a look with Su Muqing, then looked back at Lin Yuan and asked no more. She stood up, carried the fire extinguisher to the corner, laid down on the camp bed, and was soon fast asleep again. Su Muqing didn't sleep. She walked over to Lin Yuan and sat down beside him, leaning against the rice sack. That map of yours. What exactly is it? It's from the system. How far can you see? 10 kilometers. Can it find supplies? Can it find people? It only marks supply points and danger zones. People aren't marked unless it's a survivor settlement. Su Muqing was silent for a moment. What does it mark at that abandoned factory? Gray. Unexplored. What do you think is in there? Lin Yuan pondered for a moment. I don't know. It could be supplies, a zombie nest, or people. Su Muqing asked no more. Early the next morning, before the sky was fully light, the three of them set out. The off-road vehicle jolted along the shattered streets, navigating around several hordes of zombies. Zhao Mengqi sat in the back, clutching her fire extinguisher, watching the ruins pass by outside the window. Su Muqing sat in the passenger seat, crossbow in hand, eyes fixed on the road ahead. After about 20 minutes of driving, Lin Yuan parked the car on a patch of wasteland. Before them lay an abandoned industrial zone. Several dusty factory buildings stood silhouetted in the morning fog. A chimney was broken off, and the peeling wall paint revealed blackened bricks beneath. Weeds grew wildly from the cracks in the concrete ground, some reaching taller than a person. This is the place. Zhao Mengqi got out of the car, looking around. Even ghosts wouldn't come to this dump. The map marks it just ahead. Lin Yuan drew his Tang saber and took the lead. The three of them pushed through a thicket of weeds, bypassed a pile of rusty scrap metal, and came upon a larger factory building. The factory gate was made of sheet metal, rusted beyond recognition of its original color. From the crack in the door seeped a strange odor, not the sweet rotten stench of decay, but a mix of disinfectant and rust. Lin Yuan crouched down and saw some marks on the ground. Tire tracks. Fresh ones, not from before the apocalypse, but left just a few days ago. The tire tread was deep, suggesting an off-road vehicle or a truck. Someone's been here, he whispered. Su Muqing crouched down and touched the edge of the tire track with her fingers. The mud hasn't dried yet. A day or two at most. Zhao Mengqi tightened her grip on the fire extinguisher. Could it be the military? No. Lin Yuan stood up, walked to the iron gate, and pressed his ear against it, listening. Inside there was no zombie growling, no human voices. Only a low, continuous hum, like machinery running. He tried pushing the door. It wasn't locked and opened a crack. It was pitch black inside, nothing visible, but the smell of disinfectant was stronger. He'll go in and take a look. You two wait outside. No way. Zhao Mengqi grabbed his arm. What if there's danger inside? You can't handle it alone. If all three of us go in and something happens, there'll be no one left to send for help. Su Muqing stepped up to the crack in the door and peered inside. There's light in there, she said. A lamp in the distance, very dim, but it's not natural light. Lin Yuan hesitated for 2 seconds. Stay close to me. Don't make a sound. He pushed the door open and slipped inside. Zhao Mengqi and Su Muqing followed the three of them, moving along the wall. The factory was huge, much larger than they had imagined. From the outside it looked dilapidated, but the inside had been renovated. The floor was paved with cement, the walls painted with gray coating, and the ceiling was crisscrossed with pipes and wires. Every 10 meters or so an emergency light cast a dim yellow glow, illuminating a long corridor. On both sides of the corridor were iron doors, windowless, marked only with numbers. A1, A2, A3. Stretching into the depths. Zhao Mengqi whispered, the hell is this, a warehouse? Looks more like a prison. Lin Yuan didn't answer. He walked to an iron door and tried pushing it. Locked. He tried a few more. All locked. But one door had a broken lock and was slightly ajar. He pushed the door open and looked inside. The room was empty with only an iron table and a few chairs. Scraps of paper and cigarette butts littered the floor. On the table was a document. He picked it up and glanced at it under the emergency light. It bore a symbol, an inverted pentagram with a twisted letter Z inside. Below it was written Elysian End material allocation sheet. Lin Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. The Elysian End. They were already here on the third day of the apocalypse. What's wrong? Su Muqing noticed the change in his expression. Nothing. He folded the document and stuffed it into his pocket, then turned and walked out of the room. Continuing deeper, a larger iron door stood at the end of the corridor, half open. White light, much brighter than the emergency lights in the corridor, spilled out from within. Lin Yuan walked over and pushed the door open. Inside was a vast room resembling a laboratory. The workbenches were cluttered with test tubes, flasks, microscopes, and several unidentifiable instruments. The walls were plastered with charts and data densely packed, all handwritten. But what drew Lin Yuan's attention most was the row of iron cages at the far end of the room. The cages were not large, about 2 meters square, 6 in a row. Dried black blood stained the iron bars, streaking down and pooling on the floor beneath them. 4 cages were empty, but 2 contained something. In the first cage lay a zombie. Not an ordinary one. Its body was a full size larger, its skin a dark grayish-black. Muscles bulged on its arms, and its fingernails were long and thick like an animal's claws. It lay motionless in the cage, its chest rising and falling faintly, as if in slumber. Zhao Mingqi gasped. What the hell is that thing? A mutant, Lin Yuan said quietly. An evolved form of the zombie. Faster, stronger, and with a degree of intelligence. In the second cage was a living person. A man in his 30s, naked and covered in wounds. Whip marks, burns, and sutures as if he had been operated on. He was curled up in a corner of the cage, arms wrapped around his knees, head buried in his arms, trembling violently. Zhao Mingqi covered her mouth. Su Muqing's face went pale. She walked to the cage, crouched down, and said softly, "Are you all right?" The man lifted his head, his eyes vacant. He looked at her, then lowered his head again, and continued trembling. They were experimenting on him. Su Muqing's voice was cold as ice. Injecting the zombie virus into living people to observe the mutation process. Lin Yuan swept his gaze across the lab. In the corner were several refrigerators containing blood bags and test tubes labeled SV1 and SV2. A generator hummed, powering the laboratory. What the hell does the Elysian End want? Zhao Mingqi's voice trembled, whether from fear or anger. To create weapons, Lin Yuan said. Using zombies as weapons, mutants as vanguards. Once their research is complete, this city, this entire world, will become their testing ground. He walked to the refrigerator, opened the door, and took out several vials of blood samples and experiment logs, stuffing them into his backpack. These might prove useful later. Then he walked to the second cage and examined the lock. Can you open it? Su Muqing asked. Lin Yuan tried. It was an electronic lock requiring a passcode. He drew his tang saber and struck the lock. The lock broke and the cage door swung open. The man didn't move. Su Muqing stepped into the cage, crouched down, and said softly, "We're here to rescue you. Can you stand?" The man lifted his head, looked at Su Muqing, his lips moving, but no sound coming out. His throat was ruined, his vocal cords likely severed. He reached out a hand, grasping Su Muqing's sleeve, his knuckles white. Zhao Mingqi came over and helped Su Muqing lift him to his feet. He couldn't stand on his own, leaning his entire weight on Zhao Mingqi like a boneless shell. "Let's go," Lin Yuan said. "We shouldn't stay here long." The three of them led the man out. As they reached the middle of the corridor, the iron door ahead suddenly burst open. 2 figures strode in, wearing black tactical gear and masks, rifles in hand. "Who are you?" The leader raised his gun, aiming at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan stepped in front of Su Muqing and Zhao Mingqi, his hand resting on the hilt of his saber. "Just passing through." "Passing through." The man laughed. "This area is off limits. You've seen things you shouldn't have." He pulled the trigger. Lin Yuan sidestepped, his tang saber flashing from its sheath, slicing the gun barrel in one stroke. The barrel snapped, the bullet veered off course, blasting a hole in the wall. Zhao Mingqi hoisted the fire extinguisher and hurled it at the other man. He dodged, his gun swinging toward Zhao Mingqi. Lin Yuan struck, backhanded the tip of his saber, piercing the man's shoulder. He screamed, his gun clattering to the floor. Zhao Mingqi followed up, smashing the fire extinguisher onto his head, knocking him unconscious instantly. The leader turned to flee, but Lin Yuan was on him in a single stride, striking him on the back of the head with the flat of his blade. He collapsed to the ground, unmoving. "Moved." Lin Yuan grabbed the 2 rifles from the floor, tossing one to Zhao Mingqi and keeping the other for himself. The 4 of them burst out of the factory, ran through the thicket of weeds, and scrambled into the off-road vehicle. Lin Yuan started the engine and floored the accelerator. The vehicle shot forward. In the rearview mirror, the abandoned factory grew smaller and smaller. But at the factory gate, several more figures emerged, clad in the same black tactical gear, their gazes fixed in their direction. Zhao Mengqi gasped for breath, clutching the fire extinguisher in her arms. What the hell was that place? Lin Yuan gripped the steering wheel, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. Elysian in territory, he said. This is just one of their strongholds. Su Muqing turned to look back. The rescued man was curled up on the back seat, trembling all over. She reached out and took his hand. His fingers were ice-cold, but he didn't pull away. The vehicle sped on, jolting over the broken streets. Behind them, the abandoned factory's smokestack grew smaller and smaller, finally disappearing into the gray, hazy horizon. But Lin Yuan knew they had already been marked, and those people would not let the matter rest. The off-road vehicle burst out of the industrial area and screeched to a halt by the roadside. Lin Yuan gripped the steering wheel, his knuckles turning white. In the rearview mirror, the smokestack of an abandoned factory still jutted into the skyline, gray and desolate, like a broken bone. Zhao Mengqi panted heavily, clutching the fire extinguisher to her chest, sweat pouring down her forehead. Su Muqing glanced back at the man they had rescued in the back seat. He was curled up, trembling all over, his lips a shade of purple, his eyes vacant like two empty wells. Lin Yuan. Su Muqing's voice was steady, but Lin Yuan could tell she was suppressing her emotions. That place cannot be left alone. I know. Lin Yuan fell silent for a few seconds. The system map unfurled in his mind. The area of the abandoned factory was still marked in gray, but beneath the gray there was a deeper hue, a dark red, nearly black. There was more there, not just a few guards and a laboratory. You all wait here. Lin Yuan unfastened his seatbelt. You want to go back? Zhao Mengqi grabbed his arm. Are you crazy? Those people have guns. There aren't many of them. We took down 2 just now, and there are at most 3 or 4 left. Lin Yuan drew out his tang knife from behind his waist and checked the blade. Moreover, there is something else in that warehouse. What is it? I don't know, but if we don't figure it out, it will be more troublesome later. Su Muqing took a crossbow from her backpack, cocked it, and loaded the arrow into the slot. I will go with you. I will go too. Zhao Mengqi hoisted the fire extinguisher. Lin Yuan glanced at them. You stay here and keep an eye on him. He pointed at the man in the back seat. He needs someone to watch over him. Zhao Mengqi opened her mouth to say something, but looked at that person and swallowed her words. Su Muqing set down the crossbow, took out a roll of gauze and a bottle of iodine from her backpack, and began to tend to the injuries on the man. Her movements were quick and efficient, but her hands trembled slightly. Lin Yuan pushed open the car door and got out. He circled around the industrial area wall and approached the abandoned factory from the other side. Half of the wall had collapsed with rubble and weeds piled up. He climbed over and landed in a passage filled with debris. At the end of the passage was a heavy iron door, the paint peeling off, revealing rust underneath. He pushed it. The door wasn't locked, opening a crack. It was pitch dark inside with nothing visible, but a foul odor seeped through the gap, the smell of rotting flesh. A strong, sweet, nauseating stench of decay. Lin Yuan covered his mouth and nose and squeezed in sideways. Inside was a vast warehouse, 3 to 4 times larger than the laboratory outside. There were no lights overhead, only the emergency lights on the walls casting a faint green glow, illuminating the space like an underwater tomb. He walked along the wall, stepping on the rubble, which crunched softly underfoot. Then he saw it. Iron cages. Rows upon rows of iron cages stacked from the floor to the ceiling like products on a shelf. Each cage was about 2 meters square, welded from steel bars the thickness of a thumb, with numbers and labels on the cage doors. SV017, SV023, SV045. The labels featured dates and experimental codes along with a red fail stamp. There was something inside the cage. Lin Yuan approached the first cage, peering in under the green light of the emergency lamp. It was a zombie, but different from those on the streets. Its skin was grayish-white and semi-transparent, revealing the black veins and dark red muscle fibers beneath. Its limbs were longer than an ordinary zombie's, with joints bending backward like insect legs. Its skull was cracked, not smashed, but split, with a deep fissure running from the top of its head to the bridge of its nose, exposing a grayish-white brain inside. The brain twitched slightly, as if something were burrowing beneath the skin. It was still alive. Or rather, it still existed. Its chest rose and fell, its eyeballs rolling in their sockets, its grayish-yellow pupils fixed on the outside of the cage, staring at Lin Yuan. It did not move. It just stared. Lin Yuan's hand holding the tang knife was now sweating. He had seen mutated beings, evolved entities, even Lord-level and King-level zombies. But he had never seen anything like this. This was not a product of natural evolution, it was manufactured. A monster created by the end of days using the zombie virus and living humans. He walked to the second cage. Inside was a larger zombie, its body resembling that of a gorilla, with arms as thick as a human thigh and bony spurs growing from its fingers. Its eyes were blind, only 2 black holes remained in its eye sockets, but its outer ears had completely degenerated, and the ear holes had expanded like 2 gaping black gun barrels. It was listening. The sound of Lin Yuan's footsteps, his breathing, his heartbeat. It was all being heard. Its head turned with Lin Yuan's movements. It had no eyes, yet it was more unsettling than having eyes. The third cage, the fourth, the fifth. Each cage housed a deformed, mutated, failed experimental subject. Some had two tails, others were covered in bony spikes, some had heads swollen like balloons while others were curled up like fetuses. Most of them were sleeping, some had their eyes open staring into the void, while others crawled slowly in their cages like maggots. Lin Yuan stopped in front of the last cage. This cage was twice the size of the others with thicker steel bars and an extra iron plate welded onto the cage door. The label read SV000, with no fail stamp, only a date, 3 days before the apocalypse broke out. He couldn't see what was inside the cage. The emergency light did not reach that far, it was pitch black in the depths of the cage. But he could feel something breathing. It was not the rapid, phlegmy breathing of a zombie, it was steady and slow like a sleeping beast snoring. He took a step back. The rubble underfoot crunched. The head-cracked zombie in the first cage suddenly lifted its head, opening its mouth. No teeth, only blackened growths on its gums, and emitted a sharp scream. The sound was unlike anything produced by a living creature, like metal scraping glass, piercing Lin Yuan's eardrums. As soon as the sound faded, all the monsters in the cages awoke. They crashed against the iron cages, the steel bars creaking. Some clawed at the rails, sparks flying, others slammed their heads against the doors, causing the cages to shake with each impact, dust cascading down from above. The blind gorilla zombie stood up, pounding its fists against the cage top, denting the iron significantly. The head-cracked zombie stretched its head through the gap in the cage, its neck elongating like a snake, opening and closing its mouth, making a clacking sound. Lin Yuan turned and ran. The crack in the iron door was just ahead. He dashed forward, squeezed through, and shut the iron door tightly. Behind him, something slammed into the door, shaking the entire frame. Another hit. A grayish-white hand reached out through the crack in the door. Not a hand, but a claw with blackened bony spurs on 5 fingers and nails like razors. The hand grasped twice at the door crack before retracting. Lin Yuan leaned against the wall, gasping for air. His shirt was soaked with sweat. He glanced at the system map. The marker for the abandoned factory had shifted from gray to dark red, and the label had changed. High-risk area. Experimental subject storage warehouse. Evacuation recommended. No need for recommendations. He climbed over the wall back the way he came and ran back to the vehicle. Zhao Menqi's face turned pale when she saw him. What's wrong? You look terrible. Drive. Lin Yuan started the engine and floored the accelerator. The off-road vehicle roared onto the road, speeding toward the warehouse. Su Muqing leaned forward from the back seat, looking at him. What did you see? Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the steering wheel, remaining silent for a long time. Failed experimental mutated zombies. They are several times stronger than ordinary zombies. And there's one. I don't know how to describe it. Is it still there? It's still there. Zhao Mingqi shrank her neck. What do those people want? To create an army of zombies. Lin Yuan did not answer. He recalled the largest cage, the one labeled SV000, the thing that was breathing steadily in the dark. They are not creating an army, he said. They are creating a god. The air in the vehicle thickened. Su Muqing lowered her head, staring at the curled-up man in the back seat. He had opened his eyes at some point, his hollow pupils reflecting the dark red sky outside the window. Zhao Mingqi tightened her grip on the fire extinguisher. Lin Yuan glanced in the rearview mirror. The abandoned factory was no longer visible, but lights were flickering on the road. Car lights. Not just one. They were in pursuit. Just as Lin Yuan was about to press the accelerator, a distant dull thud echoed from behind, like the sound of the iron door being smashed open from the inside. He abruptly turned to look in the rearview mirror. In the night, something massive seemed to burst forth from the direction of the factory, but it was too far away to see clearly. What was that sound? Zhao Mingqi had heard it too. Don't worry, hold on tight. Lin Yuan pressed down on the accelerator, and the off-road vehicle roared into the night. Behind them, several car lights cut through the dark red sky, like a pack of hounds chasing a fleeing wolf. And farther back, there was an even more dangerous hunter that had just broken free from its cage. Lin Yuan glanced at the system balance. Dominance points, 1870. He needed a little more than 100 points to obtain the awakening stone. Not enough. Far from enough. The headlights chased them for about 10 minutes before gradually fading away. It wasn't that they had given up, but rather that the road conditions were too poor. Those cars had low chassis and could not pass the obstacles formed by shattered glass and overturned vehicles. Lin Yuan turned into a narrow alley, turned off the lights, and stopped the car against the wall. After the roar of the engine faded, silence suddenly enveloped the surroundings. Only the occasional distant moans of zombies and the breathing of the three of them could be heard. Zhao Mingqi leaned against the car window to look back. They didn't follow us. Not necessarily, Lin Yuan replied without turning off the engine, his hand still on the gear stick. They know our car is nearby and might take a detour to block us. What should we do then? Zhao Mingqi's voice was tense. Let's head back to the warehouse and take the back roads. He restarted the vehicle, keeping the fog lights on while slowly navigating through the dark alley. Su Muqing sat in the back seat, propping the injured person against the car window and covering him with a jacket. He was still shivering, but it was slightly better than before. At least his eyes were moving. The car turned out of the alley and onto a wider road. Just as Lin Yuan began to accelerate, the system map suddenly displayed a red. Not the usual zombie red, but a deep crimson, much darker than a normal zombie's red with edges that flickered. Location right side, less than 50 meters away. He slammed on the brakes. What happened? Zhao Mingqi almost slammed into the windshield. Something's there. Before he finished speaking, the wall on the right exploded. Debris and dust flew out like cannonballs, striking the car, and the bulletproof glass emitted a dull thud. A massive black shadow emerged from the hole in the wall, standing in the middle of the road and blocking their path. It was not human, nor was it an ordinary zombie. Its size was double that of a regular zombie, with shoulders as wide as a door, arms hanging down to its knees, fingers thick like sausages, and claws that resembled black, curved talons like those of an eagle. Its skin was dark gray, not the rotten kind of gray, but a rough texture akin to stone. Its skull was deformed with a protruding forehead, a receding jaw, and teeth jutting out unevenly from its lips, resembling shattered glass shards. Its eyes were red, not the red of blood, but the pupils themselves glowed red like two pieces of burning charcoal. A mutated being. Moreover, Lin Yuan recognized it. It had a shallow scar on its right arm, a mark left by his tang knife in the factory warehouse on that split-headed zombie. It had chased them out of the factory. Get out of the car. Lin Yuan pushed open the car door, drawing his tang knife. Zhao Mingqi jumped out with a fire extinguisher, while Su Muqing held the crossbow and locked the car with the injured person inside. The mutant turned its head, scanning the three of them with its red eyes. Its gaze lingered on Lin Yuan for a moment, then shifted to Zhao Mingqi, finally resting on Su Muqing. It opened its mouth and let out a low growl. Not a roar, but a growl like a lion or tiger, a deep, resonating sound that came from its chest. Then it moved. Not running, but pouncing. Like a beast, it sprang on all fours, closing the distance to Lin Yuan in just 2 steps. Lin Yuan sidestepped, swinging the tang knife horizontally to strike its shoulder. Clang. It felt like striking steel. The blade only sank in 2 centimeters and got stuck. Black blood gushed from the wound, but the mutant didn't even flinch. It raised its right claw and swiped down at him. Lin Yuan withdrew his knife and stepped back, the claw skimming past his chest, leaving 3 deep scratches on his bulletproof vest. He rolled on the ground and stood up, his chest burning with pain. If it weren't for the bulletproof vest, he would have been eviscerated. Zhao Mingqi. Left flank. Lin Yuan shouted. Zhao Mingqi charged forward, smashing the fire extinguisher against the mutant's knee. With a thud, the mutant's leg buckled slightly, but it did not fall. It turned its head, its red eyes fixating on Zhao Mingqi, and swiped its claws. Zhao Mingqi leaned back, avoiding the tips of the claws that grazed over her forehead, severing a few strands of hair. Su Muqing raised her crossbow, aiming for the mutant's eyes. The arrow shot out, but the mutant tilted its head, and the arrow grazed its temple, embedding itself in the wall. With the second arrow this time, it hit, striking its neck. The mutant let out a roar and reached up to pull out the arrow. Black blood flowed from the wound, but it quickly coagulated. Its recovery ability is very strong, Su Muqing said calmly. Aim for vital points, don't hit its body. Lin Yuan circled around to the back of the mutant, drawing another short knife from behind his waist. That was the fruit knife he had picked up in the supermarket and had never used. He didn't expect it to kill, just needed to draw attention. Hey, he shouted. The mutant turned its head and Lin Yuan threw the fruit knife, the tip striking its face, but bouncing off without penetrating. But the mutant was enraged, turning to pounce at him. Lin Yuan advanced, instead of retreating, sliding beneath the mutant's legs, reaching behind it to grab the tang knife still lodged in its shoulder and yanking it out with force. Black blood sprayed all over his face. The mutant, in pain, turned and swiped with a claw. Lin Yuan raised his knife to block, and the blade and claw collided, sparks flying, forcing him back several steps as his palm went numb. But one of the mutant's claws was also severed. Effective. Cut the joints. Lin Yuan shouted. Zhao Mingqi charged in from the side, smashing the fire extinguisher against the mutant's elbow. Crack. The mutant's left arm bent at a strange angle, drooping down. It let out a deafening roar, sweeping its right claw. Zhao Mingqi couldn't dodge in time and was hit on the shoulder, sent flying, crashing into an overturned car as the fire extinguisher rolled away. Zhao Mingqi. Su Muqing called out. I'm fine. Not broken. Zhao Mingqi struggled to stand up, her left shoulder sagging and wincing in pain. The mutant turned towards Su Muqing. Despite having lost an arm, its speed did not decrease as it charged at her. Su Muqing had no time to load her crossbow, raising it to smash at the mutant instead, but the mutant swiped its claw, knocking the crossbow away. It extended its right claw, reaching for Su Muqing's face. Lin Yuan dashed in from the side, slashing at the mutant's right elbow. This time he used all his strength, the tang knife cutting into the joint, shattering the bone, and the mutant's right arm hung limply, only a layer of skin connecting it. The mutant roared in fury, turning its head to charge at Lin Yuan. He staggered back a few steps from the impact, feeling a tightness in his chest, almost unable to breathe. But it could no longer use its arms, only its head and feet. Su Muqing, eyes! Lin Yuan shouted. Su Muqing picked up the crossbow, loaded it, and aimed. The mutant was rushing towards Lin Yuan, its head lowered, exposing its eyes right in front of her. She held her breath and pulled the trigger. The arrow shot through the air, striking the mutant's left eye, penetrating its eye socket and directly entering the cranial cavity. The mutant's body stiffened suddenly. It halted, standing still, its head swaying slightly, the red of its right eye gradually dimming. It opened its mouth, attempting to make a sound, but only coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Then it knelt down, first on its left knee, then on its right knee, as if performing a final salute. Finally, it toppled forward, collapsing to the ground motionless. The system panel popped up. Mutant killed 1, gained Dominator points 150 points. Current Dominator points balance 20 points. Lin Yuan panted heavily as he sheathed his tang knife. He walked over and kicked the mutant's corpse, confirming that it was truly dead. Su Muqing, are you okay? Su Muqing stood a few steps away, her crossbow hanging at her side, her head bowed. Lin Yuan approached and saw her left arm. The sleeve was torn, revealing 3 long claw marks from the elbow to the wrist, with flesh exposed and blood flowing down her arm, dripping onto the ground. You're injured. Lin Yuan hurried over. Su Muqing looked up, her face devoid of expression. I'm fine, it doesn't hurt. Is this what you call fine? Zhao Mengqi walked over, holding her shoulder. Upon seeing Su Muqing's arm, her face went pale. The bone is exposed. Just a superficial injury. Su Muqing squatted down, opened her backpack with her right hand, took out iodine swabs and gauze, and began to bandage herself. She bit down on one corner of the swab's packaging, tore it open, and then used her right hand to apply it to the wound. The moment the iodine touched the wound, her arm muscles tensed sharply, but she remained silent, biting her lip as beads of sweat formed on her forehead. Lin Yuan squatted down, wanting to help her. Let me do it. No need. Su Muqing pushed his hand away and continued applying. Her hands trembled, but her actions were steady, ensuring every wound was treated. Then she took out the gauze, wrapped it around her arm, bit one end with her teeth, pulled tight with her right hand, and tied a knot. The entire process took less than 2 minutes. All done. She stood up, shook her left arm, the gauze seeping with blood, but not soaked through. I can still move. Zhao Mengqi watched her eyes slightly red. Are you stupid? If it hurts, just shout. Why hold it in? Shouting won't change the pain. Su Muqing tossed the used swab on the ground. Save some strength. Lin Yuan looked at her. He recalled his past life. Su Muqing had guarded the lab alone for 5 days, wounded by zombies, cut by glass, burned by Molotov cocktails. She never cried out in pain, not because she was unafraid, but because she knew it was useless to shout. In the apocalypse, pain was the least worthy thing to waste energy on. Get in the car, Lin Yuan said. Let's head back to the warehouse first. Zhao Mengqi helped Su Muqing into the car, and Lin Yuan adjusted the person he had rescued from the cage, starting the vehicle. The off-road vehicle surged over the mutant's corpse, the tires rolling over the black blood with a hissing sound. Zhao Mengqi watched the body grow more distant in the rearview mirror. What exactly was that thing? A mutant, Lin Yuan replied. An evolved form of zombies. Today was just a basic one. We will encounter stronger ones in the future. Is a basic one this hard to deal with? Zhao Mengqi touched her shoulder, grimacing in pain. Then what about the advanced ones? Wouldn't we be delivering ourselves? That's why we need to become stronger. Su Muqing leaned back in the rear seat, eyes closed, her left arm resting, fingers slightly trembling. She wasn't asleep, just enduring. The car drove into the industrial area, stopping at the warehouse entrance. Lin Yuan got out, opened the iron door, and drove the car inside. Zhao Mengqi helped Su Muqing out, and they walked into the factory. You lie down first. Zhao Mengqi set up a folding bed for Su Muqing. No need, I'm fine. Stop being stubborn. Zhao Mengqi covered her with a blanket. With your arm like that, you can't say you're fine. Do you think you're made of iron? Su Muqing no longer argued. She lay down and closed her eyes. Zhao Mengqi squatted beside her, watching the blood seeping through the gauze. Her lips moved as if to say something, but she swallowed it back. Lin Yuan walked over, placed the tang knife in the corner, and sat down. She'll be fine, he said. The wound isn't deep, and it didn't hit the tendon. A few days of rest will suffice. How do you know? I've seen it before. Zhao Mengqi was silent for a while. Lin Yuan. Have you seen everything? Lin Yuan leaned against a sack of rice, closing his eyes. Pretty much, he replied. Zhao Mengqi didn't ask further. She stood up, walked over to Su Muqing, took off her jacket, and covered her with it. Su Muqing didn't open her eyes, but a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Zhao Mengqi leaned against the sack of rice beside her, holding the fire extinguisher, and stared at the ceiling. The lights in the warehouse were still on, and the generator was still running. In the distance, the moans of zombies echoed intermittently. The three of them, one injured, one exhausted, and one keeping watch through the night. On the third night of the apocalypse, they relied on each other's body heat waiting for dawn. After returning to the warehouse, Su Muking's wound stopped bleeding. Zhao Mingqi helped her rebandage it, wrapping it tighter than before. Lin Yuan sat in the corner, eyes closed, but he wasn't asleep. He was thinking about the largest cage in the abandoned factory, SV000. The mutant they fought was already formidable. What level could the creature in that cage be? At the first glimmer of dawn, he stood up. Let's go back to the factory. Lin Yuan checked his tang sword and crossbow, stuffing a few magazines into his backpack. One had scavenged from the guards along with 2 rifles. He had inspected the rifles, Type 95s, with over 30 rounds left. Zhao Mingqi opened her eyes. Going again. Are you insane? We don't have enough weapons. There must be an armory in that warehouse. We didn't get a chance to search it yesterday. Su Muqing sat up, the gauze on her left arm already changed. She flexed her fingers. I'm coming with you. You're injured. My left hand is hurt, but my right can still pull the trigger. Su Muqing picked up the crossbow, drew the string, slower than before, but steady. Zhao Mingqi looked at Lin Yuan, then at Su Muqing, and sighed. Fine, let's go. I can't sleep alone anyway. She grabbed the fire extinguisher and the rifle. How do you use this thing? Lin Yuan taught her how to release the safety chamber around and aim. The recoil is strong. Press it tight against your shoulder. Don't fire unless you're sure. Save the bullets. The three set out in the morning mist, driving the off-road vehicle, slowly wary of encountering members of the Final Order. The industrial zone was shrouded in a dark red sky, the abandoned factory buildings standing like rows of tombstones. At the factory's perimeter, Lin Yuan parked behind a pile of rubble, and they approached on foot. There was no one at the factory entrance. The 2 guards they had knocked out yesterday were gone. Bloodstains and drag marks led deep into the factory. Lin Yuan pressed himself against the door and listened. Silence. They might have pulled out, or they could be setting an ambush inside, he whispered. Stay close to me. The 3 moved along the corridor. The emergency lights were still on, casting a dim yellow glow on the bullet holes and black blood on the walls. The laboratory door was open. The place had been ransacked, documents gone, refrigerated cabinets empty. Several cages no longer held the sleeping mutant. Their doors were open, locks broken, pried open from the inside. Did they release it, eh? Zhao Mingqi's voice tightened. Not them. Lin Yuan crouched down, examining the claw marks on the cage door. It broke out on its own. Su Muqing glanced inside the cage. Black blood and shattered bones lay on the floor. Is it injured? Or did it eat something? It ate the guards. Lin Yuan stood up, pointing at the blood and drag marks. It smashed the cage, killed the guards, and then went deeper inside. They continued inward. At the end of the corridor was the large iron door leading to the warehouse. There was a massive dent in it, as if something heavy had rammed it from the inside. The door was ajar, a green emergency light seeping through the gap. Lin Yuan pushed it open. The scene inside the warehouse made them gasp. Most of the iron cages were destroyed, steel bars twisted, doors scattered. The floor was littered with the remains of experimental subjects, some torn apart, some gnawed on, some simply crushed. The air was thick with a nauseating stench of decay and blood 10 times stronger than yesterday. SV000 was gone. The largest cage had its door ripped off and tossed aside, its steel bars twisted into a spiral. It escaped. Lin Yuan walked to the cage and looked at the footprints on the floor, enormous, twice the size of yesterday's mutant's claws, deep grooves carved into the concrete like a plowed field. Zhao Mingqi covered her nose. What kind of monster is this? I don't know. Lin Yuan turned and walked to the other side of the warehouse. There was a small door there, unnoticed yesterday, hidden behind a shelf that had now fallen over, revealing the entrance. He pushed it open. Inside was a small room stacked with wooden crates. He pried one open with his tang sword. Inside were rows of brand new rifles wrapped in oiled paper. Another crate held ammunition, 9mm and 5.8mm rounds neatly packed. There were also grenades, smoke bombs, bulletproof vests, and night vision goggles. Jackpot! Zhao Mingqi crouched down, picked up a grenade, and turned it over in her hands. Are these things real? They're real. Don't pull the pin. Lin Yuan opened the crates one by one, taking inventory. 15 rifles, 20 cases of ammunition, 2 cases of grenades, 10 bulletproof vests. These weapons were enough to arm a platoon. Su Muqing leaned against the doorframe, looking at the arsenal. Who exactly is the Final Order? How did they get their hands on this much firepower? They have connections in the military, or they are the military themselves. Lin Yuan picked up a vest and handed it to Zhao Mingqi. Put it on. The 3 took as much as they could carry, a rifle each, backpack stuffed with ammunition, and 2 grenades apiece. Su Muqing, hampered by her left arm, only brought a pistol and the crossbow. Leaving the armory, Lin Yuan scanned the system map again. The red dots in the factory area had scattered. SV000's location was unknown. But suddenly a new notification flashed on the system panel. Not a map update, but a quest. Main quest updated: eradicate the mutant objective, kill the special mutant SV000 and prevent its evolution. Reward: crystal core refinement formula 1E dominance points 500. Time limit 72 hours. If the quest is not completed within the time limit, the mutant will evolve to Lord level, significantly increasing the threat level. Crystal core refinement formula. Lin Yuan stared at those words, his heart racing. In his past life, he had heard of this item. It could refine the crystal cores from zombie brains into awakening stones, allowing mass production of psychics. He had never obtained the formula and had to rely on the system to exchange for it. One awakening stone cost 2,000 points. With the formula, the cost would be cut by at least half. 72 hours, Lin Yuan murmured. What 72 hours? Zhao Mingqi leaned in. The system gave me a quest: kill that escaped monster within 72 hours. Su Muqing frowned. That thing is much stronger than yesterday's mutant. The three of us. Are you sure we can take it? We have to, whether we can or not. If it evolves into a Lord-level creature, the entire city district will become a death zone. Lin Yuan slung the rifle over his back and secured the tang sword at his waist. Let's head back to the warehouse and make a plan. The three left the factory and got into the vehicle. Lin Yuan started the engine and glanced at the abandoned factory in the rearview mirror. In the morning mist, the building loomed like a crouching beast exhaling gray-black smoke. SV000 was somewhere out there now. Perhaps in the basement of some residential building, perhaps in the sewers beneath a street, or perhaps right behind them. Zhao Mingqi held the rifle, staring out the window. Lin Yuan. That formula you mentioned. Can it really make awakening stones? Yes. So after we make them, we can get powers too? Yes. Zhao Mingqi was silent for a moment. Then I want a combat ability. The corner of Lin Yuan's mouth twitched. It doesn't work like that. You don't get to choose. Then I want something that lets me run fast, so I can escape if I can't fight. Su Muqing leaned against the car window, looking at her bandaged left arm. Her expression was calm, but Lin Yuan noticed that her right hand kept touching the scalpel in her pocket. She had brought it from the lab and never let it leave her side. The vehicle drove back to the warehouse. Zhao Mingqi carried the weapons to the armory area and stacked them with the existing rifles. Su Muqing sat by the medical supplies, retreating her wound. Lin Yuan stood by the window, gazing at the sky. It was still red, the clouds thicker than yesterday, like a scab that would never heal. The crystal core refinement formula. With it, he could mass-produce psychics. Zhao Mingqi, Su Muqing, and anyone who joined later could awaken ahead of time. But the prerequisite was killing SV000. 72 hours. 3 days. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the sword hilt. The hunt begins tomorrow, he said. The next morning, Lin Yuan stood at the warehouse entrance holding the congee Su Muqing had cooked. He didn't drink it. The sky was still red, but deeper than the days before. Like a piece of iron reheated repeatedly, its color shifting from dark crimson to deep brown. The clouds hung low, almost pressing against the tall factory roofs. The wind had died, and the air felt frozen thick and suffocating, tightening the chest. Zhao Mingqi walked out of the factory, a towel draped over her shoulder and a lunchbox in her hand. What are you standing there for? The congee's gone cold. Didn't you hear it? Hear what? Lin Yuan didn't answer. He closed his eyes and pricked up his ears. After the wind stopped, the distant moans of zombies were far fewer than usual, as if something had terrified them into silence. It was too quiet. Eerily quiet. Su Muqing walked to the door, her left arm still in a sling, but already movable. She looked at Lin Yuan's profile, noticing his fingers tightening around the cup. What are you listening to? Lin Yuan opened his eyes down the congee in one gulp and handed her the cup. Pack up. Bring out the weapons. Count the ammo. What for? Zhao Mingqi chewed on a steamed bun, asking vaguely. Something's coming. His tone wasn't a guess. It was a statement of a fact already unfolding. Zhao Mingqi glanced at Su Muqing. Su Muqing said nothing, turned, and went inside to fetch the weapons. The three of them carried all the weapons out of the warehouse. 15 rifles, 20 cases of ammunition, 2 cases of grenades, and 10 bulletproof vests. Lin Yuan handed a rifle to Zhao Mingqi and Su Muqing each and gave everyone 5 magazines. Zhao Mingqi also dragged out the fire extinguisher and set it by her feet. What's going on? She couldn't help asking again. Lin Yuan walked to the window and pushed it open. The distant horizon was hazy and gray, revealing nothing. But he knew something was approaching. Have you ever heard of a beast tide? He asked. Zhao Mingqi shook her head. Su Muqing shook hers too. After the zombie outbreak, it's not just humans that mutate. Animals do too. Cats, dogs, rats. Any living thing that gets soaked by blood rain or bitten by a zombie will mutate. Lin Yuan's voice was flat, but every word struck like a falling hammer. Mutated animals are called aberrant beasts. They're more dangerous than zombies. Fast, can climb walls, dig holes, and coordinate attacks. Coordinate attacks. Zhao Mingqi frowned. You mean they work together? Low-level aberrant beasts don't, but high-level ones do. And they have a trait. They love moving in swarms. A swarm charges from one end of the city to the other, crushing every zombie and human in its path. That's a beast tide. Su Muqing set down her rifle, walked to the window, and stood beside Lin Yuan. You've seen one. I have. A moment of silence. Zhao Mingqi hugged the fire extinguisher. So when you said something's coming, is a beast tide on its way, eh? Lin Yuan didn't answer, but his expression already did. Just then a roar echoed from afar. It wasn't the hiss of zombies or the cry of humans. It was another sound, low, deep, traveling from an immense distance like something churning deep underground. The sound wasn't loud, but it was piercingly penetrating. It bypassed the ears and vibrated directly in the chest like a fist striking the heart. Zhao Mengqi's face went pale. What was that? Lin Yuan's hand rested on his blade, his knuckles white. He recognized that sound. In his past life, in the third month of the apocalypse, he first heard such a roar. 3 days later, the beast tide came. Thousands upon thousands of aberrant beasts surged from the mountains east of the city like a black river, sweeping away everything in its path. That time at least 30,000 people died. Aberrant beasts, he said. How far? Su Muqing asked. I don't know, but judging by the sound, at least 20 kilometers away. So will they come here? Lin Yuan paused. Not sure. Aberrant beasts don't have fixed migration routes. But if their path goes through the city, this place is on the way. Zhao Mengqi raised her rifle, peering through the scope at the distance. She saw nothing. So what do we do? Run. Can't run. Lin Yuan said, the beast tide covers too vast an area. No matter how fast you run, you can't outrun them. And we have no safe place to go now. So we just wait to die? Not waiting to die, preparing to live. Lin Yuan walked to the weapon area and arranged the rifle's ammunition and grenades into categories. He piled sandbags at the warehouse entrance and reinforced the windows with iron plates. Zhao Mingqi and Su Muqing worked alongside him. Zhao Mingqi hauled sandbags drenched in sweat. Su Muqing handed nails and held iron plates steady with one hand, blood seeping through her bandages, but she didn't utter a word. By noon, the warehouse had 3 fortified lines, sandbags stacked waist-high at the door, windows welded with iron plates, and a light machine gun scavenged from the guards mounted on the roof. Zhao Mingqi sat on a sandbag, drinking water and panting. What did you do before? You know all this combat stuff. Learned it. Where? From living. Zhao Mingqi rolled her eyes and didn't press further. Su Muqing walked over and handed Lin Yuan a bottle of water. How long do you think we have? I don't know. The migration speed depends on their numbers and types. If it's mostly low-level aberrant beasts, about 2 days. If there's a high-level one leading, maybe a day. So we have 1 day to prepare. Not enough. Lin Yuan unscrewed the bottle, took a gulp. But this is all we can do. By evening, before the sky was fully dark, another roar echoed from afar. This time it was closer than in the morning and clearer. Not a single cry, but a series of them, overlapping howls as if calling to one another or arguing. Zhao Mingqi stood by the window, clutching the fire extinguisher, her fingers trembling. Not from fear, but from surging adrenaline. Lin Yuan. You said that SV000 hasn't been found yet, and now the beast tide's coming. Are we just that unlucky? Lin Yuan didn't answer. He leaned against a sack of rice, eyes closed, but not asleep. The system map unfolded in his mind. Within a 10-kilometer radius, there were many more red dots than yesterday. But there was a new marker, purple, tiny, scattered at the city's edge. He tapped at suspected aberrant beast traces. They're already at the city's edge. Lin Yuan opened his eyes. Zhao Mingqi and Su Muqing both looked at him. What? Aberrant beasts. Purple markers on the map at the city's edge. Not many yet, but they're the vanguard. Su Muqing stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the distant sky. It was already dark, but a dark red light still seeped through the clouds, staining everything blood-colored. Will they come tonight? Not sure. Lin Yuan stood up too. But we need to take turns keeping watch. 2 sleep, 1 stays awake. Wake the others at any sound. They'll take the first watch. Zhao Mingqi set the fire extinguisher down, raised her rifle, and walked to the window. You sure you can handle it? Lin Yuan asked. I have to. Zhao Mingqi pressed the stock against her shoulder, peering through the scope at the yard outside. I can't shoot well, but I can still see clearly. Lin Yuan said nothing more. He walked to the corner, sat down against the rice sack. Su Muqing lay on the cot, her left arm extended flat, and closed her eyes. The warehouse fell silent. Only the hum of the generator and the occasional rustle of Zhao Mengqi's clothes as she turned. Lin Yuan closed his eyes, but didn't sleep. In his mind, he calculated the number, distance, and speed of the aberrant beasts, estimating how long the warehouse's defenses could hold. Not enough. Not enough ammunition, not enough people, not enough time. But there was no retreat. The sky outside the window was completely dark, not black, but a dark red-black, like a massive scab clamped over the city. Zhao Mingqi stood at the window, her finger outside the trigger guard, her eyes fixed on the yard. In the distance, another roar came closer now. So close she could discern the details in the sound, not a howl, but a growl filled with rage and hunger. Zhao Mengqi's hand trembled, but she didn't step back. Lin Yuan opened his eyes watching her silhouette. He wanted to say, "Let me take over," but didn't. Everyone needed to learn to stand watch. Tonight it was her, tomorrow, maybe him, the day after maybe Su Muqing. They all needed to grow stronger. "Zhao Mingqi," he called. "Yeah. Shout if something happens. Don't tough it out." "Got it." Lin Yuan closed his eyes again. In his mind, the system map continued to unfold. The purple markers had multiplied. The beast tide was closing in, and all they could do was wait. Wait for the aberrant beasts to arrive, or for them to turn. But Lin Yuan knew they wouldn't turn. He tightened his grip on the Tang saber. By 3 a.m, Zhao Mingqi could no longer keep her eyes open, her eyelids heavy with fatigue. Lin Yuan took her place, standing at the window with a rifle in hand. The distant roars had ceased, but the sensation of being watched had only grown stronger. It wasn't zombies, it was aberrant beasts. They lurked in the shadows, motionless and unseen, yet their presence was undeniable. As dawn approached, Lin Yuan heard another sound. It wasn't the bellow of aberrant beasts or the snarl of zombies. It was the footsteps of humans. Not just one person, but several, their steps crunching on shattered glass and rubble, creating a chaotic symphony. He raised his binoculars and peered through the gap in the window. On the dirt road of the industrial district, a group of people approached. The leader, clad in a dark windbreaker with a bulging backpack, walked with a slight limp, as if nursing an injured foot. Behind him trailed 5 others, 2 men and 3 women. Their clothes were filthy, their faces smeared with grime, and their eyes vacant, as though their souls had been frightened from their bodies. Through the binoculars, the face grew clearer. Lin Yuan's fingers clenched abruptly. Chen Hao. He was thinner than before the apocalypse, his cheekbones protruding, eyes sunken, lips cracked and dry. But his eyes, those eyes still held a glimmer, not the spark of one crushed by despair, but the gleam of one who had not yet surrendered. The 5 behind him included a middle-aged man in his 40s dressed in a security guard's uniform, clutching an iron pipe. 2 young women in their early 20s clung to each other, one weeping, the other trembling. There was also an elderly woman in her 60s, her hair completely white, supported by a middle-aged woman. 6 people limping along the dirt road of the industrial district, heading straight for the warehouse. "What's wrong?" Zhao Mingqi was awakened by the commotion, rubbing her eyes as she approached. "Someone's coming." "Who?" Lin Yuan didn't answer. He slung the rifle over his back, drew his Tang sword, and walked to the warehouse door. He didn't open the door, merely stood behind it, his hand resting on the sword's hilt. Zhao Mingqi, seeing his grim expression, grabbed a fire extinguisher and followed. Su Muqing also woke, her left arm still in a sling, her right hand holding a crossbow, as she stood behind Lin Yuan. A knock came at the door. It wasn't a pounding, but a light, tentative tap, as if afraid to disturb whatever was inside. "Lin Yuan, are you there?" "It's me, Chen Hao." Zhao Mingqi glanced at Lin Yuan, and Su Muqing did the same. Lin Yuan didn't move. "Lin Yuan." Chen Hao's voice rose a notch. "Brother, I know you're in there. I've searched for so long and finally found this place. Open up. I've brought a few people, all good folks, no dead weight." Lin Yuan closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and pulled the door open. As the iron door swung open, Chen Hao's eyes lit up like light bulbs. He stood at the threshold, forcing a smile, his eyes red-rimmed. Whether from emotion or pretense, it was hard to tell. "Brother, I finally found you." Chen Hao spread his arms, aiming for an embrace. Lin Yuan remained still, his hand still on the sword's hilt. Chen Hao's arms froze in midair. He let out an awkward laugh and lowered them. "This place was a nightmare to find. I wandered the industrial district for 2 days, nearly got eaten by zombies." Lin Yuan didn't respond. His gaze swept past Chen Hao to the 5 people behind him. The middle-aged man in the security guard uniform kept his head down, not daring to meet his eyes. One of the young women was crying, the other trembling. The elderly woman had her eyes closed, her lips moving as if in prayer. The middle-aged woman supporting her averted her gaze. "How did you find this place?" Lin Yuan asked. Chen Hao scratched his head, his smile a little strained. "I went to your rental place, but the door was welded shut, couldn't get in. Later I ran into someone in the neighborhood who said you had a warehouse around here. It took me 3 days to locate it." "Who told you?" "Don't know him, just a neighbor around 30, can't remember his name." Chen Hao waved dismissively. "Enough about that. Let us in quick. There are zombies outside. We ran into several on the way." Lin Yuan stepped aside, letting them enter. Chen Hao went first, and the 5 others filed in. Zhao Mingqi stood to the side, fire extinguisher in hand, her eyes fixed on Chen Hao. Su Muqing stood behind them, crossbow still raised. Chen Hao stepped into the warehouse, and his eyes instantly gleamed. He saw mountains of rice and flour stacked in the food area, walls of bottled water, racks of rifles and swords in the weapons zone, and 5 off-road vehicles lined up in a row. His mouth hung open for a long moment before he turned to look at Lin Yuan. "Brother, you prepared all this?" His voice was a little hoarse. Chen Hao swallowed hard, then turned to the 5 behind him. "See, I told you my brother was reliable. He's got food, water, weapons, and vehicles. Stick with me, and you won't starve." None of the 5 spoke. The elderly woman opened her eyes, glanced at Lin Yuan, then closed them again. The two young women gripped each other's hands, their nails digging into each other's skin. The middle-aged man in the security uniform crouched down, holding his head in his hands. The middle-aged woman stood beside the elderly woman, silent. Zhao Mengqi walked over to Lin Yuan and lowered her voice. Is this the guy you mentioned? He doesn't seem like a good person. He's not. Lin Yuan's voice was equally low. Zhao Mengqi said nothing more, but she shifted the fire extinguisher to her right hand. Chen Hao wandered around the warehouse, heading to the weapons area and reaching for a rifle. Lin Yuan's voice came from behind, cold as a blade. Don't touch. Chen Hao's hand snapped back, and he turned around with a placating smile. Just looking. Brother, don't misunderstand. You know me, I never touch what isn't mine. Lin Yuan didn't reply. He walked to the food area, grabbed a few packs of compressed biscuits and several bottles of water, and handed them to Chen Hao. This should last you 2 days. Chen Hao took the items, momentarily stunned. 2 days? Brother, you're not going to kick us out after 2 days, are you? The place is crawling with zombies. Where can we go? You can stay here, but only on the periphery. The inside of the warehouse is my space. You're not allowed in. Lin Yuan pointed to the small office outside the factory floor. You can use that room. It has water, electricity, and blankets. Chen Hao's smile faltered for a moment, but quickly recovered. Fine. Well, sleep anywhere. Thanks, brother. I knew you had a soft heart. He beckoned the 5 to the office, but lingered in front of Lin Yuan, rubbing his hands together. Brother, you've got so many weapons. Could you lend me one? All I've got is an iron pipe. It won't do much against a real zombie. Lin Yuan stared at him for a few seconds in silence. Then he retrieved a crossbow and a quiver of bolts from the weapons area and handed them over. A crossbow? I don't know how to use it. Learn. Chen Hao took the crossbow, turning it over in his hands, a muscle twitching at the corner of his mouth. All right, I'll learn. Thanks, brother. He turned and walked away. Zhao Mengqi came over to stand beside Lin Yuan. Are you really going to let them stay? For now. And later? We'll see. Su Muqing approached, setting down her crossbow, her gaze following Chen Hao's retreating back. I don't like that man. Neither do I, Zhao Mengqi said. Lin Yuan remained silent. He walked back to the window, gazing at the sky outside. It was still red, the clouds thicker than before. In the distance, the roar of an aberrant beast sounded again, closer than yesterday. Zhao Mengqi shuddered. It's getting nearer. I know. Is that Chen Hao going to be trouble? Yes, Lin Yuan said. Zhao Mengqi looked at him. Then why did you let him in? Lin Yuan turned to face her. Because it's not yet time to kill him. Zhao Mengqi asked no more. She walked back, placed the fire extinguisher by her pillow, and laid down, though sleep eluded her. Su Muqing sat on her cot, the crossbow resting on her knees, her finger on the trigger guard. Lin Yuan stood by the window, his tang sword leaning against the wall, hands in his pockets, his phone screen glowing. Chen Hao had just sent a message. Lin Yuan, thanks for taking me in, brother. I'll be your devoted servant from now on. Lin Yuan didn't reply. He turned off his phone. Outside the window, the aberrant beast roared once more, this time so close that the hunger in its voice was palpable. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the tang sword, staring at the distant horizon. Chen Hao had arrived. The aberrant beasts were closing in. An SV-000 still lurked in the shadows. All of this within 3 days. He glanced at his system balance. Dominion points 2020. Enough. Enough for an awakening stone. But now was not the time. He needed to handle the immediate problems first. Zhao Mengqi. Starting tomorrow, you'll learn the blade with me. Zhao Mengqi sat up, her eyes lighting up. Really? But it will be grueling. Can you handle it? I can handle it, Zhao Mengqi said, gripping the fire extinguisher. Better than being eaten by zombies. Lin Yuan nodded. Outside, the sky remained red. Inside the warehouse, 6 people slept, in the office 3, in the main storage area. In the darkness nearby, aberrant beasts were gathering. And Chen Hao, lying in the corner of the office, kept his eyes open, staring at the ceiling. What he was thinking no one knew. But Lin Yuan knew one thing: he would not stay docile. On the first day Chen Hao moved those 5 people into the office, Lin Yuan laid down the rules. The factory is divided into 3 zones. Standing at the office door, Lin Yuan's voice was low, but every word was clear. The core zone is the main workshop, where Zhao Mengqi, Su Muqing, and I will stay. Supplies and weapons are inside. Outsiders are not allowed. The middle zone is this corridor, and the office you're staying in. There's water, electricity, compressed biscuits, and mineral water, enough to last you a while. The outer zone is the courtyard outside the factory gate. You can move around in the courtyard, but you cannot leave the factory. Chen Hao sat on a folding chair in the office, holding the cup of hot water. Su Muqing had boiled a grateful smile on his face. Understood, brother. Whatever you arrange is fine. We're lucky to have a place to stay. We wouldn't dare ask for more. Behind him, the 5 people sat on camp beds against the wall, silent. The elderly woman had her eyes closed as if asleep, but her breathing was shallow. 2 young girls huddled together, one with messy hair, the other with tear stains on her face. A middle-aged woman sat beside the elderly woman, clutching a bottle of mineral water, never unscrewing the cap. A middle-aged man in a security guard uniform crouched in the corner, head bowed, lost in thought. Lin Yuan's gaze swept across everyone's face. What are your names? No one answered. Chun Hao quickly cut in. This is Sister Wang, and this is her mother-in-law surnamed Liu. Those two young ladies, one is Xiao Zhou, the other is Xiao Chun, both cashiers at the supermarket. This big brother is surnamed Li, used to be a security guard at the mall. He pointed at the middle-aged man crouching in the corner. Sister Wang looked up, glanced at Lin Yuan, then lowered her head again. Her lips moved as if to speak, but no words came out. The elderly woman never opened her eyes. Lin Yuan asked no more, turned, and walked back to the main workshop. Zhao Mengqi followed, closing the iron door and locking it from the inside. You're really letting them stay there? Zhao Mengqi lowered her voice. For now. That Chun Hao, I don't think he's a good sort. The way he looked at the weapons area was off. I know. Su Muqing sat on the camp bed. The bandage on her left arm had been changed, but her fingers were still a bit swollen. She flexed her fingers as she spoke. If you keep them outside, they'll grow discontent sooner or later. Better discontent than letting them inside. Lin Yuan walked to the weapons area, inventoried the rifles and magazines, then checked the locks on the main workshop door. 3 locks, a bolt, a chain, and a combination lock, all secured. What if he tries to force his way in? Zhao Mengqi asked. Lin Yuan patted the Tang saber at his waist. He want? Why, oi? Because he needs me. Outside the main workshop, the light in the office was still on. Chun Hao distributed compressed biscuits to the 5 people. 2 pieces, each 1 bottle of water. Sister Wang took the biscuits, broke them in half, giving 1 half to the elderly woman and keeping the other for herself. The elderly woman didn't eat as she clutched the biscuits, the wrapper crinkling loudly. Xiao Zhou and Xiao Chun took the biscuits, devouring them in large bites, tears falling onto the biscuits, but they didn't wipe them away. The security guard Li took the biscuits, didn't eat them, and stuffed them into his pocket. Chun Hao sat in a chair, sipping hot water, watching these people, the corners of his mouth slightly upturned. It wasn't a smile. It was a faint, fleeting expression. Brother Hao. Xiao Zhou finished her biscuits, looked up with red eyes. Are we going to stay here from now on? For now. Chun Hao put down his cup. My brother here is kind-hearted, just a bit suspicious. Don't cause trouble, don't wander around, don't touch his things, and he won't kick us out. Then how long will we stay? Xiao Chun asked. Chun Hao glanced at her, his gaze lingering on her face for a moment, then looked away. We'll stay until it's safe. Xiao Chun lowered her head and asked no more. The next morning, Lin Yuan opened the iron door and saw Chun Hao standing in the corridor, holding a basin of water. Brother, morning. Chun Hao smiled with genuine warmth. I fetched some water to bring to you, for washing your face. Lin Yuan glanced at the basin. The water was clean, the basin new. Chun Hao must have dug it out of the office junk pile. No need, we have our own water. Then for washing up or something. Chun Hao, unembarrassed, set the basin on the ground. Just leave it here in case you need it. He turned and walked away. Zhao Mengqi peeked out from behind, watching Chun Hao's retreating figure. He's quite attentive. The more attentive, the more suspicious. Su Muqing walked over, holding an iodine cotton swab, changing the dressing on her left arm. Throughout the morning, Chun Hao came to knock 3 times. The first time to bring water, the second time to bring a few iron pipes had scavenged from the industrial zone, saying, you can use these to reinforce the doors and windows. The third time, he carried a pot of hot soup. Brother, I made soup with the compressed biscuits and mineral water you gave us, and added some wild greens. Give it a try. Chun Hao set the pot at the door, stepped back 2 paces, his face full of anticipation. Lin Yuan looked at the soup. Compressed biscuits boiled with wild greens. How good could it be? But Chun Hao's intention wasn't about the soup's taste, it was about showing goodwill. A normal person living under someone else's roof would do these things. Offer gifts, curry favor, prove their worth. But Chun Hao wasn't normal. He was the one who in the past life had pushed Lin Yuan down the stairs with a grin. Leave it, Lin Yuan said. Chun Hao nodded, turned, and walked away. After a few steps, he looked back. Brother, drink the soup while it's hot, or it'll get fishy. The main workshop door closed. Zhao Mengqi picked up the pot and sniffed it. Is it poisoned? He won't poison it, Lin Yuan said. At least not now. Then do we drink it? Drink it. Don't waste food. The 3 of them shared the soup. It wasn't good, but it was swallowable. Zhao Mengqi drank half, then suddenly put down her bowl. Lin Yuan. How long do you plan to let them stay? Lin Yuan set down his bowl. We'll talk after the beast tide passes. And after the beast tide? We'll see. Su Muqing put down her bowl and looked at Lin Yuan. You want keep them? Lin Yuan didn't answer. That afternoon, Chun Hao came again. This time he brought the security guard Li, and the 2 of them carried a table. Brother, you're missing a table in this warehouse. Nowhere to eat. I moved it from the office for you to use. Chun Hao set the table at the door and wiped his sweat. Lin Yuan looked at the table. It was old but sturdy. He nodded. Leave it there. Chun Hao stood there, not leaving. Brother, there's something I want to tell you. Speak. The window in the office where we're staying is broken. The wind blows in at night, and the old lady is shivering. Could you lend us a few planks of wood? Well, nail them up ourselves. Lin Yuan was silent for a moment, then grabbed a few planks and a box of nails from the corner and handed them over. Do it yourselves. Thanks, brother. Chen Hao took them, his smile as bright as if he'd won the lottery. He patted the security guard Li. Let's go, time to work. The security guard Li hadn't said a single word the entire time. He kept his head down and followed Chen Hao. Zhao Mingqi stood at the door watching their backs. That guy is off. Which one? The security guard Li. He doesn't talk, doesn't look at people, and when he walks he's always staring at the ground. Maybe he's scared, Su Muqing said. It's not fear. Scared people tremble, cry, call for their mothers. He doesn't. Zhao Mingqi frowned. He looks like he's hiding from something. Lin Yuan had noticed too. That security guard Li had injuries on his body, bruises on his wrists like they'd been bound by rope. His clothes didn't fit, the collar was too big, as if he was wearing someone else's. Keep an eye on him, Lin Yuan said. Chen Hao and his 5 people had been living in the office for 3 days. For 3 days he came to knock 3 times a day, each time bringing something, each time smiling cheerfully, each time saying, thanks, brother. He fed water to the elderly woman, told jokes to Xiao Zhou and Xiao Chun, helped Sister Wang comb her hair, and even gave a cigarette to that security guard Li. He acted like the perfect neighbor, the perfect recipient of aid, the perfect friend. But Lin Yuan knew that perfection was the biggest flaw. No one could be perfect in the apocalypse. Fear, anger, despair, selfishness. These were the true human nature of the end times. Chen Hao was too perfect as if he were acting. On the morning of the 4th day, Lin Yuan opened the iron door and saw Chen Hao standing in the corridor, holding a notebook. Brother, I drew a map last night. Chen Hao handed over the notebook. I marked all the factories and warehouses nearby. Some might still have supplies. See if it's useful. Lin Yuan took the notebook and opened it. The map was drawn meticulously, every building labeled with a number, some with notes like possible zombies or possible supplies. This couldn't have been drawn in a single day, or it required at least several days of observation and recording. When did you draw this? I couldn't sleep these past few nights, so I just doodled. Chen Hao scratched his head. Better than being idle. Lin Yuan closed the notebook. It's useful. Glad it helps. Chen Hao smiled. Then I won't bother you. You go ahead. He turned and walked away. After a few steps he looked back. Brother, there's something I want to tell you, but I'm not sure if I should. Speak. Chen Hao hesitated, then lowered his voice. That security guard Li. I think there's something off about him. He doesn't sleep at night. He sits by the window staring outside. I asked him what he was looking at, and he said nothing. But once when I got up to use the bathroom, I saw him going through our bags. Lin Yuan's gaze turned cold. Did he find anything? Nothing. Our bags only had a few changes of clothes, nothing valuable. Chen Hao swallowed. I just wanted to warn you. This guy might not be trustworthy. Got it. Chen Hao nodded and left. Zhao Mingqi walked over. What did he say? Said the security guard Li is trouble. He's quite the snitch. Zhao Mingqi sneered. Su Muqing approached, watching Chen Hao's retreating figure. Is he trying to divert your attention to someone else? Possible. Lin Yuan set the notebook on the table. But Li is indeed suspicious. So what do we do? Keep an eye on him. And on Chen Hao too. Outside the window the sky was still red. In the distance the roars of aberrant beasts drew closer. Lin Yuan hung the Tang saber at his waist and walked to the window. Chen Hao's performance was too perfect. Perfect gratitude, perfect attentiveness, perfect warnings. Everything he did said, I'm a good person, I'm your brother, you can trust me. But Lin Yuan knew that in his past life, he had smiled the same way. Smiling as he handed over water, smiling as he grasped a hand, smiling as he pushed someone into a corpse pit. Zhao Mingqi. From today, unlock the weapons area. Only the 3 of us will have the keys. Zhao Mingqi nodded and went to lock the weapons cabinet. Lin Yuan stood at the window gazing at the sky outside. Chen Hao thought he was guarding against others. In truth, he was guarding against everyone. It has been 3 days since Chen Hao brought the pot of soup. During these 3 days he appeared in the corridor punctually 3 times every day, each time wearing a perfectly measured smile. Neither obsequious nor humble, just that kind of smile that conveys I know you took me in and I am aware of it. He served water to the old lady, helped Xiao Zhou and Xiao Chen fix the wheels of their luggage, and even swept the floor of the office. When he did these things his movements were light, and he spoke slowly as if afraid of startling someone. But Su Muqing was not fooled. On the evening of the 4th day, she stood behind the iron gate of the main workshop, peering through the gap to watch Chen Hao hang a basin of washed clothes on the wire in the corridor. Among the clothes were the old lattice cotton-padded jacket, Sister Wang's coat, Xiao Zhou and Xiao Chen's socks, and his own windbreaker. He hung them with great care, smoothing each piece before hanging it like someone accustomed to doing housework at home. Su Muqing turned around and walked up to Lin Yuan. Why don't you get rid of him? Lin Yuan was squatting in the weapons area cleaning a gun without raising his head. Get rid of who? Chen Hao. Su Muqing's voice was not loud, but each word was articulated clearly. Did you not say you don't trust him? You don't trust him, yet you keep him here. Letting him stay on the outskirts, allowing him to linger outside our door every day. What exactly do you want to do? Zhao Mengshi sat up from the army bed, hugging a fire extinguisher, looking at Su Muqing, then at Lin Yuan. She did not speak, but her gaze was also seeking an answer. Lin Yuan reassembled the rifle's bolt, pulling the trigger smoothly, the crisp metallic sound echoing in the warehouse. He put down the gun, stood up, and looked at Su Muqing. You have observed him for 3 days. What have you discerned? Su Muqing was momentarily taken aback. I was asking you, not the other way around. You answer first. Su Muqing furrowed her brow, thinking for a moment. He is very skilled at ingratiating himself. Serving water, delivering soup, fixing things, hanging clothes. He is nice to everyone, but his kindness feels unnatural. A normal person wouldn't be so attentive to a group of strangers unless they have ulterior motives. What else? He always approaches us when we open the door, as if he is waiting. Waiting for what? Waiting for the opportunity to glimpse the contents of the warehouse, waiting for the chance to speak with you more, waiting for. Su Muqing paused, waiting for the opportunity to let you lower your guard. Lin Yuan nodded. You have a keen eye? Then why haven't you gotten rid of him? Because he is useful. Su Muqing's brow furrowed even tighter. What use does he have? Lin Yuan walked to the window and opened it. The dark red light flooded in, illuminating his face like a faded oil painting. In the distant skyline, gray-black plumes of smoke were still rising, but they had thinned considerably compared to the previous days. Whatever could be burned was nearly all gone. He brought 5 people with him. Those 5 people, what happened to them? Sister Wang and her mother-in-law fled from their home. The mother-in-law has trouble walking and can't go far. Xiao Zhou and Xiao Chun were cashiers at a supermarket, hiding in the supermarket warehouse since the apocalypse until they ran out of food. The security guard, surnamed Li. He has injuries with marks on his wrist, and his clothes don't fit well. He is afraid to speak, afraid to look at people, as if he has been frightened by something. Su Muqing did not interrupt him. Where did Chun Hao pick up these people? Did he really save them by chance, or did he know them beforehand? If he knew them beforehand, why did he gather so many people by the 3rd day of the apocalypse? If he picked them up on the road, how could an ordinary person survive in a horde of zombies while bringing along 5 burdens? Lin Yuan turned to look at Su Muqing. These questions all need answers. So you keep him to observe him. Su Muqing remained silent for a moment. Not just him. Lin Yuan pointed outside. The people he brought are also not simple. The marks on the wrist of the security guard, surnamed Li, weren't made by a zombie. They were made by a rope. Who tied him up? Why was he tied up? Why doesn't he speak? Sister Wang's mother-in-law, did you notice her gaze? What gaze? When she opened her eyes, she wasn't looking at Chun Hao, she was looking at Xiao Zhou. When she looked at Xiao Zhou, it wasn't the gaze of a stranger, it was like she was looking at someone familiar. Su Muqing's breath caught for a moment. Zhao Mengshi got off the bed and walked to the window. Are you saying they weren't picked up by Chun Hao on the road, but were part of the same group? They could be a group, or Chun Hao might have brought them from somewhere else. But regardless, their relationship is not as simple as saving and being saved. Lin Yuan closed the window and took out a tang knife from behind his waist, placing it on the table. I need time to figure this out. And after you figure it out, Su Muqing asked, then we will discuss what comes next. Su Muqing stared at him for a few seconds. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but swallowed it back. She turned and walked back to the army bed, sitting down and resting the crossbow on her knees, her fingers resting on the trigger guard. I understand that you don't trust him, but have you considered that keeping him here means he is also observing you? The way he looks at you is not the gaze of a savior. What kind of gaze is that? Su Muqing lifted her head to look at Lin Yuan. It's the gaze of a hunter looking at its prey. The warehouse fell silent. The roar of the generator filled the silence like a tireless trapped beast growling. Zhao Mengshi hugged the fire extinguisher tighter, her fingers rubbing back and forth on the bottle. I'm not afraid of him watching. Lin Yuan said, what I fear is that before he takes action, I won't know what he plans to do. So he is temporarily useful. Su Muqing's tone carried a hint of coldness. Temporarily useful. Lin Yuan repeated, he allows me to see the people he brought, and he allows me to see him. He thinks he is getting closer to me, but in fact I am waiting for him to expose himself. Zhao Mengshi suddenly spoke. What about the security guard surnamed Li? Is he also part of your observation? He is a breakthrough point. Lin Yuan said, a person who doesn't speak doesn't mean he won't listen. What he hears is far more valuable than what he says. Su Muqing put down the crossbow, stood up, and approached Lin Yuan. She was half a head shorter than him, but when standing in front of him, her back was straight like a nail. I don't care what methods you use. Her voice was soft, but each word was like it was carved from stone. But if he harms anyone here, I will personally kill him. With a scalpel. One cut at a time. Lin Yuan looked into her eyes. Those eyes shone brightly under the light, not with anger, but with calmness. She could say it, and she could do it. You won't have a chance. Lin Yuan said. Why not? Because by then I would have already acted. Su Muqing stared at him for 2 seconds before turning and walking back, sitting down again. She picked up the crossbow, cocked it, then unloaded it, repeating the motion several times, as if using it to calm her emotions. Zhao Mengshi sighed, got off the bed, walked to Su Muqing's side, and handed her a bottle of water. Drink some water, don't think too much. Don't you understand, Lin Yuan? When he says he is useful, it actually means I haven't figured out how to deal with him yet. Once he truly figures it out, Chun Hao won't even have time to cry. Su Muqing took the water, opened the cap, and took a sip. I'm not worried about Chun Hao. Then what are you worried about? Su Muqing did not answer. She glanced at the bandage on her left arm. The wound had scabbed over, but it still throbbed faintly. She recalled the way Chun Hao looked at Lin Yuan, that kind of gaze she had seen in the laboratory. When a white mouse is locked in a cage and another white mouse is outside watching, the one outside has that kind of look. It's not fear nor curiosity, it's waiting. Waiting for an opportunity. He won't act against us. Lin Yuan walked to the window looking at the dark red sky, at least not now. He hasn't figured out our background. He doesn't know how many weapons, how many people, or how much food is in the warehouse. Once he figures it out, he will act. Then shall we let him figure it out? Zhao Mingqi asked. Let him figure it out, but don't let him figure it out completely. Lin Yuan turned around. From today onward, we will add a lock to the weapons area. Open the door just a crack each time. When he brings things, let Su Muqing go receive them. You should not show your face. Why should I go? Su Muqing asked. Because you are cold. He cannot see through you. Su Muqing's lips twitched, unsure if she had agreed or not. Outside, the roar of the strange beast echoed again, closer than yesterday. Zhao Mingqi shivered. That thing is getting closer. I know. Lin Yuan inserted the tang knife back behind his waist, so the matter with Chun Hao must be resolved before the beast tide arrives. Or, during the beast tide. Are you planning to use the beasts to kill him? Zhao Mingqi's eyes widened. I won't kill him. Lin Yuan's voice was calm, I just won't save him. Su Muqing lowered her head, looking at the bandage on her left arm. She traced her fingers along the edge of the bandage. The scabbed area felt slightly itchy. Suddenly she felt that Lin Yuan's "he is temporarily useful" might not just mean observation. There might be a deeper intention behind it. But she didn't want to ask anymore. Some things are better left unknown for a good night's sleep. Outside, the sky was completely dark. The lights in the warehouse were still on. In the corridor, Chun Hao's footsteps echoed from the direction of the office. Very light, but very rhythmic. He walked back and forth in the corridor 3 times, as if taking a walk or listening for something. Then the footsteps stopped. After about 10 seconds, they started again, this time walking back. A shadow passed beneath the door gap. Chun Hao had returned to the office. Lin Yuan stood in front of the window, unmoving. Zhao Mingqi lay back down on the army bed, placing the fire extinguisher next to her pillow. Lin Yuan. What if that security guard surnamed Li is willing to speak? What could he tell us? Lin Yuan was silent for a moment. He might tell us how Chun Hao found us. Did he not say it was the neighbor who told him? What a coincidence that would be to have such a neighbor. Lin Yuan pulled the curtains shut. Sleep now. Zhao Mingqi turned over facing the wall. Su Muqing lay down, placing the crossbow within reach. Lin Yuan sat on a sack of rice, the tang knife resting on his knee, not closing his eyes. In the corridor, Chun Hao's office was still lit. Through the door gap, shadows could be seen moving. Not just one person, but 2 or 3. They were speaking in low voices, the content unclear, but the speed was fast, as if they were arguing. Lin Yuan listened to those voices, lightly tapping his fingers on the knife handle. It was getting close. He could hardly contain himself. At 11 o'clock at night, the lights in the main factory building were still on. Zhao Mingqi lay on a camp bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Su Muqing leaned against a sack of rice with her eyes closed, but the rhythm of her breathing suggested she wasn't asleep. Lin Yuan sat by the window, his tang sword resting across his knees, staring at the dark red sky outside. The roars of the aberrant beasts had ceased for several hours, but what unsettled them more than the noise was the silence, a deathly stillness so profound that even the zombies dared not utter a sound. Footsteps echoed from the corridor, not the dragging, aimless steps of a zombie. These were human, light, steady, deliberately muted, yet still audible. Zhao Mingqi's eyes snapped open, her hand reaching for the fire extinguisher beneath her pillow. Su Muqing's finger rested on the trigger guard of her crossbow. The footsteps paced back and forth along the corridor twice, then paused before the iron door of the main factory. Zhao Mingqi held her breath. Su Muqing raised her crossbow. The iron door was not pushed open. The footsteps continued onward, reaching the far end of the corridor, then stopped. After a few seconds came the sound of a chair being set down, followed by the soft noise of someone sitting. Zhao Mingqi glanced at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan didn't move, but she noticed his grip on the sword relaxed slightly. He's standing guard, Lin Yuan said in a low voice. Who? Chun Hao. Zhao Mingqi was taken aback. Standing guard. The outer warehouse doesn't even have a door. If zombies actually come, how many could that crossbow of his stop? He's not trying to stop the zombies, Lin Yuan said, taking the tang sword from his knees and sheathing it behind his back. He's trying to be a man. In the corridor, Chun Hao sat on a folding chair, his crossbow resting across his legs, facing the direction of the factory gate. He had placed the chair at the narrowest point of the corridor with the office door behind him. Anyone entering from outside would have to get past him first. Tactically, it was a good position, a one-man choke point. But his crossbow could only fire 3 bolts before needing to be reloaded. Against a horde of zombies, it wouldn't even be a snack. Yet he hadn't chosen a tactic, he had chosen a position. When the elderly woman got up to use the bathroom and saw him sitting in the corridor, she was startled. "Young man, why aren't you sleeping? What are you doing sitting here?" "Standing guard, Andy," Chun-Hao replied, his voice not loud, but clear, as if deliberately making sure those in the main factory at the other end of the corridor could hear. "You all get some sleep. They'll keep watch. If anything happens, I'll call you." The elderly woman looked at his crossbow, then at his face, which appeared strikingly earnest in the dim emergency light. Her lips trembled. "You're a good man," she said. Chun-Hao smiled, but said nothing. The elderly woman tottered back to the office and closed the door. A few minutes later, the light in the office came on. Sister Wong poked her head out, saw Chun-Hao still sitting in the corridor side, fetched a jacket from inside, walked over, and draped it over his shoulders. "It's cold at night. Don't catch a chill." "Thanks, Sister Wong." Chun-Hao wrapped the jacket tighter and smiled at her. "Rest easy. I'm watching. Don't worry, as long as I'm here, nothing will happen to you." Sister Wong looked at him, her eyes slightly red. She said nothing and turned back. Zhao Mengqi, peering through the crack in the main factory door, saw everything. She stepped back and whispered to Lin Yuan, "He's quite skilled at winning people over." "He's always been skilled," Lin Yuan replied, eyes closed as if asleep, but her voice was clear. "You're not going to do anything about it." "Do what?" "He's standing guard, so one more of us gets to rest. No loss." Zhao Mengqi frowned, but said no more. She lay back down, but didn't sleep, her eyes fixed on the crack in the door. At 2 a.m, Chun-Hao was still awake. He stood up and paced back and forth in the corridor a few times, each step light, but each step landing on something that would crackle: broken glass, gravel, dried cement seams. The sounds echoed through the empty factory like a reminder to everyone, "I am here. I am watching." Zhao Mengqi turned over facing the wall and covered her ears. At 3 a.m, Chun-Hao's performance began. Not that he initiated it, a fate handed him an opportunity. A zombie somehow had gotten into the factory yard, perhaps through a gap in the wall, or maybe it crawled out of a sewer. It wore a tattered security guard uniform, its left leg dragging behind as it shuffled step by step toward the factory gate. Chun-Hao saw it first. He stood up, the chair scraping a harsh sound against the floor. He didn't shout, didn't run. He simply raised his crossbow and aimed. The zombie was 20 meters from the gate, dragging its leg, moving slowly. But its head had already turned, its gray eyes locking onto Chun-Hao. Chun-Hao pulled the trigger. The bolt flew out, striking the zombie in the chest. Not a fatal hit, but it knocked it back a step. The zombie didn't follow, it kept coming. Chun-Hao fumbled to load a second bolt, his fingers trembling, but the bolt finally clicked into place. He aimed again, this time not firing hastily. He waited until the zombie was within 10 meters before pulling the trigger. The bolt struck the zombie square in the forehead, piercing through from the brow and emerging from the back of its skull. The zombie's body stiffened abruptly, as if someone had hit the pause button, then it toppled backward, crashing to the ground and sending up a cloud of dust. The commotion in the corridor woke everyone. The office door opened. Sister Wong poked her head out. Xiao Zhou and Xiao Chun crowded in the doorway, and the elderly woman emerged leaning against the wall. The main factory door also opened. Zhao Mengqi stood at the entrance with her rifle, Su mooching behind her with her crossbow raised, and Lin Yuan leaned against the doorframe, watching Chun-Hao. Chun-Hao stood at the end of the corridor, his crossbow hanging by his side, his chest heaving as he gasped for air. Sweat covered his forehead and his fingers were still trembling, but he turned his head to look at the people behind him and forced a smile. "It's okay, just one. I took care of it." Sister Wong covered her mouth, her eyes reddening. You alone killed that monster." It was lame, moving slow. Chun-Hao set down his crossbow and wiped his sweat. "If it had been one of the fast ones, I'd have been in trouble." Xiao Zhou suddenly burst into tears, covering her mouth as tears streamed through her fingers. "Brother, how you're amazing. You saved us." Xiao Qin didn't cry, but the way she looked at Chun-Hao had changed. It wasn't gratitude, it was something more complex, like admiration or perhaps something else. The elderly woman approached, reached out a withered hand, and patted Chun-Hao on the shoulder. "Good child. You're a good child." Chun-Hao lowered his head as if holding back tears or perhaps avoiding something. He took a deep breath, lifted his head, and smiled. "It's nothing. Everyone go back to sleep. They'll keep watching. There shouldn't be another one." Sister Wong led the elderly woman back to the office, and Xiao Zhou and Xiao Qin followed. Only Chun-Hao and the 3 at the main factory door remained in the corridor. Chun-Hao turned around and looked at Lin Yuan. That smile still lingered on his face, but under the dim yellow emergency light, it seemed a bit stiff. "Brother, I didn't let you down, did I?" he asked, his tone carrying a hint of caution, as if testing the waters. Lin Yuan looked at him, silent for 2 seconds. "You didn't." Chun-Hao's smile relaxed a little. "Good. I was afraid I'd cause you trouble." "You should go to sleep," Lin Yuan said. "They'll take the watch for the rest of the night." No need. You get your rest." "I'm full of energy." Chun-Hao patted his own face, walked back to his chair, sat down, and raised his crossbow again. Lin Yuan said nothing more, turned and walked into the main factory, closing the door behind him. Zhao Mingqi followed, lowering her voice. Did you see that? His first shot. He deliberately missed. Lin Yuan glanced at her. Are you sure? Positive. Zhao Mingqi placed her rifle on the weapon rack. The first shot hit the chest. It wasn't that he couldn't hit the head, he didn't want to kill it with one shot. He wanted to put on a show for everyone. A performance of fumbling, but ultimately killing the zombie. That makes it seem more real, more touching. Su Muqing set her crossbow on the table and sat down. You noticed too? I'm not blind. Zhao Mingqi placed the fire extinguisher beside her pillow and lay down. Where did that zombie of his come from? We checked the factory walls. Oh, all the gaps are sealed. The sewer is blocked too. Su Muqing's fingers paused on the table. You suspect he lured it here? I don't know. Zhao Mingqi closed her eyes. But I don't believe in coincidences. Lin Yuan said nothing. She sat by the window, peering through the gaps in the steel mesh at Chun Hao's silhouette in the corridor. Chun Hao sat very straight, holding his crossbow steadily, his head slightly tilted, as if listening for distant sounds. From behind, he looked like a dutiful night watchman. But Lin Yuan had seen his face. That smile was too perfect, perfect to the point of being unreal. She recalled Zhao Mingqi's words, his first shot. He deliberately missed. If he could truly hit the head with one shot, why miss? Because a single clean headshot wasn't exciting enough. What he needed was a process. The tension of the zombie closing in, the authenticity of his fumbling, the drama of a last-minute turnaround. He wanted everyone to remember this moment, to remember that it was Chun Hao who saved them. Lin Yuan closed her eyes. The system panel unfolded in her mind, and a few more purple markers had appeared. The aberrant beasts were drawing closer, and Chun Hao's performance had reached its climax. He played his part well, but even the best performances must eventually come to an end. After Chun Hao killed that zombie during his night watch, the attitude of everyone in the office toward him shifted markedly. The next morning, Sister Wang pressed half a piece of compressed biscuit she had saved into Chun Hao's hands. The old lady clasped his arm and murmured, "Good deeds bring good fortune," while Xiao Zhou and Xiao Chen's gazes toward him had transformed from fear to dependence. Even that security guard, surnamed Li, lifted his head to glance at Chun Hao, not with gratitude, but with an indescribable look, as if he were seeing a completely different person. Lin Yuan observed all of this. Zhao Mingqi noticed it too. After breakfast, Lin Yuan inventoried the ammunition in the main workshop. There were still over 700 rifle rounds, 17 grenades, and a dwindling supply of crossbow bolts that needed replenishing soon. Su Muqing organized bandages in the medical area. The gauze on her left arm had been changed, and her movements were much more agile than a few days ago. Zhao Mingqi poked her head in from the doorway and signaled to Lin Yuan with a meaningful glance. Lin Yuan set down his rifle and followed her to a corner behind the workshop where discarded machine parts were piled up, a secluded spot rarely visited, making it easy to talk without being overheard. Zhao Mingqi leaned against the wall, hands shoved into the pockets of her hoodie, having deliberately left the fire extinguisher at the entrance. What is it? Lin Yuan asked. Zhao Mingqi didn't rush to speak. She first glanced around to ensure no one was nearby, then lowered her voice. Chun Hao's gaze toward you is off. Lin Yuan looked at her without responding. Last night when he killed that zombie, did you notice his eyes? Zhao Mingqi's brows knitted together. After he killed that zombie, he turned around and smiled at everyone. At Sister Wang, at the old lady, at Xiao Zhou and Xiao Chun. But when he looked at you, that smile didn't change, but his eyes did. How so? I can't quite put it into words. Zhao Mingqi bit her lip. It's like, when he looks at others, his eyes are warm. When he looks at you, his eyes are cold. Like he's looking at a tool? No, more like an opponent. Lin Yuan fell silent for a moment, then nodded. I know. Zhao Mingqi was taken aback. You know, since the day he arrived I've known. Then why did you? I need to find out what he really wants. Lin Yuan drew the Tang saber from his waist, inspected the blade, then sheathed it again. He smiles at me now because I'm still useful. When he decides I'm no longer useful, he'll stop smiling. Zhao Mingqi stared at his face for a few seconds. Aren't you afraid? Afraid of what? Afraid he'll stab you in the back. The corner of Lin Yuan's mouth twitched as if he wanted to smile, but couldn't. He's already stabbed me once. Zhao Mingqi didn't grasp the meaning of his words, but she didn't press further. She looked down at her hands. The blisters on her tiger's mouth had healed, replaced by a thin layer of calluses. After days of practicing with the blade, her palms were raw and red, but she never complained of pain. Lin Yuan. I'm not trying to sow discord between you two. She lifted her head and met his eyes. I just don't want him to harm you. I know. Then can you promise me one thing? Go on. If he really makes a move, don't face it alone. Call me. I may not be able to beat him, but I can take a blow for you. Lin Yuan looked at her. Morning light streamed through the broken windows of the workshop, falling on her face and illuminating the fading scrape on her forehead. Her eyes were earnest, not the impulsive words of a fleeting moment, but words she had pondered, weighed the consequences of, and still decided to speak. You won't get the chance to take a blow, Lin Yuan said. Why? Because before that hell have already lost his chance. Zhao Mingqi stared at him for 2 seconds then smiled. It wasn't a joyful smile, but one that said I knew you were that kind of person. Fine. As long as you know what you're doing. She turned and took 2 steps then looked back. One more thing. What? Last night, when Chunhao was killing that zombie, the security guard, surnamed Li, stayed in the office. He didn't come out. Lin Yuan frowned. He didn't come out. Not once. The door was open. Sister Wang and the others all came out, but he huddled alone in the corner, hugging his knees, not even lifting his head. Zhao Mingqi lowered her voice. He wasn't scared. A scared person would look toward the door, think about running. He was different. It was like he couldn't bear to look at that zombie. Lin Yuan recalled the rope burns on the security guard surnamed Li's wrists, his ill-fitting clothes, his evasive eyes. Couldn't bear to look at the zombie. Or couldn't bear to watch Chunhao kill it. Keep an eye on him, Lin Yuan said. On who? Chunhao or the one surnamed Li? Both. Zhao Mingqi nodded, turned back, picked up the fire extinguisher by the door, and walked into the main workshop. Lin Yuan stood still, gazing at the sky beyond the yard. The sky was still red, the clouds hanging low like a blood-soaked cloth that could never be washed clean. In the distance, the roars of mutant beasts rang out again, closer this time. Close enough to discern that it wasn't a single beast, but a pack. The howls rose and fell, echoing over the ruins of the city like some ancient war drum. He walked back into the main workshop and closed the door. Su Muqing looked up at him, but didn't ask. She had already gleaned something from Zhao Mingqi's expression. She lowered her head and continued sorting the medical supplies, arranging antibiotics by production date, those nearing expiration in front, the fresher ones behind. Zhao Mingqi sat on the cot, hugging the fire extinguisher, staring at the ceiling. She was thinking about the look in Chunhao's eyes when he gazed at Lin Yuan. That chill wasn't hatred or jealousy, but something deeper, something colder. Like a snake looking at a frog, not out of hatred but hunger. Lin Yuan, she suddenly spoke. Do you think that security guard surnamed Li might know something? Maybe. Then why don't you talk to him? Lin Yuan thought for a moment. He won't talk to me. He barely even dares to speak. Then how will you make him talk? Lin Yuan walked to the weapons area, picked up a pistol, checked the magazine, then tucked it back into his waistband. Wait for what? For him to crack on his own. Zhao Mingqi asked no more. At noon, Chunhao arrived again, carrying a pot of soup. This time, it wasn't compressed biscuits boiled with wild greens. It was real soup with the flavor of meat. He stood at the entrance of the main workshop holding the pot, and said with a cheerful grin, "Brother, I found an abandoned food processing plant in the industrial zone and dug up a few packs of concentrated soup base. Give it a try. At least it has some flavor." Lin Yuan had Su Muqing take the pot. She walked over, expressionlessly accepted it with a curt thanks, then turned and closed the door. Chunhao's smile faltered for an instant as the door shut, but he quickly recovered and shouted through the crack, "There's more, don't hold back." Zhao Mingqi rolled her eyes behind the door. Su Muqing set the pot on the table and stirred it with a ladle. The soup was milky white with a few dried vegetable leaves and bits of minced meat floating on the surface. Where did the meat come from? Zhao Mingqi leaned in. Dried meat bits from the soup base. Su Muqing scooped up a spoonful and tasted it. No poison. The three of them drank the soup. The flavor was mediocre, but it was better than compressed biscuits. Zhao Mingqi drank half, then set down her bowl. Lin Yuan. His look toward you today changed again. What was it like? Zhao Mingqi thought for a moment. Like he was calculating. Not what you owe him, but how much you're worth. Su Muqing set down her bowl and looked at Lin Yuan. Are you sure you don't want to drive him away? I'm sure. Why? Because he hasn't made a mistake yet. Lin Yuan downed the rest of his soup in one gulp. I need him to make a mistake. Su Muqing asked no further. She gathered the bowls and went to wash them. Zhao Mingqi lay back on the cot, cradling the fire extinguisher in her arms. So what kind of mistake do you think he'll make? Lin Yuan walked to the window and pushed it open. A dark red light flooded in, mingling with the distant roars of mutant beasts and the moan of wind sweeping through the ruins. He won't be able to resist, Lin Yuan said. People like him never can. The sky outside remained a deep red. Chunhao's soup still churned in his stomach. Zhao Mingqi's words still echoed in his ears. The way he looks at you isn't like a brother. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the Tang saber. Not yet, but soon. The roars of the aberrant beasts ceased abruptly on the morning of the third day. Lin Yuan stood by the window holding a bowl of unfinished congee, his ears pricked. Silence was more unsettling than the roars. The roars at least told you where they were. Silence meant they had entered hunting mode, no longer revealing their positions. They're here. Lin Yuan set down the congee bowl and turned to grab his weapons. Zhao Mingqi sat up from the cot, her hair a mess, eyes not yet fully open. Who's here? The aberrant beasts. Su Muqing had already risen. The bandage on her left arm had been removed and replaced with simple gauze wrapping that didn't hinder movement. She slung the crossbow over her shoulder and tucked the pistol behind her waist, her movements much more agile than a few days ago. I'll go check it out. Lin Yuan secured the Tang saber and shouldered the rifle. They'll go with you. Zhao Mingqi jumped off the cot and grabbed the fire extinguisher. You stay in the warehouse and guard the door. Lin Yuan glanced at Su Muqing. You too. No matter what you hear, don't open the door. Su Muqing nodded. Zhao Mingqi opened her mouth as if to say something, but meeting Lin Yuan's gaze, she swallowed her words. Lin Yuan pushed open the iron door and stepped out. In the corridor, the door to Chun Hao's office was closed, but light seeped through the crack. They must be awake. He didn't stop walking straight through the hallway, pushing open the factory gate and stepping into the yard. The morning fog was thick as water used to wash dirty rags. A grayish-white mingled with a dark red sky glow, staining the entire world a grimy hue. Lin Yuan hugged the wall, his steps light. The Tang saber was already drawn, its blade glinting dully in the mist. Outside the yard on the dirt road of the industrial zone, something was there. Not a zombie. Zombies shuffled aimless and swaying. This thing moved silently, purposefully on all fours. Lin Yuan crouched, squinting through the fog. A dog stood in the middle of the road. No, not a dog. It was larger than a dog, its shoulder reaching his thigh. Its fur was a grayish-black, falling off in patches, revealing dark red muscle beneath. Its head, the skull, was deformed, its mouth twice as long as before, teeth jutting out from the lips, jagged like shards of broken glass. Its eyes were yellow, the pupils vertical slits like a cat's. An aberrant beast. A mutated canine. Its left hind leg bore a wound, flesh gaping open, but not bleeding. The edges of the wound were black, as if infected, or as if healing had halted midway. It limped, sniffing around in the middle of the road, its nostrils flaring as if tracking a scent. Lin Yuan held his breath. A mutated canine's sense of smell was 10 times more acute than an ordinary dog's. If he exposed his scent, the beast would pounce instantly. He stepped back slowly, each foot landing on hard ground with few pebbles making no sound. But the wind was against him. It blew from inside the industrial zone outward, carrying his scent straight to the dog. The mutated canine's head whipped around, its yellow eyes piercing the morning fog, locking onto Lin Yuan. It didn't bark, didn't growl, it lunged directly. Propelling itself on all fours, it went from stillness to a sprint in under a second, its speed like a black arrow. Lin Yuan sidestepped, swinging the Tang saber horizontally. The blade struck the mutated canine's foreleg. Clang. Like hitting an iron pipe. The sword rebounded, leaving only a shallow gash on the dog's leg. The canine landed, turned, and lunged again. This time Lin Yuan didn't meet it head-on. He rolled to the side and the beast flew over him, its claws grazing his hair, bringing a gust of stench. He scrambled up, his back hitting the wall. The canine had already turned and charged. No retreat. He had to fight. He gripped the Tang saber, tightly waiting for the moment the beast lunged in front of him. He crouched, pointing the blade upward, using its own momentum to drive the sword into its neck. The blade entered through the throat, pierced the trachea, and emerged from the back of the neck. The canine's body stiffened abruptly, its front claws flailing in the air before crashing down with Lin Yuan to the ground. Black blood spurted from the wound, splattering his face. It wasn't dead. Its neck was pierced, but it still struggled, hind legs digging into the ground, claws gouging up gravel and dirt. Its head couldn't turn, but its body writhed, front claws swiping at Lin Yuan's face. He released the saber, pulled a short knife from behind his waist, and drove it into the beast's eye socket. The knife tip passed through the eyeball straight into the cranial cavity. The canine's body convulsed violently a few times, then went limp. It stopped moving. Lin Yuan gasped for air, pulling the Tang saber from its neck and the short knife from its eye socket. He wiped the black blood on the dog's body, then sheathed them. He leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, his chest tight, as if struck by a fist. The canine's speed was far faster than he had anticipated, and its strength much greater. Without the combat experience from his past life, that lunge would have disemboweled him. The system panel appeared. Killed aberrant beast, 1 dominator points, earned 300. Current dominator points balance, 2320. High-quality core detected within the aberrant beast. Extract. A core. Lin Yuan's heartbeat quickened. In his past life, he had killed hundreds of aberrant beasts and only obtained a few cores. This dog actually had one. He crouched down and used the Tang saber to split open the canine's skull. Inside the cranial cavity, the brain had shriveled into a black, mushy mass, but amidst the mush, something the size of a soybean glowed. A pale blue, translucent, like a polished shard of glass. A core. Lin Yuan dug it out, wiped it clean with his sleeve, and held it in his palm. The system panel appeared again. Unrefined core detected. Refine using system to convert into awakening stone fragment. Current core quality medium. Refinable into strength type awakening stone fragment 1 purity 47. Awakening stone fragment, collect 3 fragments of the same type to synthesize a complete awakening stone. A complete awakening stone can awaken a 1-star ability in an ordinary person. Lin Yuan stared at the text, his mind racing. 3 fragments to synthesize 1 awakening stone. 1 awakening stone to create 1 ability user. He only had 1 fragment, he still needed 2 more. He stood up, clutched the core in his hand, and glanced at the canine's corpse on the ground. Its size was small. It should be an ordinary mutated canine, not an elite among aberrant beasts. If even this kind of creature had a core, then higher-grade aberrant beasts would likely yield cores of better quality and size. He turned and walked back toward the warehouse. After 2 steps, he stopped and looked back at the direction from which the canine had come. In the fog, more shadows seemed to be moving. Not one. A pack. He quickened his pace, returned to the factory, and pushed open the iron door. In the corridor, the door to Chun Hao's office was open, and Chun Hao poked his head out. "Brother, you alright? I heard some commotion outside." "I'm fine." Lin Yuan didn't stop, heading straight into the main workshop and locking the door. Zhao Mingqi and Su Muqing rushed over. Seeing him drenched in blood, their faces went pale. "Are you hurt?" Zhao Mingqi reached out to touch his chest. "It's not my blood." Lin Yuan opened his palm, revealing the core. "A dog's." Su Muqing leaned and looking at the glowing blue stone. "What is this?" "A core. It grows in the brains of aberrant beasts. The system can refine it into an awakening stone fragment." "An awakening stone?" Zhao Mingqi's eyes lit up. "Is that the thing that can make people awaken abilities, eh?" "The complete version can. This is just a fragment. You need 3 to synthesize one." Lin Yuan walked to the table, placed the core on it, closed his eyes, and murmured refine. A progress bar appeared on the system panel, refining core. Estimated time 10 minutes. "Wait 10 minutes. Lin Yuan sat on a chair, placed the Tang saber on the table, and began wiping off the black blood. Zhao Mingqi crouched down, staring at the core. 3 fragments to make 1 stone. So you have to kill 3 aberrant beasts. Not necessarily. Higher-grade beasts have better quality cores. One might yield multiple fragments, or even a complete awakening stone. So was this dog low-grade or high-grade? Low-grade. Lin Yuan finished cleaning the blade and sheathed it. But its core quality is medium, yielding a fragment with 47 purity. Better than expected. 10 minutes later, the system prompted refinement complete. Obtained strength type awakening stone fragment 1, purity 47. The blue stone on the table had changed. It was no longer a core's shape, but an irregular fragment with fine, dense patterns on its surface like blood vessels or tree roots. Its color shifted from pale blue to a dark red, like coagulated plasma, radiating a faint warmth. Lin Yuan picked up the fragment, holding it in his palm. A scorching sensation spread from his palm up his arm, as if a force surged beneath his skin. He released his grip, and the fragment lay still, its temperature slowly cooling. Strength type, Lin Yuan said. After awakening, the ability leans towards strength enhancement. Suitable for close combat. Zhao Mingqi stared at the fragment, her eyes gleaming. "Give it to me. Wait until we have 3. Lin Yuan placed the fragment into a small iron box and stored it in his backpack. 1 fragment is useless, but it can't awaken anything. It's just a decoration. Then go kill more aberrant beasts." Zhao Mingqi stood up, grabbing the fire extinguisher. "Are there more outside?" "They'll go smash one." "There are, but you can't go." Lin Yuan zipped up his backpack. "You've only practiced with the blade for 2 days. You can't even block 1 swipe from a mutated canine. Going there is just asking to die." Zhao Mingqi bit her lip, but didn't argue. Su Muqing walked over and looked at Lin Yuan. "What's your plan? Hunt aberrant beasts outside, or wait for them to come to us?" "We can't wait. If they gather, it'll become a beast tide. Then forget hunting. We might not even be able to hold the warehouse." Lin Yuan stood up, securing the Tang saber. "They'll go out again this afternoon to find lone aberrant beasts." "They'll go with you," Su Muqing said. "Your hand isn't healed yet." "My left hand can't pull the crossbow, but my right can still shoot." Su Muqing drew the pistol from behind her waist and checked the magazine. "Don't treat me like a wounded soldier." Lin Yuan looked at her, silent for 2 seconds. "Fine. Stay behind me, keep a 10-meter distance. Don't shoot when you encounter an aberrant beast. Oh, wait for my signal." Su Muqing nodded. Zhao Mingqi looked at them and sighed. "What about me? I hold the fort. You guard the warehouse and keep an eye on Chun Hao's group. Don't let them into the core area." "Got it." Zhao Mingqi carried the fire extinguisher to the door and sat on a nearby chair. "You two be careful." Lin Yuan and Su Muqing left. In the corridor, Chun Hao poked his head out again. "Brother, you're going out. Need any help?" "No need." Lin Yuan didn't look back, pushing open the door and walking out. Chun Hao stood in the corridor, watching their backs, his smile slowly fading. Behind him, the security guard, surnamed Li, had somehow moved to his side, following his gaze outward. "Did you hear that?" Chun Hao said in a low voice. "They said core and awakening stone." The guard, surnamed Li, remained silent. "He's got something good." Chun Hao turned to look at the guard. "Something that can make people stronger." The guard still didn't speak, but his fingers twitched. Chun Hao smiled and patted his shoulder. "No rush. Take it slow." In the yard, Lin Yuan and Su Muqing walked into the morning fog. From afar, the roars of aberrant beasts sounded again, this time much closer. Close enough to tell it wasn't 1, not 2, but dozens. Lin Yuan gripped the Tang saber tightly and quickened his pace. He needed more cores. Before the aberrant beast tide arrived, he needed to awaken abilities in both Zhao Mengqi and Su Muqing. Otherwise, they couldn't hold on. Behind him, through the gap in the iron door, Chun Hao's gaze pierced Lin Yuan's back like a needle. Lin Yuan didn't look back, but he knew. The game had only just begun. Over the next 3 days, Lin Yuan slew 7 more aberrant beasts. Mutant dogs, cats, and rats. He had nearly cleared every living creature that could breathe in the vicinity of the industrial zone. Su Muqing followed behind, firing 2 shots that killed a pair of mutant rats attempting a flank attack from the side. Zhao Mengqi guarded the warehouse, denting the fire extinguisher's casing even further. As the 7th aberrant beast fell, a system panel flashed a notification. Aberrant beast slain 7, cumulative sovereign points, earned 2,100. Current balance, 4420 points. Aberrant beast cores detected 4. Refinable into strength type, awakening stone shard 2, speed type, awakening stone shard 1, perception type, awakening stone shard 1. Lin Yuan crouched, spreading the 4 cores across his palm. They varied in size and color. The strength type was a deep crimson, the speed type a pale cyan, and the perception type a milky white. He closed his eyes and murmured, "Refine all." Refinement complete. Obtained strength type, awakening stone shard 2, purity 52, 48, speed type, awakening stone shard 1, purity 45, perception type, awakening stone shard 1, purity 41. Adding the previous 47 purity strength type shard, he now had 3 strength type fragments. Lin Yuan retrieved a small iron box from his backpack and arranged the 3 dark red shards together. They seemed to attract each other, emitting a faint warmth, their surface patterns undulating slowly. 3 same type shards detected. Can be synthesized into a complete awakening stone. Synthesize. Synthesize. The 3 shards levitated, suspended in midair, spinning and glowing, the dark red light intensifying until Lin Yuan had to squint. The shards began to melt, merging like 3 droplets of blood coalescing into a thumb-sized stone. It was a uniform dark red like congealed plasma, its surface etched with delicate golden veins. Synthesis complete. Obtained strength type, awakening stone 1 star 1. The stone landed in his palm, warm and heavy. Lin Yuan clenched it and turned back to the factory. Zhao Mengqi was squatting in the courtyard, sharpening a machete on a whetstone. Lin Yuan had taught her, saying the fire extinguisher was too heavy and she'd need to switch eventually. She sharpened with intense focus, sweat beading on her forehead, the calluses on her thumb thickening. Zhao Mengqi. Lin Yuan stood before her. She looked up. "What's up?" Lin Yuan opened his palm, revealing the dark red stone that glowed with a faint luster under the crimson sky. Zhao Mengqi's eyes lit up instantly. "Is this an awakening stone? Strength type. Eat it, and you'll awaken an ability." "What ability?" "I don't know. Strength type isn't singular. It could be power amplification, physique enhancement, or even steel transformation." Zhao Mengqi stared at the stone, swallowing hard. Steel transformation. Like skin turns to iron. Essentially. Greatly enhanced defense. Ordinary zombies can't bite, through blades can't cut. Then what are we waiting for? Zhao Mengqi stood, dusted off her pants, and reached for the stone. Lin Yuan held back. "Eating it will hurt a lot," he said. "Not ordinary pain. The kind where your bones shatter and regrow. Can you endure it?" Zhao Mengqi's hand paused, then she smiled. "I've been swinging a fire extinguisher for 3 days, and am afraid of pain." She snatched the stone, gripping it tightly. "How do I eat it? Chew or swallow?" "Swallow." Zhao Mengqi took a deep breath, shoved the stone into her mouth, and swallowed. 3 seconds later, her face went pale. Not figuratively. It was truly white, as if drained of blood. Her body tensed sharply, arms clutching her shoulders, nails digging into her flesh. Her lips trembled, teeth grinding audibly, veins bulging one by one across her forehead. "It hurts." Her voice squeezed through clenched teeth. "Fucking hurts." Su Muqing rushed out of the workshop, saw Zhao Mengqi crouched and shaking, and hurried over. "What's wrong?" "Awakening stone." Lin Yuan knelt beside Zhao Mengqi, pressing her shoulder. "Bear with it. It'll be over soon." Zhao Mengqi could no longer hear him. Her body convulsed as if countless snakes writhed beneath her skin, muscles swelled, and deflated joints cracking audibly. Her eyes were shut, pupils darting rapidly under the lids, mouth wide open, but producing no sound. Su Muqing grabbed Zhao Mengqi's hand. It was scorching hot, like gripping iron just pulled from a fire. "Will she be okay?" Su Muqing's voice trembled slightly. "She'll pull through," Lin Yuan said. Suddenly, Zhao Mengqi's body froze, as if someone had pressed pause, utterly still. Silence for about 5 seconds, then her eyes snapped open. Her irises had turned a dark crimson, like 2 burning coals. She looked down at her hands, clenching and unclenching her fists. Her skin color shifted, from flesh tone to ashen gray, then to iron gray, as if a thin layer of metal coated her skin. "Zhao Mengqi," Su Muqing called softly. Zhao Mengqi looked up, her dark crimson pupils gradually fading back to normal black. She stared at her hands, at the iron gray skin, and suddenly smiled. It worked. She walked to the wall, and punched it. With a dull thud, the wall didn't collapse, but several cracks appeared in the bricks. Her hand. No broken skin, no blood, just a layer of red brick dust on the iron-gray surface. Does it hurt? Su Muqing asked. No, Zhao Mingqi shook her hand. Just a bit numb. Lin Yuan approached, drew a short blade from his waist, and slashed it across Zhao Mingqi's arm. The blade scraped across her skin with a harsh metallic screech like cutting steel. Only a white line remained, fading within seconds. Decent defense, Lin Yuan said, sheathing the blade. 1-star ability, Steel Transformation. Initially, it only covers the skin. With practice, you can harden the whole body, even shapeshift. Zhao Mingqi examined her arm. The iron-gray skin gleamed coldly in the light. She tried to retract the steel. The skin slowly returned to its natural color, like receding tide. Cool, she grinned. So damn cool. Su Muqing looked at her arm and reached out to touch it. The skin was warm, elastic, no different from normal. Try a full power punch. Lin Yuan pointed at the pile of red bricks in the corner. Zhao Mingqi walked over, clenched her fist, and steel covered it completely. She took a deep breath and smashed her fist into the brick pile. A resounding crash. The top 2 bricks shattered, fragments flying and bouncing off the wall. She withdrew her fist. The iron-gray knuckles were coated with red brick dust, but bore not a single scratch. Not bad, huh? Zhao Mingqi turned, smiling like a child. Not bad, Lin Yuan said. Zhao Mingqi bounced with joy, then ran to Su Muqing, extending her arm. Pinch me, see if it's hard. Su Muqing pinched, but couldn't dent it. Hard. Ha ha ha. Zhao Mingqi threw her head back and laughed, the sound echoing in the courtyard. A faint smile tugged at Lin Yuan's lips, but he quickly suppressed it. He turned and walked to the window, gazing at the sky. It was still red, the clouds thicker than yesterday, like a blood-soaked cloth that could never be cleaned. Distant aberrant beast roars drifted in again, much closer now. Close enough to discern not a few, but dozens. Zhao Mingqi was still laughing as she stopped when she heard him. What? You've awakened, but you don't know how to fight. Starting today, you're training doubles. Double it is, Zhao Mingqi thumped her chest. I'm a steel woman now. I'm not afraid. Steel woman can still die. Lin Yuan's voice turned cold. Don't get cocky. Zhao Mingqi's smile faded slightly, and she nodded. Got it. Su Muqing walked over, took Zhao Mingqi's hand, and examined her nails. Your nails hardened too. Dunno, let's try. Zhao Mingqi extended her index finger and scratched the brick wall. A shallow mark appeared. Her nail remained intact. Brutal, Su Muqing let go. The 3 entered the main workshop. Lin Yuan hung his tang saber on the wall and stowed his backpack. Zhao Mingqi sat on the cot, staring at her hands, turning them over and over, as if seeing something unfamiliar. Lin Yuan. Think you'll ever be able to beat you? Lin Yuan glanced at her. No. Why? Because I'm more ruthless than you. Zhao Mingqi rolled her eyes, lay down, and hugged the fire extinguisher. Find you're ruthless. Once I'm trained, well, spar. No. Scared of losing? Scared of killing you. Zhao Mingqi chuckled and closed her eyes. In the corridor, the door to Chun Hao's office creaked open a crack. He stood behind the door, peering through the gap, toward the main workshop. He had heard laughter, the sound of a wall being hit, Zhao Mingqi's shouts. He didn't know what was happening inside, but he knew Lin Yuan had something valuable. He closed the door, turned, and looked at the 5 people in the room. The old woman was sleeping. Sister Wang was mending clothes. Xiao Zhou and Xiao Chen sat together, whispering. The security guard, surnamed Li, crouched in a corner, head buried in his knees. Chun Hao walked over to the guard, crouched, and lowered his voice. Did you see what they were carrying when they came back from outside? The guard didn't look up or speak. You don't have to say, Chun Hao smiled, patting his shoulder. But remember who saved you. It was me. Without me, you'd have died on the road. The guard's finger twitched. Chun Hao walked to the window and gazed at the dark red sky outside. In the distance, the aberrant beasts' roars came one after another, as if calling to each other. His smile slowly faded, replaced by a faint, fleeting coldness. Soon, he whispered. In the main workshop, Zhao Mingqi had fallen asleep, a smile still on her lips. Su Muqing sat beside her, draping a blanket over her. Lin Yuan stood by the window, pulling the curtain shut. He touched the tang saber at his waist. The hilt was cold. Zhao Mingqi had awakened. Next would be Su Muqing. Then more people. He needed more cores. Before the aberrant beast tide arrived. Before Chun Hao made his move. The roars outside grew closer. Lin Yuan tightened his grip on the saber hilt and closed his eyes. When dawn broke, he would have to go out again. The day after Zhao Mingqi awakened, Lin Yuan ventured out once more. This time he took no one with him. Su Muqing's left hand had not yet fully recovered, and Zhao Mingqi had just awakened, unable to control even the duration of her steel transformation. It lasted at most 3 minutes before automatically deactivating, leaving her limp and sore as if she had just run a marathon. Going alone was faster and safer. He had cleared the mutant beasts around the industrial zone, and the remaining ones had either retreated deeper into the ruins or migrated toward the city center. But on the system map, the purple markers were still increasing. Not in the industrial zone, but farther away, and they were moving toward him. At an abandoned auto repair shop, he found a lone mutated cat. It was not large, but its speed was freakish, and its claws gouged for deep scars into the iron siding, sending sparks flying. It took Lin Yuan 10 minutes to corner it, then he drove a blade through its skull. When he split open the head, the crystal core was only the size of a soybean, milky white, like solidified fat. Detected mutant beast crystal core 1. Refinable into perception type, awakening stone fragment 1, purity 32. Perception type. It was not the healing type he wanted. That afternoon he heard a cry beneath a collapsed residential building. It was not a mutant beast, just an ordinary cat, unmutated. It crouched on a pile of rubble staring at Lin Yuan with normal yellow eyes, round pupils not slitted. It had never been drenched by the blood rain or bitten by a zombie. It had survived, but its cries attracted something else. A mutant rat emerged from a sewer drain 10 times larger than a normal rat, its fur gone skin gray-white, incisors grown long and protruding from its mouth. The cat fled. Lin Yuan did not. The mutant rat was not fast, but its bite was terrifying. It snapped a steel rebar in half. Lin Yuan circled to its side, struck its cervical spine with his blade, and the rat convulsed before dying. Mutant beast slain 1. Dominance points, earned 250. Detected mutant beast crystal core. Refinable into healing type, awakening stone fragment 1, purity 58. Healing type. Lin Yuan clenched the crystal core, his heartbeat quickening. This was what Su Muqing needed. By the time he returned to the warehouse, dusk was falling. Zhao Mingxi was practicing her punches in the yard, slamming her iron-gray fists into the brick wall until they were coated in red brick dust. Su Muqing sat by the door, the bandages on her left hand removed a thin scab covering the wound. Her fingers could move now, though not yet nimbly. Back. Su Muqing stood up. Any injuries? No. Lin Yuan walked into the main workshop, pulled out the iron box from his backpack. Inside were 2 healing-type fragments. One from today's hunt, purity 58, another from a prior kill of a mutant dog, purity only 35. Combined, the purity was 93 and not enough to synthesize a complete awakening stone. He needed a third one. Su Muqing, can your hand draw the crossbow now? Su Muqing flexed her fingers. I can, but it's not steady. Come with me tomorrow. Zhao Mingxi walked in from the yard, her face covered in dust, but her eyes gleaming brightly. I'm coming too. I can fight now. You stay, Lin Yuan said. Watch Chen Hao. Zhao Mingxi's face fell. Watching him again. He's been quiet for 3 days. That's exactly why you need to watch him. The next morning, Lin Yuan and Su Muqing set out. 3 kilometers east of the industrial zone lay a stretch of abandoned residential blocks, dense with purple markers on the system map. Su Muqing sat in the passenger seat, a crossbow in her left hand, her right hand resting on the window. The morning fog was thick, visibility less than 50 meters. Are you sure you want to take me? She asked. Your ability is healing type. I need you to kill a mutant beast yourself and see how well the crystal core matches you. Su Muqing asked no more. The vehicle stopped before a stretch of ruins. The 2 got out, Lin Yuan leading, Su Muqing following 5 meters behind. After walking for about 10 minutes, a rustling sound came from the alley ahead. Lin Yuan raised his hand, and Su Muqing halted. A mutant dog emerged from the depths of the alley. Not the massive kind, but medium-sized. Its eyes, however, were red. Not the normal yellow of ordinary mutant dogs, but red. Lin Yuan recognized this type, twice as fast as ordinary ones, with a stronger bite, but weaker defense. Its weak point was on the side of its neck, where a patch of soft flesh was not covered by bone. It'll draw its attention. You shoot its neck from the side, Lin Yuan said in a low voice. Su Muqing nodded. Lin Yuan charged. The mutant dog reacted faster than he anticipated, pouncing the instant he moved. He sidestepped, blocking with his tang blade. The dog bit down on the blade, its teeth screeching against the steel. Lin Yuan kicked it in the belly. The dog released its grip, retreated 2 steps, and prepared to lunge again. Now, Lin Yuan shouted. Su Muqing rushed out from the side, raised her crossbow, aimed at the dog's neck, and fired. The bolt struck the soft flesh dead center, piercing through one side of the neck and out the other. The mutant dog's body stiffened, its front legs buckling, head tilting as black blood spilled from its mouth. It twitched a few times, then lay still. A system panel popped up. Detected mutant beast crystal core. Refinable into healing type, awakening stone fragment 1, purity 62. Lin Yuan split open the skull and retrieved the core. Pale green like a drop of solidified resin. Combined with the previous 2 fragments, the total purity reached 155, more than enough. Back at the warehouse, Lin Yuan placed the 3 fragments into the iron box, closed his eyes, and silently commanded synthesize. The 3 fragments levitated, suspended in midair, spinning and glowing. A pale green light, like spring buds or newly sprouted grass. The fragments melted into liquid, coalesced, and solidified into a thumb-sized stone, pale green all over with fine white veins on its surface. Synthesis complete. Obtained healing type awakening stone 1 star 1. Su Muqing stared at the stone, her fingers unconsciously gripping the hem of her white coat. Is this for me? It can awaken my ability. Healing type 1 star. It can treat minor injuries and accelerate wound healing. Lin Yuan handed her the awakening stone. Eat it. It will hurt a lot. Bear with it. Su Muqing took the stone and held it in her palm. The stone was warm as if alive. She took a deep breath, put it in her mouth, and swallowed. She did not cry out. Her body tensed abruptly like a bowstring pulled taut from within. Her skin first turned pale, then took on a faint green tint, as if something was flowing beneath the surface. On her left arm, the wound that had not fully healed, the scab beneath the bandage began to shed, revealing pink new flesh. The wound healed at a visible rate. Her eyes were closed, her lashes trembling, lips pressed into a thin line. She did not scream, but fine beads of sweat formed on her forehead, and the back of her white coat was soaked through. Zhao Mingqi crouched beside her, gripping her hand. Hang in there. It'll be over soon. Su Muqing opened her eyes. Her pupils had turned pale green like newly sprouted leaves in spring or jade washed by rain. She looked down at her left arm. The wound beneath the bandage had completely healed, leaving not even a scar. She extended her right hand and placed it on Zhao Mengqi's fist. Zhao Mengqi's knuckles bore the scrapes and bruises from today's training. Su Muqing's palm emitted a faint green light, so dim it was like the tail of a firefly barely visible under the lamplight. But Zhao Mengqi's wounds began to change. The scrapes slowly healed, and the bruises shifted from purple-black to pale yellow before vanishing entirely. Your hand. Zhao Mengqi's mouth fell open as she stared at her own fist. It's healed. Su Muqing withdrew her hand, and the green light faded. She looked at her palm. The skin was faintly warm as if touched by sunlight. Healing hand, she murmured. 1 star. Can treat minor injuries. Zhao Mengqi threw her arms around her, nearly squeezing the breath out of Su Muqing. This is amazing. You can heal too now? From now on, we're the undying duo. Trapped in the embrace, Su Muqing's lips twitched slightly, a faint approximation of a smile. Lin Yuan stood to the side watching them. The corner of his mouth moved almost imperceptibly before he quickly schooled his expression. He walked to the window and pushed it open. A dark red light flooded in, falling across his face. In the corridor, a crack appeared in the door of Chunhao's office. He stood behind the door, peering through the gap at the light in the main workshop. First the dark red glow, then the pale green. He did not see the stone or the awakening process, but he saw Zhao Mengqi and Su Muqing embracing, and he saw the green light on Su Muqing's hand. He saw it. His eyes, those eyes perpetually wearing a smile, changed behind the door. The smile remained, but the gaze was different. In that gaze was surprise, greed, and something unnamable, like a treasure chest being opened before him, and he was not its owner. Envy. Not the kind that says, I want to grow stronger too, but the kind that says, why do you have it, and I don't? The kind that says, since you have it, you need to disappear. He closed the door, turned, and leaned against it. The 5 people in the office were all watching him. The old lady was sleeping, Sister Wang was sewing, Xiao Zhou and Xiao Chun were eating biscuits, and the security guard surnamed Li was crouched in the corner. Chunhao's gaze swept across each face before settling on the security guard. Did you see that? He asked in a low voice. The guard did not look up. They have something good. Chunhao said, his voice so low only the guard could hear. Something good that can make people stronger. The guard's fingers twitched. Chunhao crouched down, leaning close to his ear. Don't you want to get stronger? Don't you want revenge? Don't you want to crush those who hurt you? One by one under your feet. The guard finally lifted his head. There was a light in his eyes, not hope, but hatred. Chunhao smiled. In the main workshop, Zhao Mengqi was still clinging to Su Muqing. Su Muqing patted her back. Enough. Let go. Zhao Mengqi released her, wiping the corner of her eye with a grin. I'm not crying, okay? I'm just a little emotional. Lin Yuan drew the curtain closed and turned around. Su Muqing. Your ability has just awakened and is still unstable. Practice more these days. Try to control the range and intensity of your healing. Don't waste energy. How do I practice? Cut yourself. Su Muqing froze. Zhao Mengqi was stunned too. You want her to cut herself? Zhao Mengqi's eyes went wide. That's how healing type abilities are trained. Make a small cut, then heal it with your ability. Repeat it to improve efficiency and control. Lin Yuan's voice was flat, as if he were commenting on the weather. Su Muqing was silent for 2 seconds. All right. She pulled the scalpel from her waist and made a shallow cut on the back of her hand. Beads of blood welled up. She covered it with her right hand, and a green light glowed. The wound healed at a visible pace. After a dozen seconds, only a faint red mark remained. Does it hurt? Zhao Mengqi asked. A little. Su Muqing turned her hand over to inspect it. But I can bear it. Lin Yuan nodded. Keep practicing. Su Muqing made another cut. Zhao Mengqi watched her movements and suddenly asked, Lin Yuan, when will you awaken? Lin Yuan pulled his tang blade from its sheath and began to wipe it down. I don't need an awakening stone. Why, I have a system. Zhao Mengxi opened her mouth to ask more, but seeing Lin Yuan's expression, she swallowed her words. She went to sit beside Su Muqing, watching her cut and heal over and over. The movements grew more practiced, and the intensity of the green light gradually increased. In the corridor, Chen Hao stood behind his door, ear pressed to the panel. He could hear sounds from the main workshop, but not the details. He heard Zhao Mengxi's laughter, Su Muqing's soft, a little, and Lin Yuan's low voice. He could not make out their words, but he knew they were growing stronger. And he had nothing. He clenched his fists, nails digging into his palms. Lin Yuan finished wiping his blade, sheathed it, and walked to the window. He glanced toward the corridor. The light beneath the door was blocked by something, the shadow of a pair of feet. Chen Hao was listening. Lin Yuan did not move or speak. He turned around and said to Zhao Mengxi and Su Muqing in a voice that was not loud, but very clear, "Tomorrow we go farther. We'll kill more mutant beasts and gather more crystal cores." Zhao Mengxi shouted yes. Su Muqing responded, "Amen." In the corridor, the shadow of the feet vanished. Chen Hao retreated. Lin Yuan looked at the crack in the door, the corner of his mouth twitching slightly. He heard. If he heard, he would grow anxious. Anxious people make mistakes. And he was waiting for that mistake. 2 days after Su Muqing awakened her healing hand, Chen Hao could no longer hold back. That morning, Lin Yuan was wiping his blade in the main factory hall. The Tang sword spun in his hand, the cold gleam of its edge flashing under the light. Zhao Mengxi was practicing her punches in the courtyard, slamming her fists against the brick wall one after another. The iron-gray knuckles sent plaster crumbling down in showers. Su Muqing sat on a camp bed, using a scalpel to make a shallow cut on the back of her left hand. Then she covered it with her right hand. A green light glowed, and the wound healed. She had practiced this hundreds of times, her movements as deft as conducting an experiment. Footsteps echoed in the corridor. Not the usual light, cheerful steps accompanied by a smile, but hesitant, halting steps, as if weighing something. Chen Hao stood before the iron door of the main factory hall and knocked. "Brother, are you in?" Lin Yuan didn't look up. "Yes. Can I come in?" "It's just me." Lin Yuan glanced at Zhao Mengxi, who walked in from the courtyard and stood behind the door, her hand on a fire extinguisher. Su Muqing put away the scalpel and laid a crossbow across her knees. "Come in." Chen Hao pushed the door open and stepped inside. He stood at the entrance, not daring to venture further. His gaze swept across the rifles and grenades in the weapon area, the towering piles of rice and flour in the food storage, the crossbow on Su Muqing's knees, and the fire extinguisher in Zhao Mengxi's hands, finally settling on Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan sat on a sack of rice, the Tang sword resting across his knees, a cloth in his hand, as he wiped the blade methodically. "Sit." Lin Yuan pointed to a rice sack across from him. Chen Hao walked over and sat down. He perched cautiously, barely half his weight on the sack, as if ready to spring up at any moment. His face still wore that trademark smile, but there was something new in it now. Not the previous eagerness and flattery, but a cautious, tentative quality, like a man walking on thin ice, testing each step before committing. "Brother, you've been busy these past few days," Chen Hao said, rubbing his hands together. "Going out every day, coming back covered in blood. Killing zombies." "I know you're killing zombies." Chen Hao's smile didn't waver, but his eyes shifted. "But you're not just killing zombies, are you? I heard other kinds of cries out there, not like zombies." Lin Yuan didn't respond, continuing to wipe his blade. Chen Hao waited a few seconds, and when he got no reply, spoke again. "Brother, I'm not trying to pry into your affairs. I'm just concerned about you. Look, you've lost weight these days, and there are dark circles under your eyes. Haven't you been sleeping well?" "Sleeping fine." Good. Chen Hao nodded, his fingers tapping unconsciously on his knees. He took a deep breath, as if steeling himself. "Brother, there's something I want to ask you, but I'm not sure if I should." "Then don't ask." Chen Hao's smile stiffened for a moment, but he quickly recovered, forcing a chuckle. "There you go, still so tight-lipped. Fine, I want to ask." He stood up, dusting off his pants. "He'll go check on Sister Wang and the others. The old lady isn't feeling well today." He turned and took 2 steps, then stopped without looking back. "Lin Yuan." He used his name, not brother. Lin Yuan's hand paused. "Do you have some kind of secret?" Chen Hao's voice was very soft, as if afraid of startling someone. "You've hoarded so many supplies, you kill zombies without blinking, you know how to use a blade and a gun, you understand everything. You're like someone who's been through all this before." Lin Yuan looked up at Chen Hao's back. Chen Hao didn't turn around, just stood there, back to him, shoulders slightly tense. "Surviving is the secret," Lin Yuan said. Chen Hao's body shuddered. He turned around and looked at Lin Yuan. The smile was gone from his face. That perfect, impenetrable smile he always wore had finally fallen away. His eyes, there was so much in those eyes, curiosity, resentment, envy, and a glint that Lin Yuan knew all too well, greed. "Surviving is the secret." Chen Hao repeated, the corner of his mouth twitching. That's it. Chen Hao stared at him for a few seconds, then smiled again. That smile was back on his face, but this time it seemed forced, like a mask put on crookedly. "All right," he nodded. Then I won't ask. You get on with your business. He turned and left. The iron door clanged shut behind him. Silence fell in the main factory hall. Zhao Mengqi released the fire extinguisher and walked over to Lin Yuan. He's here to test the waters. I know. Why didn't you just tell him I do have secrets, but they're none of your business? I did, Lin Yuan said, sheathing his blade. Surviving is the secret. Su Muqing walked over and stood by the window watching Chun Hao's retreating figure in the corridor. He walked very slowly, each step as if treading on something. When he reached the office door, he paused, glanced back toward the main factory hall, then pushed the door open and went inside. He'll come again, Su Muqing said. I know. What will you do when he comes next time? It depends on what he asks. Zhao Mengqi frowned. Aren't you afraid he'll cause trouble? He knows you have good stuff now. He'll definitely try to get his hands on it. He won't be able to. Why? Because he doesn't know where the things are. Lin Yuan stood up, walked to the weapon area, took the pistol from his waistband, checked the magazine, and holstered it again. Besides, he doesn't dare to take it by force. He hasn't figured out our strength yet. Zhao Mengqi leaned against the wall, hugging the fire extinguisher. How long do you think he can hold out? Lin Yuan thought for a moment. 3 days. 3 days at most. In the office, Chun Hao closed the door, leaned against it, and shut his eyes. His fingers tapped twice on the seam of his pants, then he opened his eyes and walked over to the security guard surnamed Li. Did you hear that? The guard surnamed Li didn't speak, but he looked up at Chun Hao. He said surviving is the secret. Chun Hao crouched down, lowering his voice. What do you think that means, The guard surnamed Li opened his mouth, his voice like sandpaper scraping glass. He doesn't want to tell. Right, he doesn't want to tell. Chun Hao smiled. But the more he doesn't want to tell, the more it means he has something. Something good. The look in the guard's eyes changed. Not fear, but something indescribable, like a dog that hasn't eaten in 3 days catching the scent of meat. Keep an eye on him for me, Chun Hao said as he stood up. Note down when he leaves, when he comes back, and what he brings back. The guard surnamed Li nodded. Chun Hao walked to the window and looked out at the dark red sky. The sky was still red, the clouds pressing low like a blood scab that would never clear. In the distance, the roars of mutant beasts came again, one after another, as if calling to each other. Chun Hao listened to those sounds, a slow curl forming at the corner of his mouth. Not a smile, but a calculation. In the main factory hall, Lin Yuan sat on the rice sack, eyes closed, but not asleep. The system map unfurled in his consciousness. A few more purple markers had appeared. The mutant beasts were drawing closer, and Chun Hao's patience was wearing thin. He opened his eyes and glanced at Zhao Mengqi and Su Muqing. Zhao Mengqi was practicing her punches, slamming her fists against the brick wall, the iron gray knuckles leaving one dent after another. Su Muqing was making cuts on the back of her hand, healing them, then cutting again and healing again. They were growing stronger. Chun Hao was enduring, and the mutant beasts were closing in. Lin Yuan gripped his tang sword. Tomorrow we continue hunting, he said. Zhao Mengqi stopped wiping her sweat. Where to? Further away. What time do we leave? 4 in the morning. Su Muqing looked up first at Lin Yuan, then out the window. Will he follow? No, Lin Yuan said. He still needs to maintain his good guy image. Zhao Mengqi let out a cold laugh. Good guy? Every time I see that face of his, I want to smash it. Don't, Lin Yuan said, hanging the tang sword on the wall. ITLL, dirty your hands. Su Muqing lowered her head and made another cut on her hand. This time she didn't heal it right away. She watched the blood beads seep from the wound, falling drop by drop to the ground. Her eyes were very cold. When he asked me about my awakening, there was a certain light in his eyes, she said. What kind of light? Hunger. Su Muqing covered the wound with her hand. A green light glowed, and it healed. Like a stray dog that hasn't eaten in 3 days, seeing meat. Lin Yuan said nothing. Zhao Mengqi placed the fire extinguisher by her pillow and lay down. If he dares to make a move on us, I'll smash him into a meat patty. You won't get the chance, Lin Yuan said. Why? Because I'll strike first. The sky outside the window was still red. In the corridor, the light in Chun Hao's office was still on. His shadow was cast on the window, motionless like a man standing at the window, looking out, waiting for something. Lin Yuan glanced at that shadow, then drew the curtain.